Chapter 20781, Times Have Changed. Chapter 20781, Times Have Changed. 50,000 contribution points. 10th place. When Zhuo Linqiu heard the Green God Company's staff's words, he was dumbfounded. In fact, even Han Yifeng, who possessed an apathetic personality, felt a little dazed at the staff member's words. After all, Shi Feng was initially only a pawn in their eyes, yet not only did he climb up to the same playing field they fought on, but he was now even actively competing with them. No wonder he didn't put us in his eyes. Realization dawned upon Zhuo Linqiu as he looked at Shi Feng. However, a moment later, a hint of mockery appeared on his face as he said, "It's a pity he doesn't know that the contribution competition participants are just warming up, and that the current rankings are only temporary." The upper zone's contribution competition had been going on for many years now, and everyone mostly understood how it worked. Those intent on participating in a particular season's competition generally wouldn't reveal their cards in the first 2 months of the season. This was because contribution points were basically trump cards for participants. Naturally, it would be best if participants hid their cards as deeply as possible and only revealed them at the last possible moment. Only then could these trump cards play a vital role. Moreover, there was an added benefit to accumulating contribution points in secret, deciding whether one would continue participating in a particular season's contribution competition or not. After all, aside from time-based assignments, other forms of contributions could be reserved for future competitions if necessary. Since the contribution competition had been running for many years now, some participants had been accumulating contribution points for a long time. These participants were waiting for the fateful day when they would reveal all their cards, instantly securing one of the top 3 positions, and gain access to the middle layer. Meanwhile, the current contribution competition was less than a month along, hence, the various participants were still testing the waters and had yet to seriously invest their contribution points. The majority of their current points were from completing time-based assignments the Green God Company issued, not from long-term assignments that could be turned in at any time. Although I don't know why he made such a move, this is a good opportunity for us, Han Yifeng said, shaking his head as he regained his calm. Old Zhuo, go talk to him and tell him I'll buy the remaining points he has kept hidden at double the price. Double the price? Zhuo Linqiu looked at Han Yifeng in surprise. Young master, historically, purchasing points at 1.5 times their original value is already pretty high. After all, there is no way these people can secure one of the top 3 rankings. There's no meaning for them to hold on to their points. If other people were to find out that you're offering to purchase his hidden points at double the price, they'd most likely raise their own prices as well. There were many instances where multiple participants joined hands to compete in the contribution competition. After all, unlike contribution points gained through completing assignments, points gained through other sources could be freely traded in secret. When a competition was about to end, participants who were close to the top 3 positions would often purchase the hidden points of other participants. Naturally, as Han Yifeng was aiming for one of the top 3 positions this time, he would also participate in this practice. The exchange rate would be based on the prices of the items sold by the Green God Company. Just do as I say. The Green God Company announced that the top 20 participants would receive a reward. So many people are trying to compete for the top 20 positions. It is only natural for the price of contribution points this time to be higher, Han Yifeng said, shaking his head. According to the information he had obtained, the Green God Company intended to further squeeze the various corporations for their wealth. To do so, the company had intensified the competition by allowing the top 20 participants to exchange for a limited number of items exclusive to the middle layer. Once this information spread, the price of contribution points would definitely increase. However, while a price hike was inevitable, the increase wouldn't be exaggerated either. After all, there were only so many items the top 20 participants could exchange using contribution points. Beyond that purchase limit, whatever contribution points they had remaining would become useless, I understand. Zhuo Linqiu nodded and walked toward Shi Feng. On the other side, Shi Feng was currently ecstatic. Just a second ago, he had still been a poor bastard in the upper zone. Now, however, he had 5 million trade points to his name enough to purchase 5 ordinary housing units in the base layer. Of course, these points were still insufficient to purchase a large villa in the base layer. However, they were definitely more than adequate for his daily expenditure. At the very least, even after welcoming gentle snow and aqua rose into the upper zone, he wouldn't have to worry about their necessities. However, it's going to be difficult to get another large influx of points. It seems I'll have to think of a long-term way to secure 7 luminaries crystals in bulk, Shi Feng thought with a sigh. 5,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal was a significant amount, yet it was only enough to get him 5 million trade points and 50,000 contribution points. With just this many trade points and contribution points, let alone catching up with the top 3 rankers of the competition, he probably couldn't afford anything from the middle layer. However, for his present self, obtaining more 7 luminaries crystals wasn't much of a challenge. After all, he was currently in the ancient god's domain. The resources available in the ancient era were far more abundant than in the modern era. After verifying on his quantum watch that he had received the 5 million trade points and 50,000 contribution points, Shi Feng planned to head for the upper zone's entrance to receive gentle snow and aqua rose. After all, this was the first time they were visiting the upper zone. Without anyone to guide them, it was very easy for problems to occur. There were many taboos in the upper zone. If they accidentally violated one of these taboos, there was a high chance they would be banished from the upper zone permanently. However, before Shi Feng could leave the exchange counter, Zhuo Linqiu appeared beside him. "Guild leader Shi, we meet again." Although Zhuo Linqiu felt displeased at Shi Feng's earlier attitude as Han Yifeng's butler, he still greeted Shi Feng politely. "Master Zhuo, do you have business with me?" Shi Feng asked calmly as he looked at Zhuo Linqiu. Inwardly, though, Shi Feng was a little surprised by this situation. Although he had expected Han Yifeng to seek him out sooner or later, he never thought that the man would act so quickly. Karui had informed him about the ins and outs of the contribution competition, so he knew that those competing for the top 3 spots would secretly purchase contribution points from other participants. Now that he had just exchanged for 50,000 contribution points in one fell swoop, those seeking the top 3 spots couldn't ignore his existence. "Indeed I do. Moreover, this is great news for you, Guild Leader Shi," Zhuo Linqiu said with a faint smile. "I believe you know about the matters regarding the contribution competition already, so I'll get straight to the point. Young Master Han wishes to purchase the contribution points you have yet to turn in. Moreover, young Master Han is willing to purchase them at double their market value. May I know what you think of this, Guild Leader Shi?" Chapter 282, Wealthy Shi Feng. Chapter 282, Wealthy Shi Feng. Double the market value. Shi Feng was a little surprised when he heard Zhuo Linqiu's words. According to Karoe, the transaction price for contribution points would reach 1.5 times the market value at most. Moreover, that was when the contribution competition was incredibly intense. After all, unless one entered the middle layer. It didn't matter how many contribution points one managed to accumulate. Yet, Han Yifeng was offering double the market value. Even if the Green God Company would allow the top 20 participants to exchange for 3 items from the middle layer this time, this was still a very high price. After all, the difficulty of getting into the top 3 was simply too great. Before Shi Feng looked into the current top 3 participants, he had still been confident of getting into the top 3. However, after gaining an understanding of those 3 participants, all thoughts of entering the top 3 had disappeared from his mind. This was because those 3 people could instantly gain an additional 1 million contribution points if they grew serious. In other words, if he wished to secure one of the top 3 positions, he would need 100,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal at the very minimum. What did this amount represent? Even if he squeezed the 5 great super guilds and a dozen other superpowers dry, getting such a huge number of 7 luminaries crystals was impossible. Moreover, this was only the minimum requirement to compete for the top 3 positions. He had no choice but to wait for Zero Wing to grow stronger and set aside trying for one of the top 3 spots for the future. In the current competition, he simply had no chance whatsoever. Even if he was currently in the ancient god's domain, with its more abundant resources, the Seven Luminaries crystal was still an incomparably valuable commodity. Moreover, its rarity was not the slightest bit lower than in the modern era. In fact, competition for the Seven Luminaries crystal was intenser in the ancient era, from what he heard. The interstellar continent's various powers were similarly purchasing Seven Luminaries crystals at astronomical prices. Residents of the interstellar continent could exchange for living resources in the real world using Seven Luminaries crystals. In fact, if one collected a sufficient number of Seven Luminaries crystals, one could even get promoted from an ordinary civilian to a resident of the core area. Simply put, every player in the ancient era was competing for Seven Luminaries crystals. On the other hand, only the major corporations based in upper zones were competing for Seven Luminaries crystals in the modern god's domain. The competition over the crystals had nothing to do with ordinary players. In fact, it didn't even have anything to do with ordinary corporations. Hence, even if he were to contest frantically for Seven Luminaries crystals in the ancient era, the amount he could get his hands on was unlikely to secure him one of the top 3 spots in the current contribution competition. Now he would be satisfied so long as he could secure one of the top 20 positions, and he could indeed afford to sell a portion of his additional points. That's right. Double the market value. Guild leader Shi, you should be able to see young Master Han's sincerity in this matter, Zhuo Linqiu said, chuckling. I can assure you that you won't find another person in the base layer who would offer you such a price. The Five States Corporation was one of the top corporations in the country. It had deeper foundations than even the Boulder Corporation, albeit by only a slight margin. In addition, the corporation even had a genius like Han Yifeng as its heir. It was only a matter of time before the corporation set foot in the middle layer. After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng replied, I can agree to that price, but I have a condition. Han Yifeng's offer would tempt anyone. After all, this was equivalent to receiving a 50% discount on the various products the Green God Company put up for exchange. For Shi Feng, who was currently severely lacking in the upper zone's resources, Han Yifeng's offer was heaven sent. Condition? What condition? Zhuo Linqiu frowned slightly. In his opinion, the price Han Yifeng offered was already quite generous. He never thought that Shi Feng would want a foot after getting an inch. I want to settle the transaction using life potions, phantom potions, or the middle layer's limited products, Shi Feng said. I will not accept anything else apart from these items. 5 million trade points were already more than enough for him to get by in the base layer. There was no point in getting more. Only the limited exchange items were of value to him. Particularly the life potion and the phantom potion weren't available in the outside world. Even if he tried to exchange for these items using his authority, he could get only 5 bottles per year. This amount wasn't even enough for his own use, much less sharing it with other people. This condition is too much. You should know that those items can't be bought even with a large number of trade points and contribution points. Zhuo Linqiu flatly refused Shi Feng's condition. Nobody in the entire base layer would satisfy this condition of yours. Whether it was the life potion, the phantom potion, or the middle layer's limited items, they were all incredibly precious to the various corporations. No one would casually trade them away. How about I buy them at their original price, Shi Feng suggested. Shi Feng understood that he was indeed asking for a lot with his condition. However, this was also how negotiations worked. Only after both sides agreed on a price could a transaction take place. You. Zhuo Linqiu fell speechless at Shi Feng's response. He felt that Shi Feng didn't understand his previous words at all. However, before Zhuo Linqiu could manage a response, Han Yifeng's holographic projection suddenly appeared from Zhuo Linqiu's quantum watch. It is impossible for me to sell those items at base price. However, with my authority, I can sell some to you at double the price. This is also the lowest I can go, Han Yifeng said. Moreover, I believe that nobody else in the base layer would offer you a better price. That works. Shi Feng didn't feel particularly surprised at Han Yifeng's counteroffer. On the contrary, he found this outcome to be quite excellent already. The limited items the Green God Company offered for exchange came with fixed price tags, and residents with the necessary authority could exchange for these items at any time. However, As their description suggested, each resident could exchange for only a limited number of these items. If a person wanted to get their hands on more, they could purchase these items from other residents at a marked-up price. Moreover, even if one were willing to pay the extra cost, one wouldn't necessarily be able to find a willing seller. That settles it, then. Han Yifeng nodded. However, let me get one thing straight first. Every transaction we conduct must be valued at 50,000 contribution points or more, otherwise our transaction will be invalid. That won't be a problem, Shi Feng assured, smiling. He understood what was going through Han Yifeng's mind. A sum of several thousand contribution points was most likely nothing in Han Yifeng's eyes. Moreover, such an amount wouldn't be of any help to him in the contribution competition. After all, if the top 3 participants were serious, they could easily add 1,000,000 points to their names. Hence, a transaction of 50,000 contribution points was most likely the lowest acceptable amount for Han Yifeng. Okay. So long as you've collected 50,000 contribution points, you can come and find me at any time, Han Yifeng said before disconnecting the quantum communication. After Han Yifeng finished speaking, Zhuo Linqiu turned around and walked away, leaving Shi Feng alone at the exchange counter. When Zhuo Linqiu returned to Han Yifeng's side, he had a hesitant expression. "Just speak your mind," Han Yifeng said as he looked at his old butler. "Young master, I'm afraid the old master and the others will have big opinions about your decision to sell him those items at just double the price," Zhuo Linqiu said worriedly. "After all, those items are things the corporation went to great lengths to accumulate. They are meant to serve as the foundation for the family's younger generations." "Foundation?" Han Yifeng suddenly smiled. "Unless we enter the middle layer, the 5 States Corporation will be nothing but ants in the eyes of those above. Also, we have failed to enter the middle layer after all these years. If we don't fight now, when will we fight? Moreover, the family has already promised to assist me with everything they have. If they're not even willing to part with these items, how are we supposed to compete with the other participants? However, just Shi Feng's 50,000 contribution points won't change anything," Zhuo Linqiu said. "I naturally know this. Shi Feng is only one of the small sources for me to secure contribution points." At this point, Han Yifeng's eyes began glowing slightly. "The old man has already met with the other corporations in the upper zone and made some promises to them. I believe he should have no problem securing 700,000 or 800,000 contribution points for me. Afterward, it'll depend on whether I can complete the Green God Company's bounty. So long as I succeed, I am certain I can enter the top 3. He was hell-bent on winning the contribution competition this time. Meanwhile, after Han Yifeng and Zhuo Linqiu left the exchange center, Shi Feng made his way to the item exchange counter. Compared to the contribution points counter, the item exchange counter had many more people lined up before it. After waiting in line for around 15 minutes, Shi Feng exchanged for 5 phantom potions and 5 life potions, as well as 5 strengthening potions, which cost the same as the phantom potions and life potions. In the end, he spent a total of 75,000 trade points. In the outside world, that was already equivalent to 750 million credits. The strengthening potion was considered the least promising product in the upper zone because it had only one function, the strengthening of the user's physical fitness. However, residents in the upper zone would have their physical fitness automatically raised to a certain level, even without any training. If one combined this effect with daily exercise, they could elevate their physical fitness to astonishing levels. There was simply no need to spend 5,000 trade points to exchange for a strengthening potion. Nevertheless, Shi Feng naturally believed it was better for him to raise his physical fitness as quickly as possible. After all, the stronger his physical fitness became, the easier it would be to improve his brain activity. Often, when Shi Feng gained enlightenment and achieved a qualitative improvement in his techniques, he would find himself facing various problems stemming from his inadequate physical fitness. Had he been as fit as Han Yifeng during those times, he wouldn't have faced any problems at all. Hence, he felt that it wasn't a loss to spend 25,000 trade points for 5 strengthening potions. Not to mention, he could already be considered a wealthy person in the base layer. It's almost time to pick up Qing Shui and Aqua. After taking a look at the time, Shi Feng promptly departed the Green God Tower and hurried over to the upper zone's entrance. 2 hours later, a levitating car stopped at a designated parking lot before the gigantic metal door serving as the upper zone's entrance. 4 people, 1 man and 3 women, then alighted from the car. They were none other than Lei Bao, Liang Jing, Bai Qing and Aqua Rose. As to why Lei Bao had come along, it was as a precaution. After all, many powers were currently targeting Zero Wing. Meanwhile, Liang Jing, someone with little combat power, was unsuited for going out alone. Hence, Lei Bao would usually accompany her whenever she left Zero Wing's headquarters. Ordinary bodyguards would have little to no use against the opponents Zero Wing faced. So this is the upper zone. Liang Jing was surprised when she saw the vast steel wall at the upper zone's entry. Even Lei Bao was surprised by the sight. He never thought that the rumored upper zone would have such an appearance. Chapter 2783, Era of Hegemony. Chapter 2783, Era of Hegemony, Upper Zone, Entrance. While Liang Jing and Lei Bao were shocked by the sight before them, Shi Feng, who had been waiting quietly by the entrance for some time, approached them. "How is it?" "It's different from what you imagined, right?" Shi Feng asked, smiling faintly as he looked at the two. Their expressions and thoughts were exactly the same as his when he first arrived before the upper zone.
"Guild leader, how is the upper zone?"
Liang Jing asked as she looked at Shi Feng. "Is it as amazing as the rumors make it out to be?" There were many rumors circulating in the outside world about the upper zones. Nobody was allowed to go near the upper zones without permission, despite them being in the middle of bustling cities. While everyone knew of the upper zone's existence, no outsider truly understood them. In fact, there was not the smallest piece of official news on the upper zone in the world. The information everyone knew came only from rumors. Lei Bao couldn't help pricking up his ears at Liang Jing's question. To him, the upper zone was a place he never even dared to dream of visiting. After all, even world champions in fighting couldn't visit it. "It's amazing," Shi Feng replied with a smile. "It's even more amazing than the rumors make it out to be. The people inside can constantly grow stronger physically without doing any training. So, is it true that even world champion-level fighters are not a big deal in the upper zone?" Lei Bao asked when he heard Shi Feng's words. The fact that a place could automatically improve a person's physical fitness was simply unbelievable. This revelation thoroughly shattered his view of physical training. "That rumor is slightly exaggerated, but it's not far off from the truth either," Shi Feng replied, not trying to conceal the truth. "Even without physical training, the upper zone's residents can still achieve a physical fitness rivaling Henglian masters. With some systematic training, their physical fitness becomes even more astonishing." "It's actually such an amazing place?" Lei Bao was shocked. He had undergone plenty of intense training to achieve his current physical fitness, yet the upper zone's residents could easily accomplish a similar feat without any training. Who would possibly believe this? However, Lei Bao knew that Shi Feng wouldn't lie to him, so this inflicted an even greater shock. All of a sudden, Lei Bao felt as if he had lived his life for nothing. He felt as if all his previous efforts were nothing but a joke. "Master Lei Bao, no need to be discouraged." Looking at Lei Bao, who suddenly grew disheartened, Shi Feng said, "Zero Wing will also develop in the upper zone in the future. At that time, it won't be just Qing, Aqua, and myself who can enter this place. I will let many more people join us. Just like those international corporations, we will treat the upper zone as our headquarters." Although Shi Feng did not speak loudly, both Lei Bao and Liang Jing gasped involuntarily at his words. At the same time, a hint of anticipation and excitement flashed in their eyes. If anyone else had made this statement, they would have most likely treated it as a joke. However, Shi Feng was someone who constantly worked miracles, having single-handedly developed Zero Wing to its current scale. Moreover, he never did anything he was not confident of succeeding in. His declaration meant that he had some way to achieve this goal. Zero Wing will also develop in the upper zone in the future. Liang Jing couldn't help growing excited when she looked at the distant steel wall. If Zero Wing really accomplished this feat, it would truly become a powerful existence. At that time, even ordinary superpowers would be a joke to the guild. Lei Bao clenched his fists in excitement and anticipation. He felt that his decision to join Zero Wing was the wisest choice he had made in his life. These 3 bottles here are strengthening potions. Liang, Jing, take 2 back and give them to Fire and Violet, Shi Feng said as he took out 3 strengthening potions and handed 2 to Liang Jing. He then turned to Lei Bao and said, Master Lei Bao, you take 1 as well. I believe that you should be able to go a step further with this strengthening potion. Fire Dance and Violet Cloud normally trained their physical bodies very seriously. The 2 of them also possessed incredible talent in this regard. Unfortunately, due to insufficient resources, their improvements had been gradual. With the strengthening potion's assistance, their development would no longer be hindered. As for Lei Bao, he also possessed excellent talent. Unfortunately, as he had always been a lone wolf, he never managed to get his hands on any resources and could only rely on hard work. However, he had reached the point where he couldn't improve further through hard work alone. Although Shi Feng had previously given Lei Bao several bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids, which allowed him to improve his physical fitness significantly, it was evident that S-rank nutrient fluids alone couldn't fully bring out Lei Bao's potential. However, with the strengthening potion, Lei Bao might be able to go a step further and become a half-step Henglian Grand Master. Meanwhile, if Lei Bao succeeded, then Zero Wing would gain an additional layer of protection. Thank you, Guild Leader. I won't disappoint you. Lei Bao's eyes shone with gratitude as he looked at Shi Feng. He had heard of the strengthening potion before. This thing was basically treated as a divine item in the fighting industry. Just 1 bottle could allow a person's physical fitness to undergo a qualitative transformation. Unfortunately, the medicine was incredibly rare, much rarer than even the life potion. According to rumors, even Grandmaster martial artists had difficulty getting their hands on a bottle. In fact, some Grandmasters would even put their lives on the line just to get their hands on it. Yet Shi Feng not only took out 3 bottles, but even gave him 1. How could Lei Bao not grow excited in this situation? With this strengthening potion, he was confident that even if he couldn't become a Henglian Grand Master, he could at least reach a level where he could contend with neutralizing Grandmasters. By the way, Guild Leader, more and more NPCs are appearing in God's domain. As a result, some superpowers have designs on the Secret Covenant Tower. In fact, they've already clashed with us over a dozen times outside Sky Spring City. Currently, both sides have lost over 1,000 Tier 3 players, Liang Jing said suddenly. Fortunately, Vice Guild Leader Illusory Words and Vice Guild Leader Unyielding Heart returned in time to preside over the situation. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, the 2 of them believe that if this situation continues, their 2 guilds are unlikely to hold back the various superpowers for very long. Moreover, some small guilds have already begun disbanding due to the NPC population pressure. Many new NPC forces have also emerged in the various NPC cities, and these NPC forces are constantly harassing the local guilds and pose a headache even for the various superpowers. The various superpowers are all trying to enter the Secret Covenant Tower, which doesn't have NPC intervention. Moreover, I'm afraid that they will only grow more desperate as the NPC forces scale up their harassment. Shi Feng frowned upon hearing Liang Jing's report on God's domains and the Secret Covenant Tower's present situation. He hadn't anticipated that the NPC forces would actually begin taking action so soon. Moreover, with the NPC forces now taking action, the main continent of God's domain would enter an era where hundreds of countries fought for hegemony. To survive the upcoming chaos, the various superpowers would probably do everything they could to secure the sacred leveling ground known as the Secret Covenant Tower. I understand. After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng looked at Liang Jing and instructed, "For now, have everyone in the guild avoid going out to do quests if possible. Instead, have them focus on grinding in the Secret Covenant Tower and restrict their sphere of activity to Sky Spring City and our 3 guild cities. Also have Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul hasten their exploration. It doesn't matter even if it increases the chances of the secret getting out. Our side will do the same as well." Originally, he thought that it would take the NPC forces another 2 weeks to take action. However, contrary to his expectations, the NPC forces had evidently completed their investigations already and made a move. Once begun, the NPC forces' harassment would only escalate as time passed. It wouldn't be long before members of player forces would get attacked if they left the confines of towns and cities. Given enough time, NPC forces would even start launching attacks on guild towns and cities, forcing the various guilds to abandon their guild towns and cities. This, in turn, would cripple the guild's income and force them to disband. Okay, I'll contact them once I return. Liang Jing nodded. Shi Feng gave Liang Jing a few more instructions, such as secretly collecting the basic materials needed to construct the small mobile fortress, then brought Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose into the upper zone. As for Liang Jing and Lei Bao, after looking at the three of them enviously for a moment, they promptly left in the levitating car. In the upper zone, Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose's condition immediately saw slight improvements. Now they no longer looked as cold and indifferent as before. The degree of mental deterioration they suffered also declined significantly. After they consumed the luxury set meals, which Shi Feng bought for 300 trade points each, their mental states even showed signs of stabilizing. They also no longer appeared indifferent to everything around them. At the very least, they display some interest in the upper zone's matters. Occasionally, they even took the initiative to say a few words. Seeing the two's condition stabilizing, Shi Feng breathed out a sigh of relief. The environment here should sustain the two of them for a long time. The next step is to figure out a way to consolidate my standing within the top 20. After seeing Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose enter their respective fearless cabins, Shi Feng started planning how to earn 7 Luminaries crystals in God's domain. Although he was currently ranked 10th in the contribution competition, the other participants had yet to take things seriously. Meanwhile, the competition's top 20 participants being able to exchange for 3 items from the middle layer presented a huge opportunity for the various corporations. They would definitely do everything they could to enter the top 20. If he wished to secure his position within the top 20, he would need 200,000 contribution points at the very least, and possibly more if the competition was intense. After all, the various corporations had been operating in the upper zone for a long time now. The wealth they had accumulated wasn't something he could hope to rival. In other words, he was still short of 15,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystals right now. This was an astronomical number, even for the 5 great super guilds. Afterward, Shi Feng drank a strengthening potion and life potion before lying down in the fearless cabin in his bedroom. Log in. Chapter 20784, Tier 4, Upper Rank. Chapter 20784, Tier 4, Upper Rank. Antimagic Mountain Range, Deep Valley. At the Antimagic Mountain Range's core area, the mana was scorching hot. Individuals without 300 points in fire resistance would instantly die upon entering Deep Valley. In addition, plenty of level 140 Great Lord-ranked monsters occupied this place. Due to the environment, native Lord-ranked monsters could exert power on the level of Great Lords, while Great Lord-ranked monsters could exhibit combat power at the standard of Grand Lords. Let alone players, even Tier 4 NPCs of the same level wouldn't dare come here. However, a black shadow was currently flying through the flame-filled magma valley with over 100 Great Lord-ranked magma colossi on its tail. All of these magma colossi were over 10 meters tall. When over a century of them ran together, their footsteps shook the valley. The commotion continuously attracted Lord-ranked monsters to join in the chase. Magma Colossus, Elemental Creature, Great Lord, Level 140. HP 1,950,000. It seems this is the most I can attract in this area. After a glance at the Magma Colossi and Magma Golems chasing after him, Shi Feng began chanting an incantation in midair. He had spent over a dozen minutes luring Magma Colossi. Despite his efforts, the group grew to just a little more than 100. Even the number of Lord-ranked Magma Golems only hovered around 3,000. When he tried luring more, some of the ones chasing after him would lose interest and return to their original locations. It was evident that the main god system did not want to allow Tier 4 players to slaughter these low-intellect elemental creatures freely. Hence, the system had granted them the instinct to remain in their respective territories. Meanwhile, as the magma colossi were about to get close enough to attack Shi Feng, he completed the incantation for Flame Domain and released it. Originally, Flame Domain was only an AoE offensive spell. Its range and power weren't comparable to large-scale destruction spells. Even so, it still possessed incredible power. However, Shi Feng's mana domain, mana quality, and the environment here had buffed Flame Domain to the point where it rivaled Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells. Even though the magma colossi and magma golems possessed high elemental resistance as elemental creatures, in front of absolute power, their HPs still fell rapidly. The monsters lost over 16 million HP every second. Moreover, the damage even increased by 20% every second by the time Flame Domain's 7-second duration ended. The magma golems were already in tatters. They had clearly fallen into a heavily injured state. The magma colossi, though, fared much better, as they had lost only around 100 million HP and nothing else. If only I had a great wizard here. Just one Tier 4 curse would be enough to deal with the Lord-ranked rabble. Afterward, all I would have to do is focus on dealing with the great lords. Shi Feng felt a little frustrated as he looked at the heavily injured magma golems. He had been grinding for 6 consecutive days now, and he had basically wiped out the monsters in the anti-magic mountain range's outer and inner areas. Now he was left with only the monsters in the core area to grind for EXP. However, the majority of the monsters here were only at the Lord rank, and they awarded him with barely any EXP when killed. Moreover, they took the most time to kill due to their numbers. Fortunately, he had quite a few AoE skills at his disposal. The 7 Luminaries Ring's Flame Domain was especially helpful. Without these skills, he would have collapsed from exhaustion, just dealing with the Lord-ranked magma golems. The next moment after casting Flame Domain, Shi Feng followed up with Lightning Edge. This Lightning Edge was completely different from the Lightning Edge he had used in the past. When he executed the skill now, it looked as if he had summoned a raging river in the sky, one that covered 200 yards. When the raging river flowed across the crowd of monsters, the weakened magma golems were instantly killed. The power of the skill was not the slightest bit weaker than that of Tier 4 skills. Lightning Edge was capable of exhibiting such power now because Shi Feng had already upgraded it to the limits of Tier 3. The skill's current power was worlds apart from when it was still at Tier 1 and Tier 2. Of course, the amount of EXP Shi Feng had to invest in the skill was astronomical. This was also why, despite having grinded for 6 consecutive days, Shi Feng had only reached 53% of level 138. Otherwise, he would have long since shot past level 140. However, Shi Feng didn't really care about losing so many levels. After reaching Tier 4, levels were no longer that important to players. For Tier 4 players, reaching level 150 or even level 200 was a simple task. After all, they could earn EXP many times faster than Tier 3 players. In front of a Tier 4 player, great Lord-ranked monsters that Tier 3 players had difficulty dealing with were no different from common monsters. They merely had more HP and took more time to kill. Despite this being the case during Shi Feng's previous life, one would often see Tier 4 players stuck at around level 130, even though Tier 3 players had reached level 145 already. The reason for this was simple. After reaching Tier 4, players would no longer gain significant improvements by relying on epic weapons and equipment. Only fragmented legendary weapons and equipment could help. Meanwhile, apart from obtaining fragmented legendary items, one other way Tier 4 players could improve their combat power by a large margin was through Tier 4 skills and spells. Hence, after reaching Tier 4, anyone with brains would search for Tier 4 skill and spell books. This was especially true for Tier 4 magical classes. A Tier 4 spellbook was more valuable than several pieces of top-tier epic weapons and equipment. Of course, due to the rarity of Tier 4 skill and spellbooks, not all Tier 4 players would be lucky enough to invest their EXP into nurturing their skills to Tier 4. Instead, most Tier 4 players would have to spend legacy skill points to learn Tier 4 legacy skills. Such players would be fortunate to have 3 or 4 Tier 4 skills in their arsenal. This was also why most independent players who reached Tier 4 would possess high levels, while the various large guilds' Tier 4 experts would have low levels. After all, the search for Tier 4 skill books required a lot of manpower. They were not items that could be found easily by relying on one person's strength. Lightning Edge was a Tier 4 skill Shi Feng had obtained from the Titan Library previously. When he was still at Tier 3, he couldn't gain EXP rapidly. Hence, he had always left the skill at Tier 2. Now that he had reached Tier 4, he naturally couldn't continue wasting the skill's potential. After all, the Titan Library was a place players could enter only 3 times in their entire lifetimes. In other words, players could obtain 3 skill books at most from there. Most of the players that had visited the Titan Library had left with Tier 4 skill books, because the Tier 5 and Tier 6 skill books were not things ordinary people could obtain. Even now, Shi Feng was not confident he could get his hands on a Tier 5 skill book. After all, the higher a player's tier was, the more challenging the trial they would face inside the Titan Library. Back then, he had managed to reach the library's central area because he was only at Tier 2. If he had visited the Titan Library when he was at Tier 3, he might not have reached the central area. Needless to say, now that he was at Tier 4, his chances of success were even lower. Hence, unless he spent his legacy skill points, he wouldn't be able to learn new Tier 4 skills for the foreseeable future. This fact remained true even though he was currently in the ancient god's domain. Even during the ancient era, Tier 4 skill books were not common goods. Following this, Shi Feng spent around 20 minutes finishing off the remaining magma colossi. After he defeated all of the monsters chasing him, his experience bar had gone up from 53% to 66%. Unfortunately, while these monsters awarded a lot of EXP, it would be some time before they would respawn. Apart from the generous EXP, the core area's monsters also awarded much more lucrative loot. Just killing this group of monsters netted Shi Feng over 500 fire-attributed magic crystals, 4,000 ordinary magic crystals, and plenty of epic materials. As for the rest of the items the monsters dropped, Shi Feng simply chucked them into his bag without checking. After all, it would take him a lot of time to inspect and organize all of the loot, to earn as much EXP as possible. He decided to ignore the items for now and have other people help him inspect the loot after he returned. He had to admit that the benefits of reaching Tier 4 and grinding in high-level maps ahead of others were truly wonderful, especially in the ancient god's domain. Not only did he not have to worry about competition, but he could also earn resources by the truckload. Since he started grinding in the Antimagic mountain range until now, he had collected over 350,000 standard magic crystals and 43,000 fire-attributed magic crystals. Subsequently, Shi Feng continued clearing out close to half of the magma colossi in the core area. His level had finally reached level 139 as a result. This was a level that even the ancient era's Tier 3 experts wouldn't dream of reaching at this point. With this much EXP, I should be able to upgrade Lightning Edge to Tier 4. After looking at Lightning Edge's skill window, Shi Feng promptly chose to upgrade it to Tier 4. Shi Feng's level dropped from 139 to 136. The skill had instantly devoured 3 levels worth of EXP. What a gluttonous fellow. Thank goodness I leveled up to 139 beforehand. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be at the average level of Tier 4 players right now. Shi Feng smiled bitterly as he looked at his own level. If he hadn't leveled up to level 139, Lightning Edge's upgrade would have taken at least 4 levels worth of EXP, dropping him to level 135 or lower. However, the benefits he gained were correspondingly massive. With Lightning Edge at Tier 4, the skill would finally blossom and reveal its true power. Lightning Edge, Action Type. Tier 4 upper rank, when skill completion rate reaches 120%, the skill can exhibit power at the Tier 4 peak rank. Channeling time, 0.2 second, deals 1,200% physical and 1,500% lightning damage in a cone in front of the user. Initial coverage range is 500 yards. Duration, 7 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Amazing. As expected of a Tier 4 skill from the Titan Library, Shi Feng was astonished when he read Lightning Edge's detailed introduction. It can already exhibit power at the Tier 4 upper rank standard, even in its normal state. If I can execute it at 120% completion rate combined with the skill's range, it is practically comparable to a Tier 4 taboo skill. As a swordsman, most of his skills were single-targeted, a huge limitation when fighting large numbers of monsters. However, Lightning Edge could now make up for this weakness. The only downside was the skill's relatively long cooldown. Even so, it would be more than enough to inflict heavy injuries on monsters and mythic bosses. Just as Shi Feng was planning to continue grinding for levels, he suddenly received a message alert. The sender of the message was Solitary 9, and the message's content was simple. Everyone has left their respective legacy lands already. That's quick of them. Shi Feng smiled when he saw Solitary 9's message. Now that I've resolved the problem of my deficient skills and level, it's time to head back. He activated the 7 Luminaries Ring's space movement, teleporting toward Meteorite City. As return scrolls did not exist in the ancient god's domain, players had to rely on their own 2 feet to travel to NPC towns and cities, which was a great inconvenience. If not for him having reached Tier 4, which granted him the ability to fly freely, and the omnipotent 7 Luminaries Ring, returning to Meteorite City would take ages. However, perhaps that was why the Ancient Era's players did not surpass the Modern Era's players by too much in terms of levels, despite the Ancient Era's advantages over the Modern Era. 20 minutes later, Shi Feng arrived before Meteorite City's entrance. Just like before. He could still see a ton of people coming and going. Chapter 2785, Differences Gradually Emerge. Chapter 2785, Differences gradually emerge. Meteorite City, Main Street. As Shi Feng walked through the city's main street, he noticed a visible change in the city's players. The number of Tier 3 experts roaming the main street was around 10% more than before. While this increase didn't seem significant, if one street saw a 10% increase to its Tier 3 traffic, then the other streets should have experienced a similar increase as well. In other words, Meteorite City as a whole had gained a 10% increase to its Tier 3 player population. In the case of Meteorite City, such an increase meant that the city had gained over 100,000 more Tier 3 experts, a number that probably exceeded even the total of the 5 great super guilds' Tier 3 experts. Aside from the Tier 3 player population, another evident change had also occurred to the city's atmosphere. To be precise, an atmosphere of tension and excitement now enveloped the city. Before Shi Feng could start looking into the city's situation, though, he overheard a conversation between several Tier 3 experts in a nearby open-air bar. Crap. My application actually got rejected. I'm a level 131 Tier 3 Ranger, for God's sake. Any other adventurer team or guild would be more than happy to welcome me with open arms. Skyflare is simply too arrogant. A tanned, robust youth snarled. A level 132 middle-aged man carrying a round shield shook his head and chuckled at the male youth's complaint. You're not the only one. The number of Tier 3 experts Skyflare is rejecting currently ranges between 700 to 1,000 daily. Less than 10% of those who apply at Skyflare actually get in. Moreover, Skyflare's recruitment criteria are growing stricter by the day. That's right. The present Skyflare is no longer the same as before. It already has 4 Tier 4 experts. Moreover, according to insider information, 2 of them managed to reach Tier 4 thanks to the Crystal of Souls and Soul Water. From what I heard, Skyflare still has plenty of Crystals of Souls and Soul Water, a level 131, Tier 3 assassin youth said, agreeing with the middle-aged man's words. I heard that one of those 2 newly promoted Tier 4 experts relied on only the Soul Water to get promoted. The middle-aged man added. The Crystal of Souls is incomparably rare, but it's a different story for the Soul Water. Even Skyflare's normal members have a chance to get a drop of Soul Water. Right now, if you lined up the people trying to join Skyflare, the line would probably extend from one end of the city to the other. I also heard that news of this has reached the neighboring city's Tier 3 experts, and many of them are already making their way to Meteorite City. Once they arrive, the number of Skyflare's applicants will definitely skyrocket. If I'd known something like this would happen, I would have joined Skyflare long ago. Even if I can't get my hands on a crystal of souls, I would still be able to get a drop of soul water and maybe get promoted to Tier 4 and live a good life in the civilian area. The assassin youth sighed. The Skyflare Adventurer team had recently raised its recruitment standards. Now, even ordinary Tier 3 experts wouldn't be accepted. At the very least, one needed to be at the half-step refinement realm standard or truth realm standard to join. It seems Skyflare has recently developed quite a bit. When Shi Feng overheard the Tier 3 players' conversation, he didn't feel particularly surprised. After all, the Skyflare Adventurer team possessed a bunch of peak experts. In addition, unlike the modern era's experts, the ancient era's experts had long since regarded God's domain as their everything. The combat standards of the players here were far superior to those of the modern era's players. If not for the ancient God's domain lacking means of restoring one's concentration, there would have been many more Tier 4 players roaming the world. After all, the ancient era's players had a massive advantage when it came to getting promoted to Tier 4. Afterward, Shi Feng eavesdropped on a few more conversations about Skyflare's and Meteorite City's current state. From what he heard, he understood that Skyflare was preparing to expand its influence to other NPC main cities, and it was recruiting the necessary manpower to do so. Once it had enough Tier 3 experts, it would most likely make a beeline for the neighboring main cities. As for the local player forces of those main cities, they would probably have difficulty stopping Skyflare's encroachment. This was welcome news for Shi Feng. After all, the stronger Skyflare became, the easier obtaining all sorts of resources would be. After listening in on a few more conversations and finding no more useful information, Shi Feng went to the Silver Hotel, high-end room. When Shi Feng entered the room, he found Lifeless Thorn and the others waiting for him. Of the 5 people in the room, 3 looked elated, while 2 looked crestfallen. Shi Feng also noticed that the auras of the 3 had undergone a qualitative transformation. These 3 people were Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Yu Luo. As the 3 of them did not wear a black cloak to conceal themselves, their Tier 4 life auras were on full display. "Commander, we've let you down," Yanya said in a depressed tone as she watched Shi Feng walk over. Cleansing Whistle, who stood beside Yanya, was also gloomy. It was evident she felt frustrated over her failure to get promoted to Tier 4. No need to be discouraged. Getting promoted to Tier 4 has never been easy. Even peak experts have a high chance of failure, let alone your present selves, Shi Feng said in consolation. Moreover, now that you know where you're lacking, you can spend this time thinking of ways to address your flaws. I believe it won't be long before you two reach Tier 4 as well. Shi Feng didn't feel particularly surprised by Yanya and Cleansing Whistle's failure. In fact, he wouldn't even have found it strange if Lifeless Thorn and Solitary 9 had failed. After all, the Tier 4 promotion quest truly was a difficult hurdle to cross, one players couldn't overcome just by relying on combat standards. It required players to comprehend Tier 4 skills and spells under time constraints. However, there was a massive difference between Tier 3 and Tier 4 skills. Learning a Tier 4 skill to 80% completion rate within a limited period was an incredibly difficult feat. In fact, a large part of the reason why Shi Feng had managed to complete his own promotion quest was his extensive experience, having undergone it several times before. In comparison, Yanya and Cleansing Whistle did not have such experience. Hence, their failure was very normal. According to past statistics, 99% of the various superpowers core members failed their Tier 4 promotion quest when they challenged it for the first time. Most never reached Tier 4. Those capable of reaching Tier 4 had normally experienced 2 or 3 failures before succeeding, with some even having suffered 5 or 6 failures. Hence, Tier 4 could be considered an invisible barrier that thoroughly distinguished players from each other. It was also because of this invisible barrier that an insurmountable gap had formed between the various superpowers and ordinary powers. Upon hearing Shi Feng's words, Yu Luo nodded subconsciously in agreement, as she had very nearly failed her promotion quest this time. Were it not for the Soul Water's help, she definitely wouldn't have finished learning her Tier 4 spell within the allotted time. "Guild leader, can Whistle and I remain here, then?" Yanya asked Shi Feng. "Unlike the modern God's domain." Players here were not required to search for their legacy land when challenging their Tier 4 promotion quest. They could attempt their promotion so long as they paid the necessary magic crystals. The only problem was that players who failed their promotion quest had to wait 20 natural days before they could challenge it again. This Shi Feng was at a loss as to how to answer Yan Ya. I can't say for certain. I don't mind letting you challenge your promotion quests again 20 days later. However, I honestly don't know whether you can remain here for such a long period. The old man did not say how long they could stay in the ancient god's domain. They also didn't know what would hasten their departure from the ancient era. Of course, they weren't completely without options for leaving. Previously, the old man had said that if they drew the attention of the world of God's domain, they would be repatriated to the modern era. In other words, so long as they did something to make the world notice them, they would quickly be banished. One possibility Shi Feng could think of was raiding the Tier 4 infant dragon themselves without Angelica Teresa's help. Angelica Teresa was a historical figure in the modern god's domain. If the miracle of her slaying a Tier 4 infant dragon disappeared, the world of God's domain would most likely notice them. If even that didn't work, they could just cause a ruckus in the ancient era, such as killing important NPCs and affecting God's domain's history. The world would definitely notice them then. However, Shi Feng didn't know when they could return to the ancient era again in that case. He also didn't know what kind of effects their actions would have on the world. Is that so? Yan Ya and Cleansing Whistle couldn't help feeling helpless when they heard Shi Feng's answer. If they returned to the modern god's domain, reaching Tier 4 would become many times more difficult. After all, the task of searching for their Tier 4 legacy land was incredibly challenging afterward. Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Yu Luo shared their experiences learning their respective Tier 4 skills and spells with Yan Ya and Cleansing Whistle. At the same time, the three of them also sought guidance from Shi Feng regarding the combat methods of Tier 4 players. They were especially keen to learn how to utilize environmental mana in combat. After reaching Tier 4, they finally understood just how massive the gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4 classes was. Particularly, the way they controlled mana was completely different. As the first among them to reach Tier 4, Shi Feng naturally had a better understanding in this regard. After Shi Feng taught Lifeless Thorn's group for half an hour, Skyflare's commander, Lionheart, suddenly contacted him. In the ancient god's domain, if two players were too far away from each other, video calls between them would be impossible. At most, they could only exchange messages. The transmission of messages wasn't instantaneous either, depending on the distance. The transmission times would also vary. In the aspect of communication, the ancient god's domain was far inferior to the modern god's domain. However, it was this inferiority that made the ancient era feel more like a real world. "Brother Black Flame, you're finally back," Lionheart said, a hearty look appearing on his face when he saw Shi Feng. "May I know when we can meet up?" "We can meet up now. I've already dealt with the matters on my side," Shi Feng replied, smiling. "It just so happens that I need to discuss the previous matter with you." From Lionheart's expression, Shi Feng could tell that the crystals of souls and soul water were of significant help to the Skyflare adventurer team. Otherwise, Lionheart wouldn't have contacted him as soon as he returned. "Okay. Let's meet in the Skyflare Hotel. I've already prepared everything on my side," Lionheart said, smiling. "I also have a big surprise prepared for you, Brother Black Flame." "No problem. I'll head over now." Shi Feng nodded. He then disconnected the call and turned to Lifeless Thorn and the others. "The three of you should get ready. We'll be heading to the Skyflare Hotel in a moment, and we might begin the operation right away." In response, Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Yu Luo nodded without hesitation. They understood that they were what Shi Feng had been waiting for all this time. Now that they had completed their promotion quests, it was indeed time to take action. As for Yan Ya and Cleansing Whistle, Shi Feng decided to let the two of them remain in Meteorite City in the hopes that they could avoid the world's detection and challenge their Tier 4 promotion quests again 20 days later. Shortly afterward, Shi Feng's four left the Silver Hotel and made their way to the Skyflare Hotel, Chapter 2786, Foundation versus Foundation. Chapter 2086, Foundation versus Foundation. Meteorite City, Skyflare Hotel. Due to the arrival of Shi Feng's group of 4, Skyflare's executives had decided to assemble in full. As a result, the conference room serving as the meeting venue seemed a bit crowded, despite being the size of a basketball court. Over 100 Skyflare executives filled the conference room, every one of them at level 133 or above. Even the weakest among those present were at the Refinement Realm and Truth Realm standards. The number of peak experts exceeded 20. If Skyflare operated in the modern god's domain with such a force, it would be considered a top adventurer team that even the various superpowers would be wary of. After all, only the superpowers could match such a force. First-rate guilds wouldn't even dream of accomplishing a similar feat. In addition, among Skyflare's executives, 5 possessed incredibly strong life auras, proof that they had crossed the Tier 4 threshold already. Compared to the rumors floating around the city, Skyflare actually had one more Tier 4 player under its command. Of the 3 newly promoted Tier 4 players, one of them was the female assassin Crimson Billow. The remaining 2 were both vice commanders of Skyflare. One of them was Bloodblade, a level 135 male berserker, while the other was Fated Fern, a level 135 female oracle. "What do you think, Brother Black Flame?" Lionheart asked when he saw Shi Feng enter the room. Pointing at the gathered Skyflare members, he chuckled and said, "These are the elites of Skyflare. Are they to your satisfaction?" "They are indeed excellent." Shi Feng nodded in agreement as he scanned the crowd before him. Smiling, he asked, "Is this the surprise you told me about, Commander Lionheart?" Setting aside the 5 Tier 4 experts, just the 100-plus Tier 3 experts present already represented astonishing combat power. Many of these Tier 3 experts sported epic items, with some even boasting fragmented legendary items. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the total number of fragmented legendary items that Skyflare had exceeded that of any individual superpower operating in the modern era. With such a well-equipped team at his command, Lionheart indeed had the qualifications to be proud. "Of course not." Lionheart smiled, shaking his head. He then took out an ancient crystal from his bag and asked, "What do you think this is?" After a casual glance at the crystal, Shi Feng immediately revealed a look of surprise on his face. A Tier 5 sealing crystal. Shi Feng couldn't help doubting his eyes as he took in the dark gray crystal in Lionheart's hand. Tier 5 magic scrolls were incredibly rare in God's domain because Tier 5 skills and spells possessed astonishing power. The requirement for sealing them in a magic scroll was incredibly high. Moreover, even if one successfully stored a Tier 5 skill, one would be fortunate if the resulting magic scroll could exhibit half of the skill's original power. A sealing crystal, on the other hand, could perfectly seal skills and spells at the Tier 4 standard or above. Moreover, although sealing crystals were one-time use items, they did not impose any usage requirements. Players could freely use the stored skill or spell at 100% potential. Meanwhile, the darker the color of a sealing crystal, the stronger the skill or spell stored inside. Since Lionheart's sealing crystal was dark gray, the sealed skill or spell was at the Tier 5 standard at the very minimum. "That's right. This is indeed a Tier 5 sealing crystal," Lionheart said with a faint smile. "We got lucky and came across a visiting high noble from another city. After helping him complete an incredibly difficult quest, we were able to purchase this Tier 5 sealing crystal from him. I believe that with this Tier 5 sealing crystal, our operation will proceed much more smoothly." "Indeed. If the skill or spell sealed inside is sufficiently powerful, it might be enough to land a heavy blow on the infant dragon," Shi Feng said, nodding. While it was true that an unrestrained Tier 4 infant dragon was on par with Tier 5 monsters, that was true only for the average Tier 5 monster. A Tier 4 infant dragon still couldn't stop Tier 5 skills and spells that were above average in power. Hence, this Tier 5 sealing crystal could indeed serve as a trump card in the upcoming raid. Skyflare will assist you with everything it has this time, Brother Black Flame. I have gathered all of Skyflare's top experts. We have a total of 124 people, 5 of whom are at Tier 4. We have also finished distributing the teams. For the following operation, we will all listen to your command, Brother Black Flame, Lionheart said proudly. If you have anyone you wish to include in the team, you can freely make adjustments to the team as well. I really have to thank you for this, Commander Lionheart, Shi Feng said gratefully. While he was somewhat confident of dealing with the Tier 4 infant dragon, he had never actually killed an unrestrained Tier 4 infant dragon. Hence, it wouldn't be strange if their team suffered annihilation. For the Skyflare Adventurer team to give him its full support for such a risky operation required a lot of courage and determination. Nonsense. We are only helping each other, Brother Black Flame. If this operation succeeds, Skyflare will also greatly benefit from it. So how can we not give it our all? Lionheart said. If there are no problems on your side, we can take action at any time. Lionheart understood that their operation this time carried great risks. However, he had decided to go through with it, not because he was betting on the low odds of success, but to tie Shi Feng to his boat. Both the Crystal of Souls and Soul Water were of considerable help to players in completing their Tier 4 promotion quest. One example of this was Crimson Billow, who had failed her promotion quest before. After using a Crystal of Souls, she had completed her promotion quest on the second attempt. In fact, even Bloodblade and Fated Fern had mentioned that without the help of the Crystal of Souls and Soul Water, they would have most likely failed their promotions. Lionheart began placing even greater importance on the Crystal of Souls and Soul Water. Meanwhile, if he wished to secure a stable supply of these two items, he had to befriend Shi Feng. As for the infant dragon raid itself, Lionheart didn't really care whether it succeeded or failed. So long as he could tie Shi Feng to his side, he would make a profit. There's no problem on my side. However, we'll need to reorganize the composition of your team, as I'm going to add 3 people, Shi Feng said. 3 people? Lionheart looked reflexively at the 3 people standing behind Shi Feng. At this time, the 3 people behind Shi Feng had concealed their auras and information using black cloaks. However, based on the appearances they revealed, Lionheart recognized one of them as Yu Luo, whom he had met at the auction house previously. As for the 2 other people, they should be part of the group that entered Meteorite City with Shi Feng. What surprised Lionheart was that Shi Feng was actually bringing only 3 people for the operation. After all, they were going to raid an infant dragon, a creature known to be invincible against opponents of the same tier, let alone a team of 100+ Tier 3 experts. Even an army of 10,000 Tier 3 experts might not be enough to defeat the infant dragon. Yet Shi Feng was planning to bring only 3 people to the raid. This is my first time visiting Meteorite City, Shi Feng said, nodding. Sorry for the poor display, Commander Lionheart. Nonsense. Since you wish to adjust the team, we naturally don't have a problem with it, Brother Black Flame, Lionheart said, shaking his head. He then invited Shi Feng to the team and passed the team leader's authority to Shi Feng. Afterward, Shi Feng inspected the team's statistics and assigned Skyflare's 5 Tier 5 players to one squadron. As for the Tier 3 players, he divided them across 6 squadrons, with one squadron having 12 healers and the other 5 having none. Upon seeing Shi Feng's team distribution, Skyflare's members were inevitably confused. If their squadrons did not possess a single healer, what would they do when they got damaged? While healers could heal players belonging to different squadrons, placing all of the team's healers in a separate squadron would definitely lower their healing efficiency. Due to positioning issues, the healers wouldn't be able to react immediately if players from other squadrons received damage. However, what Skyflare's members didn't know was that Shi Feng had never thought about the team's Tier 3 players taking damage and losing HP. After all, if a Tier 3 player got hit by a Tier 4 infant dragon, even if it were just a scratch, the player would die without question. There was no need for a healer at all. Everyone in the healer squadron must prepare at least 20 Master Mana Recovery Potions and 20 Master Steel Potions. If you don't have enough, you can go buy them now. I'll pay for them, Shi Feng said as he looked at the 12 Tier 3 healers. At Shi Feng's words, everyone present gasped. Master Mana Recovery Potion could not only instantly restore a player's mana to full, but also increase a player's mana recovery speed by 150% for 3 minutes. With 20 Master Mana Recovery Potions, a healer could last through a battle involving hundreds of thousands of players. A Master Steel Potion was even more extraordinary. At this stage of the game, it was considered a divine life-saving potion. When players consumed the potion, not only would their defense increase by 300%, but their maximum HP would also increase by 1,000%. Although the potion only had a 15-second duration, its cooldown was only 60 seconds. If every healer carried 20 Master Steel potions with them, they would practically be immortal healers, so long as their potion stock lasted. Oh, I almost forgot. Every healer must also carry at least 5 magic scrolls holding Tier 3 defensive curses. It would be even better if you have a Tier 4 defensive magic scroll, Shi Feng added. This Lionheart felt a little awkward when he heard Shi Feng's words. Brother Black Flame, I don't think there are even 20 or 30 magic scrolls holding Tier 3 defensive curses. I'm afraid it'll be impossible to supply every healer with 5. Is that so? After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng said, if that's the case, have everyone bring at least 1. Afterward, Shi Feng spent the next half an hour reorganizing and re-outfitting the team until he was satisfied. This should be enough. Looking at the items the team members carried, Shi Feng nodded and said, next, we can start making our way over to the dragon. Okay. Lionheart revealed a bright smile when he heard Shi Feng's words. He then turned to Wind Chaser and said, Chaser, go make the necessary preparations quickly. Understood. Wind Chaser nodded, aware of Lionheart's intentions. Their purpose in assisting Shi Feng this time wasn't to raid the Tier 4 infant dragon, but to rope him to their side as well as show him the power of the Skyflare adventurer team. Preparations? Aren't we setting off right away? Shi Feng asked strangely. Brother Black Flame, you might not be aware of this, but that infant dragon's location is far from Meteorite City. Even if we travel on mounts, it'll take us around 3 days to arrive, Lionheart said. Hence, for the sake of this operation, I contacted the city's high nobles a few days ago to borrow some flying mounts from them. You'll rent flying mounts? Shi Feng was a little surprised. He never thought that Lionheart would help him to such an extent. Crow's, the Ghostfire Hills, where the infant dragon had its lair, was indeed distant. Even the shortest route there would require them to cross nearly 30 leveling maps, including some level 140 to level 150 maps along the way. Hence, reaching the infant dragon wouldn't be an easy task. In addition, flying mounts were exceedingly rare in the ancient god's domain for some reason. They were so rare that no player in Meteorite City had gotten their hands on a flying mount even now. Players who wished to travel across long distances quickly would have to rent flying mounts from the city's high nobles. However, to do so, one would first have to raise their favorability with a high noble to the level of respect. Meanwhile, in Meteorite City, the players eligible to rent a flying mount numbered no more than 10. Moreover, the rental cost was a whopping 5,000 magic crystals per day. Most importantly, players could rent flying mounts only 10 times per month at most. The city's player forces would normally choose to rent flying mounts only for urgent matters. With so many people participating in the operation this time, Skyflare would have to rent at least 7 flying mounts. In other words, Skyflare would use up 7 of its monthly rental opportunities. That's right. With the flying mounts, we'll need only half a day to reach the Ghostfire Hills, Lionheart said delightedly. In the entire Meteorite City, he was most likely the only person who would dare make such a generous move. However, Shi Feng shook his head in response and said calmly, "There's no need to rent flying mounts from those high nobles. You'll be wasting your rental opportunities. We can just fly there right away." "Fly there right away?" Lionheart parroted Shi Feng's words in confusion. "Mm-hmm." Shi Feng nodded, smiling. He said, "I have a flying tool, so we can fly there right away. There's no need for you to trouble yourself." After saying so, Shi Feng led Lionheart and the others to the Skyflare Hotel's rooftop. Skyflare's bewildered members followed after Shi Feng, trying to figure out what kind of means Shi Feng had that could fly their whole team to the Ghostfire Hills. After all, their team had over 120 people. It would take 7 flying mounts just to transport their whole team simultaneously. However, As Skyflare's executives were whispering among themselves, Shi Feng opened the lid of a pouch hanging at his waist. The next moment, a metallic behemoth over 100 meters in length emerged from the pouch, thoroughly blocking out the sky above everyone. Chapter 2787, Unfathomable Black Flame. Chapter 2787, Unfathomable Black Flame. A flying ship? How is this possible? Skyflare's members gaped in shock as they looked at the Crimson Dragon flying ship in the sky, unable to get their minds around this scenario. This must be an illusion, Bloodblade declared, his eyes filled with disbelief. This must be fake. How can a flying ship appear in the hands of a player? In an era where players didn't possess even flying mounts, a flying ship was basically an item of legends. In fact, he had only ever seen flying ships mentioned in books before. Not a single flying ship had ever appeared, even in a trade city like Meteorite City, according to rumors. Only the Holy City's patrol guards had flying ships, which they would use when they patrolled the human territories of God's domain. Flying ships simply weren't objects players could get their hands on. At this moment, let alone Bloodblade, even Lionheart was stunned when he saw the Crimson Dragon flying ship. As for Crimson Billow and Windchaser, after briefly falling into shock, they turned reflexively to look at Shi Feng. Who is this black flame? This question continuously resounded in their minds. They had conducted plenty of investigations into Shi Feng and his entourage, after all. They were planning a long-term partnership with him, so they had to gain some understanding of him. Only the more they looked into Shi Feng, the more they found him unfathomable. They simply couldn't see through his depths. Initially, they merely assumed Shi Feng was a Tier 4 expert from another NPC city. However, after they saw the effects of the Crystal of Souls and Soul Water he took out, they knew that they were definitely mistaken. After all, none of the neighboring NPC cities offered such items. From then onward, they felt that Shi Feng was someone extraordinary, potentially the executive of a major power from a distant NPC city. Otherwise, he couldn't have casually taken out such precious items. Not to mention, he also possessed incredible strength as an individual. This was one of the reasons their commander Lionheart wished to display Skyflare's strength to Shi Feng and rope him to their side. After all, partnering with a major power of such caliber would be of great benefit to the Skyflare adventurer team. Now, Shi Feng even brought out a legendary item like the flying ship. They simply couldn't figure out his identity. At this point, the Skyflare adventurer team practically had exclusive ownership of Meteorite City already. Although Skyflare still wasn't comparable to large guilds that occupied several cities, it could already be considered an overlord in God's domain. Even if Skyflare was still inferior to the various top guilds, the distance between them definitely wasn't that massive. When Yuluo saw the reactions of Skyflare's members, she wasn't particularly surprised. After all, back when Shi Feng first revealed the Crimson Dragon flying ship in the modern God's domain, he had similarly shocked the entire world. "All right, let's head up," Shi Feng said before nonchalantly jumping onto the flying ship. The Crimson Dragon flying ship was an advanced flying ship capable of carrying up to 130 people, just enough to accommodate everyone present. At Shi Feng's words, Skyflare's members promptly snapped out of their daze. They then silently boarded the Crimson Dragon flying ship while doing their best to suppress the excitement and shock in their hearts, afraid of appearing like provincials to Shi Feng's group. Despite their best efforts, their suppressed emotions instantly exploded as soon as they arrived on the flying ship's deck. After all, the feeling of overlooking Meteorite City while standing aboard the Crimson Dragon flying ship was simply wonderful. Just the fact that the Crimson Dragon flying ship was parked in the air above Meteorite City instantly made it the most eye-catching existence in the city. At this time, players and NPCs on the streets were gazing at the flying ship, their eyes wide with shock and envy. They also held heated discussions, curious about why a flying ship would appear above the Skyflare Hotel all of a sudden. The players in particular went into an uproar when they saw Skyflare's members aboard the flying ship. However, before Meteorite City's players could come to any conclusions, the Crimson Dragon flying ship began gradually ascending into the sky. Afterward, it transformed into a streak of light and vanished from Meteorite City, even faster than the flying mounts available for rent. How fast? At this speed, we can probably reach the Ghostfire Hills in around a dozen hours, Lionheart exclaimed. He was astonished to see Meteorite City rapidly shrinking behind him. He had ridden flying mounts before, however. Compared to the Crimson Dragon flying ship, those flying mounts were significantly slower. The Crimson Dragon flying ship is still all right in terms of speed, Shi Feng said calmly. However, while it is indeed slightly faster than common flying mounts, it is still much slower than Tier 3 advanced extraordinary flying mounts. In terms of destructive power, though, it is comparable to Tier 4 advanced extraordinary flying mounts. Although Shi Feng had spoken very calmly, Lionheart and the others paid close attention to his every word, afraid that they would miss out on even the tiniest bit of information. Brother Black Flame, you must have spent a lot of magic crystals to secure this Crimson Dragon flying ship, right? Lionheart asked after giving the matter some thought. The flying ship he was standing on was simply too cool. From Shi Feng's description of it, it was basically a tyrant of the skies. Anyone who said they weren't interested in the Crimson Dragon flying ship would be lying. Quite a lot. Even now, my guild has only managed to produce 9, Shi Feng said, nodding. Most of the materials the Crimson Dragon flying ship needed were relatively common. However, it was a different story for the Titan Silver and Magic Elven Stones required, especially the Magic Elven Stones. Despite having bought out all of the Magic Elven Stones on the market, Zero Wing had managed to construct only 9 Crimson Dragon flying ships until now. 9? Lionheart nearly failed to close his mouth. In his opinion, a guild would be plenty amazing to be able to procure even one of such sky tyrants. Yet Shi Feng's guild had 9. Are you interested in the Crimson Dragon flying ship, Commander Lionheart? Shi Feng couldn't help chuckling at Lionheart's astonished expression. I would be lying if I said I wasn't interested in such a treasure. While scanning the flying ship's deck, Lionheart said enviously, if Skyflare could have a flying ship like this, let alone occupying multiple NPC main cities, even going up against the top guilds wouldn't be a problem. The Crimson Dragon flying ship's combat power might not be a big deal for Skyflare now that the adventurer team had 5 Tier 4 players. But the flying ship's carrying capacity and speed were simply astonishing. With this flying ship, Skyflare's teams would no longer have a problem leveling up. They could travel to anywhere they wished. Skyflare could even use the flying ship to ferry resources between cities and earn a ton of magic crystals. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the existence of just one flying ship could allow Skyflare to undergo a qualitative transformation. Skyflare's executives nodded in agreement with Lionheart's words. It would be wonderful if their adventurer team could get their hands on a treasure like the Crimson Dragon flying ship. In fact, even if Skyflare gained an additional dozen or so Tier 4 players, the value these Tier 4 players could bring wouldn't even be close to what one flying ship could bring. A faint smile appeared on Shi Feng's face as he said, Commander Lionheart, since you are so interested in the Crimson Dragon flying ship, I can sell one to the Skyflare adventurer team. The instant Shi Feng finished speaking, every one of Skyflare's members turned to him involuntarily. Shi Feng's words were a siren song. They couldn't help getting ensnared. Lionheart's breathing also quickened at Shi Feng's words as he sought confirmation. Brother Black Flame, is what you said true? Of course, but it won't be cheap, Shi Feng said, nodding in reality. Part of the reason he had taken the Crimson Dragon flying ship out was to display it to Skyflare's members and lure the adventurer team into buying it. As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, Lionheart answered with no hesitation whatsoever. Brother Black Flame, please state your price. So long as you are willing to sell this Crimson Dragon flying ship, Skyflare will do everything it can to buy it. Chapter 270-88, Illusory Flames. Chapter 270-88, Illusory Flames. While Lionheart agreed enthusiastically to Shi Feng's offer, Yu Luo looked at Shi Feng in surprise. She never thought that Shi Feng would actually be willing to sell the Crimson Dragon flying ship. In the modern God's domain, Zero Wing was the sole guild to own flying ships. Many superpowers wished to purchase one from Zero Wing, yet Zero Wing had rejected all offers. Of course, everyone could also understand that decision. After all, Zero Wing could reap more advantages by monopolizing the flying ship than selling it. If news got out that Shi Feng was selling a Crimson Dragon flying ship to the Skyflare adventurer team, the various superpowers operating in the modern era would definitely die of envy. However, what Yulua wasn't aware of was that Shi Feng had decided to sell Skyflare a flying ship because matters of the ancient era wouldn't influence the modern era. It was challenging for players of the modern era to visit the ancient era, and even if they managed to travel to the ancient era by luck, they wouldn't be able to stay for long. The number of players that could travel to the ancient era wouldn't be significant either. Likewise, the ancient era's players would have a tough time visiting the modern era. It was unlikely for the two worlds to have any major interaction with each other at this point. To put it simply, even if he sold a Crimson Dragon flying ship to the Skyflare adventurer team, Skyflare wouldn't affect Zero Wing's advantages in the modern era. Hence, he could trade some precious items to Skyflare without worry. Moreover, if Skyflare grew stronger in the ancient era, the adventurer team would also have an easier time collecting the ancient era's various resources for him. After all, he had neither the time nor the strength to establish his own force in the ancient era. In that case, relying on the local powers to secure resources was the next best option. Most importantly, the fewer the people that knew of the secret between the two worlds, the better. Otherwise, be it in the ancient god's domain or modern god's domain, he shouldn't think of living a peaceful life. Commander Lionheart, if you wish to purchase the flying ship, it will cost you 10,000 Titan silver ingots, 1,000 magic elven stones, and 1,007 luminaries crystals. Shi Feng stated his price directly. For the time being, he could already secure more than enough magic crystals through exchanging the crystals of souls and soul water. Compared to magic crystals, he prioritized obtaining materials that were rare in the modern god's domain and 7 luminaries crystals. Rare. Moreover, trying to obtain these rare materials with the crystal of souls and soul water would be difficult since crystals of souls and soul water were non-essentials. After all, they merely increased players' chances of completing their Tier 4 promotion quest by a little more precisely. The crystal of souls and soul water merely helped players complete their Tier 4 promotion quests ahead of time. In the case of players who never had a chance to complete their Tier 4 promotion quest to begin with, the items would be useless. This point was something anyone who had used the two items would know. Hence, while the various powers could accept using magic crystals, which were abundant, to exchange for crystals of souls and soul water, they would think twice if the requested currency was a strategic or rare material. After all, collecting these materials wasn't an easy task, and they were necessary for many applications. These materials basically served as the foundation of the various powers. That much? Lionheart frowned automatically when he heard Shi Feng's price. Although he had known that the Crimson Dragon flying ship wouldn't be cheap, he never expected such a steep price. Titan, silver, and magic elven stone were precious resources essential to the construction of many buildings and the production of important items. As for the 7 luminaries crystal, it was something all players and powers coveted. The Skyflare adventurer team had gone to great lengths and sacrificed many experts to occupy a small area that generated 7 luminaries crystals. Moreover, Skyflare still had to station over 1,000 Tier 3 experts there to guard the area at all times. Meanwhile, the price of 1,007 luminaries crystals would basically zero out Skyflare's stockpile. Upon seeing Lionheart's reaction, Shi Feng said unhurriedly, "Of course, this is only the first option, Commander Lionheart. You can also consider going with the second option, which is to let me invest in Skyflare and give me 5% of Skyflare's income in the future." 5%? Lionheart pondered Shi Feng's offer carefully. Honestly speaking, 5% of the current Skyflare adventurer team's income wasn't a significant amount. However, the story would change when Skyflare grew stronger. In the long run, the income Skyflare lost would definitely far exceed the price of Shi Feng's first offer. "Commander, my suggestion is to go with the first option," Windchaser whispered as he looked at Lionheart, agonizing over Shi Feng's offer. Although we'll be broke for some time after buying the flying ship, Skyflare's value will far exceed those resources in the future. Now that Skyflare already had 5 Tier 4 players, its future was promising. Giving away part of its income for just one flying ship was unnecessary. The other Skyflare executives also looked toward Lionheart, their eyes clearly conveying agreement with Windchaser. Taking a deep breath, Lionheart looked at Shi Feng and said, "Brother Black Flame, I chose the first trading option. Once this operation is over, we can conduct the transaction in Meteorite City. However, the amount of materials you need is too significant. While we have enough 7 Luminaries crystals, I can't say the same for the Titan Silver and Magic Elven stones. I don't think we can meet your demands even if we take out Meteorite City's stockpile. We can, at most, fulfill 50% of your required amount. May I know if we can make up for the remaining amount using 100 top-tier epic weapons and equipment?" This, after giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng said, "That's fine as well, but I will accept only level 150 epic weapons and equipment. In Meteorite City, the total value of 5,000 Titan silver ingots and 500 magic elven stones was equivalent to 80 top-tier epic weapons and equipment at most. Moreover, acquiring so many top-tier epic weapons and equipment wouldn't necessarily be possible. After all, while many NPC merchants in the ancient gods' domain sold epic weapons and equipment, there was still a limit. This was especially true for top-tier epic weapons and equipment. Their rarity in the ancient era was not the slightest bit lower than in the modern era. Often acquiring these items meant raiding mythic bosses and even superior mythic bosses. Bosses of such caliber were incredibly limited, and one would be fortunate to find even 20 of such bosses within Meteorite City's vicinity each week. Moreover, even if Skyflare now had many Tier 4 experts, raiding superior mythic bosses still carried great risks. Lionheart's offer of 100 top-tier epic weapons and equipment to make up for the difference was definitely favorable for Shi Feng. Shi Feng understood Lionheart's reason for doing so. In fact, if he were in Lionheart's shoes, he would go with such an option too. After all, the risks that came with giving away Skyflare's shares were massive. However, Shi Feng didn't really mind Lionheart's choice either, since his initial goal was to obtain a large amount of Titan silver, magic elven stones, and 7 Luminaries crystals. The second option wasn't actually a good option for him. After all, the number of times he could enter the ancient god's domain was limited. For Zero Wing, which was currently in dire need of resources, such a long-term investment wasn't desirable. This outcome was undoubtedly the best for Shi Feng. Moreover, exchanging half of the required Titan silver and magic elven stones into top-tier epic weapons and equipment was also a good deal for him. After all, the current Zero Wing hardly had any level 150 epic weapons and equipment. With these top-tier epic weapons and equipment, Zero Wing's executives would also have an easier time completing their Tier 4 promotion quests. That won't be a problem. Lionheart nodded. Simultaneously, he revealed a bitter smile. For the sake of purchasing one Crimson Dragon flying ship, he had basically emptied out Skyflare's coffers. After this transaction, Skyflare would severely lack for not only magic crystals and various strategic resources, but also weapons and equipment. However, despite knowing this, all of Skyflare's executives revealed ecstatic expressions on their faces. They also continuously admired and inspected the Crimson Dragon flying ship. It was as if they could already imagine the beautiful future that awaited Skyflare once they obtained the flying ship. The Crimson Dragon flying ship flew for a dozen hours or so. After passing through numerous large maps, it finally arrived at a dusky land, despite flames burning everywhere. This land was heavily forested. As soon as everyone entered this map, they immediately felt their stamina and concentration depleting. In response, Crimson Billow drank a fire resistance potion. However, she still sensed her stamina and concentration decreasing gradually and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Fire resistance has no effect on the flames here. At this rate, I'm afraid we'll run out of stamina and die if we stay here for more than a dozen hours. Normally, an increase in a person's fire resistance would allow them to counter all debuffs from fire. However, Her increased fire resistance was actually useless here. This situation was simply unprecedented. It seems that we'll have to move quickly. While sensing the changes in his own body, Windchaser said, "Otherwise, we'll probably be annihilated before we can kill that Tier 4 infant dragon." Nodding, Shi Feng promptly commanded, "All Tier 3s will remain on the flying ship, while Tier 4s spread out and search for the infant dragon. Once you locate the infant dragon, report back immediately." As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, Skyflare's 5 Tier 4 players promptly floated up, ready to start looking for the Tier 4 infant dragon. Meanwhile, Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Yu Luo, who had been concealing their auras with their black cloaks all this time, also gradually rose into the air, the sight attracting the attention of Skyflare's executives. "They're Tier 4s, too?" Crimson Billow was shocked as she looked at Lifeless Thorn's group of 3. Although Shi Feng had already surprised her plenty of times, she still found it astonishing that the 3 players who had tagged along with Shi Feng were also Tier 4 players. After all, Tier 4 players were still rare in the entire God's domain. On average, a main city would only have 1 or 2 Tier 4 players. Yet, it was revealed that not only Shi Feng, but even the people following him were Tier 4 players. Since when were Tier 4 players as common as cabbages? It seems Black Flame has far more secrets than we think. Fortunately, we chose to partner with him. I really don't want to imagine what would have happened had we chosen to make an enemy out of him," Windchaser said, smiling bitterly. Yu Luo aside, Lifeless Thorn and Solitary 9 were part of the group that entered Meteorite City with Shi Feng. Now that 3 out of the group of 5 were confirmed to be Tier 4 players, it wouldn't be strange that the other 2 players were hidden Tier 4s as well. To think that we were actually planning to use force if negotiations failed. In retrospect, Windchaser found their thoughts laughable. Subsequently, after Shi Feng's group of 9 searched for about half an hour, Crimson Billow's voice suddenly appeared in the team chat. "I found the infant dragon. It's resting inside a cave in the Southwest Valley." Chapter 2789, Dragon's Might. Chapter 2789, Dragon's Might. In a cave on the southwestern side of the Ghostfire Hills, after Crimson Billow sent the infant dragon's coordinates, Shi Feng had quickly gathered everyone. Now all 128 members of the team were sneaking deeper into the cave. "The flames seem to be getting stronger and stronger," Yu Luo said worriedly, when she sensed her stamina and concentration depleting at a quicker rate. "Moreover, the burning sensation is also growing stronger the deeper we go, at this rate. I'm afraid the burning sensation will grow so strong that we won't be able to focus during the battle." "Indeed. The burning sensation here is getting worse," Windchaser nodded in agreement. "Under this burning sensation, I'm afraid ordinary Refinement Realm experts won't be able to exhibit combat standards at the Refinement Realm." Previously, the illusory flames merely ate at his stamina and concentration. However, he now felt as if his whole body was scorching. Although the pain was subtle, it would still impact the performance of people with weak minds. Combat techniques, skills, and spells required precision control. Even a slight deviation could result in a massive difference in the combat power one could exhibit. After observing the environment, Lionheart suggested to Shi Feng, "Brother Black Flame, this cave is indeed extraordinary. I think our best option is to take the fight out of the cave. Otherwise, we'll have difficulty exerting our strength." "I'm afraid that won't do." Shaking his head, Shi Feng said with certainty, "We must finish the infant dragon in this cave. Moreover, this is most likely our only chance. Outside this cave, we'll have trouble even touching the infant dragon." Dragons were the rulers of the sky. On paper, fighting the infant dragon outside the cave might seem to be to their team's advantage. However, doing so would actually place their team at a disadvantage. This was especially true for the team's Tier 3 players. Without the help of special skills, Tier 3 players couldn't fly by themselves. Hence, if they fought the infant dragon outside, the team's Tier 3 members would get sidelined. As for utilizing the Crimson Dragon flying ship to fight the infant dragon, that was simply a joke. Against a Tier 4 infant dragon, even an advanced flying ship wouldn't last more than 3 or 4 hits. In fact, it wouldn't be strange if the Crimson Dragon flying ship fell after just 1 attack. After all, the flying ship was merely capable of withstanding the attacks of ordinary Tier 4 mythic monsters. Its defenses would crumble instantly before a Tier 5 attack. Shortly afterward, Shi Feng and the others came across Crimson Billow, hiding underneath a rock. At present, though, Crimson Billow had a wilted expression on her face. "What happened?" Lionheart asked, strangely, when he saw Crimson Billow's condition. "It's nothing." Shaking her head, Crimson Billow smiled bitterly and said, "I'm just wondering whether we can really win against that infant dragon. Although it is an infant dragon, our team isn't a pushover either. How would we know we can't win if we don't give it a try?" Bloodblade said confidently as he looked at Crimson Billow's defeated expression. "Don't forget that we have 9 Tier 4 players this time. That infant dragon is also only at Tier 4. However, after Bloodblade finished speaking, the cavern at the end of the road appeared in front of everyone, and a creature with a pale golden body over 100 meters long entered their sight. Infant golden dragon. Mythic level 140 HP, 112 million. How is this possible? Everyone gasped involuntarily when they saw the infant dragon's statistics. Even lifeless Thorn and Solitary 9, who had seen a half-step Demon King before, were astonished. The infant golden dragon's stifling aura aside, just its HP of 112 billion was already plenty mind-boggling. With 112 billion HP, the infant dragon would recover 24 billion HP every 5 seconds, or roughly 400 million HP every second. Even assuming each of their Tier 4 players could cause 50 million damage per second after excluding the 2 Tier 4 healers, they could deal only around 350 million damage per second with the remaining 7 Tier 4 players. Moreover, this was all under the premise that the infant dragon didn't possess a powerful defense and wouldn't put up any resistance. Not to mention, the infant dragon before them was part of the Golden Dragon tribe. Its bloodline was of a much higher purity than ordinary dragons. Among the dragon race, the Golden Dragon's bloodline was second only to divine dragons. It's no wonder they say dragons are invincible among existences of the same tier. With such HP, even if we can survive this infant dragon's attacks, I doubt we can actually kill it. Windchaser couldn't help feeling shaken. Although HP wasn't everything, it could still provide an intuitive gauge of an existence's general strength. With how much HP the infant dragon possessed, it was easy to imagine how terrifying its basic attributes were. They were definitely at least 2 or 3 times higher than those of the average superior mythic monster of the same level. What did that mean? With an attack from a superior mythic monster of the same level, a Tier 4 player would still receive significant damage even if they merely defended themselves. However, if a Tier 4 player tried defending against one of the infant golden dragon's attacks, they would be fortunate to retain a scrap of HP to keep themselves alive. If they were unlucky, they would be one-shotted. In other words, if their team wished to fight the infant golden dragon, they couldn't allow even a graze from it. Otherwise, lives would be lost. At this moment, Lionheart and the other Skyflare executives finally understood why Shi Feng didn't assign healers to any of the Tier 3 combat squadrons. After all, Tier 3 players would be no different from ants in the upcoming battle. They were insignificant existences that would disappear upon coming into contact with even the slightest shockwave. Hence, there was naturally no need to assign healers to them. An infant golden dragon? Shi Feng also smiled bitterly when he saw the mountain-like dragon before him. No wonder this quest was evaluated at the inferior mythic rank. This Tier 4 infant golden dragon's combat power reached the Tier 5 intermediate rank. Even Forbero in his heyday wouldn't be a match for this infant dragon. In other words, the infant dragon simply wasn't an existence Tier 4 players could hope to confront. Possibly only Tier 4 experts wielding legendary weapons and geared in legendary equipment could hope to defeat the infant golden dragon. Otherwise, the best option for players coming across this infant dragon was to obey their instincts and flee immediately. Brother Black Flame? At this time, Lionheart couldn't help but look at Shi Feng and shake his head. Although I don't want to say it, I'm afraid there really is no hope of killing this infant golden dragon. After seeing the infant golden dragon for himself, He finally understood that the records in books weren't entirely trustworthy. After all, the infant dragon before him was many times more terrifying than what was described in the library books he read. It simply wasn't in existence. Tier 4 players could hope to fight. At the very least, it is absolutely impossible for their present selves. Most likely, only Tier 4 NPCs would have a glimmer of hope. No, that's not necessarily true, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. A hint of determination appearing in his eyes, he continued, "We're not exactly out of options. It's just that we'll need to gamble." Killing this Tier 4 infant golden dragon was imperative. However, it wasn't just for the sake of completing his inferior mythic quest, but because he couldn't continue staying in the ancient god's domain. After all, his initial goal in visiting the Earthfall secret land was simply to acquire the necessary resources for constructing the small mobile fortress. Now that he had achieved his goal, he couldn't remain here, as there were still many things he needed to attend to in the modern god's domain. Meanwhile, killing the infant dragon before him was his best chance to attract the world's attention and get the world to banish him from the ancient god's domain. Gamble? Lionheart was slightly surprised by Shi Feng's words. He simply couldn't see how they could possibly defeat the infant dragon before them. "I will start chanting an incantation in a moment, and it will most likely cause quite a commotion. So, I will need you to erect a magic barrier now to prevent the infant dragon from noticing it," Shi Feng said, taking a deep breath. "As for the subsequent battle, I will need you, Commander Lionheart, to act as support. Both Yu Luo and Fated Fern will be tasked with healing you. 9, you'll protect the healer squadron. As for the healer squadron, use everything you have to heal my summoned creature. Do not stop for even a moment." Summoned creature? Lionheart and the others were confused by Shi Feng's words. They found it hard to imagine that any summoned creature could stop the infant golden dragon for even a moment. Despite their doubts, everyone still obeyed Shi Feng's commands. The next moment, over 100 people each took out a magic array scroll from their bags and instantly erected a barrier to isolate the tunnel from the cavern. With this magic barrier present, the infant golden dragon wouldn't detect anything they did inside the barrier, even if it was awake right now. "Brother Black Flame, everything is ready. You can begin whenever you want," Lionheart said. Looking at the advanced magic array, he couldn't help feeling a little heartache. However, to avoid disturbing the infant golden dragon, they had no choice but to use it. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng personally verified that everything was set up correctly, he took out the Bible of Darkness and began chanting an incantation. Originally, he had not planned to use the Bible of Darkness. After all, the cost of using it at Tier 4 was far too great. He estimated that after a few more uses, his soul would get devoured by the power of darkness. However, if he wished to slay the infant golden dragon now, he could only take the risk. Immediately after Shi Feng began chanting, the mana inside the barrier gave off a bone-chilling sensation, the complete opposite of the burning sensation it gave off previously. Before anyone could react to the change, the barrier's interior suddenly went dark. Everyone could feel endless loneliness, coldness, and despair coming from the darkness around them. Standing in this dark environment didn't feel the slightest bit better than standing in the infant dragon's presence. As Shi Feng continued incanting, the infant golden dragon slumbering outside the barrier suddenly opened its eyes as if startled awake. Its massive eyes then looked directly at the barrier-enveloped tunnel vigilantly. How is this possible? Fated Fern, who was hosting the magic barrier, was stunned by this development. The advanced magic array they used, Spatial Wall, could thoroughly isolate an area from the outside world. Even if a large explosion went off inside the barrier, nobody in the outside world should be able to notice it. Nonetheless, the infant dragon had clearly noticed them. What a despicable dark energy. Looking at the empty tunnel before it, the infant golden dragon bellowed. "It seems you humans have fallen as well. To think you would actually come seeking death together with a demon." The infant dragon's bellow instantly extinguished the advanced magic barrier, like a storm blowing out a candle. Simultaneously, the figures of Shi Feng and the others appeared before the infant dragon. Brother Black Flame, seeing that the infant dragon had already stood up, Lionheart raised his shield anxiously. He then sent a sidelong glance at Shi Feng and asked, "Are you still not done?" The power of the dragon before them far exceeded his expectations. Normally, even mythic monsters couldn't destroy the spatial wall so easily. Yet the infant dragon had accomplished this feat with just one roar. He simply didn't dare imagine how powerful an actual attack from the infant dragon would be. "I'm done. I made it just in time," Shi Feng said, a smile appearing on his pale face. As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, a dark void appeared in the cavern's ceiling. A stone door even larger than the infant golden dragon then fell out of this void. Before the players and infant dragon could react to this turn of events, the stone door gradually opened. Chapter 2790, Heaven-Defying Battle. Chapter 2790, Heaven-Defying Battle. The demon gate inside the cavern opened. However, when the door was only partly open, a cold voice suddenly came from beyond it. Shi Feng's group and the awakened infant golden dragon shuddered involuntarily upon hearing this voice. A little golden lizard and a heaven-blessed individual. "Wait, no, you're not an existence of this world. Interesting, how interesting. Oh, the Bible of Darkness is actually damaged? Wonderful, this is truly wonderful." The demonic words that came out of the door echoed in everyone's mind. Although the voice spoke in a calm tone, the aura escaping the door paralyzed everyone momentarily. The infant golden dragon glared at the door in fear. A Tier 5 demon king? Shi Feng was astonished when he sensed the frightening aura from the demon gate. According to his expectations, he would already be fortunate if he could summon even a demon prince. After all, the Bible of Darkness had yet to reach its perfect state. However, the existence behind the demon gate was undoubtedly much stronger than a demon prince. In fact, none of the Tier 5 existences he had come across thus far had exuded such a powerful aura. "This book isn't suitable for a little guy like you. Give it to me. Only if it is in my hands can I truly descend onto this land." At the Demon King's words, Shi Feng suddenly sensed his control over the Bible of Darkness waning, and the Bible actually started flying toward the demon gate. Seeing this, Shi Feng couldn't help being shocked. He never thought that a demon could resist and manipulate the Bible of Darkness's power. Hurriedly, he used all his strength to wrestle back control over the Bible of Darkness. "Stop wasting your energy, little fellow. I will be taking this damaged Bible of Darkness. However, you can also rest assured. Once my clan and I thoroughly descend upon this world, I will make sure to spare you." At these words, the Bible of Darkness struggled even harder to break free from Shi Feng's grasp. In fact, his connection with the Bible of Darkness was even severed completely, and the only thing he could do now was hold on to the book with brute force. "Despicable human! You actually dared summon that thing here," the infant golden dragon bellowed. Evidently, it had figured out the identity of the existence beyond the demon gate. "I will not let you succeed. Die." After letting out a roar, the infant dragon suddenly widened its mouth. Immediately afterward, a threefold magic array took shape before it. "Not good. It's using dragon breath. Everyone dodge quickly," Shi Feng shouted, surprised by the infant dragon's actions. A Tier 4 dragon breath would undoubtedly carry power at the Tier 5 intermediate rank standard. Let alone Tier 3 players, even Tier 4 players would die if they faced it. The only way they could survive this attack was to dodge it. However, the infant golden dragon was simply too fast. Before anyone could react, the threefold magic array had already taken shape. The next moment, a destructive energy ball shot out of the infant dragon's mouth, the energy ball's speed and size making it impossible for anyone to avoid in time. Everyone could only watch as the dragon breath approached them. "It's over." Lionheart reflexively closed his eyes when he saw the approaching dragon breath that destroyed everything in its path. As for everyone else, they also revealed looks of despair and bitter smiles. Previously, they thought that they still stood a chance against the infant golden dragon, albeit a small chance. However, after seeing the destructive power the dragon breath carried, they realized that any form of resistance would be meaningless. The only thing they could do was wait for death. However, just when the dragon breath was about to reach Shi Feng and the others, that cold voice came from the half-open demon gate again. A little lizard thinks it can stop my descent? An illusory hand suddenly appeared out of thin air before Shi Feng's team and caught the approaching energy ball. The giant hand then squeezed the energy ball, shattering it into countless dispersing particles of light. How is this possible? Everyone was thunderstruck by this scene. The dragon breath that carried such devastating power had actually been stopped so easily. They couldn't even begin to imagine how powerful the demon behind the demon gate was. However, despite this sudden turn of events, Shi Feng's complexion did not improve. On the contrary, it even turned gloomier instead. Despite being only halfway summoned, the summoned Demon King could already exert enough strength to block a Tier 4 dragon breath casually. The Demon King's strength was definitely at the Tier 5 peak rank. This meant that the existence beyond the Demon Gate wasn't just an ordinary Tier 5 Demon King, it was a Tier 5 Great Demon King. If Shi Feng allowed a Great Demon King to descend onto God's domain, even if it was the ancient god's domain, it would still spell disaster for the entire continent. Preco, however, before Shi Feng and the others could recover from their surprise, the infant golden dragon suddenly appeared above them. At this time, golden runes covered its body, and the aura it exuded was significantly stronger than before. It can still become stronger? When Shi Feng looked at the infant golden dragon in the air, he was genuinely shocked for the first time in a long while. After all, the infant golden dragon was much stronger than he expected. Comparable to Tier 5 existences? What a joke. The aura and power the infant golden dragon currently displayed had already more than doubled. It was definitely much stronger than ordinary Tier 5 existences. In fact, he doubted he could survive one attack from it even if he activated his berserk skill. Despicable demon, you can't use your full strength while behind that door. I refuse to believe you can keep blocking my attacks. So long as your summoner dies, you will have to remain in that endless abyss forever. The infant golden dragon glared at the demon gate, a hint of disdain and mockery in its eyes. It then opened its mouth and launched another dragon breath. This dragon breath was much more terrifying than before. As soon as the infant dragon inhaled, Shi Feng and the others sensed the mana within the cavern disappear completely. In addition, the Tier 3 players even had their mana rapidly sucked from their bodies. And although the Tier 4 players managed to prevent their mana from getting plundered, their ability to manipulate mana was greatly hindered. Now they couldn't even exhibit half of their usual combat power. This is that infant dragon's true strength? Bloodblade fell into despair as he looked at the massive figure in the air. Seeing it now, he couldn't help but find their previous notion of challenging the Tier 4 infant dragon laughable. The infant golden dragon was much stronger than what its HP portrayed. It simply wasn't in existence. Tier 4 players could hope to challenge. This moment drove home to Shi Feng why the quest he received was of the inferior mythic rank. He also understood why humans capable of slaying dragons were highly praised in God's domain. It would already be a miracle if a human could fight a dragon of the same tier and level to a standstill, let alone kill one. This was especially true for dragons that had reached Tier 4 or above. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to refer to such a feat as a myth. Roar, accompanied by a deafening roar, a dazzling energy sphere carrying devastating power descended toward the team. Little lizard, you have truly angered me now. The infant golden dragon's efforts to prevent the great demon king beyond the demon gate from descending enraged him. Suddenly, boundless power of darkness flooded out of the demon gate. A gigantic hand 5 times larger than the one before emerged from the ground. The hand was so massive that the infant dragon looked like a toy in comparison. Boom! Not only did the gigantic hand shatter the dragon breath instantly, but it even grabbed the infant dragon. And despite the infant dragon struggling desperately to break free, the giant hand remained unfazed as it smashed the infant dragon into the ground. Boom! A crater with a radius of 1,000 yards and a depth of 100 meters appeared on the cavern floor. Apart from the Tier 4 players and the Tier 3 healers, who had consumed Master Steel potions, the other players in the cavern were instantly killed by the resulting shockwave. Although Shi Feng and the Tier 4 players remained alive, they had lost over 2/3 of their HPs. As for the surviving healers, their HPs had also fallen to a critical level. They had very nearly lost their lives. Meanwhile, after the dust in the vast cavern dissipated, the giant hand was nowhere in sight. The only thing in the crater was the infant golden dragon. Presently, however, the infant dragon had both its wings broken, with blood flowing out from all over its body. Its life aura had also weakened significantly, and its HP had even fallen to just 63%. Given the infant dragon's current state, it was evident that the Great Demon King's attack had heavily injured it. How strong? So, this is the strength of a Tier 5 Great Demon King? Shi Feng was dumbfounded by this outcome. The infant golden dragon had put its all into the last attack, and the attack's power had definitely reached the Tier 5 advanced rank standard. Yet, it still suffered a brutal beating. The difference in strength between the infant dragon and Great Demon King was clear for all to see. In fact, if not for the Demon Gate severely dampening the Great Demon King's strength, the infant dragon would have most likely died from that one attack. Meanwhile, after the Great Demon King executed this attack, his control over the Bible of Darkness had also weakened significantly. At the very least, Shi Feng could now sense a connection between him and the Bible of Darkness. Shi Feng hurriedly canceled the summoning. Previously, due to the severance of his connection with the Bible of Darkness, he couldn't stop the summoning even if he wanted to. However, now that he had recovered a small portion of control over the Bible of Darkness, he could cancel the summoning. As for the cost of forcibly canceling the summoning, he couldn't care less about it right now. After all, if he allowed a Tier 5 Great Demon King to descend onto the continent, only death awaited him. Moreover, the cost of this death wouldn't just be a loss of 1 or 2 levels. Instead, his body might very well end up a puppet of the Great Demon King, and he would have no choice but to retrain a new account. Hence, he absolutely couldn't let the Great Demon King exit the Demon Gate, even if doing so would leave himself in a weakened state. "You damned heaven-blessed individual. I will make you pay a heavy price the next time we meet." Upon seeing the Demon Gate closing, the Great Demon King bellowed angrily and repeatedly attacked the door, causing it to tremble violently. Fortunately, the Demon Gate was sufficiently powerful. No matter how much the Great Demon King assailed it, the Demon Gate continued closing at a steady pace. Finally, 20 seconds later, the Demon Gate closed and disappeared from this space, leaving behind only the heavily injured infant golden dragon and Shi Feng's team in the cavern. "Brother Black Flame, what should we do now?" Lionheart asked in an uncertain voice after seeing the Demon Gate disappear. He didn't know whether they should flee or try to kill the infant golden dragon while it was heavily injured. Although the infant dragon was significantly weaker than before, it was still much stronger than superior mythic monsters of the same level. Is there even a need to ask? Looking at the infant dragon that was struggling to stand up, Shi Feng said in a determined tone, "Now is our only chance to slay this infant dragon. With our strength, we can't defeat it in its peak state. Don't tell me you're willing to miss out on such an opportunity, Commander Lionheart." At Shi Feng's words, Lifeless Thorn and Solitary 9 nodded in agreement. If the infant golden dragon wasn't heavily injured, killing it with their present strength was nigh impossible. Only Tier 5 players could possibly go up against it. "I guess you're right." As Lionheart looked at the infant golden dragon, a trace of determination also appeared in his eyes. He then said, "Since that's the case, let's kill it before it recovers." After saying so, Lionheart raised his shield and led the charge against the infant golden dragon, with all the other Tier 4s except for Shi Feng following close at his heels. Chapter 2791, Infant Golden Dragon's Fall. Chapter 2791, Infant Golden Dragon's Fall. Insignificant Humans. "Do you think you can insult me just because I am heavily injured?" When the infant golden dragon saw Lionheart and the other Tier 45 charging toward it, anger flared in its amber pupils, and it let loose a deafening roar. A shockwave immediately spread from the infant dragon to its surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. A series of collisions echoed throughout the cavern as Lionheart and the others got hit by the shockwave. Aside from Lionheart and Solitary 9, Everyone else on the team went flying back several dozen meters, a stinging pain washing through their bodies. They also lost over 2 million HP from the attack. Lifeless Thorn and the others, who only had around 6 million HP, had basically lost 1/3 of their HPs to the shockwave. "It's still so strong even after getting injured?" Everyone gasped when they saw their own HP bar. The infant golden dragon was clearly extremely weakened right now, yet it still managed to inflict so much damage with only its roar. Its strength was simply terrifying. At this time, even Shi Feng was stunned by this situation. In addition to its heavy injuries, the infant dragon was also suffering from the heavenly dragon's breath suppression. Otherwise, everyone would have most likely lost over half of their HP from the shockwave. Tier 3 healers, keep up. Restore the damage dealer's HP with everything you've got. Don't stop even for a moment. Shi Feng, who is currently incapacitated due to the backlash from forcibly canceling the demon summoning, hurriedly issued commands across the distance. You, Luo, and Fated Fern, you two prioritize healing Lionheart and 9. Make sure their HPs are full at all times. At Shi Feng's command, Fated Fern, a Tier 4 Oracle, swung her staff and double-cast 2 Tier 3 curses. Tier 3 Defensive Curse, Contract Barrier. Tier 3 Strengthening Curse, Heavenly God's Prayer. Immediately, a translucent barrier formed around the bodies of Lionheart and Solitary 9. Simultaneously, divine runes appeared on the bodies of everyone on the team, doubling everyone's resistances and defense and increasing everyone's physique by 20% for 20 minutes. She even has a Tier 3 AoE strengthening curse. Shi Feng was surprised as he looked at Fated Fern. Strengthening spells were incredibly rare in God's domain. In fact, they were 10 times rarer than ordinary curses of the same tier. This was especially true for AoE strengthening spells. The value of such a spell was practically equivalent to a fragmented legendary item. In his previous life, any player who wielded strengthening spells would receive the VIP treatment from the various superpowers. This was because, unlike berserk skills, strengthening spells had short cooldowns and long durations. An AoE strengthening spell could elevate a team's combat power to a whole other level. In the past, one of the reasons Violet Cloud was recognized as one of the 10 great cleric gods was her possession of many AoE strengthening spells. This prompted the various superpowers to desperately seek her. As far as Shi Feng knew, nobody in the modern god's domain had gained a strengthening spell even now. Yet not only did Fated Fern possess a strengthening spell, but it was even of the AoE variety. How could he not be surprised by this situation? Meanwhile, after Fated Fern cast Heavenly God's Prayer, the team's overall combat power evidently rose by a slight margin. Good, let's continue. After seeing the barrier protecting his body, Lionheart charged forward once more. This time, the infant dragon no longer attacked with its roar. Instead, it swept its tail at the approaching players. However, despite seeing the tail that shattered even space itself bearing down on him, Lionheart did not back away. Instead, he raised his shield and stood his ground. He then activated the Tier 3 defensive skill, Blood Cloud. A crimson barrier appeared before his body, one capable of absorbing 6 attacks. Although the barrier could fully nullify only attacks at the Tier 4 standard and below, it could still diminish the damage of Tier 5 attacks. Boom. The blood cloud instantly exploded upon coming into contact with the infant dragon's tail. However, thanks to the blood cloud dampening the blow, Lionheart only stumbled 2 steps backward and lost a little over 6 million HP. For Lionheart, who had already reached level 137 and possessed 17.2 million HP, this amount of damage was still tolerable. Upon seeing that Lionheart could take on the infant dragon's attacks, everyone else on the team breathed out a sigh of relief and began assaulting the infant dragon. Bloodblade used his Tier 4 legacy skill Storm Dance. Lifeless Thorn also used his Tier 4 legacy skill Lightning Serpent. Tier 4 skills and spells bombarded the infant dragon's body one after another, every one of them dealing over 50 million damage, with some even doing over 100 million critical damage. However, compared to the infant dragon's remaining 60 billion HP, this amount of damage appeared minuscule. Is the damage still not enough? Shi Feng frowned when he saw the result of the frenzied barrage. Apart from Lionheart, the 5 other Tier 4 players fighting were currently attacking the infant dragon with everything they had. Yet, the damage they caused just barely exceeded the infant dragon's battle recovery. Moreover, this was with the infant dragon's battle recovery halved due to its heavy injuries. The Tier 3 healers healing from a distance also couldn't help growing anxious in this situation. At this rate, their team would need more than an hour to finish the battle. Meanwhile, 1 hour was definitely more than enough for the infant golden dragon to recover from its injuries. If that happened, they would be doomed. Lionheart and the others were also aware of the situation. However, this was already the best they could do. Although they could activate their berserk skills to raise their damage output temporarily, doing so would be meaningless and would prompt the infant dragon to enter its berserk phase earlier. At that time, without their berserk skills, they would be utterly incapable of defending against the infant dragon's attacks. "Do any of you have combat resurrection?" Shi Feng asked the 12 Tier 3 healers behind him. In the ancient god's domain, ordinary resurrection methods couldn't resurrect players on the spot. One special type of resurrection method could. However, the player resurrected through this method would suffer a higher death penalty. "I do." 8 of the Tier 3 healers responded to Shi Feng's question. "Good. Go and resurrect the 8 players with the highest strength." Shi Feng breathed out a sigh of relief when he saw how many responses he received. The next moment, the 8 healers with combat resurrection resurrected 8 of Skyflare's fallen members. "Take these spears and divide them among yourselves." After looking at the 8 resurrected players, Shi Feng took out the 600+ thunder spears stored in his bag. "Drink a Master Strength potion and activate your berserk skills. Afterward, use everything you have to throw these spears at the infant dragon. It's best if you can use up all these spears before your berserk skills run out. Don't hold back." "Yes, sir." The 8 players nodded, fully understanding Shi Feng's intentions. As Tier 3 melee players, they couldn't even be considered cannon fodder in front of the Tier 4 infant dragon. After all, if they tried moving up close to the dragon, they would instantly die to any random roar. The only way they could contribute to the raid was by relying on external items. Only then would they have a chance of dealing damage to the infant dragon. The 8 players consumed the Master Strength potions they had prepared beforehand, which increased their strength attribute by 70% for 3 minutes. They then activated their respective berserk skills, further improving their basic attributes. In terms of strength, the 8 of them could already rival mythic monsters of the same level. After seeing the infant dragon swing its tail, exposing its back, Shi Feng ordered, "Attack. Aim at the dragon's injuries or the reverse scale on its back." At Shi Feng's command, the 8 melee players promptly threw the thunder spears they held with all their might. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, 8 lightning arcs cut through space and landed on the infant dragon's injuries and reverse scale. Roar. The infant dragon roared in pain at the attacks. Simultaneously, damages exceeding 50 million appeared above its head one after another. There was even one critical hit that dealt over 130 million damage. The 8 melee players' attacks were not the slightest bit weaker than those of Lifeless Thorn and the other Tier 4 combatants. Only the frequency of their attacks was slightly inferior. "Good, next volley." Seeing that the attacks were highly effective, Shi Feng promptly called for another attack. In response, the 8 melee players each took out another thunder spear and hurled the weapons at the infant dragon. When the attacks connected, the infant dragon's HP bar finally shrank, albeit slightly. As expected of the commander, we have a chance now. Solitary 9 couldn't help growing excited when he saw the rate of the infant dragon's HP decrease accelerating. Crimson Billow, who was frantically attacking the infant dragon, looked toward Shi Feng in surprise despite herself. He still has a trump card. She never thought that Shi Feng could actually add 8 more Tier 4 combatants to the fight. Now, with their damage output, killing the infant dragon within a short period was entirely possible. The infant golden dragon's HP continuously decreased over time, 60%, 40%, 3%. The speed at which the infant dragon lost HP was nothing like before. Only in exchange for this boost in DPS, the supply of Thunder Spears declined rapidly. In just 2 minutes, the 8 Tier 3 players had already used up more than 400 Thunder Spears. "Everyone be careful, it's going berserk," Shi Feng warned when he saw that the infant dragon's HP bar had fallen to a critical level. As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, the infant dragon suddenly let out an angry roar. Simultaneously, the dragon's body gave off a dazzling golden glow and its eyes turned bloodshot. It had evidently entered a berserk state. "All right, since Brother Black Flame has let us see his cards, let's show him ours as well." Glancing at Faded Fern, Lionheart shouted, "Fern, it's your turn now." "Leave it to me." Faded Fern smiled. She then took out the Tier 5 sealing crystal from her bag and began chanting an incantation. Immediately, as if time had frozen, silence fell over the entire cavern. The only exception to this phenomenon was the gradually shattering crystal in Faded Fern's hand. Before the infant golden dragon could smash its claw at Lionheart, a magic spear several hundred meters long suddenly appeared above the infant dragon and struck its head. Tier 5 spell, Destruction Spear, boom. The infant dragon's titanic body instantly collapsed to the ground, the impact creating a crater several dozen meters deep. The space surrounding the crater even turned into a dark void. The next moment, a damage value exceeding 10 billion appeared above the infant dragon's head. In addition, not only did the infant dragon's berserk state get interrupted, but the infant dragon was even powerless to push itself off the ground. The power of the destruction spear stupefied everyone present. Even Shi Feng never thought that the sealing crystal would hold such a powerful spell. The destruction spear was just slightly inferior to the great demon king's attack from before. "Good, everyone attack with everything you've got," Shi Feng shouted. Ignoring the fact that he was still in a weakened state, he activated Power of Darkness, which allowed him to move his body. He then charged straight at the incapacitated infant dragon. As for everyone else, they too activated their berserk skills at Shi Feng's command, instantly doubling their basic attributes. Damages exceeding 100 million appeared above the infant dragon's head one after another. 10%, 6%, 3%. Just as the infant dragon was about to recover from its incapacitated state, Shi Feng activated Divine Providence before using his strongest trump card. Tier 3 skill, Blade Awakening. Tier 4 skill, Lightning Edge. The next moment, Shi Feng, who had entered a transcendent state, brandished the abyssal blade. A river of light then descended upon the infant golden dragon's body. 135,474,514, 129,435,471 bear, minus 264,854,214. A series of damages exceeding 100 million appeared above the infant golden dragon's head in rapid succession, the attack thoroughly plundering its remaining HP. Chapter 2792, Astonishing Harvest. Chapter 2792, Astonishing Harvest. The infant golden dragon uttered a mournful cry as its titanic body crashed to the ground. Subsequently, an unprecedented silence descended on the cavern. "We did it! We succeeded!" Everyone heaved a deep sigh of relief when they looked at the infant dragon's corpse lying on the ground. Simultaneously, an indescribable sense of joy and excitement also appeared on their faces. After all, they had just created a miracle, a full dragon-slaying battle. Even if their opponent was merely a Tier 4 infant dragon, they had still slain a real dragon. The next moment, before the survivors of the team could recover from their joy, brilliant flashes suddenly enveloped their bodies as their experience bars filled up rapidly. The amount of EXP the infant golden dragon awarded was leagues above the EXP from ordinary mythic bosses. Even Shi Feng leveled up 3 times consecutively, reaching 32% of level 140. As for everyone else, they gained even more levels from the raid, with Lionheart reaching level 141 and Yu Luo reaching level 139. Lifeless Thorn and Solitary 9 even went from level 147 to level 138. The amount of EXP everyone received stupefied them. Nobody thought that killing a level 140 infant dragon would grant so much EXP of those present. Only Shi Feng and Lionheart did not place much concern on their levels. After all, as veteran Tier 4 players, they knew very clearly how easy it was for Tier 4 players to gain levels. In fact, they could most likely attain level 150 in 10 days, reaching the minimum requirement to challenge their Tier 5 promotion. However, players would not necessarily be able to get promoted to Tier 5 just by meeting the level requirement. After all, players would have to create a powerful mana body of their own. Compared to the levels he gained, Shi Feng was much more concerned about the infant golden dragon's loot. The infant golden dragon they had killed was a dragon in the truest sense, not one that the main god system had weakened drastically. This point was clear just from the EXP the infant golden dragon awarded. Compared to the magic dragon Clan that Shi Feng had killed some time back, the infant golden dragon was like an entirely different creature. Sometime after the infant golden dragon died, sacred light descended from the cavern ceiling, illuminating the entire cavern. Simultaneously, melodious hymns also echoed in everyone's mind. It seems divine providence did its job. Shi Feng sighed in relief when he saw the sacred light shining down from the ceiling. Although divine providence increased his luck attributes significantly, the hidden attributes' effects would be diminished when dealing with monsters at the superior mythic standard or above. And while the infant golden dragon was considered only a mythic monster, it was still part of the dragon race. It was far stronger than ordinary superior mythic monsters of the same level. The fact that he managed to trigger a divine hymn was truly a stroke of luck. Of course, part of the reason he managed to trigger a divine hymn was most likely this being the first kill of a real dragon in the ancient god's domain. Meanwhile, as the divine hymn descended, a system notification also entered everyone's ears. System: congratulations. You have killed a Tier 4 infant golden dragon. You have obtained the Dragon Slayer title. World reputation plus 100 and 1 gold legacy treasure chest. Crap. There's such a benefit as well? Bloodblade was astonished when he saw the system notification. Initially, he thought that they would be working for Shi Feng for free. He never imagined that slaying the infant dragon would earn them such astonishing rewards too. At this time, even Lionheart was surprised by this situation. After all, the rewards were simply too lucrative. Firstly, the Dragon Slayer title would allow them to enjoy the status of a high noble in the various cities of God's domain. In fact, their authority would be even greater than the typical high nobles, close to reaching that of a city lord. Not to mention, with the Dragon Slayer title equipped, their basic attributes and physique would increase by 20% when dealing with dragon-type monsters in the future. As for the awarded Gold Legacy treasure chest, it was something all Tier 4 players would dream of obtaining. The Gold Legacy treasure chest had a considerable chance of awarding a legacy book, which would grant the user with a significant number of legacy skill points when used. The treasure chest also had a high chance of containing rare Tier 4 skill and spell books, as well as a small chance of containing a legacy guidance for the road beyond Tier 4. These rewards were far more valuable than weapons, equipment, and magic crystals. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the Gold Legacy treasure chest's value was equivalent to a fragmented legendary items. For some people, the treasure chest was even better than a fragmented legendary item. Meanwhile, aside from the reward notification, Shi Feng, Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Yuluo received a second system notification. System: warning. The world of God's domain has noticed your existence as an outsider. You will be expelled from the world in 1 natural day. Sure enough, it was a success. Shi Feng revealed a faint smile upon seeing the system warning if killing the infant golden dragon and altering a small portion of God's domain's history could not get him out of the ancient God's domain, he would really have a headache. After all, he had already achieved his original goal in coming here, and he still had many matters he needed to deal with in the modern God's domain. He simply couldn't afford to waste time here. As for the matter of earning various resources here, that was supposed to be a long-running project. Moreover, the amount of resources he could obtain depended entirely on the Skyflare Adventurer team's strength and resources. Meanwhile, Skyflare's development couldn't be accomplished overnight. This is great. I can finally go home. As for Yuluo, she too grew joyful when she saw the system warning. In fact, she felt even happier at seeing this system warning than when she received the Gold Legacy treasure chest. While everyone rejoiced over the Gold Legacy treasure chest they received, over 100 items appeared in midair and began descending to the ground. The sight of the infant golden dragon's loot made everyone present momentarily forget about the Legacy treasure chest. The aura of items can actually reach such an intensity? Crimson Billow was astonished as she studied the items that were gradually piling up on the ground. Just what kind of items dropped? Could there be a legendary item? This question plagued everyone's mind. The reason for everyone's reaction was the aura that the infant dragon's loot radiated, which practically rivaled that of superior mythic monsters. Even ordinary Tier 3 players would have to expend a lot of effort just to approach the loot. At this time, only Shi Feng managed to remain relatively calm. This was because he had heard of other people slaying dragons before. Only the dragons that the god-ranked expert teams killed back then weren't Tier 4 infant dragons, but adult dragons at the peak of Tier 5. According to what he had heard, the sight of those dragons' loot was truly a spectacle to behold. Just the visual phenomenon the loot created, it covered a radius of over 10,000 yards. The combined aura the items radiated had also been so powerful that even Tier 4 players couldn't approach the loot. Only Tier 5 players and above could do so. In comparison, the visual phenomenon created by the infant golden dragon's loot only covered a radius of several hundred yards. The aura the loot radiated was so weak that even Tier 3 peak experts could approach it if they gritted their teeth. Shi Feng didn't find this outcome particularly surprising, however. The infant golden dragon's loot and Tier 5 adult dragon's loot wouldn't actually have a significant difference in quality. What difference in quality there was would only be akin to the difference between an epic item and a fragmented legendary item. It wouldn't be as significant as the difference between a fragmented legendary item and a legendary item. After all, both kills were dragons, one side was just slightly stronger. Moreover, as Tier 6 god-ranked experts were responsible for killing the adult dragons, the loot quality was reduced. In comparison, their team had defeated a Tier 4 infant dragon without a single Tier 5 player on the team. If one were to talk about raid difficulty, their team faced a much greater difficulty than the Tier 6 god-ranked expert teams. I wonder if it dropped a complete Saint guidance. If one did drop, I might be able to improve my mana body further. Shi Feng prayed inwardly as he looked at the items slowly piling up on the ground. At this time, compared to materials, weapons, and equipment, what he hoped to obtain more was a legacy guidance. This was typical of Tier 4 experts. After all, even with multiple fragmented legendary items, a Tier 4 expert wouldn't be able to go up against Tier 5 existences. As for the possibility of the infant golden dragon dropping a legendary item, that was utterly impossible. As far as Shi Feng knew, players couldn't obtain legendary items through killing monsters. It didn't matter even if the monster in question was a dragon. At best, monsters would only drop fragmented legendary items that could be repaired into legendary items. Thus, every legendary item was incredibly precious, and a Tier 5 expert would be fortunate to obtain even one. After another dozen seconds or so passed, all of the items finally landed on the ground. Shi Feng immediately approached the mountain of loot and began sorting through it. The spectating Skyflare members couldn't help drooling, wishing they could help Shi Feng with the loot. Guild leader Black Flame has really hit the jackpot this time. I wonder if a legendary item dropped. If he gets a legendary item, his combat power would most likely skyrocket and approach the Tier 5 standard. Windchaser sighed as he enviously watched Shi Feng collect the loot. He finally understood how big a gap divided Tier 4 and Tier 5 existences. It was even larger than the gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4 existences. Ordinary weapons and equipment couldn't make up for this gap. Only the rumored legendary weapons and equipment might work. If Shi Feng could get himself a legendary weapon now, he would truly become an invincible existence. After all, no Tier 4 player could go up against Tier 5 existences yet. Meanwhile, after working non-stop for 10 minutes, Shi Feng finally finished sorting through the loot. Once he organized the loot, he had to press his hand against his chest to suppress the excitement in his heart. The loot dropped this time was simply too amazing. It was definitely the most amazing loot he had ever seen. This included even the loot he had seen in his previous life. Setting all else aside, just the golden longsword sitting in his bag had very nearly made him faint from happiness. This weapon was one of God's domain's 10 great legendary weapons, as well as one of God's domain's 36 famed swords. It was also the prototype of the weapon Void Breaker and could cut all existences. Its name was the Light of Two Worlds, also known as the World-Breaking Gold. Chapter 270-93, World Authority. Chapter 270-93, World Authority. The golden longsword covered in crimson divine runes sitting inside his bag was definitely the dream weapon of all swordsmen, so that's why the Light of Two Worlds was rumored to have been destroyed and no longer existed in God's domain in the past. Shi Feng couldn't help his elation as he inspected the longsword in his bag. As it turns out, the weapon can't be obtained in the modern God's domain, but only in the ancient God's domain. Light of Two Worlds, one-handed sword, fragmented legendary rank. Equipment requirement, strength 6,000, tier, attack power, 270% of strength, attack speed, 3% of agility. All attributes increases according to the user's level. When equipped, attacks gain the mana annihilation effect, causing a spatial collapse in an area of 4 times 100 yards. Attacks have a 50% chance to deal 300% damage. Strength increased by 70%, agility increased by 60%, attack speed increased by 40%, ignore levels plus 50, all sword-type skills effect increased by 40%, all sword-type skills effect increased by 40%, all sword-type skills plus 1 level. Effective mana increased by 50%. Additional skill 1. Spatial/tier 4 for 1 attack. Increases strength by 200%, power by 2 ranks up to tier 5 advanced rank at maximum, and attack range to 1,000 yards. Cooldown 40 seconds, additional skill 2, Golden Soul, tier 4. Improves perception of magic elements by 200% and mana control by 300%. Reduces all concentration consumption by 70%. Duration 1 minute. Cooldown 6 hours. Additional skill 3 World Breaker, tier 4, consumes half of the user's concentration and mana to enhance the Light of Two Worlds, granting the weapon the power to break worlds for 1 attack. Forcibly increases the power of attack by 1 tier up to tier 5 advanced rank at maximum. Cooldown 1 hour, created by the ancient god of light. The Light of Two Worlds possesses the power to cut all things. The divine power sources within the weapon have been destroyed by an inexplicable power. However, as the weapon itself is still intact, it is possible to fully repair it by injecting new divine power sources, divine power source injected 0 halves, despite being the prototype of the Voidbreaker. The Light of Two Worlds had still managed to rank number 1 among God's domain's 36 famed swords. One could easily imagine how powerful the weapon was. Although the Light of Two Worlds was currently incomplete, just the basic attributes it provided already made it far superior to even the Abyssal Blade. It undoubtedly had the highest attack power out of all the one-handed swords Shi Feng had ever seen. Not to mention there were also the outrageous skills the weapon carried. Just by wielding the Light of Two Worlds, a Tier 4 swordsman would be capable of exchanging 1 move with a Tier 5 existence. This was a feat that was impossible with ordinary fragmented legendary weapons. However, while the Light of Two Worlds was incredibly powerful, its usage condition was also astonishingly high. Without the several fragmented legendary items on Shi Feng, he wouldn't be able to equip the weapon. Meanwhile, the Light of Two Worlds' appearance could also be considered heaven-sent. Now that Shi Feng had reached level 140, both the Twilight Blade and Killing Ray could no longer keep up with his level. He had mainly been fighting with only the Abyssal Blade all this time, with the Twilight Blade and Killing Ray as support. However, now that he had the Light of Two Worlds, he could arm both his main and sub-arms with adequate weapons. In fact, even if he failed to collect the 2 remaining fragments of Solomon's sword, he wouldn't have to worry about finding a replacement weapon. Moreover, Even if he did manage to complete Solomon's sword, the complete Light of Two Worlds wouldn't be the slightest bit inferior to it. The only problem was that divine power sources were incredibly hard to find. In fact, Shi Feng had only ever heard rumors of divine power sources. He had never actually seen one before. This was because divine power sources were far more valuable than god crystals. They were the power sources of gods, and they carried incredible strength. The value of a divine power source was comparable to a legendary item. Meanwhile, the Light of Two Worlds actually required two divine power sources. It seems I'll need to have the guild investigate divine power sources. Looking at the Light of Two Worlds, Shi Feng inwardly resolved to repair the weapon no matter the cost. Legendary weapons were far too rare in God's domain. Now that one had appeared before him, it would be a huge waste if he did not try to repair it. Meanwhile, after seeing Shi Feng had finished sorting through the loot, Lifeless Thorn and the others approached him with curious eyes. "Commander, did anything good drop this time?" Looking at Shi Feng, Solitary 9 asked in a whisper, "Did a legendary item really drop?" They had just defeated an unrestrained Tier 4 infant dragon. If Shi Feng said nothing good dropped, nobody would believe him. Solitary 9 was very curious to find out just how excellent the infant golden dragon's loot was. After all, there was still no news of any player obtaining a legendary item, so nobody could tell how powerful legendary items were. If a legendary item had truly appeared among the items dropped, they would have hit a huge jackpot. Aren't you guys taking legendary items too lightly? There's no way a legendary item can drop from a monster. Shi Feng smiled and shook his head when he saw the excited expressions of Solitary 9 and the others. He then said vaguely, "However, while there is no legendary item in the loot, there are several items whose value is comparable to legendary items. To me, at least, these items are almost as valuable as actual legendary items." He had no intention of telling everyone the specifics of the items dropped this time. This was because the loot was truly astonishing. Aside from the Light of Two Worlds, there were two other items that could easily cause a sensation among God's domain's various powers. One of the two was a magic array design. Although the design only recorded a master magic array, this master magic array was more valuable than even some grandmaster magic arrays. This was because this magic array existed only in the ancient God's domain, the 12-array magic world. This magic array could increase the density of all mana within its area of influence by 200% and players' mana perception by 100%. Although it only had two specific functions, if brought back to the modern God's domain, it would definitely stand at the peak among all magic arrays in existence. As for the second item, it was a mysterious flame. Be it in the ancient God's domain or modern God's domain, mysterious flames were incredibly rare items, especially Tier 3, mysterious flames and above. A Tier 3 mysterious flame was just as rare as a fragmented legendary item. Meanwhile, the mysterious flame the infant golden dragon dropped was the Tier 4 mysterious flame Hellfire. A Tier 4 mysterious flame was something Shi Feng had only ever heard about in God's domain. According to rumor, after reaching Tier 4, mysterious flames would all possess astonishing power and a variety of incredible effects. Take the Soul Fire, for example. It was a mysterious flame capable of annihilating a player's soul, leaving the said player with no choice but to delete their accounts and restart from scratch. Such a feat was impossible for most Tier 5 existences. Moreover, even if a Tier 5 existence had the ability to wipe out a player's soul, it would only work on low-tier players. As players reached higher tiers, their souls would also grow stronger and become more resistant to destruction. After a certain point, even a Tier 6 god wielding the power to annihilate the immortal souls of players wouldn't be able to force the said player to delete their account. Nevertheless, the Tier 4 Soul Fire could easily annihilate even the souls of Tier 3 players. Only after reaching Tier 4 would players become somewhat resistant to the Soul Fire's strength. This was also why the corrosive effect of the mysterious NPC's soul chain had weakened considerably after Shi Feng had reached Tier 4, allowing Shi Feng to live for much longer. Now he had obtained a complete Tier 4 mysterious flame. It was different from the incomplete soul fire that he had gained through the mysterious NPC's soul beast. The other dropped items were similarly very precious. Out of the 100-plus items dropped, over 30 were legendary materials such as dragon claws, dragon teeth, dragon scales, and dragon blood. There were also over a dozen master recipes and epic equipment forging designs. The rest were mainly inferior legendary materials and level 150 epic weapons and equipment. 2 materials stood out among all that bounty, both inferior divine artifact ranked materials. The dragon eye and the dragon crystal. These were the quest items Angelica Teresa needed. Meanwhile, after hearing Shi Feng's words, Lifeless Thorn and Solitary Nine stopped asking questions. They understood that the items dropped this time were extraordinary and could not be revealed. Moreover, Shi Feng had already answered the main question plaguing their minds. There was no legendary item among the dropped items. You Luo, you guys start resurrecting the others. We'll return to Meteorite City afterward, Shi Feng said to the team's healers as he looked at the dead Skyflare members' corpses scattered around the cavern. Once everyone was alive again, Shi Feng opened a spatial gate in the direction of Meteorite City. Thanks to the spatial gate, the return trip, which should have originally taken a dozen hours or so by flying ship, only took 4 hours, astonishing Skyflare's members. If not for the spatial gate's long cooldown and short duration, it would have definitely been considered a godly skill in God's domain. After returning to Meteorite City, Shi Feng completed all his transactions with Lionheart. Aside from the Crimson Dragon flying ship, Lionheart also purchased an additional 20 crystals of souls and 100 drops of soul water, which netted Shi Feng an additional 6 million magic crystals. Har also used 3 million pieces of mana ore, which was treated as equivalent to 750,000 magic crystals, to exchange for another 5 crystals of souls. Although the mana ore's price had been slightly inflated, this was unavoidable, as purchasing mana ore in bulk was incredibly difficult. Purchasing too many would naturally raise the ore's market value. However, for Shi Feng, getting 3 million pieces of mana ore for the price of just 750,000 magic crystals was already a bargain. After the transactions with Lionheart, Shi Feng passed 30 crystals of souls and 1,000 drops of soul water to Yan Ya for her to conduct future transactions with the Skyflare Adventurer team. At the same time, he also tasked her with secretly purchasing some of God's domain's rare items. Finally, after settling all his business affairs, Shi Feng handed the Dragon Eye and the Dragon Crystal to Angelica Teresa, who was still recuperating from her injuries. As soon as he handed over these 2 items, not only did Angelica's favorability of him increase by 100 points, but she also gave him a Tier 5 legacy guidance she had obtained from a sword. Saint Shi Feng was a little surprised by this reward. Is this the hidden reward for not bringing Angelica Teresa on the raid? While the infant golden dragon had indeed dropped a lot of excellent items, it hadn't dropped any legacy items. This situation had rendered Shi Feng quite speechless at the time. Now, Angelica Teresa directly handed him the legacy guidance he wished for dearly. After the conversation with Angelica, Shi Feng immediately received a system notification. System, congratulations. You have completed the inferior mythical quest World's Choice. You have gained World Authority +2 system. You have obtained World Authority. World Authority currently at level 1. Please feel the specific effects of World Authority on your own. As soon as the system notification appeared, an indistinct chain became visible around Shi Feng's body from the void. A moment later, this chain suddenly disintegrated, and he immediately felt the world around him becoming much clearer than before. He could even sense that his intimacy with the world of the ancient god's domain had improved slightly. The world was no longer as hostile toward him as before, so these are the effects of world authority. Shi Feng was astonished when he sensed the changes to his body. His affinity with the magic elements was at least 50% better than before. His perception of his mana's operating principle had also improved significantly. After careful observation, he noticed that the layer of white mist that hindered his perception had thinned out by roughly 30%. With such a tremendous improvement, his chances of constructing a Tier 5 mana body would increase by at least 20%, at least 10 times more than what a legendary item could provide. Meteorite City, Silver Hotel. After spending half a day experiencing the benefits of having world authority, Shi Feng decided to take a break. I've already made major strides in my mana control in merely half a day of experimenting. At this rate, my control over mana can probably reach the Advanced Master Standard in just half a month. Shi Feng looked at the time in astonishment. Initially, he had estimated that he would take 3 or 4 months to reach the Advanced Master Standard for mana control. Now he would need only half a month to accomplish this feat. The amount of time he could save with world authority was astonishing. After reaching Tier 4, what was most important to players would no longer be weapons and equipment, but their control over mana. The stronger a Tier 4 player's mana control was, the easier using skills and spells would be. They would also have an easier time constructing their Tier 5 mana body, from what he knew. One's mana control needed to be at the Advanced Master Standard at the very minimum to construct a Tier 5 mana body. In other words, so long as his mana control reached the Advanced Master Standard, he could begin attempting to construct a new mana body. "Commander, it's almost time," Lifeless Thorn said as he entered the room. "Okay, I've finished all my business here already. We can go now." Shi Feng nodded. Afterward, Shi Feng, Lifeless Thorn, and Solitary 9 went in secret to a forest several thousand yards away from Meteorite City and met up with Yu Luo, who had been waiting there for quite some time now. "Guild leader Black Flame, will we really be able to return?" Yu Luo couldn't help asking as she counted down the time. She had tried all sorts of methods to leave the ancient god's domain, yet none of them had succeeded. Although there was the system notification's assurance this time, she still felt a little doubtful. "Relax. The system won't lie to us," Shi Feng said, chuckling when he saw the anxious look on Yu Luo's face. Shortly after Shi Feng finished speaking, the system's timer of 1 natural day struck 0. Immediately, the space around the 4 shattered, forming 4 small space-time tiers. An invisible force then pushed them into these space-time tiers. In the blink of an eye, Shi Feng's group of 4 disappeared from the quiet forest as if they never existed here in the first place. Chapter 2794, God's Domain's State of Affairs. Chapter 2794, God's Domain's State of Affairs. This place was a vast blue ocean with nary a cloud in the sky. At this time, a tier in space spanning over 1,000 yards suddenly appeared above the ocean, its appearance kicking up strong winds that disrupted the peace of this place. A moment after the spatial tear formed, 4 figures flew out of it and plopped into the ocean. Their impact on the water generated waves dozens of meters tall, the commotion attracting the attention of the dozen or so ships sailing nearby. "The mana here is so thin. The sense of rejection is gone. I think we're back." While standing on the ocean's surface, Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Yu Luo grew excited when they sensed the familiar low-mana environment and the lack of rejection from the world. Although the ancient god's domain had plenty of benefits that the modern god's domain did not possess, they had played in the modern god's domain for most of their career in God's domain. Most of the people and matters they knew of were found here. Naturally, they were glad to return to the modern god's domain. Meanwhile, the appearance of Shi Feng's group also gave the players on the nearby ships a huge shock. "Crap! Who are they? How can they stand on water? They should be using some kind of levitating skill. No, if they were using a skill or spell, there should be strong mana fluctuations. But I don't sense any coming from the 4 of them." At this moment, Shi Feng's group of 4 had all their information concealed with their black cloaks, so the surrounding players couldn't uncover any information about them. The only thing the surrounding players were certain of was that the 4 were all players. Knowing this, the surrounding players couldn't help wanting to find out the identity of Shi Feng's group. "Let's hurry up and leave," a level 1133 Tier 3 ranger driving an advanced speedboat said. "The situation in this sea zone has been chaotic recently. We'll be doomed if we get dragged into the war between adventurer teams on Dragonheart Island." "Indeed. Let's leave this place quickly. Now that such a huge commotion has occurred here, Warblood's members will definitely come over. If they find us here, they might take us for members of other adventurer teams and kill us," the level 122 shield warrior standing beside the ranger youth said, nodding in agreement, while the players on this advanced speedboat were conversing with each other. Shi Feng and his companions around 100 yards away heard every word of their conversation. So, this place is near Dragonheart Island. Shi Feng revealed a faint smile. It seems we were lucky. We didn't get teleported to some dangerous and remote location. Space-time teleportation was incredibly random. If they got teleported into a dangerous location, such as a forbidden land or a special location that prevented teleportation, making their way home would be very troublesome. Nodding, Lifeless Thorn said, but based on these people's words, there seems to be quite a struggle occurring on Dragonheart Island. That's normal. With the NPC population growing continuously, the number of NPCs operating at sea would naturally increase, while they might not be as numerous as the landlocked NPCs. They will still outnumber players by a large margin, and with the participation of NPCs, the various powers will definitely struggle even more desperately among themselves for resources, Shi Feng said, unsurprised by Dragonheart Island's current state of affairs. This was because he had received some news from Liang Jing a few days ago. According to her, God's domain was truly messed up right now, and NPC forces had even begun taking action against the guild towns of players. Although the NPC forces did not directly assault guild towns, they still created a lot of trouble inside the guild towns. They forced the guilds running these towns to submit to them and pay a ton of resources and coins in tribute. Otherwise, they would continue their harassment until the guild town imploded. In Shi Feng's previous life, many unrated guilds and third-rate guilds had no choice but to submit to these NPC forces' extortion. After all, if these guilds lacked the income from their guild towns, they would truly be doomed. Now that God's Domain's first major update had arrived ahead of schedule, once the NPCs began taking action with full force, even first-rate guilds and superpowers would have no choice but to pay tribute to the NPC forces to buy time to develop themselves. After all, in God's domain, players were merely a minority. One could also say that players were outsiders. Apart from immortality, players did not have any advantages over the original inhabitants of God's domain. God's domain's inhabitants far outnumbered players when it came to the top combatants both sides possessed. This would remain true even 10 years after God's domain's launch. Upon hearing Shi Feng's words, a hint of anxiety appeared on Yu Luo's face. Immediately, she took to the skies and flew toward the nearby advanced speedboat, her approach giving the 6 players on the boat a fright. These 6 players stared at Yu Luo with horrified expressions. Their reaction was because the ability to fly freely in the sky was unique to players at Tier 4 or above. Tier 4 players were existences that even NPCs feared. Although there were only a small number of Tier 4 experts in God's domain, every one of them was a big shot, capable of shaking heaven and earth with their every move. These Tier 4 experts were not existences ordinary Tier 3 experts like themselves could meet. "How may I help you, miss?" The Tier 3 ranger serving as the leader of the party asked respectfully as he looked up at Yu Luo. The strong were respected in God's domain. This fact might not have been evident in the past. However, after experiencing the changes brought by the system's major update and the various NPCs' arrogant behavior, these players thoroughly understood that the world of God's domain was a much more straightforward and crueler place than the real world. When it came to dealing with Tier 4 powerhouses, if they offended the other party, it wouldn't be strange for them to get annihilated the next second. They also wouldn't be able to do anything about it. "Do you know Heaven's Blade's situation?" Yu Luo asked. Heaven's Blade was her home. Its well-being had also been a concern for her all this time. Before she entered the ancient god's domain, the competition on Dragonheart Island had already been incredibly intense. Heaven's Blade had even clashed with several of the island's top adventurer teams and suffered casualties numbering in the thousands. This was why she had risked grinding and exploring a dangerous location by herself. Since her disappearance from the modern god's domain until now, a month had gone by. Meanwhile, 1 month was more than enough for the entirety of God's domain to undergo significant changes, let alone a small place like Dragonheart Island. Heaven's Blade? The ranger youth was surprised and confused by Yu Luo's question. "What? Have you never heard of Heaven's Blade before?" Yu Luo frowned. "Or do you not want to say it?" As Yuluo's voice chilled, the Tier 3 shield warrior and the others shuddered involuntarily and looked toward the ranger youth. They didn't know whether they should speak up. Although Yuluo hadn't revealed any killing intent thus far, her aura alone was already more than enough to instill fear in them. After all, they had personally witnessed just how powerful a Tier 4 player could be. A Tier 4 player could kill hundreds of Tier 3 players with just the flip of a hand. The silence had stretched out for a second, when the ranger youth wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and said hurriedly, "Miss, you misunderstand me. It's not that I refuse to tell you. It's just that this matter is already common knowledge in God's domain. I was just wondering why you would ask such a question, miss." Common knowledge in God's domain? Yuluo couldn't help feeling a little confused. According to Shi Feng, before his group entered the ancient God's domain, nothing big had happened to Heaven's Blade. It had simply been competing with Dragonheart Island's several top adventurer teams for resources as usual. Shi Feng had left the modern God's domain only a few days ago. Logically, nothing significant should have happened to Heaven's Blade. That's right. This incident caused quite the commotion back then. It affected over a dozen superpowers, the ranger said, nodding. 3 days ago, through some unknown means, not only did Warblood enter into an alliance with one of Dragonheart Island's local NPC forces, but someone from Warblood also got promoted to Tier 4. As a result, Warblood's influence on the island skyrocketed, and even 13 thrones suffered losses at the hands of Warblood. "What about Heaven's Blade?" Yuluo asked. Heaven's Blade. The ranger hesitated to answer because he knew that the Tier 4 powerhouse before him was definitely related to Heaven's Blade. After taking a deep breath, he continued. Heaven's Blade disbanded 2 days ago. Disbanded? Yuluo was stunned. How is this possible? She had developed from the ground up together with Heaven's Blade, and the adventurer team was basically her home. Yet now she was being told that Heaven's Blade had disbanded. At this moment, let alone Yuluo, even Shi Feng was stunned when he overheard the ranger's words from a distance. Heaven's Blade was one of Dragonheart Island's top 5 adventurer teams. Not only did the adventurer team boast close to 10 peak experts under its command, but its commander, Zwei, was even one of Dragonheart Island's top 3 MTs. In the past, Zwei had also been a legendary figure, and she had developed Heaven's Blade into an overlord-like existence in God's domain. Hearing that Heaven's Blade had actually disbanded now came as a shock to him. If Heaven's Blade disbanded, where did Heaven's Blade's executives go? Suppressing the emotions in her heart and doing her best to stay calm, Yuluo asked in a quivering voice, "Where did Commander Zwei and the others go?" Shaking his head, the ranger replied, "This I do not know. I only know that Heaven's Blade seems to have enraged Warblood. Warblood is still hunting down Heaven's Blade's members even now, going as far as sealing off Dragonheart Island. People on Dragonheart Island can't contact the outside world. Even those seeking to leave Dragonheart Island need to go through Warblood's inspection. If I were to guess, Heaven's Blade's executives have probably left Dragonheart Island and already gone somewhere else to develop. I understand. You may go now." Yuluo could no longer remain calm after listening to the ranger's words. After waving her hand at the party of 6, indicating that they were free to continue with their business, she turned around and flew back to Shi Feng's group. After hearing Yuluo's words, the party of 6 felt like death row prisoners who had just been granted amnesty. Hurriedly, they sailed away from the area on their advanced speedboat, not daring to remain for even a moment longer lest Yuluo change her mind and vent her anger on them. "Yuluo, what do you plan to do now?" Shi Feng asked as he took in Yuluo's downcast expression. According to their original plan, they would go their separate ways after returning to the modern era. However, it turned out that Heaven's Blade had disbanded, and Yuluo probably couldn't save Heaven's Blade by herself. "Me?" Shi Feng's question left Yuluo at a loss. "I don't know. The modern God's domain she was familiar with no longer existed, so she didn't know what she should do." "Since that's the case, why don't we go take a look at Dragonheart Island for now?" Shi Feng suggested. "I still have some matters to deal with on Dragonheart Island, Meanwhile, although Heaven's Blade has disbanded, I believe Commander Zwei and Heaven's Blade's other executives wouldn't leave the island so easily. After all, their foundation and all their resources are on Dragonheart Island. It would be difficult for them to decide to change their base of operations within a short period. So, once we reach Dragonheart Island, you might be able to contact them. Yu Luo's eyes immediately glowed at Shi Feng's words. She felt that what he said was indeed true. Heaven's Blade's members had been residing on Dragonheart Island for such a long time now. How could they possibly just pack up and leave? Not to mention, even if Heaven's Blade was no more, she could still contact Commander Zwei and the others. After all, unlike the ancient God's domain, long-range communication between players was possible in the modern God's domain. Okay. I'll follow you, Guild Leader Black Flame. Yu Luo nodded. Afterward, Shi Feng opened a spatial gate and teleported toward Dragonheart Island. Chapter 2795, Dragonheart Island's Chaos. Chapter 2795, Dragonheart Island's Chaos. The waters surrounding Dragonheart Island, over 1,000 ships were currently scattered around the islands surrounding Dragonheart Island, all bearing the mark of the Warblood Adventurer team. Any ship traveling to Dragonheart Island had to submit to Warblood's inspection. In addition, as Dragonheart Island was enveloped by a sealing magic array, communication between the island and the outside world was impossible. Teleportation into and out of the island was also blocked. At this time, Dragonheart Island was practically Warblood's territory. Damn it! Warblood is too vicious. We clearly aren't Heaven's Blade's members, yet they charged us 3 magic crystals and 20 ancient bronze just for leaving Dragonheart Island. A level 114, Tier 2 berserker driving a speedboat cursed angrily as he watched the departing speedboat belonging to Warblood. Shh! Keep your voice down. They still haven't gone far. A level 120, Tier 3 elementalist on the same speedboat hurriedly covered the angry berserker's mouth. He then warned, Warblood has the final say on everything on Dragonheart Island right now. Even the superpowers have no choice but to go along with Warblood's whims. We are leaving Dragonheart Island to sell our haul this time. We'll be finished if we get targeted. I wonder what Heaven's Blade did to anger Warblood to such an extent. Even now, Warblood is still hunting for Heaven's Blade's members. The captured members are even sent to be imprisoned by NPCs, a level 117, Tier 2 Oracle mused when she saw that Warblood's speedboat was already more than 300 yards away. Isn't that obvious? Warblood's clearly trying to get Heaven's Blade's lands near the World Tower, the berserker said indifferently. They are discovering more and more treasures in the World Tower's underground floors right now. The 4th underground floor is especially amazing. However, the abnormal energy in the 4th floor is overwhelming, and the food needed to recover from this energy is incredibly expensive and uneconomical. The only other way to recover quickly is to rest in the special region around the World Tower. Meanwhile, Heaven's Blade owns a total of 5 plots of land in that special region, including the sole large-sized plot in the special zone and a medium-sized plot. Warblood is currently in a frenzy to expand its influence, so how can it possibly let such a fat piece of meat get away? Indeed. The lands around the World Tower are in high demand right now. Since Warblood has already forced Heaven's Blade to disband, it naturally won't let go of Heaven's Blade's lands. The reason Warblood is capturing Heaven's Blade's members is simply to force Heaven's Blade's commander to submit and give up those lands, the elementalist youth said, nodding. However, I doubt Heaven's Blade will give up so easily after all. So long as Heaven's Blade has those 5 plots of land, it can make a comeback any time. When the players aboard the speedboat spoke of the World Tower, they couldn't help a sense of yearning for it. Before the players on Dragonheart Island began exploring the World Tower's 4th underground floor, they hadn't placed much importance on the lands around the World Tower. After all, those lands were absurdly expensive. Moreover, they were far from Dragonheart Island's business district. Naturally, nobody had been willing to purchase them. However, after players began exploring the 4th underground floor, they found that it actually housed Tier 4 legacy lands. As a result, the 4th underground floor was now a bone of contention for all superpowers in God's domain. Unfortunately, there were only 34 plots of land around the World Tower, which weren't even enough to divide among the local player forces, let alone the foreign superpowers. Moreover, it turned out that not only did Heaven's Blade own 5 plots of land in that special zone, but the adventurer team had even gotten its hands on the best one. How could this not make the various superpowers and Warblood go crazy before the party of 6 could continue their conversation? A loud explosion suddenly sounded in the distance. Immediately, the party of 6, together with the other players in the vicinity, turned to look toward the origin of the explosion. The next moment, what entered everyone's eyes was a group of around 30 cloaked players summoning 2 flying mounts. The 2 Tier 3 peak experts leading the team worked together and rapidly finished off 20 Tier 3 Warblood experts. Afterward, they each hopped onto a flying mount and broke through Warblood's encirclement together with their team. "It's Heaven's Blade's remnants! Activate the magic array! Don't let them escape!" When the nearby Warblood members saw this scene, they promptly sprang into action. Suddenly, the several dozen Warblood speedboats positioned around the 2 flying mounts set up a ceiling barrier. It was evident that Warblood's members were prepared for Heaven's Blade's members. The next moment, before the 2 flying mounts could ascend 200 yards into the air, they were trapped within a magic barrier covering over 1,000 yards. The translucent barrier had visible runes decorating it. One could easily tell that it was an advanced magic array at a glance. If trapped by this barrier, even Tier 4 mythic monsters would need a lot of time to break out of it, let alone Tier 3 players. Damn it. The female Guardian Knight leading Heaven's Blade's team cursed when she saw the barrier, a trace of frustration appearing in her eyes. She then turned to the man standing at the front of the other flying mount and asked, "Vice Commander Shadow, what should we do?" "It'll take us at least 3 minutes to break out of this barrier. That's more than enough time for Warblood's members to surround us." At the Guardian Knight's words, the man named Divine Shadow, standing atop the flying serpent, frowned. It was clear that he hadn't expected Warblood to use such a powerful move against them. "We have no choice but to fight. I'll activate my berserk skill and distract them afterward. In the meantime, you guys figure out a way to escape this place," Divine Shadow said as he looked at Warblood's approaching experts. He then turned to the female knight Cleansing Flame and added, "Remember, do everything you can to leave, even if it means escaping by yourself. Only if you escape will Heaven's Blade have hope." "Yes, sir," Cleansing Flame answered, a solemn expression appearing on her face. Now that Heaven's Blade had already disbanded, and Warblood was even hunting down Heaven's Blade's members on Dragonheart Island, Heaven's Blade's only hope of making a comeback was to seek help from the outside world. With the deeds of the Special Zone's lands in her hands, it was entirely possible to recruit the help of a super guild if they paid a certain price. However, before Cleansing Flame could control her flying serpent to head for the barrier's edge, a powerful voice echoed in the ears of Heaven's Blade's members. "Escape? Do you think it's that easy? None of you should think of leaving today." Before Divine Shadow and Cleansing Flame could react to the situation, a man suddenly appeared in front of them. This crimson-eyed man wore a dark red robe and held a crimson wooden staff. His entire being also gave off an indescribably evil feeling, just by hovering in the air. This evil-looking man exerted a powerful pressure on Heaven's Blade's members. Divine Shadow and the others felt as if a mountain were weighing down their bodies. They could also feel the mana surrounding them growing hostile. "Autumn Plant?" A hint of confusion appeared in Divine Shadow's eyes when he saw the crimson-robed man. "Impossible. Shouldn't you be leading a team to the 4th floor?" The evil man blocking their team was none other than Autumn Plant, one of Warblood's 4 great vice-commanders, as well as Warblood's sole Tier 4 member. As a great wizard, he was in existence capable of destroying half of a small island with one attack. Previously, Autumn Plant had even single-handedly wiped out tens of thousands of 13 Thrones' experts using a single Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell. Over 20 of the casualties were Void Realm experts, and 3 were Domain Realm experts. As a result of this severe loss, 13 Thrones had no choice but to back off from competing with Warblood. After this battle, Autumn Plant had also been crowned the undisputed #1 player on Dragonheart Island. Meanwhile, it was because they had caught wind that Autumn Plant had left for the World Tower's 4th underground floor that they had attempted to escape Dragonheart Island. Yet now. If I didn't visit the 4th floor, would you remnants be willing to come out? Autumn Plant sneered contemptuously as he looked down on Divine Autumn and the others. You tricked us. Divine Shadow clenched his fists in anger. He never thought that he would fall for Autumn Plant's trap. We've always been rivals in the past. Now that you've gotten promoted to Tier 4, I want to see just how strong you've become. After saying so, Divine Shadow activated his Berserk skill, his aura skyrocketing to the point of rivaling Tier 4 mythic monsters. At this time, if comparing purely in terms of aura, Divine Shadow was not the slightest bit inferior to Autumn Plant. Fool. When Autumn Plant sensed the intensity of Divine Shadow's aura skyrocketing, his Risshin remained unchanged. Instead, he merely waved his hand. Before Divine Shadow could react, over a dozen crimson chains appeared out of thin air and bound his body. And despite struggling with all his might, he couldn't break free from their restraint, no matter what. On the contrary, his resistance weakened as time passed. How was this possible? Cleansing Flame was stunned. Divine Shadow was one of Heaven's Blade's few domain realm experts. With his Berserk skill activated, logically he should be able to put up a good fight against a Tier 4 player. Yet Divine Shadow was captured instantly. Autumn Plant had thoroughly shattered their understanding of Tier 4 existences. You people don't know just how massive the gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4 classes is. Do you really think you can turn things around when going up against me? Looking at Cleansing Flame's stunned expression, Autumn Plant sneered. Let alone one domain realm expert. Even 10 domain realm experts working together won't last more than 3 moves against me. Realizing the difference between them, Divine Shadow turned to Cleansing Flame and the others and shouted, damn it, everyone, kill yourselves, don't let him capture you. Don't even think you can kill yourselves so easily. Autumn Plant said, brandishing his staff. The next moment, blood-red chains appeared from the void and bound Cleansing Flame and the others, preventing them from moving their bodies at all. The difference between the two sides was clear for all to see. How can a Tier 4 class be so powerful? Divine Shadow and the others stared at Autumn Plant with disbelief. They had seen Shi Feng's battle video during the reserve seat competition at the War God's Temple. In their opinion, although Tier 4 players were powerful, they were not an insurmountable opponent. However, they actually couldn't offer even the slightest resistance to Autumn Plant. The strength Autumn Plant displayed far surpassed Shi Feng's. While Heaven's Blade's members were shocked by the massive gap in strength between them and Autumn Plant, Warblood's other members caught up with them and secured them. All right, take them to the NPCs. Looking at Divine Shadow and the other remnants of Heaven's Blade, Autumn Plant smiled and said, now that we've caught 2 big fish, I refuse to believe that Zwei won't submit. It's over, everything's over this time. Divine Shadow fell into despair when he saw Heaven's Blade's captured members. I've truly doomed you guys this time. The only reason why they had decided to take on such a risky operation this time was the misinformation he had believed. Now everyone was doomed because of his foolishness. After all, if players were imprisoned by NPCs, nothing would change even if they forcibly logged out of the game. They would still reappear in prison after they logged back into the game. Unless they could break out, they would have to spend at least 15 days in prison. A 15-day gap was more than enough for everyone to fall far behind God's Domain's frontline players. However, as Divine Shadow was falling into a pit of despair and self-reproach, a horned eagle carrying 4 people suddenly came flying over from a distance. To everyone's surprise, the horned eagle actually sported Heaven's Blade's flag extremely conspicuously. More remnants of Heaven's Blade? Seeing as they have a horned eagle, it seems another big fish has arrived. Autumn Plant's lips curled up in delight when he saw the horned eagle. Meanwhile, this unexpected situation also confused Divine Shadow and the others. They couldn't understand why one of Heaven's Blade's horned eagles would be flying to them from outside Dragonheart Island. However, when they recalled Autumn Plant's capabilities, they immediately began shouting at the people riding the horned eagle to escape. Although Tier 4 players could fly, their flying speed wasn't comparable to flying mounts. Hence, it was still possible to escape if the horned eagle flew at full speed. Escape? Do you think that's possible? After saying so, Autumn Plant used instantaneous movement and rapidly approached the horned eagle. A Tier 4 Great Wizard's instantaneous movement had a range of 3,000 yards, many times superior to a Tier 3 Great Mage's instantaneous movement. Chapter 296, Black Flame's Astonishing Appearance. Chapter 296, Black Flame's Astonishing Appearance. When Divine Shadow and the other Heaven's Blades members saw Autumn Plant teleporting away, their eyes turned bloodshot, and they desperately tried to stop him. Unfortunately, none of them managed to break free of their restraints, and they could only watch helplessly as the scene before them continued playing out. Damn it! At this moment, Divine Shadow couldn't help wondering why Autumn Plant had managed to get promoted to Tier 4. In terms of combat standards, Autumn Plant couldn't even rank within Dragonheart Island's top 20. The only advantage he had was his race as a half-elf, which granted him a slightly better affinity with mana. However, the promotion quest of half-elves was also much harder than that of humans. For the sake of balance, races with strong talents in God's domain would often find their talents becoming shackles that prevented them from advancing. Hence, not many players were willing to convert to other races. Only those with incredible willpower would take this risky path. As proof of the limitation of other races, Autumn Plant had gotten promoted to Tier 3 slightly later than players of similar levels and combat standards. Yet he was actually the first to reach Tier 4 on Dragonheart Island. This situation was simply unbelievable, no matter how Divine Shadow looked at it. In reality, though, Autumn Plant's promotion to Tier 4 was a complete accident. It wasn't something he had actively sought to accomplish. Instead, his promotion was related to the legacy of his hidden class. Vice Commander, we don't have many horned eagles. Aside from the two of the other Vice Commanders remaining on Dragonheart Island, the only other horned eagle I can think of belongs to the missing team leader Yu Luo, Cleansing Flame said worriedly as she looked at the approaching horned eagle. Could that person flying toward us be team leader Yu Luo? It should be, but it's useless to say anything now, Divine Shadow said, smiling helplessly. If we can't do anything against Autumn Plant, what more can Yu Luo do? At this time, he no longer held any hopes of Yu Luo escaping. It might have been a different story if Yu Luo were a scout class, but as a cleric, she wouldn't notice Autumn Plant's rapid approach before it was too late. That's right. Now that Autumn has taken action, they can't escape. You should just obediently follow us back and persuade your commander. At this time, a blue-clad woman suddenly appeared beside Divine Shadow and the others, giving Cleansing Flame and the others a scare. This female ranger was none other than Inkfeather, another one of Warblood's 4 great vice commanders. I never thought that Warblood would send 2 of its vice commanders just to stop us. What an honor, Divine Shadow said provocatively as he looked at Inkfeather. Shadow, there's no point in inciting me. Sneering, Inkfeather said. Even without Autumn here, do you think you can escape me? You should know very well that if we were to fight, I would have a greater chance of winning. Not to mention, I am more proficient at hunting down targets. At Inkfeather's words, Divine Feather stopped speaking. As a domain realm expert himself, he had to admit that Inkfeather was powerful. Previously, he could still beat her when she had yet to reach the domain realm. At present, however, not only was Inkfeather in the domain realm already, but it was even rumored that she had obtained a fragmented legendary bow. Her strength was incredibly close to catching up with Tier 4 existences. Hence, in an actual confrontation, the chances that he would lose were indeed very high. You don't have to worry. Yu Luo won't be in any pain. Looking at Divine Shadow and the others, Inkfeather smiled faintly and added, She'll soon be like you. Once within Autumn's sight, nobody can escape. Afterward, Inkfeather and the other Warblood members shifted their gaze toward Autumn Plant, who had already popped up before the horned eagle. Upon noticing Autumn Plant, the flying horned eagle felt uneasy and came to an abrupt stop, looking at the Tier 4 Great Wizard with fear in its eyes. "I don't know whether to call you bunch brave or stupid to approach while riding one of Heaven's Blade's horned eagles," Autumn Plant said, smiling as he looked at the 4 cloaked figures atop the flying mount. At this time, only 3 people in Heaven's Blade possess a horned eagle. Of the 3, 2 are still hiding inside Dragonheart Island. Even if you don't reveal yourselves, I can guess that one of you is that missing team leader, you Luo, right? Warblood had conducted a detailed investigation into Heaven's Blade's organizational structure after forcing the latter to disband. The sudden disappearance of Yuluo was included in the information they dug. Yuluo did not bother refuting Autumn Plant's words. She simply looked at the Great Wizard and said calmly, "I never thought you would actually be the first on Dragonheart Island to get promoted to Tier 4. "That's right. But many more unexpected things have occurred as well, such as the dissolution of Heaven's Blade and the fact that you're now a prisoner of Warblood," Autumn Plant said contemptuously instead of growing enraged at Yuluo's words. "Now, do you want me to take action, or are you going to follow me obediently?" However, no sooner had Autumn Plant finished speaking than a chuckle came from behind Yuluo. "Long time no see, Vice Commander Autumn. It seems you've grown to have quite the arrogant tone." As this voice spread, Autumn Plant's complexion changed, and he stared automatically at the cloaked man standing behind Yuluo. "You are," for a moment, Autumn Plant doubted his ears. After all, he was familiar with this voice, to the point where just hearing it disgusted him already. In fact, he even had trouble speaking right now. Black Flame. Autumn Plant's reaction was because this man was the culprit responsible for Warblood's loss of reputation on Dragonheart Island. This man had also very nearly turned Warblood into a joke to the various superpowers, hence, this man was the person Blood Oath, Warblood's commander, wished to kill the most. "That's right," nodding. Shi Feng removed his hood and smiled at Autumn Plant. "We meet again, Vice Commander Autumn." The instant Shi Feng removed his hood, a wave of restlessness spread through the Warblood members spectating the situation from a distance. Heaven's Blade's members were similarly astonished to see Shi Feng. Black Flame was currently a big shot that everybody in God's domain knew of. He had thoroughly risen to fame during the reserve seat competition as the first player in God's domain to reach Tier 4. Although there hadn't been any news of him recently, his performance during the competition was still being discussed by countless players, even today. "This is great. It's really Guild Leader Black Flame." Cleansing Flame grew ecstatic when she saw Shi Feng. Although Heaven's Blade wasn't considered allies with Zero Wing, the organizations had a relatively good relationship. In fact, Zero Wing was one of the guilds they intended to seek help from when they were planning to escape from Dragonheart Island. The arrival of Zero Wing's guild leader was undoubtedly a wonderful situation for Heaven's Blade. Moreover, Shi Feng was a Tier 4 player. Even Autumn Plant shouldn't dare act recklessly before him. However, as Cleansing Flame and the others were rejoicing, Ink Feather sneered at them. "Don't celebrate too soon. Black Flame's appearance here is just perfect." Looking at Shi Feng's distant figure, Ink Feather smiled faintly. He turned Warblood into everyone's laughingstock previously. Now we'll let him know that he won't get off scot-free for interfering in Warblood's matters. After saying so, Ink Feather shot a dazzling arrow into the sky, which was visible even from 10,000 yards away. Immediately afterward, the Warblood members patrolling on speedboats in the vicinity each took out a stone with strange runes engraved on it. They then began frenziedly pumping their mana into the stone. Suddenly, a storm brewed, blanketing the entire sea zone. Simultaneously, multiple barriers emerged from the ocean, thoroughly enveloping Shi Feng's group of 4. An endless supply of water-type mana also bound them, the restriction weakening their basic attributes and physique by 30%. What a powerful restriction! Shi Feng was a little surprised by this situation. There were very few magic arrays capable of affecting Tier 4 players significantly. Even a Master Magic Array would only be capable of reducing a Tier 4 player's basic attributes. It would hardly affect a Tier 4 player's physique. Nevertheless, the magic array used on them had reduced both their basic attributes and physique by a significant margin. This was truly an amazing magic array. Ha 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 ha! Black Flame, you've really barged your way into hell now. Autumn Plant burst into delighted laughter when he saw that the magic barrier had taken effect. We originally intended this sea prison to be a present for Heaven's Blades' way. Now, though, we're giving it to you. What do you think? Under normal circumstances, Autumn Plant would still have to be afraid of Shi Feng. After all, Shi Feng was the first player to reach Tier 4. Hence, Shi Feng's understanding of Tier 4 classes should greatly surpass his own. There was also the fact that the moves Autumn Plant had employed against Tier 3 players would have hardly any effect on Tier 4 players. However, the situation was different now. The Sea Prison was a magic array capable of suppressing even Tier 4 existences significantly. While a 30% reduction of basic attributes couldn't be considered significant, a 30% reduction of physique was massive. Such a suppression would basically reduce a Tier 4 physique to the Tier 3 standard, with such a huge difference in physique. Even if Shi Feng possessed astonishing basic attributes, he wouldn't be a match for Autumn Plant. This sea prison is not bad, but you wasted it for nothing. After observing the runes on the barrier, Shi Feng found that this ancient magic array's current performance could only be considered half-baked at best. At the very least, it needed over a dozen master magicians to exhibit its capabilities fully. What arrogance! Upon seeing Shi Feng's nonchalant behavior, Autumn Plant brandished his staff. Death is already knocking on your door. I want to see just how long you can keep up your facade. After saying so, Autumn Plant summoned several dozen crimson chains that shot at Shi Feng. Tier 4 legacy spell Bloodbound Lock. However, just as the crimson chains were about to reach Shi Feng, a ripple of mana came from his body and stopped all of the chains cold 1 meter away from him. Afterward, a voice entered Autumn Plant's ears. This binding spell is pretty good. Unfortunately, you used it on the wrong person. Chapter 2797, Splitting the Sea. Chapter 2797, Splitting the Sea. As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, the Warblood members spectating from a distance couldn't help gaping in shock at the scene playing out before them, their minds refusing to accept this was true. Even Heaven's Blades members felt as if they were dreaming when they saw this scene, having personally experienced the power of those crimson chains. Those chains carried immense power. Even a mythic monster should be incapable of struggling free of them. Moreover, evading those chains was also impossible. Nevertheless, the crimson chains Autumn Plant summoned actually failed to get within 1 meter of Shi Feng. Moreover, they hadn't seen Shi Feng make any movements. From their perspective, the chains seemed to be afraid of Shi Feng and did not dare move closer to him. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Autumn Plant was dumbfounded as he looked at the scene before him. In fact, compared to the surrounding spectators, he was even more confused by this situation. After all, as the summoner of these chains, he knew that he had not held back in the slightest. There's no way he can stop a Tier 4 spell without using any skill or spell of his own. This is absolutely impossible. Glaring at Shi Feng, Autumn Plant demanded, "What did you do?" Had Shi Feng used a skill or spell to stop his spell, Autumn Plant would have found this situation reasonable. However, Shi Feng clearly did not do anything. The man simply unleashed his mana to the surroundings, yet that actually rendered the chains summoned by Bloodbound Lock incapable of getting close to him. At this moment, let alone Autumn Plant, even Yu Luo, Lifeless Thorn, and Solitary 9 were surprised by this situation. They knew that Shi Feng was incredibly strong. After all, he had very nearly killed Lionheart in one move. However, they never thought that he could actually stop a Tier 4 binding spell just by unleashing his mana. This situation had thoroughly shattered their understanding of Shi Feng. Can't you see it very clearly? Looking at Autumn Plant's horrified expression, Shi Feng said calmly, "As a Tier 4 Great Wizard, you should be well aware that a spell's performance is dependent on the difference between the quality of the spell's mana and that of the target's mana. Do you think a fragile rope can restrain an elephant?" After obtaining level 1 world authority, aside from a slight improvement in his affinity with and control of mana, He had also gained a significant boost in his understanding of the operating principles of mana. Hence, he was now capable of condensing mana of much higher quality and in much greater quantity. Now the mana he could conjure was at least 50% stronger than what he could with just a 110% completion rate mana body. Thanks to this improvement, all mana that entered his mana domain was subject to his control. Autumn Plant's attempt to bind him with a Tier 4 binding spell that hadn't even reached a 100% completion rate was a complete and utter joke. Rather than relying on such a spell, Autumn Plant would be more effective if he tried to attack Shi Feng with his staff. "What do you mean?" Shi Feng's words confused Autumn Plant. Spell's performance was indeed dependent on the quality of its mana and of its target's mana. However, he was currently a Tier 4 Great Wizard. The spell he used was also at the Tier 4 standard. How could his spell not have any effect against a player of the same tier? "What do I mean?" Shi Feng shook his head in disappointment. He had already given Autumn Plant a clear explanation, yet the latter still failed to understand the cause of his failure. "All right, then. I'll just let you feel it yourself." As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, a ripple of mana spread out from his body. The space within a 1,000-yard radius of Shi Feng darkened. When looking at this darkened region from a distance, one would even see space within this region warping, caught within Shi Feng's mana domain. Autumn Plant suddenly felt his mind turning sluggish. He also felt as if his body had fallen into a mire as the ambient mana had undergone a complete change. At this point, the mana around him couldn't even be considered mana. Unlike normal mana, this mana felt dark, murky, and silent. Surrounded by this mana, Autumn Plant very nearly retched in disgust, his complexion turning incomparably pale. "No, this is impossible. How can you have such mana?" When Autumn Plant looked at Shi Feng now, his eyes were filled with fear and madness. He simply couldn't fathom how there could be such a person in this world. Meanwhile, upon seeing Autumn Plant rambling on like a lunatic while looking at Shi Feng, Ink Feather immediately contacted him. "Autumn, what happened on your side?" Ink Feather stared at Autumn Plant's crazed behavior in confusion. "Do you need our help?" Autumn Plant had clearly been normal just a second ago. However, as soon as the dark space appeared, he began behaving abnormally. "No, run quickly," Autumn Plant urged frantically when he received Ink Feather's call. "He's not human. He's not human at all." "Not human? What do you mean?" Ink Feather grew even more confused at Autumn Plant's words. "His mana is too terrifying. We are absolutely no match for him," Autumn Plant exclaimed with a horrified expression. "You need to escape quickly. Immediately notify the commander and have him contact Secret Hand. Only Secret Hand can go up against him. Notify Secret Hand? Is there a need to go that far?" At this point, Ink Feather suspected that something was wrong with Autumn Plant's mental state. Their opponent was only a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. Even if Shi Feng was indeed the first player to reach Tier 4, there shouldn't be any need to seek help from the Secret Hand Association, the largest NPC force based on Dragonheart Island. After all, Warblood still had plenty of trump cards in reserve. Even if they couldn't get rid of Shi Feng shouldn't think of breaking out of the sea prison. Hostile players caught inside the sea prison would have their stamina and concentration drained rapidly. Even a Tier 4 player wouldn't last more than 10 minutes within it. And if a player's stamina and concentration zeroed out, they wouldn't be able to move their body at all. They might even die outright. Even if their team was no match for Shi Feng in a frontal confrontation, they could still whittle him to death inside the sea prison. When Ink Feather showed no intention of listening to his words, Autumn Plant felt like he was about to go crazy. "No, listen to me. You don't know just how Po-I 11..." Before Autumn Plant could say anything more, Shi Feng finally took action. The swordsman unsheathed the abyssal blade, raised the magic weapon slightly, and executed a vertical slash at the space in front of him. First sword, Light Shadow. Suddenly an illusory greatsword several hundred meters long appeared in the sky and fell toward Autumn Plant, leaving a dark void that divided the world into two in its wake. Before anyone could react, the sea prison trapping Shi Feng's group split in half, and a massive void spanning over 1,000 yards opened up in the ocean. Seawater then flooded into the dark void, creating spectacular waterfalls. Surging waves carried the nearby ships toward this spatial tier, and the ships that fell into the void had their crews instantly vaporized. The 1,000-plus war blood members maintaining the sea prison's magic array spat out blood on the spot and fell into a mentally weakened state. It was evident that they had suffered a severe backlash from the barrier's breaking. Meanwhile, a dark void had replaced the area Autumn Plant originally occupied. As for Autumn Plant himself, he was nowhere in sight. Chapter 2798, Another Tier 4. Chapter 2798, Another Tier 4. No, this is impossible. Ink Feather and the other War Blood members were thunderstruck by the scene before them. The sea prison was an ancient magic array capable of trapping even superior mythic monsters, yet it had shattered from just one attack. Moreover, this same attack had also annihilated Autumn Plant, a Tier 4 Great Wizard. How could they possibly believe this? Shi Feng and Autumn Plant were both Tier 4 players, so how could there be such a huge disparity between them? Not to mention, Shi Feng had executed his attack while under the sea prison's suppression. Even if Autumn Plant truly wasn't a match for Shi Feng, he shouldn't be utterly powerless to resist the attack. Nevertheless, let alone putting up a fight, Autumn Plant couldn't even escape. Divine Shadow and the other Heaven's Blade members also couldn't help gaping in shock at this scene. After watching Shi Feng's heaven-splitting slash, they finally understood the true strength of Tier 4 existences and why God's Domain's NPCs would behave so fearfully and respectfully toward Tier 4 existences. Shi Feng had transformed the terrain with just one attack. If a full-blown fight ensued between two Tier 4 existences, the effect the fight would have on the surroundings would be unimaginable. Vice Commander, what should we do now? The sea prison is already broken, and Vice Commander Autumn has been killed. I'm afraid that we, a level 122 Tier 3 assassin, asked worriedly as he looked at Ink Feather. Have everyone retreat, Ink Feather said, gritting her teeth. Also, notify the commander of everything that happened here. Black Flame is no longer someone we can handle. We need Secret Hand's assistance. Understood. The Tier 3 assassin breathed out a sigh of relief when he heard Ink Feather's words. If they were to fight Shi Feng, they would die without question. Subsequently, Warblood's members frantically retreated to Dragonheart Island, many of them even using Tier 3 instantaneous movement scrolls or other life-saving scrolls. Their reaction was because they knew very clearly just how terrifying a Tier 4 player could be. While more than 3,000 yards might separate them from Shi Feng right now, the swordsman could probably close the distance in just a few seconds if he flew at full speed. Black Flame. Warblood will remember this transgression. We will be waiting for you on Dragonheart Island. Ink Feather bellowed. With Shi Feng's group rapidly approaching, she promptly activated her Tier 3 instantaneous movement scroll and disappeared, abandoning the bound Heaven's Blade's members. 2 seconds after Ink Feather disappeared, Shi Feng's group of 4 arrived before Divine Shadow and the others. Those people were so arrogant before, yet they ran away even faster than rabbits. Solitary 9 burst into laughter when he saw that none of Warblood's Tier 3 experts remained in the vicinity. In response, Lifeless Thorn also laughed and said, "It's normal. They know that they'll just die even if they stay behind. After all, even their sole Tier 4 expert died, so Tier 3 players like themselves wouldn't be able to do anything." The strength Shi Feng displayed was truly astonishing, let alone Warblood's members. Even Lifeless Thorn himself was shocked. During the fight with the infant golden dragon, Shi Feng had forcibly cancelled his summoning. The backlash had drastically reduced both his concentration and basic attributes throughout the raid, and although he had activated a berserk skill near the end of the raid, the skill only allowed him to just barely participate in the fight. Hence, one could say that Shi Feng had never exerted his normal strength in the entire infant dragon raid. However, when Shi Feng went up against Autumn Plant, he had already fully recovered. Only Lifeless Thorn had never imagined that Shi Feng had already become so strong. Now Lifeless Thorn wouldn't find it strange if Shi Feng could go toe-to-toe against a superior mythic monster, After all, the attack Shi Feng executed earlier was simply astonishing. It definitely carried power at the Tier 5 standard. Guild Leader Black Flame. I am Vice Commander Divine Shadow of the Heaven's Blade Adventurer Team. I really have to thank you for your help this time. If not for you, we would have definitely been imprisoned by Warblood for 15 days. Divine Shadow, who had been freed from his restraints, hurriedly stepped forward to thank Shi Feng. At this moment, the only feeling in his heart was a deep sense of awe. In the past, Divine Shadow only considered Shi Feng a local tyrant who had better luck than others. In his opinion, so long as he got promoted to Tier 4, he wouldn't be inferior to Shi Feng in any way. However, Divine Shadow now found his previous thoughts laughable. After all, in terms of strength, Shi Feng and he were like the sun and a candle. Even if he really managed to get promoted to Tier 4, he doubted he could last a single move against Shi Feng. As for Cleansing Flame, when she looked at Shi Feng, complicated emotions momentarily filled her heart. Previously, it was only thanks to Shi Feng's help that Heaven's Blade had managed to survive the existential threat it faced. Originally, she thought that with the significant improvements she made during this period, she had shortened the gap between herself and Shi Feng. However, it seemed that the gap between them had widened even further instead. In fact, Shi Feng had become so strong that she could no longer grasp just how powerful he was exactly. "It's nothing. I just happened to pass by," Shi Feng said, chuckling as he looked at Divine Shadow. "Team leader Yu Luo and I were trapped in the same place for some time. After we left that place, we appeared near Dragonheart Island. Can you tell me what Dragonheart Island's present situation is like?" Although the World Stone allowed him to log in and out of God's domain anytime he wanted, he had not logged off for several consecutive days because he had focused on grinding for levels. Meanwhile, God's domain was a game that was constantly changing. Several days was more than enough time for significant changes to sweep through the entire God's domain, let alone a small area like Dragonheart Island. Dragonheart Island was a location he had paid constant attention to, as well as one of Zero Wing's development focuses. The World Tower on Dragonheart Island was incredibly special. Even Tier 5 players could benefit from it because there were plenty of ancient ruins hidden inside. In addition, once communication between the two main continents of God's domain increased in frequency, Dragonheart Island would become an important trade hub. He had established roots on Dragonheart Island a long time ago. However, due to the many matters he had to deal with on the eastern continent, he had no choice but to leave Dragonheart Island's matters to someone else. As a result, Zero Wing had never been able to develop properly on Dragonheart Island. Now that his strength had undergone a qualitative transformation, and he also possessed massive wealth, he would naturally have to write Zero Wing's development on Dragonheart Island into his agenda. After all, Dragonheart Island had plenty of rare and precious resources. In fact, the rare basic materials that he needed for the construction of the small mobile fortress could all be found on the island. This was also one of the reasons why he had decided to head to Dragonheart Island directly. "I see." Realization dawned upon Divine Shadow when he heard Shi Feng's words. He now roughly understood why Yu Luo was with Shi Feng's party. He then shook his head and sighed. Guild Leader Black Flame. Dragonheart Island has already become Warblood's private playground. Outside forces are unable to interfere with Dragonheart Island's affairs at all. Even Heaven's Blade has been forced to disband because of Warblood. "Is it because of an NPC force?" Shi Feng asked. "Mm-hmm. Somehow, Blood Oath actually managed to partner up with the Secret Hand Association, Dragonheart Island's strongest NPC force. Because of this, even Dragonheart Island's local superpowers have to abide by Warblood's will to avoid getting targeted," Divine Shadow answered, his heart brimming with hatred toward Warblood. If not for the Secret Hand Association, Warblood couldn't have forced Heaven's Blade to disband no matter what. Even if Warblood had Autumn Plant, it would still be incredibly difficult for one Tier 4 player to deal with the entirety of Heaven's Blade inside the vast World Tower. Naturally, it was also impossible for one Tier 4 Great Wizard to besiege a fortress. However, it was a different story for NPC forces. Even the weakest NPC force operating on Dragonheart Island had several Tier 4 NPCs under its command. What more, the Secret Hand Association. According to the information Heaven's Blade found, the Secret Hand Association had as many as 14 Tier 4 NPCs. Moreover, some of these Tier 4 NPCs even held considerably high positions in Dragonheart City. Hence, it was a piece of cake for the Secret Hand Association to deal with a player force like Heaven's Blade in Dragonheart City. Most importantly, after the system's major update, NPCs no longer had any restrictions placed on them. While NPCs might still hesitate to take action inside an NPC city, once outside the city, NPCs could freely attack players. Therefore, any player force that dared to oppose Warblood would have their members hunted by the Secret Hand Association outside Dragonheart City. However, getting hunted and killed by the Secret Hand Association's NPCs still wasn't the worst part. In fact, getting killed would have been preferable. After all, these NPCs could actually imprison players for up to 15 natural days. Let alone Tier 3 peak experts. Even Tier 3 Apex experts couldn't afford such a penalty. I see. No wonder Warblood dares to be so arrogant. After hearing Divine Shadow's explanation, Shi Feng more or less understood his frustration. Even in his previous life, such occurrences had been prevalent after God's Domain's first major update. Now that most players had yet to reach even Tier 3, they would find it even more impossible to oppose NPC forces. Guild Leader Black Flame, now that you've killed Autumn Plant, I'm certain Inkfeather will relay this matter to Blood Oath. Since they know they're no match for you, they will definitely contact Secret Hand. However, Secret Hand should take some time to react. Hence, my suggestion is that we leave Dragonheart Island's vicinity during this time. That way, those NPCs won't be able to do anything against us. Although the Secret Hand Association was powerful, so long as they left the Association's sphere of influence, the Association's NPCs would most likely stop pursuing them. At worst, they would no longer be able to mingle on Dragonheart Island. However, God's Domain was a massive world. They could easily head to other locations to grind for levels. It wouldn't be too late for them to seek payback once they raised their strength. No, I won't be leaving with you. I still have some matters I need to deal with on Dragonheart Island, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Smiling, he continued. Moreover, I have a debt to collect from Warblood. After Shi Feng finished speaking, Yu Luo added in a determined tone, That's right. I'm also going to Dragonheart Island to meet with the commander. I will definitely make Warblood pay. Divine Shadow couldn't help growing anxious at Yu Luo's words. They had gone to great lengths to escape from Dragonheart Island. If Yu Luo were to head to Dragonheart Island now, it would be a one-way trip. Yu Luo, stop fooling around. Guild Leader Black Flame is a Tier 4 player, so he might not have any problems, but you are. An astonishing aura suddenly burst forth from Yu Luo's body, interrupting Divine Shadow and subjecting him and the others to powerful pressure. The aura Yu Luo released was even more frightening than Autumn Plant's. Divine Shadow was dumbfounded when he sensed Yu Luo's aura. Only after a long time did he manage to ask, You've reached Tier 4? Chapter 2799, Returning to Dragonheart City. Chapter 2799, Returning to Dragonheart City. In response to Divine Shadow's question, Yu Luo faintly smiled and nodded. I was lucky to get promoted thanks to Guild Leader Black Flame. Despite Yu Luo's humble response, her affirmation still dumbfounded Divine Shadow. However, the life aura Yu Luo radiated couldn't be faked. Basic attributes couldn't make up for the difference in life rating he sensed. Team Leader Yu Luo, you're amazing. Cleansing Flame was similarly stunned by the revelation. After snapping out of her daze, she exclaimed joyfully, Now that you've gotten promoted to Tier 4, that makes you Dragonheart Island's second Tier 4 expert. If the commander finds out about this, she'll definitely be tickled pink. The current era no longer belonged to Tier 3 players, but to Tier 4 players. So long as a power gained a Tier 4 player, it would receive a significant boost to its status and authority, and even NPC forces would not dare offend it recklessly. When Divine Shadow remained in a daze even after a long time had passed, Yu Luo smiled and prompted, Vice Commander Shadow? May I return to Dragonheart City together with Guild Leader Black Flame now? You are now a Tier 4 player, so I naturally can't stop you. There is also no need to stop you, Divine Shadow replied, sighing. He never thought that after not seeing each other for only a month, you, Luo, would have already grown into an existence he had to look up to. He then continued, However, I will return with you. Things on Dragonheart Island have changed significantly after the major update. You can avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble if you have me guiding you. Vice Commander, I'll go with you too. Currently, after the Commander, I have the highest status in Dragonheart City out of everyone in Heaven's Blade. With me around, those NPCs shouldn't make too much trouble for us. Cleansing Flame volunteered. Status? Trouble? Yu Luo was confused by Cleansing Flame's words. Since when did players require a certain degree of status to enter Dragonheart City? On the other hand, Shi Feng understood what Cleansing Flame meant. After the system's first major update, aside from NPCs becoming the majority in God's domain, NPCs would also start behaving more realistically. This was especially true for the various NPC forces. Although NPC forces were powerful, most of them still operated under the banner of specific kingdoms, empires, or neutral cities like Dragonheart City. Hence, ostensibly, these NPC forces wouldn't dare mess around with players in NPC cities. However, that did not stop these NPC forces from abusing their positions to harass player forces. One example would be imposing pointless inspections on players trying to enter or exit the city, which wasted their time. Hence, a player's status in NPC cities became very important. However, the status mentioned here was different from the noble ranks players gained. Having status in an NPC city meant obtaining a position carrying actual power in the city. As for the noble ranks players gained previously, they were merely empty titles after the major update took place. Noble ranks no longer granted players actual power in an NPC city, only benefits such as the ability to recruit personal guards. Take Shi Feng's visit to the Twin Towers Kingdom's capital city, for example. The way the senior administrator of the city hall there referred to him was completely different from how most NPCs referred to him before the major update. The senior administrator hadn't addressed Shi Feng with honorifics such as Bronze Legatee, Lord Earl, etc. Instead, the NPC merely addressed him as Sir. Only after Shi Feng had taken out the War God's Temple's certification did the NPC change his address to Lord Guild Leader. This was because he was the guild leader of a guild the War God's Temple recognized officially. In NPC cities, his status was roughly equivalent to the Deputy City Lords. Without the War God's Temple's certification, though, Shi Feng would merely be an insignificant existence to the senior administrator. Of course, had Shi Feng revealed his Tier 4 ranking, he would similarly receive different treatment. Only, compared to that of players holding actual positions of power, his treatment would still be slightly inferior. After all, no individual Tier 4 player would dare cause a ruckus in an NPC city unless they were tired of living. So long as an NPC wasn't an adventurer that frequently operated out in the fields, they wouldn't fear Tier 4 players at all. All right, you can come with us. Divine Shadow couldn't help feeling a little helpless as he looked at Cleansing Flame. However, what she had said was also true. Previously, if not for Cleansing Flame holding the position of a squadron captain in Dragonheart City's Dragonheart Knight Legion, they would have had trouble even stepping out of the city's entrance, let alone escaping Dragonheart Island. Afterward, Divine Shadow secretly led Shi Feng's group back to Dragonheart City. As for the other Heaven's Blade members, they used this opportunity to depart from Dragonheart Island's vicinity quickly to avoid the Secret Hand Association's pursuit. Dragonheart Island, Dragonheart City. Due to the system's major update, Dragonheart City had become much livelier. Now, NPCs of foreign races were everywhere in the city's port, and previously scarce Tier 3 NPCs crowded the port. Most of these NPCs were at level 130, with some even reaching level 150. They were practically comparable to the Tier 3 NPC guards of Dragonheart City. Meanwhile, Dragonheart City's player population had also increased significantly. This was especially true of Tier 3 independent experts. Roughly 30% of the Tier 3 independent experts operating in the major sea zones surrounding Dragonheart Island gathered here, As for the reason, firstly, Dragonheart City's trade market was much more prosperous than other locations. Here one could purchase many items that normally couldn't be found in the outside world. For example, Dragonheart City's auction house sold epic weapons and equipment usable by players. The only problem was that the currency used here was not the standard coins, but ancient coins. Secondly, the World Tower's fourth underground floor had Tier 4 legacy lands. Moreover, aside from independent experts, many of God's Domain's superpowers had also dispatched their members to develop on Dragonheart Island. Because of this situation, Dragonheart City most likely housed the largest number of Tier 3 players out of the various cities in God's Domain. This was also one of the reasons why Shi Feng decided to visit Dragonheart City in person. However, before Shi Feng and the others could enter Dragonheart City, they came across Inkfeather once more. At this time, Inkfeather and several hundred other Warblood members were carefully inspecting the players trying to enter the city. Even Blood Oath was standing by the entrance and quietly observing the moving crowd. His appearance at the entrance garnered a lot of attention from the surrounding players. "What's going on? Why is Blood Oath here?" "I heard that someone killed one of Warblood's executives in the nearby waters. Blood Oath must have come to deal with those offenders personally." "Crap. Who's the daring bastard that killed Warblood's members?" The players began a quiet discussion among themselves as they looked at Blood Oath. They admired the person who dared kill Warblood's executive. After all, even the superpowers had to behave themselves around Warblood on Dragonheart Island. Otherwise, they would meet a tragic end. A single death definitely wouldn't be enough to compensate for the offense of killing one of Warblood's executives near Dragonheart Island. "Hush. Keep your voice down. Don't you see that man beside Blood Oath?" a level 122 Tier 3 ranger said, berating his guildmates. Pointing at a stalwart man clad in silvery knight armor standing beside Blood Oath, the ranger said, "That person is Sabrid, one of the Secret Hand Association's Tier 4 NPCs. He is also one of the vice-commanders of the city's Knight Legion. If he hears you, you'll be locked up for several days." At the ranger's warning, his party members promptly stopped speaking. The name Sabrid was one they were very familiar with. This NPC was precisely why the various superpowers seeking to establish roots on Dragonheart Island had suffered severe losses. These foreign superpowers had many of their Tier 3 experts caught and jailed in Dragonheart City's prison for 3 days. The reason for their imprisonment was that they had offended Sabrid. "Damn it! Blood Oath actually managed to get Sabrid here in such a short time?" Divine Shadow's complexion darkened when he saw the knight standing beside Blood Oath. "That Sabrid will definitely cause all sorts of problems for us to prevent us from entering the city, and so long as we show even the slightest sign of aggression, he'll abuse his authority to have guards capture us." Before Divine Shadow could finish explaining, Blood Oath noticed Shi Feng's group, and a sly smile appeared on his face. "Lord Sabrid, I found those troublemakers," Blood Oath said to Sabrid as he pointed at Shi Feng's group. "It's those people." That man, standing in the lead, even let Heaven's Blade's remnants get away, disrupting Warblood's expansion plans completely. "Is that so?" Sabrid, who looked to be in his early 40s, looked at the location Blood Oath indicated. Narrowing his eyes, he said to the soldier standing beside him, "Bring them to me. If they resist, you know what to do, right?" "Leave it to us, Vice Commander." The level 150 Tier 3 soldier smiled and nodded. He then led a team of around a dozen guards and approached Shi Feng's group. Chapter 2800. Silent Entrance. Chapter 2800. Silent Entrance. Upon seeing the squad of NPC soldiers walk out of the entrance, the Warblood members standing by the gate looked at Shi Feng's group triumphantly. The soldier squad consisted of 12 level 150 Tier 3 NPC soldiers. These NPCs were already close to 30 levels higher than the current average level of Tier 3 players in God's Domain. In addition, these NPCs also possessed the identity of Dragonheart City's soldiers. After the major update, the NPC soldiers of NPC cities were no longer as rigid as before, enforcing all rules thoroughly and behaving impartially in their judgment. Instead, these NPC soldiers had become humanized. bending the rules to their liking. They could be strict with some and lenient with others. Meanwhile, so long as their actions fell within the permissible range of the rules, players would be utterly helpless against them. Vice Commander Feather, let's see how Black Flame can continue acting arrogantly. Snowy Afterglow, who had reached level 123, said to Inkfeather as he watched the NPC soldiers approach Shi Feng's group. Even if he's tier 4, he will still have to behave here. Black Flame isn't a simple person. If he can restrain his temper with his status as a tier 4 player, these soldiers won't dare make things too difficult for him, Inkfeather said, shaking her head. Everything will depend on Black Flame's subsequent actions. Forbearance was a basic quality leaders of guilds possessed. As the guild leader of Zero Wing, Shi Feng naturally possessed this quality too. If Shi Feng decided to behave this time, the means they could use against him wouldn't be very effective. If they failed to exact their revenge on Shi Feng now, the only thing they could do was ambush him outside Dragonheart Island. He has always been arrogant. I doubt he'll tolerate this humiliation, Snowy Afterglow said. Even if he can, so long as he dares show even a little bit of resistance or behave disrespectfully to Lord Sabrid, we'll be able to take care of him. Let's hope so. Inkfeather also hoped that Shi Feng would choose not to tolerate the NPC guards' harassment. That way, they would have an easy time dealing with him. While the soldiers were approaching Shi Feng's group, the surrounding players who saw this scene couldn't help stopping to spectate the situation. What's the matter with these soldiers? They can actually leave the entrance on their own initiative. Wait, that assassin seems to be Divine Shadow, one of Heaven's Blade's vice commanders. What? Heaven's Blade's members actually took the initiative to show themselves. Are they tired of living? The surrounding players recognized Divine Shadow in no time at all and were astonished. After all, Warblood had long since placed a bounty on all of Heaven's Blade's members in Dragonheart City. By showing up at the city's entrance now, Heaven's Blade's members were basically throwing themselves into the jaws of death. Now that these NPC soldiers are going straight for them, they're seriously doomed. These NPCs are first-rate when it comes to making life difficult for others. They interrogated me for 2 whole hours the last time I came here. If I hadn't bribed them with a magic crystal, I would have most likely had to wait for a few more hours before I could enter the city. These soldiers are probably the Secret Hand Association's members as well. If Heaven's Blade's members get detained, it definitely won't end with just a few hours of interrogation. These soldiers will most likely corner them until they speak out in retaliation. And if they do that, they'll be jailed right away. Seeing the NPC soldiers taking the initiative to walk away from the entrance, the surrounding players looked at Shi Feng's group in pity. However, none of them stepped forward to help. After all, it would be an express train to hell if they did so. While the surrounding players were discussing quietly among themselves, the 12 NPC soldiers had surrounded Shi Feng's group. Dragonheart City is in chaos right now, so our superior has instructed us to tighten inspections to prevent people from making trouble in the city. Not only are you bunch acting suspiciously, but you are even concealing your identities with cloaks. Remove your cloaks and come with us, said the rough-looking guard heading the squad. Sneering, he added, rest assured, the interrogation will be over quickly. It'll only take around a dozen hours, so it won't delay you for too long. Oh, right. Just in case, please open your spatial bags and let us inspect them. We cannot let you bring any prohibited items into the city. As soon as the head soldier finished speaking, the other guards began smiling as well. That's right. Hurry up and open your bags. Don't worry, we won't take any of your items. We'll only take a look at them. Right, it's just for an inspection. This is for Dragonheart City's safety. The several NPC soldiers laughed as they looked at Shi Feng. Meanwhile, Divine Shadow's complexion turned ashen when he heard the soldiers' words. He had never imagined that the Secret Hand Association's NPCs would be so ruthless. A spatial bag was a player's greatest secret. Revealing the contents of a player's bag to other players would not only potentially attract trouble, but also expose their trump cards. Excuse me, but we don't plan on entering Dragonheart City, Divine Shadow said, rejecting the soldiers' demand outright. There was no way they could allow the soldiers to inspect their bags. This was especially true for Shi Feng. the guild leader of Zero Wing. It was evident that these soldiers were trying to pick a fight with them. Now their only choice was to abandon their plan to enter Dragonheart City. However, the head soldier smiled when he heard Divine Shadow's refusal. It doesn't matter whether you enter the city or not. In fact, you bunch look even more suspicious now. So, there is an even greater need for you to be checked. You'd best open your spatial bags quick. Otherwise, my brothers and I will personally take action, the head soldier said, raising his hand immediately. The 11 other soldiers gripped their weapons and released their killing intent. However, as these soldiers gripped their weapons, Cleansing Flame stepped forward. She then took out a bronze token from her bag. I am Cleansing Flame, a captain of the Dragonheart Knight Legion. These people are my companions. I can prove that they have no problems, Cleansing Flame said. In a slightly annoyed tone, she continued, Moreover, you people from the City Defense Legion are responsible for maintaining order within the city, not outside. You are overstepping your boundaries. When Cleansing Flame took out her Dragonheart Knight token, Divine Shadow breathed out a sigh of relief, glad that he had brought her along. Otherwise, they would have gotten caught in the Secret Hand Association's trap. As Dragonheart City's trump card legion, the Dragonheart Knight Legion was far superior to the City Defense Knight Legion. Moreover, the City Defense Knight Legion did not have the authority to inspect members of the Dragonheart Knight Legion. The Dragonheart Knight Legion, looking at Cleansing Flame, the head soldier smiled nonchalantly and said, Since you are a member of the Dragonheart Knight Legion, we naturally have no right to inspect you. However, that is not the case for your companions. They are acting suspiciously and are even wearing cloaks. As Dragonheart City's first line of defense, we have a responsibility to maintain the city's safety. Hence, we cannot leave them be. They must be checked. You? The soldier's words enraged Cleansing Flame. I will report this to Commander Anos. Go tell him then. I believe Commander Anos will understand our painstaking efforts, the head soldier said, smiling. However, before that, your companions must undergo inspection. I will give you only 10 seconds to consider. If you don't open your bags yourselves, don't blame us for doing it for you. As the head soldier finished speaking, the other soldiers readied their weapons. It was evident that they did not plan on giving Shi Feng's group any chance to escape. Meanwhile, when the surrounding players saw this scene, they gasped. How ruthless. Sure enough, nobody can afford to offend Warblood on Dragonheart Island. No wonder even the superpowers dare not disrespect Warblood on Dragonheart Island. Although many of the players present would normally suffer at the hands of these NPC soldiers, the soldiers would only put them through long hours of interrogation at most. This was definitely the first time the players had seen these soldiers draw their weapons against players. Amazing, amazing, as expected of Secret Hand's members. I want to see what that black flame is going to do now. Snowy Afterglow burst into laughter when he saw this scene. I heard that Black Flame has many treasures on him. If we can get him to reveal those treasures, all our efforts this time would definitely be worthwhile. Inkfeather also nodded in agreement with Snowy Afterglow's words. In reality, even she did not think that the Secret Hand Association would be so ruthless. Now, Shi Feng was truly between a rock and a hard place. Whether he chose to anger the guards or reveal his spatial bag for everyone to see, he would still suffer in the end. Black Flame. Now it's my turn to let you know what it feels like to live in misery. When Blood Oath saw the scene playing out before him, the smile on his face grew even brighter. Previously, when Shi Feng had killed him during the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's conference, Blood Oath's reputation had plummeted on Dragonheart Island. However, the tables had turned now after partnering with the Secret Hand Association. Blood Oath had always hoped that Shi Feng would come to Dragonheart Island. To ensure this happened, he had even had his subordinates provoke Zero Wing frequently. Now, his chance for vengeance had arrived. This was also only the first step of Blood Oath's vengeance. Even if Shi Feng agreed to the soldier's demand, he still had plenty of things prepared for Shi Feng afterward. It wouldn't matter even if Shi Feng was a Tier 4 player. Dragonheart City was different from the average NPC city. In terms of combat power, Dragonheart City was even stronger than the capital cities of some empires. Moreover, as Dragonheart City was a neutral city, the identities and positions one held in kingdoms and cities did not matter here. Only Dragonheart City's identities and statuses. This was also why the various superpowers had no choice but to submit to war blood. While everyone was secretly discussing the situation, Divine Shadow whispered to Shi Feng, "I'm sorry for this situation, Guild Leader Black Flame. I'll hold them back afterward, so run away when you get the chance. These soldiers won't dare abandon their post, so as long as you leave Dragonheart Island's vicinity, they won't continue chasing you. Their only way out of this situation now was to flee. Confronting these NPC soldiers would only mean death for them. If they did that, they would be playing into Blood Oath's hands." Hence, Divine Shadow decided to exchange his own life for everyone else's freedom. "No, that won't be necessary," Shi Feng said, shaking his head. "Leave the rest to me, Guild Leader Black Flame." Divine Shadow was a little confused as he looked at Shi Feng. There was clearly no room for reconciliation between them and the NPC soldiers. Aside from escaping, he simply couldn't figure out how they could get out of this situation. At this moment, let alone Divine Shadow, even Yu Luo found this situation strange. She couldn't understand what Shi Feng could possibly do in this situation either. When the head soldier saw Shi Feng stepping forward, he grinned and asked, "What? Have you made up your mind?" Shi Feng was the person Vice Commander Sabred had singled out. No matter what Shi Feng's answer was, the head soldier would have ways to make things difficult for him. "Made up my mind?" Chuckling, Shi Feng said, "Indeed, I have made up my mind." "Good," nodding, the head soldier said. "Then open up your spatial bag." As soon as the head soldier finished speaking, Shi Feng made his move. The next moment, a fleeting flash appeared before Shi Feng, and the head soldier's body got bisected. The soldier's 20 million HP instantly fell to 0, the two halves of his body spraying blood all over the place as they fell to the ground. Volume 29, Chapter 2801, Combating a Tier 4 NPC. Chapter 28001, Combating a Tier 4 NPC. He killed the NPC? How dare he? Everyone present was taken aback when they saw the head soldier bisected. Even Divine Shadow and Cleansing Flame had their mouths hanging wide open, neither of them having expected Shi Feng to take action. Moreover, not only did Shi Feng take action, but he had even directly killed an NPC soldier. This was simply, this guy is doomed. He's definitely dead. He actually killed one of Dragonheart City's NPC soldiers. This won't end with just a few weeks' imprisonment. Dragonheart City was a neutral city, hence its management was much stricter than that of NPC cities in kingdoms and empires. Before the major system update took place, players who killed another player or NPC within Dragonheart City would not only be killed on the spot, but also be prohibited from logging into the game for a month. And when they could log back into the game, they would lose 10 levels and have their souls placed into a weakened state for 10 days. This penalty would basically cripple a player's account. Now, not only did Shi Feng commit murder after the system update, but the person he killed was even an NPC soldier. At this point, everyone no longer dared imagine what kind of punishment he would receive should he be killed or caught. Ink Feather and the other War Blood members standing by the entrance were caught off guard by Shi Feng's actions. How much courage does he possess? Ink Feather couldn't believe her eyes as she took in Shi Feng's casual appearance. Did he lose his mind? She had thought of the possibility of Shi Feng resisting the NPC soldiers and escaping. However, the possibility of him killing an NPC soldier had never occurred to her, yet Shi Feng had executed this feat so decisively. As for Blood Oath, when he saw this scene, he became ecstatic. Good, as expected of the first player to get promoted to Tier 4. Blood Oath sneered. Unfortunately, today will be the day you fall. However, before everyone could recover from the surprise of seeing Shi Feng kill the head soldier, Shi Feng brandished the abyssal blade once more. The next moment, a galaxy of stars appeared around Shi Feng and enveloped the 11 NPC soldiers remaining of the squad. Swords orbit. Damages exceeding 50 million appeared above the Tier 3 NPCs' heads one after another, the 11 NPC soldiers getting killed instantly. A bunch of useless fools. Do you think Dragonheart City's rules have any use against me? Shi Feng said, as he glanced at the fallen NPC soldiers indifferently. He then sheathed the abyssal blade casually, as if he hadn't done anything to speak of. If it were before he had entered the ancient god's domain, he would still have to be wary of Dragonheart City's rules. However, he no longer had such worries now. At Shi Feng's words, a deathly silence momentarily enveloped the surrounding area. He's nuts. He's definitely nuts. Who is this guy? He actually dares slaughter Dragonheart City's NPC soldiers. When the spectators saw Shi Feng's actions, some felt crazed, some felt fearful, some felt excited, and some felt awed. One thing was for certain, though: Shi Feng's feat of killing 11 NPC soldiers in one go would be forever etched in their minds. Without a doubt, Shi Feng was the most ruthless player in God's domain. The surrounding players became curious about Shi Feng's identity. Meanwhile, when the silver-armored knight Sebrid saw this scene, his eyes turned bloodshot, and the intensity of his aura skyrocketed. He no longer suppressed his aura, thoroughly displaying the power of a level 160 Tier 4 NPC. His aura was so overbearing that everyone nearby shuddered involuntarily. Outrageous. You dare lay hands on the City Defense Knight Legion? Don't even think of leaving this place alive today, Sebrid bellowed as he leaped into the air. Simultaneously, the other NPC soldiers stationed at the entrance also took action, their numbers exceeding 100. We're really doomed this time, Divine Shadow despaired when he saw Sebrid taking action. He couldn't understand why Shi Feng had acted so rashly. Their group stood no chance against a level 160 Tier 4 NPC, even though Shi Feng was Tier 4. After all, NPCs possessed not only higher basic attributes than players, but also superior mana control. Their weapons and equipment were likewise superior to those of players in general. However, while Divine Shadow and Cleansing Flame were despairing over this matter, two voices of complaint entered their ears. Guild leader, you're too fast. That's right. You should have told us in advance if you were going to attack. At least give us some time to prepare. The next moment, both Lifeless Thorn and Solitary Nine took out their weapons in frustration, evidently intending to fight these NPC soldiers. Have they lost their minds too? Divine Shadow and Cleansing Flame were on the brink of mental collapse at this moment. Shi Feng was famous for being an arrogant guild leader, so while his reaction was shocking, it was still within the realm of expectations. However, what was up with the two players following Shi Feng, Yu Luo, though, did not appear surprised by Lifeless Thorn and Solitary Nine's actions. She, too, grabbed her staff and said quietly to Divine Shadow and Cleansing Flame, Vice Commander Flame, wait behind us. I'll deal with the NPCs coming at us. 11 at Yu Luo's words, Divine Shadow and Cleansing Flame turned to the cleric in surprise and confusion. What had become of this world? Was this really the same Yu Luo they knew? Seeing the two's horrified eyes, Yu Luo smiled and consoled. Don't worry, nothing will happen. We're just dealing with a bunch of NPC soldiers. Out of everyone present, she reacted the calmest to Shi Feng's actions. As she had reached Tier 4 herself, she understood quite well that Tier 4 powerhouses were no pushovers. Even the NPCs in the ancient god's domain didn't dare offend Tier 4 players. Yet, these Tier 3 NPCs in the modern god's domain actually dared do so. They were simply tired of living. After all, even the kings of kingdoms dared not casually offend Tier 4 powerhouses. She had to admit that, while some NPCs had grown smarter after gaining conscious thought, some had grown dumber as well. Either that or pushing around Tier 3 players had become a habit for these Tier 3 NPCs, and they now assumed that the existence known as players were pushovers that didn't know how to retaliate. The fact that players still had the mindset that NPCs shouldn't be provoked had most likely contributed to this misconception as well. However, after experiencing life in the ancient god's domain, Yu Luo understood very clearly that God's domain never had any absolute rules. The only absolutes were strength and status. In the ancient god's domain, instances of players killing NPCs occurred frequently. Even killing city lords wouldn't be a problem so long as one could bear the consequences and had the strength necessary to accomplish the feat. Hence, she found it laughable that Warblood thought it could rule over Dragonheart City without fear just because it had gained the support of an NPC force. Warblood was utterly ignorant of the fact that after players reached Tier 4, they would be living in a completely different world from Tier 3 players. At this time, Sabrid had already arrived in the air above Shi Feng's group and was looking at Shi Feng with anger in his eyes. This was because even he hadn't expected that Shi Feng would dare kill the soldiers. Furthermore, he would be held responsible for their deaths. Unable to hold back his anger, he bellowed, "Foolish heaven-blessed individual, do you think nobody can punish you just because you've reached Tier 4? None of you will escape today?" After saying so, Sabrid unslung the snowy white greatsword he carried on his back and executed a slash at Shi Feng. A swordlight shot at Shi Feng, leaving behind a black tear in space that extended hundreds of yards away. The power of this attack could heavily injure even a mythic monster of the same level. Tier 4 skill, Sky-Splitting Flash. Well said. Looking at Sabrid's approaching attack, Shi Feng said leisurely, "However, you provoked the wrong person." After saying so, Shi Feng unsheathed the Light of Two Worlds and brandished it. Chapter 2802, Power of Two Worlds. Chapter 2802, Power of Two Worlds. Sword's Orbit. Boom. When the two attacks collided, a powerful shockwave spread to several hundred yards away. Even the nearby Tier 3 experts stumbled a few steps back, while the Tier 2 players went flying several dozen yards. He blocked it. Who is he? The spectating players were stunned when they saw Shi Feng still standing in his original position. Despite going up against a level 160, Tier 4 NPC's Tier 4 skill, Shi Feng was actually an even match, emerging from the exchange unscathed. At this time, let alone the spectators, even Sabrid was surprised by this situation. Surprised? Looking at Sabrid's slightly bewildered expression, Shi Feng smiled faintly and said, "It seems that the Vice Commander of Dragonheart City's City Defense Knight Legion only amounts to this much." However, despite saying such words, Shi Feng dared not be careless around Sabrid. The Light of Two Worlds had indeed increased his basic attributes and the power of his sword-type skills significantly. Thanks to it and the several other fragmented legendary items he equipped, his basic attributes reached an astonishing level. Although he still wasn't a match for superior mythic monsters of the same level, he wasn't that far off either. However, Sabrid was at level 160, 20 levels higher than Shi Feng. In terms of basic attributes, Shi Feng definitely lost to Sabrid by a large margin. Hence, the only way he could beat the NPC was by relying on his powerful mana and superior combat techniques. Boy, you are courting death. Sabrid grew even more enraged at Shi Feng's words. Suddenly, the mana within a 1,000-yard radius began gathering around Sabrid in a frenzy. It was evident that the knight had not used his full strength for the previous attack. After the gathered mana reached a critical point, Sabrid instantly transformed into several dozen afterimages that surrounded Shi Feng. The NPC was dazzlingly fast, Tier 4 skill, Broken Shadow. At this time, even Shi Feng couldn't tell which of these afterimages was the real Sabrid. It felt as if the NPC had truly split into several dozen clones of himself. Before Shi Feng could react, fiery runes appeared on Sabrid's snowy white greatsword. The flames the runes gave off incinerating even space itself. Tier 4 taboo skill, Starfire Blade. The next moment, every one of Sabrid's afterimages executed a slash. Despite the Starfire Blade being effective for only one attack in reality, Sabrid had turned it into several dozen attacks. Amazing. As expected of a Knight Legion's Vice Commander, he actually managed to fuse his Tier 4 skills to such an extent Shi Feng couldn't help being in awe when he saw the several dozen attacks coming at him from all directions. Combining two skills was much more difficult than combining two spells. However, so long as one succeeded, one could dramatically increase the effectiveness of the skills. "Disappear!" Sabrid bellowed, the power that his weapon radiated skyrocketing even further. It was clear he had stopped holding back and planned to slay Shi Feng. Seeing the several dozen space-tearing greatswords approaching him, Shi Feng held up his sword horizontally before him. Tier 4 Legacy Skill Blade Domain. Immediately, 7 magic swords materialized around Shi Feng. The magic swords then transformed into innumerable stars in his surroundings. Swords orbit. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions and shockwaves blanketed the area in front of Dragonheart City's entrance. After several dozen clashes, the ground under Shi Feng cracked, and the space around him shattered. His HP had fallen by more than 5 million as well, his HP bar falling by 1/3 of its capacity. He didn't die? Inkfeather's eyes widened in shock when she saw the amount of HP Shi Feng lost, her mind refusing to believe this outcome. Sabrid was a level 1 460, Tier 4 NPC. Moreover, he was the vice commander of one of Dragonheart City's Night Legions. His strength was above average even among Tier 4 NPCs. With his combination of a Tier 4 skill and a Tier 4 taboo skill, he could inflict significant damage on superior mythic monsters of the same level. Yet Sabrid's attack had only taken 1/3 of Shi Feng's HP. Amazing. The power of this fusion attack actually reaches the Tier 5 basic rank. After taking a look at his remaining HP, Shi Feng felt even greater admiration for Sabrid. If he hadn't switched to the Light of Two Worlds, which raised all his sword-type skills by 1 level, he would have had to activate his Berserk skill to repulse Sabrid's fusion attack. However, activating his Berserk skill would also mean that he had been pushed to his limits on the brink of death. After all, Berserk skills weren't unique to players. NPCs had them as well. Boy, it seems you're quite sturdy. Sabrid was inwardly astonished when he saw Shi Feng still standing. He never imagined that a heaven-blessed individual could be so strong. However, this is the end for you. After saying so, Sabrid raised his greatsword into the air. Immediately afterward, a dozen identical greatswords appeared around him, forming a magic array. Tier 4 Skill, Blade's Shadow. Tier 4 Taboo Skill, Sealing Void. The next moment, the dozen greatswords transformed into black holes that shot toward Shi Feng. Upon seeing the black holes spanning several dozen meters, the nearby spectators, both players and NPCs, fell into despair. This was because they could already foresee that once these black holes collided with the ground, the impact would vaporize everything within several hundred yards. Sure enough, Tier 4 NPCs are no pushovers. However, this still isn't enough to get rid of me. Shi Feng smiled when he saw the descending black holes. Let's test this move on you. The next moment, Shi Feng tightened his grip on the Light of Two Worlds and poured half of his mana into the weapon. Suddenly, crimson divine runes lit up all over the sword, releasing a dazzling and mesmerizing brilliance. As this dazzling light bloomed, a deathly silence enveloped the world around Shi Feng. Even time itself seemed to flow significantly slower. Subsequently, Shi Feng swung the Light of Two Worlds at Sabrid, World Breaker. Boom. A strange light instantly penetrated the descending black holes like a hot knife through butter before landing on Sabrid. When the strange light disappeared, time began flowing normally again. Meanwhile, the black holes in the sky had all disappeared. As for Sabrid, he had lost over half his HP from the attack, retaining only around 200 million HP. Cracks had also appeared on the armor he wore, and fresh blood flowed out from all over his body. However, before Sabrid could react, the slightly pale Shi Feng had already arrived before the NPC. Not giving Sabrid any time to catch his breath, Shi Feng brandished the Light of Two Worlds once more. Spatial/swords transmigration. Although the fusion of skill and combat technique wasn't comparable to the fusion of skill and skill, the combination still increased the effectiveness of his skills significantly. The next moment, 6 sword lights tore through space and approached Sabrid. Reacting quickly, Sabrid held his greatsword horizontally before him and activated the Tier 4 defensive skill, Steel Fortress. The skill created a defensive barrier in front of him and increased his defense by 500% temporarily. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. Every one of Shi Feng's attacks managed to slice through Sabrid's defensive barrier without fail, but the barrier still bought Sabrid enough time to defend against the attacks with his greatsword. Boom. Boom. The next moment, explosions echoed throughout Dragonheart Island, one after another. Simultaneously, Sabrid's HP fell time after time. When the last swordlight collided with Sabrid's greatsword, the NPC got smashed into the ground at the speed of light, the impact creating a crater over a dozen meters deep. This last attack also zeroed Sabrid's HP, and the knight passed away with a reluctant look on his face. Meanwhile, Shi Feng, hovering in the air, saw his experience bar filling up rapidly. In no time at all, a golden glow enveloped him as his level rose from level 140 to level 141. However, nobody paid any attention to Shi Feng at this time. Instead, everyone had their heads down as they gaped at Sabrid's corpse lying in the crater. As if time had stopped moving, a deathly silence enveloped the entrance of Dragonheart City. Chapter 2A03, God's Domain's Strongest. He died? A Tier 4 NPC died. Just like that? When the spectating players saw Sabrid's dead body, they couldn't help doubting their eyes. Some of them even thought that the NPC was only playing dead and hadn't actually been killed. Blood Oath, standing by the entrance, also felt that the scene before him was fake. Sabrid was the vice commander of one of Dragonheart City's powerful Knight Legions. He stood at the peak among Tier 4 existences. How could he possibly have been killed by a player of the spectating players present? The only ones who remained relatively calm at this situation were Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Yu Luo. They didn't find it particularly surprising that Shi Feng had killed Sabrid. After all, Shi Feng had already reached level 140. For Tier 4 existences, a 20-level gap wasn't much of a difference. However, the three of them had never imagined that Shi Feng would be able to kill Sabrid so cleanly. The attack he used to injure Sabrid heavily was especially amazing. If not for that attack, the fight between the two would have lasted much longer. Unlike Lifeless Thorn's trio, Divine Shadow and Cleansing Flame had their mouths fall wide open when they saw this scene. Their minds clearly failed to process what had just happened. While everyone was struggling to accept this scene, reality poured a bucket of cold water over them. The next moment, several items actually appeared around Sabrid's corpse. Of them, one was even the greatsword Sabrid used. The greatsword hovered in the air, radiating an unparalleled aura. Upon being subjected to this aura, many of the Tier 2 players felt an instinctive fear overwhelming their bodies. Only the Tier 3 players fared better. A fragmented, legendary weapon. Nobody knew who shouted this sentence. However, it snapped everyone out of their daze, and they couldn't help ogling the snowy white weapon with glowing eyes. Some players even had the urge to charge forward and snatch it. However, before anyone could step forward, Shi Feng had already arrived beside Sabrid's body, the aura he radiated scaring everyone into retreating. The pressure Shi Feng gave off was simply too powerful. Even though he had already retracted his mana domain, everyone still felt stifled, none of them daring to look him in the eye. As for the fragmented legendary weapon, none of the players present dared entertain any thoughts of it now. After all, Shi Feng had just killed a level 160, Tier 4 NPC. A single thought from him was probably more than enough to kill players like themselves. For a time, the tens of thousands of players and NPCs standing in the vicinity quietly watched Shi Feng collect the items. Sabrid dropped one after another. If I can become like him one day, my life would be complete. Let alone becoming like him, I can most likely walk around Dragonheart Island fearlessly with even half of his strength. As the adventurer team players, spectating the fight from the distant port, watched Shi Feng collect Sabrid's loot, a sense of yearning and admiration awoke in their hearts. They also grew excited beyond words. The fact that Shi Feng had managed to slay a Tier 4 NPC right in front of Dragonheart City, a large neutral city, definitely made him God's Domain's strongest player. In fact, most likely, nobody would believe them, even if they described this scene to others. Nonetheless, they had managed to witness this miraculous feat. How could their blood not boil in this situation? However, amid everyone's excitement, Shi Feng suddenly disappeared. Before anyone realized it, Shi Feng had already reappeared in front of Blood Oath, catching Blood Oath and the three peak experts protecting him off guard. "Commander Blood Oath, we meet again," Shi Feng said with a faint smile. "I'm sure you know why I came here." Although Shi Feng spoke in a calm tone and was even smiling, Blood Oath and the others paled as if they had just seen a ghost. "Black Flame, you'd best not mess around." Doing his best to calm his anxious heart, Blood Oath glared at Shi Feng and added in a low tone, "This is already inside Dragonheart City. Moreover, now that you've killed Sabrid, neither Dragonheart City nor Secret Hand will spare you. If you know what's good for you, you'd best leave now. You'll be dead once the City Lord or the City Defense Legion's commander arrives." On Dragonheart Island, players would suffer entirely different penalties depending on whether they had fought inside or outside Dragonheart City. The fight with Sabrid had been outside the city. Hence, even though Shi Feng had killed Sabrid, the penalty he would suffer wouldn't be particularly severe. After all, the area outside the city wasn't subject to the city's protections. Even if a fight took place right outside the city's entrance, the city's NPC soldiers would, at most, move to stop the fight. They wouldn't detain the offenders at all. This was also why Sabrid and the other NPC soldiers dared take the initiative to persecute Shi Feng's group before. However, Blood Oath's current position was inside Dragonheart City. If Shi Feng killed him now, the severity of his crimes would be on a whole other level. Is that so? Smiling, Shi Feng unsheathed the abyssal blade and brandished it. 3 sword lights shot out from his weapon and instantly plundered the lives of the 3 peak experts standing around Blood Oath. Even when their bodies hit the ground, none of the 3 had realized what had happened. Shi Feng then turned to Blood Oath and asked, "What about now?" "You. How dare you?" Blood Oath was thunderstruck when he saw his 3 subordinates killed. Everyone else in the vicinity also saw this scene without missing a detail. "Crap! Awesome! This is awesome! Black Flame? He must be Black Flame, right? He actually killed 3 of Warblood's peak experts right in front of Blood Oath, and Blood Oath doesn't even dare make any strange moves. Am I dreaming?" Everyone felt their blood boil with excitement when they looked at Blood Oath, who dared not move a muscle in front of Shi Feng. Their worship of Shi Feng rose to a whole new level. Blood Oath was known throughout God's domain. After all, he was a big shot that even the superpowers had to submit to on Dragonheart Island, an existence standing at the peak of Dragonheart Island. Nonetheless, Blood Oath looked no different from an ant in front of Shi Feng. This situation was simply crazy. It was so crazy that they couldn't even react to it. However, shortly after the crowd began bubbling with excitement, 3 figures suddenly descended from the sky and landed at the entrance. Every one of these figures exuded an aura much stronger than that of Sabrid. Upon seeing these figures, Blood Oath reacted as if he had seen his savior. He looked at Shi Feng and laughed. "Black Flame, you are finished. Now that the Vice City Lord and 2 Knight Commanders have arrived, you shouldn't even think of leaving this place alive." One of the 3 new arrivals was none other than Cruz, Dragonheart City's Vice City Lord. He was a level 180, Tier 4 Great Wizard, a big shot standing at the top of God's domain. According to rumors, he was only half a step away from Tier 5, and could even contend against demon princes of the same level. As for the 2 other figures, one of them was Shera Varia, the commander of the Holy Star Knight Legion and one of the World Tower's protectors. She was a bona fide level 200, Tier 5 Great Holy Knight. The last person was Landrek, the commander of the City Defense Knight Legion. He was a level 180, Tier 4 Sword Emperor. Although he was the weakest among the group of 3, he was still significantly stronger than Sabrid. This was because Landrek owned Earthen Glory, a genuine legendary spear. With this weapon, he was fully capable of contending with Tier 5 existences of the same level. With these 3 NPCs around, even a Tier 5 player wouldn't be able to escape. Chapter 2804, Difference in Status. Why did all these big shots show up? The players present gasped when they saw Cruz, Shera Varia, and Landrek at the entrance. They never thought that Shi Feng's fight would attract so many NPC powerhouses. After all, players normally couldn't meet even one of these big shots. Nevertheless, 3 of them now appeared. Protector Sheravaria, in particular, was one of the apex powerhouses of God's domain. In the absence of Tier 6 gods, she would be part of the strongest group of existences. This was because not only was Sheravaria a Tier 5 NPC, but she even owned 2 legendary items, the Galaxy Sword and Bulwark of Light. She had slain dozens of demon kings, elven royalty, and void demons before. Even if a Tier 5 player existed now, they would simply be seeking death if they tried challenging her. The next moment, Blood Oath walked up to Vice City Lord Croesus' side quickly, then pointed at Shi Feng and said respectfully, "Lord, Vice City, Lord, not only did this ruffian kill Vice Commander Sabrid, but he even killed my companions inside the city. You must punish this ruffian and protect Dragonheart City's order." Blood Oath spoke in a sonorous and powerful voice, his words echoing throughout the entrance. It sounded as if he was pronouncing the death sentence on Shi Feng. Upon seeing the arrival of the 3 NPCs, Inkfeather breathed out a deep sigh of relief. When she looked at Shi Feng again, a hint of glee appeared in her eyes. "Let's see how you get out of this situation." When the other players present saw this scene, they couldn't help shaking their heads dejectedly. With 3 of Dragonheart City's NPC powerhouses here, it was most likely impossible for Shi Feng to escape with his life. Just when everyone thought another battle would break out, Cruz, the white-bearded old man standing beside Blood Oath, spoke up. "A dragon slayer? I never thought I would get to see one in my lifetime, and such a young one at that," Cruz said, a faint smile appearing on his face. "It seems times are changing." The Vice City Lord's words rendered everyone present stunned and confused. What dragon slayer? Blood Oath was similarly stunned by Cruz's words. He couldn't figure out what the Vice City Lord was getting at. Instead of punishing Shi Feng as soon as possible, the NPC brought up the topic of Dragon Slayer out of nowhere. Just what was this NPC trying to do? "You overpraise me, Lord Vice City Lord." Turning to look at Kroos, Shi Feng said, "My friends and I just got lucky to slay a dragon that had yet to enter adulthood." No, a dragon is a dragon. Your accomplishment of slaying a Tier 4 infant dragon while being at Tier 4 yourself is something even Lady Shera never achieved," Kroos countered, shaking his head. "If not for you, Lady Shera wouldn't have left the World Tower to come here in person." Kroos's words left Blood Oath dumbfounded. Sheravaria actually came here not because Shi Feng had killed Sabrid, but merely to take a look at Shi Feng at this time, let alone Blood Oath. Most of the other players nearby were stupefied as well. What was going on with this situation? When Divine Shadow and Cleansing Flame saw this scene, they were at a complete loss for words. They felt as if they were living in a completely different world from Shi Feng. Not only had Shi Feng killed the City Defense Legion's vice commander, but he also had subsequently killed 3 of Warblood's peak experts inside the city. Nevertheless, Dragonheart City's Vice City Lord was chatting with him as if none of these offenses had ever occurred. At this time, among the spectating players, only Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Yu Luo knew why this was happening. The Dragon Slayer title wasn't just a title. It symbolized the accomplishment of a legendary feat in God's domain. With this title, no matter which NPC city one visited, one would enjoy a status close to that of the City Lord. For someone with such a status, killing a couple of provocateurs wouldn't be a problem at all. The only reason Sabrid had dared act rudely to Shi Feng was his low standard, which prevented him from seeing through the Black Cloak's concealment effects. Otherwise, let alone provoking Shi Feng, he wouldn't even have dared speak casually around Shi Feng, knowing that Shi Feng was a dragon slayer. After glancing at Lifeless Thorn and the other 2 Tier 4 players standing at a distance, Sheravaria turned to Shi Feng and asked softly, "Young Dragon Slayer, are you and your companions willing to serve as the Holy Star Legion's honorary knights?" "Honorary knights?" The Holy Knight's words caught Shi Feng slightly off guard. However, a moment later, he replied without hesitation, "It is our honor." In an NPC Knight Legion, the position of honorary knight was second only to the position of commander. In the absence of the commander, an honorary knight even had the authority to mobilize the legion. Moreover, despite not being bound to the Knight Legion, an honorary knight would still enjoy various privileges and benefits from the Knight Legion. Meanwhile, the Holy Star Knight Legion was the Knight Legion tasked with protecting the World Tower. Compared to other Knight Legions, one could gain even more benefits as an honorary Knight of the Holy Star Knight Legion. In the past, countless Tier 4 and Tier 5 experts had sought to join the Holy Star Legion. However, due to the Legion's strict requirements, less than 10% of the Tier 4 experts had gotten chosen and become an official member of the Legion, let alone becoming an honorary knight. The fact that Sherivaria was offering to let them become honorary knights greatly exceeded Shi Feng's expectations. Good. You are now members of the Holy Star Knight Legion. Fight to protect the rules of the World Tower. Sherivaria nodded approvingly as she looked at Shi Feng. You can head to the World Tower to collect your honorary badge afterward. As soon as Sherivaria finished speaking, she vanished from everyone's sight. Blood Oath was dumbfounded by this situation. He never thought that Sherivaria had come here just to meet Shi Feng. Moreover, she hadn't even mentioned a single word about Sabrid, as if Sabrid was merely an insignificant insect before Blood Oath could snap out of his daze. Vice City Lord Cruz walked up to Shi Feng. "Congratulations, young dragon slayer," Cruz said happily. "It has been 50 years since Lady Shera last conferred the Holy Star Legion's honorary knight position to anyone. Even Commander Landrek is still challenging for that position." Upon seeing Cruz speaking with Shi Feng so amicably, the surrounding players felt their worldviews fragmenting. They simply couldn't figure out what exactly Shi Feng had done to garner the appreciation of these NPC powerhouses, so much so that they even ignored the killing of Sabrid, the City Defense Legion's vice commander. The next moment, just as Blood Oath was about to say something, Shi Feng cut him off, saying, "Lord Kroos, when my companions and I were trying to enter the city before, this person here accused me of being suspicious and instigated Vice Commander Sabrid to provoke my group. May I know if it is possible to imprison him as punishment?" "Black Flame, you're slandering me." Blood Oath panicked at Shi Feng's words. Hurriedly, he explained, "I have done no such thing. It was Lord Sabrid himself who decided to do so. The people around us can testify for me." At this time, Blood Oath already understood that Vice City Lord Cruz had no intention whatsoever of pursuing Shi Feng for Sabrid's murder. Moreover, now that Shi Feng had gained a very high position in Dragonheart City, if Blood Oath did not withdraw from this place immediately, he would definitely suffer. "Do you mean that I, an honorary knight of the Holy Star Legion, am lying?" Shi Feng asked, smiling as he looked at Blood Oath. As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, Cruz nodded and looked at Blood Oath. He then said sternly, "Regardless of whether your words are true or false, you have slandered one of the Holy Star Legion's honorary knights. For this offense, you will be imprisoned for 15 days as punishment." No, this is unfair. He clearly attacked first. Blood Oath was startled by this turn of events. He never thought that Shi Feng would play such a hand. However, it was useless to resist. Glaring at Shi Feng, he bellowed, "Black Flame, I'll make you pay for this. The Secret Hand Association won't let you off either. Get out of prison first, then talk." Smiling nonchalantly, Shi Feng said, "Rest assured, once you get out, everything outside would have already ended. The Secret Hand Association indeed possessed a lot of Tier 4 NPCs. On the other hand, he was no pushover either." This was especially true now that he was an honorary knight of the Holy Star Knight Legion. The association would have to think twice before they tried anything against him. The Holy Star Knight Legion was both the manager and protector of the World Tower. The Secret Hand Association would be suicidal to attack him inside the World Tower. As for Dragonheart Island's surrounding sea zones, he rarely visited these areas normally. At most, he would be sailing by. Moreover, once the seal on Dragonheart Island was lifted, he could outright teleport to and from the island. Before Blood Oath could say anything more, a squad of level 160 soldiers came and escorted him away. How ruthless. Is this the status and influence Tier 4 powerhouses possess? Tier 4. I must get promoted to Tier 4. So this is Zero Wing's Black Flame. He's even more amazing than the rumors. I wonder if Zero Wing is recruiting Tier 2 players? If I can join such a guild, I won't have to worry about anything in Dragonheart City. When the surrounding players saw NPC soldiers bundling off Dragonheart Island's most feared man, they were taken aback by Shi Feng's capabilities. They also understood why Shi Feng had not killed Blood Oath outright. Compared to the penalty of dying once, the consequences of getting imprisoned for 15 days were much more severe. This was especially true now that Shi Feng had gained such a high status in Dragonheart City. For him, 15 days was more than enough to bring down the Warblood adventurer team. Meanwhile, all Blood Oath could do was watch as all of this happened. At this time, everyone present could already foresee Zero Wing standing at the peak of Dragonheart Island. Our problem has been resolved. After watching Blood Oath getting taken away, Shi Feng returned to Divine Shadow and the others. Smiling, he said, "We can enter Dragonheart City now." In response, Divine Shadow and Cleansing Flame nodded their heads stiffly. Even now, they still found it difficult to believe what had happened. Just a moment ago, Warblood had been at the apex of its power. Yet with only a few words from Shi Feng, it now faced the threat of dissolution. Meanwhile, news of this situation spread like wildfire. In only a matter of minutes, it entered the ears of everyone in Dragonheart City. The news caused an especially large commotion among the city's various guilds and adventurer teams. Chapter 2805, Fame Shakes Dragonheart City. What did you say? Chapter 2805, Fame Shakes Dragonheart City. What did you say? Black Flame killed a Tier 4 NPC and even got Blood Oath imprisoned for 15 days. When the various guilds and adventurer teams operating in Dragonheart City heard of Shi Feng's miraculous feat, they were thunderstruck. They repeatedly pressed the reporting personnel for confirmation regarding the validity of this information. As if having expected such a reaction, the reporting personnel promptly sent a battle video of Shi Feng killing Sabrid to their respective superiors, as well as videos of Shi Feng killing 3 of Warblood's peak experts right in front of Blood Oath, and of NPC soldiers dragging Blood Oath off to prison. Dragonheart City. Bloodstone Bar. A group of level 123+ Tier 3 experts had gathered in this bar. Of the group, even the weakest person was at the Refinement Realm standard. There were also more than a dozen peak experts and 4 apex experts. Meanwhile, seated at the head of this group was none other than Elder Wu, one of 13 Thrones' founders. 1000. Are you sure this information is correct? Elder Wu couldn't help feeling skeptical as he read the report from a woman shrouded in a layer of black mist. This was because 1000 Lives' report was simply too astonishing. After all, the reason their group was currently operating so secretively was Warblood. Nevertheless, Elder Wu was being told that Warblood was finished. Moreover, its destruction was due entirely to Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. How could he possibly believe this? It is 100% true. Many powers already have designs on Warblood's territory. If not for Warblood still retaining some contact with Secret Hand, they would have most likely taken action already. 1000 Lives insisted in a determined tone. Moreover, according to the information I collected, Heaven's Blade appears to have formed a close relationship with Black Flame. If Zero Wing has Heaven's Blade's full support, I'm afraid it won't be long before Zero Wing occupies a significant portion of Dragonheart City's various resources. What is Black Flame thinking? He actually has the leisure to come to Dragonheart City? Is he not worried about the deteriorating situation over at the Twin Towers Kingdom? Elder Wu, who wore a somewhat haggard expression, was surprised by 1000 Lives' words. Simultaneously, he was confused as to how Shi Feng had grown so terrifying this rapidly. The fact that Shi Feng had killed a Tier 4 NPC without any repercussions and imprisoned Blood Oath with just a few words proved that he already stood at the top of Dragonheart City in terms of status. He was now in existence that Dragonheart City's various powers had to look up to. Yet, according to Elder Wu's information, Zero Wing's operations over at the Twin Towers Kingdom were in dire straits. At this stage of the game, complete Tier 3 legacies were of utmost importance to the various superpowers. These legacies would allow them to go up against the NPC forces. Hence, over 20 superpowers were currently harassing Zero Wing's operations in the Twin Towers Kingdom, with peak experts every day. While these superpowers were going up against the alliance of Zero Wing, Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor at Sky Spring City. They had also dispatched many members to head to the Secret Covenant Tower from the neighboring NPC cities to prevent these players from flooding into the Secret Covenant Tower. Zero Wing's alliance had stationed a large number of personnel on the routes to the tower. Thus far, battles between both sides involving over 100,000 players had already occurred 5 times, while battles involving several tens of thousands of players had occurred more than 20 times. In the most recent battle, Starlink and Miracle had even joined in the fray and dispatched a total of 4 Tier 4 experts. Fortunately, Zero Wing's side had dispatched 3 Tier 4 experts to counter. One of them was the commander of Zero Wing's main force, Fire Dance. One was Unyielding Soul's Vice Guild leader, Unyielding Heart, and one was Crimson Emperor's Vice Guild leader, Illusory Words. As for Black Flame, he was nowhere to be seen. In regard to this situation, everyone was confused as to why Black Flame sat out this battle. This battle had thoroughly shaken the entire God's Domain. It was the first one involving multiple Tier 4 experts since God's Domain's launch. By the end of this battle, a large portion of the glacial lake plain, where the conflict took place, had been reduced to a barren wasteland, although the fight had ended in Zero Wing's victory, if not for Zero Wing's powerful war weapons, such as the Crimson Dragon flying ships, combat puppets, and advanced barriers, the outcome would have been different. Moreover, the increasing rampancy of NPC forces had forced the various superpowers to conserve a significant portion of their forces. However, Zero Wing, Unyielding Soul, and Crimson Emperor were no longer in a good state. The 3 guilds had suffered tremendous losses due to the protracted war. This was especially true for Zero Wing, after all. Unlike Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor, Zero Wing had no background to rely on whatsoever. Knowing this, the various superpowers had also put in a lot of effort to whittle Zero Wing to death as quickly as possible. The actions the various superpowers took included poaching Zero Wing's experts and cutting off Zero Wing's income sources. Zero Wing's loss of income sources in the real world had put the guild in an especially difficult position. Most importantly, the various superpowers had also blocked Zero Wing's equipment and material sources. Although it wasn't a complete embargo, the various superpowers had jacked up the prices of equipment and materials to absurd levels. Now, just producing a piece of level 120 mysterious iron equipment cost 30 gold coins. If it were before, 30 gold would already have been more than enough to produce a piece of level 120 secret silver equipment. In addition, the various superpowers also purchased all of the level 110 plus secret silver equipment and above from the market, leaving nothing for Zero Wing, Unyielding Soul, and Crimson Emperor. After the many battles fought, the equipment stockpile of the 3 guilds should already be bottoming out. Meanwhile, without good weapons and equipment, how were their members supposed to fight? A player fully equipped in secret silver equipment would have more than a 20% advantage in basic attributes over a player fully equipped in mysterious iron equipment. Needless to say, the gap with players fully equipped in fine gold equipment would be even greater. Moreover, without proper weapons and equipment, the 3 guilds' members would also have more difficulty grinding in the Secret Covenant Tower. At this time, Thousand Lives suddenly received a message from one of her subordinates. After reading it, she said, "I just received insider information from Warblood. It seems Black Flame's actions have affected even Secret Hand's control over the World Tower, so Secret Hand plans to teach Black Flame a lesson. However, since Secret Hand can't do anything against him on Dragonheart Island, it plans on partnering with Starlink to wipe out Zero Wing's forces in the Twin Towers Kingdom." Interesting. Black Flame really knows how to cause trouble. However, this is also a good opportunity for 13 Thrones. A good opportunity? Thousand Lives parroted, confused by Elder Wu's words. Looking at Thousand Lives and the male ranger standing beside her, Elder Wu said, "Thousand Rain, you two follow me. Everyone else, continue resting here and wait for our return." "Yes, sir," everyone responded respectfully. Afterward, Elder Wu secretly left the Bloodstone Bar together with Thousand Lives and Modern Rain. "Elder Wu, where are we going? Shouldn't we be heading to the 4th underground floor as planned?" Thousand Lives asked curiously as she looked at the pleasantly smiling Elder Wu. We won't be going there for now. We have something more important to do, Elder Wu replied. Something more important? Having thought of something, Thousand Lives asked in surprise, Are we going to partner with Zero Wing, partner? Shaking his head, Elder Wu said. We don't need to partner with Zero Wing. We will just be giving Zero Wing an opportunity to defend the Secret Covenant Tower. Defend the Secret Covenant Tower? How is that possible? Thousand Lives couldn't help doubting Elder Wu's words. It might be fine if Starlink and the various superpowers were the only ones targeting Zero Wing. However, the situation was different now that the Secret Hand Association had joined the fray. At that time, who knew how many Tier 4 NPCs the Association would send to deal with Zero Wing? With the forces Zero Wing currently had in the Twin Towers Kingdom, defending the Secret Covenant Tower would be utterly impossible. Seeing Thousand Lives' doubt, Elder Wu smiled and asked, But what if Zero Wing has a city-building order? Elder Wu, do you plan on selling that city-building order to Zero Wing? Realization immediately dawned upon Thousand Lives. The city-building order was an incredibly rare item. Thus far, even 13 thrones had managed to acquire only 2. And as the guild had already used one of these 2 orders, it only had one left, with a city-building order. Players could construct a guild city in any kingdom or empire they wished. If Zero Wing could establish a guild city right beside the Secret Covenant Tower, then its ability to control the tower would increase significantly. Combined with its Tier 4 combatants, Zero Wing would have a much better chance of defending the tower. Whether I sell it or not will depend on Zero Wing's sincerity, Elder Wu said, smiling. Upon hearing Elder Wu's words, Thousand Lives shook her head and smiled. At the same time, she also pitied Shi Feng slightly. Since Elder Wu grasped Zero Wing's lifeline, he would definitely take a huge bite out of Zero Wing. This was especially true now that Shi Feng stood at the apex of Dragonheart City. Elder Wu, according to our investigation, Black Flame is currently inside that Wanderer's shop, Modern Rain said, as he pointed at a tattered 3-story shop some distance ahead. Good. We'll go meet with guild leader Black Flame now. Elder Wu nodded. He then made his way to the Wanderer's shop together with Thousand Lives and Modern Rain. Chapter 2806, The Astonishing Zero Wing. Chapter 2806, The Astonishing Zero Wing, Dragonheart City, Wanderer's Shop. When Elder Wu's group of 3 entered the shop, a magnificent sight instantly entered their eyes. The scenery within the shop was a stark contrast to its dilapidated facade. What's going on here? Thousand Lives was astonished as she inspected the space within the building. This place looks completely different from the last time I visited. On her previous visits to the Wanderer's shop, the building's interior had looked as dilapidated as its exterior. And while the shop sold excellent items, everything here was absurdly priced. If one weren't in a hurry to obtain a specific item, one wouldn't come here to shop. Now, not only had the shop's interior become splendid, but the shop's area had also expanded from a cramped room to half a basketball court. The number of items on display had doubled, and the item quality was drastically better. Now, almost everything on display was a precious treasure. Tier 3 magic scrolls, master potions, alchemy gold. The alchemy gold in particular was a treasure of alchemy. It could increase not only the success rate of forging by 15%, but also the basic attributes of the forged item by 10%. Moreover, it was even effective in the production of epic weapons and equipment. However, alchemy gold was impossible to find on the market. Players could obtain it only from ancient ruins. Alchemy gold was even rarer than epic items. Nevertheless, the Wanderer's shop had a total of 10 ingots of alchemy gold for sale. Moreover, they were only on the first floor right now. The Wanderer's shop had 3 floors, and the value of the products sold in the shop increased with each subsequent floor. In other words, the products on the first floor were the lowest in quality. Rain, take a look around afterward. If you see anything we need, buy it. Elder Wu instructed Modern Rain when he saw the items sold in the shop. Even he was moved. The items sold here were indeed exceedingly expensive, with the cheapest item priced at 20 ancient gold, and valuable items like the alchemy gold priced at 1,000 ancient gold. However, most of the items sold here were nigh impossible to purchase in the outside world. Besides, 13 Thrones was in urgent need of items such as alchemy gold. After the major system update, monsters became much more difficult to deal with. Previously, Tier 3 teams could cope with Grand Lord-ranked monsters, even with just fine gold weapons and equipment. Now, however, Tier 3 teams needed to be fully equipped in dark gold weapons and equipment. Moreover, the team's MT would need to have 2 or 3 pieces of epic equipment. Otherwise, tanking a Grand Lord would be incredibly tough without help. Needless to say, the requirements for raiding mythic monsters were even higher. Players could no longer rely on just their combat standards to defeat powerful monsters. They also needed epic weapons and equipment to support them. Otherwise, the benefits of exploring level 120+ maps weren't worth the cost. Meanwhile, Alchemy Gold increased the success rate of producing epic weapons and equipment. In the hands of an advanced master forger, success was almost guaranteed. Moreover, the produced item would also have a 10% boost to its basic attributes. Yes, sir. Modern Rain nodded after snapping out of his daze. Elder Wu's group proceeded to the second floor, and upon seeing the items displayed there, Modern Rain very nearly drooled. This was because the second floor actually sold epic items. Although these epic items weren't weapons or equipment, they were still incredibly rare and useful. Confinement Crystal, epic consumable. Seals a 2,000-yard radius and lowers the basic attributes of all enemies within the magic array by 40%, 25% for Tier 4, for 2 hours. Wind Manipulating Rope, epic item, increases the movement speed of land mounts by 15% and flying mounts by 25%. The display of epic items was simply dizzying. With a single glance, they discovered at least 60 epic items. What rendered them speechless were the prices. Even the cheapest epic item cost 1,500 ancient gold. However, they had to admit that these epic items were all things the various powers desired. Aside from epic items, all sorts of excellent tools required by lifestyle players were also available, such as a set of dark gold alchemy tools. The only problem was that the set cost 5,000 ancient gold. After Elder Wu and the others browsed through the items sold on the second floor, they felt as if they had just walked into a treasure house. Every item on sale here moved their hearts. Unfortunately, the more astonishing an item was, the more astonishing its price was. With just the 60,000 ancient gold they had on hand, they could purchase only a few items from this floor. Just as Elder Wu's group was about to head to the third floor to take a look, a lithe figure suddenly blocked their way. The frightening aura this person exuded instantly subjected Elder Wu and the others to powerful pressure. No outsiders are allowed beyond this point, Yu Luo said softly to Elder Wu's group. If you wish to shop here, you can do so only on the first and second floors. When Thousand Lives and Modern Rain saw Yu Luo, they couldn't help doubting their eyes. Tier 4, a bona fide Tier 4 cleric. Both Thousand Lives and Modern Rain recognized Yu Luo. After all, Yu Luo had been one of Heaven's Blade's team leaders. Simultaneously, she was one of the few peak experts operating on Dragonheart Island. Only, they never thought that Yu Luo would get promoted to Tier 4 already. After all, anyone capable of getting promoted to Tier 4 at this stage of the game had the full support of an entire guild. Yet, Yu Luo, a cleric who had gone missing 1 month ago, had actually reappeared now as a Tier 4 cleric. This was simply unbelievable. Little Missy, may I know if you are the one running this wanderer's shop? Elder Wu couldn't help asking the question on his mind. No, this shop is run by guild leader Black Flame. I am only managing this place on his behalf, Yu Luo said, shaking her head. Black Flame runs this place? Elder Wu was stunned. In its current magnificent state, the Wanderer's shop was most likely worth 1,000,000 ancient gold or more. Elder Wu might have believed it if Heaven's Blade owned this place. After all, Heaven's Blade had been operating on Dragonheart Island for a long time now. However, he was told that Shi Feng actually owned this shop. How could he swallow such a tale? While Elder Wu was stunned, Thousand Lives quickly reacted, asking, "We are from 13 Thrones. We are acquainted with Guild Leader Black Flame, and we currently have business to discuss with him. Can we meet him now?" "I'm afraid you will have to wait a while," Yuluo said, shaking her head. "Over a dozen of Dragonheart Island's powers are currently discussing business with Guild Leader Black Flame, so it isn't appropriate for you to enter now. However, you won't have to wait too long either. I believe they will be done in another dozen minutes or so." Over a dozen powers? Elder Wu was slightly surprised. He never thought that so many of Dragonheart Island's powers had already made a move. "All right, we'll wait." Elder Wu had expected that some of Dragonheart Island's powers would try to meet with Shi Feng, since Shi Feng was basically the overlord of Dragonheart Island now. It was only natural for guilds and adventurer teams to try to partner with Zero Wing. However, Elder Wu wasn't too worried about these other guilds and adventurer teams after all. Unlike them, 13 Thrones had the city-building order, something Zero Wing urgently needed as a bargaining chip. After waiting for around a dozen minutes, Elder Wu's group saw more of Dragonheart Island's local powers arrive and join them waiting on the second floor. Among these powers was the Four Saints Society, a super guild that was equal in strength to 13 Thrones, represented by its first vice-guild leader, Intoxicated Drunkard. He was a monster with the title of Strongest Shield of the Sea. Unlike other superpowers, though, the Four Saints Society had focused its development entirely on the sea. Its naval strength now rivaled that of the 5 great super guilds. Intoxicated Drunkard's arrival surprised even Elder Wu. However, as the various powers observed each other, Yu Luo, who had been quietly standing guard by the staircase, suddenly said, "Guild Leader Black Flame just finished his discussions with the first batch of powers. You may now go upstairs." "Will everyone be going together?" Thousand Lives asked. They wanted to negotiate with Shi Feng in private. A group negotiation was out of the question. That's right. There are too many powers seeking to meet with Guild Leader Black Flame. Holding private discussions would take too long. Yu Luo nodded. "If you wish to meet with Guild Leader Black Flame privately, you can return a few days later." "You people." Thousand Lives grew a little angry at Yu Luo's words. They were representatives of 13 Thrones, a super guild. They had already shown plenty of respect by waiting here for over a dozen minutes, yet their treatment was no different from what the other powers here received. "Thousand, it doesn't matter. We'll enter together if we have to," Elder Wu said, chuckling. He then continued in a whisper. "Black Flame really knows how to play his cards. He knows the various powers are bringing various partnership offers and business deals to him, so he's basically having everyone compete with each other. At the same time, he gets to choose the best deal. Unfortunately, our proposal is something Black Flame will not be able to refuse." After giving the matter some thought, Thousand Lives nodded in agreement. In any case, Shi Feng would still have to beg them for help. It wouldn't matter whether they negotiated privately or in a group. In this situation, the Four Saints Society's group remained silent. It was evident that they were also confident in their proposal. Meanwhile, upon seeing this situation, Yu Luo smiled and said, "Please enter." After Yu Luo finished speaking, the representatives of the dozen or so powers present made their way up to the Wanderer's shop's 3rd floor. However, upon arriving on the 3rd floor and seeing the items displayed here, everyone nearly had their eyes fall out of their sockets. Level 130 to Level 130 Dark Gold Set Equipment Designs. Level 100 plus Epic Equipment Designs. Advanced Magic Array Designs. Advanced Shop Construction Design. Advanced Hotel Construction Design. Master Icefire Bomb Design. Each and every item displayed here was something that couldn't be found easily in the outside world. However, the items were also astonishingly expensive. Even the cheapest cost 6,000 ancient gold enough money to purchase a relatively good plot of land in Dragonheart City. However, while the gathered group was agog over the items available on the 3rd floor, a sense of oppression suddenly enveloped everyone, making them feel incredibly uncomfortable. This sense of oppression originated from the 2 cloaked men standing beside Shi Feng. Tier 48? Why are there even more Tier 4s? Both Elder Wu's group and Intoxicated Drunkard's group were shocked by this situation. First, it was Heaven's Blade's Yu Luo. Now, 2 more Tier 4 players actually appeared behind Shi Feng. Moreover, the 2 men's auras were much stronger than that of any of the Tier 4 players they had come across before. Tier 4 players currently stood at the very top of God's Domain's player hierarchy. Having 1 Tier 4 player would already allow a player force to gain a stable foothold in the game's currently chaotic state and become an object of fear for the various superpowers. Shi Feng currently had 3 Tier 4 players on his side, including Shi Feng and Fire Dance. This meant Zero Wing had a total of 5 Tier 4 players under its command. This caliber of strength was simply maddening. Even the 5 great super guilds were unlikely to have as many Tier 4 players as Zero Wing did. Meanwhile, after scanning the crowd before him, Shi Feng said calmly, "Everyone, if you have something to say, please say it directly. I still have many matters to attend to, so I truly do not have time for beating around the bush." Chapter 20807, Nice 3-Star Wanderer's Shop. Chapter 20807, 3-Star Wanderer's Shop. Shi Feng's statement was like a hammer that struck everyone's mind. For a time, those intent on negotiating with Shi Feng to maximize their own profits were nonplussed. Even Elder Wu, who had come here brimming with confidence, was momentarily at a loss for words. Shi Feng's display of power was simply too astonishing. Zero Wing's strength had severely exceeded Elder Wu's expectations. The 4 Tier 4 players here in this Wanderer's Shop, plus the 3 Tier 4 experts over at the Twin Towers Kingdom, meant Zero Wing had a total of 7 Tier 4 players on its side. With such strength, even NPC forces would find dealing with Zero Wing tough. While the gathered crowd suspected that Shi Feng was trying to instill fear into them by showing off his power, Shi Feng himself didn't think he was doing such a thing at all. This was because he was truly busy. Initially, Shi Feng planned to contact Heaven's Blade's commander after entering Dragonheart City. However, for some reason, Divine Edge and the others couldn't contact Zwei, not even through offline means. This situation temporarily prevented Zero Wing and Heaven's Blade from furthering their partnership, and it severely affected Shi Feng's plans. Fortunately, Divine Shadow had agreed to gather up the remaining Heaven's Blade members and put Heaven's Blade under Zero Wing's banner in the meantime. Now, Heaven's Blade was barely considered an adventurer team, subordinated to Zero Wing, and had to obey Shi Feng's arrangements. Dragonheart Island's various powers had long since split Heaven's Blade's territories inside the World Tower among themselves after the adventurer team disbanded. However, Warblood's fall granted Dragonheart Island's various powers a new opportunity to gain more territory. Hence, Shi Feng had tasked Divine Shadow with snatching Warblood's territory first. After all, these territories were important sources of ancient coins. He couldn't keep Heaven's Blade's members fed for free. Aside from territories inside the World Tower, Heaven's Blade also had over a dozen shops in key locations inside Dragonheart City. Shi Feng planned on bringing some of Candlelight's products to sell in these shops. As for the lands surrounding the World Tower, due to Zwei's absence, Divine Shadow could only delegate 1 medium-sized land to Zero Wing with his authority. What this land would be used for was entirely up to Shi Feng. However, half of the profits the land generated would have to be split with Heaven's Blade. After all, there were still plenty of people in the adventurer team that needed nurturing. Shi Feng had no opinion in regard to this situation. On the contrary, he was very happy to secure the management rights of a medium-sized land, after all. Zero Wing's members also had to explore the World Tower. The hotel built on a small-sized land was hardly enough for Zero Wing's purposes. A medium-sized hotel would alleviate the guild's pressure. Shi Feng needed to arrange what kind of hotel to construct. Aside from this, Shi Feng also received another piece of good news when he entered Dragonheart City. The Wanderer's Shop was eligible for promotion to 3-star status. Originally, he had only planned to have the Wanderer's Shop purchase some epic materials and the precious materials necessary to construct the small mobile fortress. He never thought that in the time he was away, the Wanderer's Shop would actually meet the conditions for promotion to 3-star status. So long as a Wanderer's Shop reached 3-star status, it would undergo a qualitative transformation. Hence, Shi Feng had decisively spent 30,000 of the ancient gold the Wanderer's Shop had earned during his absence, and upgraded the shop to 3-star status. However, before he could even check out the three-star Wanderer's shop's specifics, Dragonheart City's various powers had come looking for him already. This forced him to push back his schedule and negotiate with these profit-hungry powers, seeking a share of Warblood's corpse. Meanwhile, after silence enveloped the room for a short moment, Intoxicated Drunkard, the Four Saints Society's vice guild leader, stepped forward. Guild leader Black Flame, I understand that Zero Wing is planning to partner with Heaven's Blade to annex all of Warblood's resource spots. However, although Blood Oath is currently imprisoned and Warblood is in chaos, Warblood's backer, the Secret Hand Association is not to be trifled with. With Secret Hand's presence annexing the 17 resource spots Warblood holds on the 4th underground floor will be difficult. Of course, I believe that with your strength, annexing those resource spots shouldn't be a problem. However, maintaining them will be. Such a task will require a large number of experts. It can't be done with just a few Tier 4 experts. Hence, the Four Saints Society wishes to partner with Zero Wing to go against Warblood and Secret Hand. Intoxicated Drunkard said confidently. Once we annex all of Warblood's resource spots on the 4th floor, each of our sides will take half. Of course, we won't let Zero Wing give up these resource spots for nothing. After saying so, Intoxicated Drunkard took out a city-building order from his bag. The Four Saints Society understands that Zero Wing is currently having difficulty defending the Secret Covenant Tower. However, with this city-building order, Zero Wing can instantly construct a guild city beside the tower. With this guild city to fall back on, Zero Wing should have a much easier time repelling the various superpowers. In addition, the Four Saints Society will also trade various rare materials and level 110 plus secret silver weapons and equipment with Zero Wing. We will sell these items to Zero Wing at market value. May I know what you think of this, Guild Leader Black Flame? When Intoxicated Drunkard took out the city-building order, the other powers' representatives were dumbfounded. This situation also made many of the powers seeking to partner with Zero Wing despair. The Four Saints Society was a super guild. Only a few powers operating on Dragonheart Island could match its resources, manpower, and background. Even setting aside the fact that the Four Saints Society was a super guild, just the city-building order alone made it impossible for the various powers present to compete with the Four Saints Society. This was because the city-building order was what Zero Wing currently needed the most. At this time, a gloomy expression appeared on Elder Wu's face. He never thought that the Four Saints Society would have a city-building order, too. This would undoubtedly increase the competition. After the silence in the room had stretched for some time, Shi Feng swept a glance at the various powers' representatives. May I know if anyone else has something to say? If not, I will have to ask you to leave. I still have to continue detailed discussions with Vice Guild Leader Drunkard, Shi Feng said in a calm tone. However, his interest in the city-building order was obvious to everyone present. Upon seeing this situation, Intoxicated Drunkard smiled in satisfaction. He was very confident in the success of the partnership this time, as he was certain Zero Wing wouldn't be able to resist the city-building order's temptation. Hence, he had paid no heed to having to attend negotiations together with the other powers. What should we do now, Elder Wu? Thousand Lives asked anxiously. The World Tower's 4th underground floor was crucial for them to search for Tier 4 legacy lands. The influence of a Tier 4 player was not something Tier 3 players could hope to match. Every addition of a Tier 4 player could increase a guild's overall strength by a large margin. Simultaneously, Tier 4 players were crucial in resisting the invasion of NPC forces. For the current super guilds, Tier 3 players were no longer the thing they lacked the most. After all, they had the required foundation and resources to nurture a large number of high-caliber experts. Even without complete Tier 3 legacies, it was only a matter of time before these experts reached Tier 3. As proof of this point, not one of the superpowers attempting to wrestle control over the Secret Covenant Tower was a super guild. Only super first-rate guilds which were lacking in foundation and resources were contending for the tower. However, the World Tower's 4th underground floor, which could reliably generate Tier 4 legacy lands, was a different story. Moreover, the World Tower still had the 5th underground floor and beyond. The chances of Tier 4 legacy lands appearing in these locations were most likely even higher. However, if a power did not possess a base of operations on the 4th underground floor, exploring the even more dangerous 5th underground floor would be utterly impossible for this power. Just as the various powers' representatives were about to turn around and leave, a deep voice resounded in the room. "Wait a minute. Guild leader Black Flame?" Suddenly, Elder Wu said. 13 Thrones plans on partnering with Zero Wing as well. Moreover, the conditions we offer will not be any inferior to the Four Saints societies. After saying so, Elder Wu also brought out a city-building order. "Crap! Another city-building order?" The representatives of the various powers present gasped at this situation. The city-building order was an incomparably rare item, no less rare than fragmented legendary items. Meanwhile, it was many times more valuable than fragmented legendary items. After all, there was no way a fragmented legendary item could compare with an entire guild city. When Elder Wu took out a city-building order, Intoxicated Drunkard's complexion darkened slightly. "This is interesting. What should have originally been a monopoly has now become a two-sided competition. I wonder how Black Flame will decide. Both parties are super guilds, and neither is weaker than the other. Moreover, both have their own advantages as well." The various powers' representatives couldn't help their curiosity as they looked at Elder Wu and Intoxicated Drunkard. They wondered how Shi Feng would proceed in this situation. By stating that 13 Thrones would match the Four Saints Society's offer, Elder Wu was basically hinting to Intoxicated Drunkard for their two guilds to avoid competing with each other. That way they could maximize the profits from Zero Wing. Simultaneously, his words also compelled Shi Feng to make a decision. Shi Feng should choose to partner with either 13 Thrones or the Four Saints Society. If Shi Feng refused to choose one, then negotiations would not proceed. Naturally, Intoxicated Drunkard quickly picked up on Elder Wu's intentions. Hence, he remained silent and simply looked at Shi Feng. Evidently, he planned on taking the same stance as Elder Wu. "It seems both of you came with sincerity for cooperation." Shi Feng smiled as he looked at the two city-building orders before him. "Unfortunately, I cannot agree to any of your conditions. Chapter 2808, Shi Feng's Conditions. Chapter 2808, Shi Feng's Conditions. You can't agree? What do you mean by that, Guild Leader Black Flame?" Elder Wu and Intoxicated Drunkard were confused when they heard Shi Feng's response. Similarly, the representatives of the other powers present were stunned by Shi Feng's words. Originally, they thought that they would see an intense clash between 13 Thrones and the Four Saints Society, and Zero Wing would decide how to settle the fight. Yet, Shi Feng had outright rejected both guilds. What was going on here? Is Black Flame trying to teach Elder Wu and Intoxicated Drunkard a lesson for banding together? Probably. After all, Zero Wing isn't faring that well over at the Twin Towers Kingdom. It definitely needs a city-building order. If I were in Black Flame's shoes, I would probably do something like this, too. After all, that's half of the 4th floor's resource spots as well as fortresses and Tier 4 legacy lands. Trading away all these things just for one city-building order is simply absurd. Although the two super guilds offered to help garrison the resource spots, that kind of help is inconsequential. With Black Flame's status and deterrence on Dragonheart Island, there's no way anyone would dare have any designs on Warblood's resource spots and fortresses. As the various representatives discussed Shi Feng's actions and realized his aim, they couldn't help admiring him for his wisdom. He had thoroughly placed both super guilds in a bind with this move of his. After all, both the Four Saints Society and 13 Thrones were incredibly desperate to produce Tier 4 players. This was because a few super first-rate guilds had already produced Tier 4 players, yet these two super guilds had not produced one even now. In terms of top combatants, the two guilds had already fallen way behind their peers. Hence, the two guilds' desperation for Tier 4 players. Otherwise, with the status of these two super guilds, they wouldn't take the initiative to seek cooperation with Zero Wing at all. While the onlookers were discussing quietly among themselves, Shi Feng looked at Elder Wu and Intoxicated Drunkard and said, "Please do not misunderstand. I see your sincerity in this matter. However, a city-building order isn't particularly urgent for Zero Wing. In fact, you can even say that we don't need it." "Don't need it?" Elder Wu and Intoxicated Drunkard smiled subconsciously when they heard Shi Feng's words. "May we know what you need most now, Guild Leader Black Flame?" The two of them felt that Shi Feng was basically treating them like 3-year-old children. If he were the guild leader of any other guild, they might actually believe these words. After all, a guild city would only increase the number of strongholds a guild owned by one. However, with NPC forces currently running rampant, having one additional stronghold meant that a guild would have to spread its forces even thinner, which was indeed an incredibly troublesome matter. In the case of Zero Wing, though, these words were blatant nonsense. However, Elder Wu and Intoxicated Drunkard knew that it wouldn't be appropriate for them to call Shi Feng out on his lie, so they decided to play along with him. Manpower, ignoring the act the two people before him were putting on. Shi Feng laughed and said, "You two might not believe me, but what Zero Wing lacks now is only manpower. We do not lack anything else. If your two guilds really wish to partner with Zero Wing and acquire World Tower's 4th underground floor's resource spots, take out some real sincerity." Truth be told, the city-building order was something Shi Feng could do without. A small mobile fortress was basically half a city. Not to mention, an ordinary guild city wouldn't suffice to let Zero Wing exert complete control over the Secret Covenant Tower. Only a fortress could do that. This was because a guild city was more focused on defense than offense. A guild city mainly served as a place for players to rest and trade. At best, it could provide some benefits to the players heading into the Secret Covenant Tower. It couldn't actually prevent other powers from forcing their way into the tower. In the end, Zero Wing would still have to rely on its own strength to accomplish this feat. This just so happened to be something beyond Zero Wing right now. However, it was a different story for a small mobile fortress. Mobile fortresses possessed great defensive capabilities and were top-tier war weapons. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to become the overlords of the sky. Manpower. Elder Wu and Intoxicated Drunkard nodded slightly at the same time. Although they found Shi Feng's words more agreeable now, they still felt he was putting on an act. The two of them then exchanged looks and came to a tacit understanding. Since Shi Feng insisted on acting, they would play along and see how long Shi Feng could keep doing so. Smiling, Intoxicated Drunkard asked, "May I know how you plan on having our two guilds cooperate with you, Guild Leader Black Flame?" "Simple. I just need your two guilds to supply me with 300 advanced forgers, 200 advanced alchemists, 500 advanced architects, 100 advanced magicians, and 2 master magicians. I'll also need 10,000 Tier 3 players. Lend these people to me for half a month," Shi Feng said, chuckling. "If you can agree to that, I will give you 2 of Warblood's small fortresses." When Shi Feng finished speaking, Elder Wu and Intoxicated Drunkard were stunned. They couldn't understand Shi Feng's purpose. Not only did he not want their city-building orders, but he was even asking for a large number of lifestyle players. Although Shi Feng had also asked for 10,000 Tier 3 experts, the various superpowers already had around 50,000 Tier 3 expert players on average at this stage of the game. Lending 10,000 Tier 3 experts wouldn't be a problem for their 2 super guilds. On the contrary, the conditions Shi Feng offered were incredibly advantageous to their 2 guilds. With a small fortress on the World Tower's 4th underground floor, their 2 guilds could reside on the 4th floor in the future. Simultaneously, they would have the necessary foundation to explore the 5th underground floor. "May I know your thoughts on this?" Shi Feng asked, smiling. "City building order, the 4th underground floor's small fortresses, Tier 4, legacy lands." These things were inconsequential to his present self. So long as he had the small mobile fortress, nobody in God's domain would be able to threaten Zero Wing, not even Tier 4 players. The only problem was the massive scale of the small mobile fortress's construction, which required a considerable amount of manpower. It wasn't something he could accomplish easily by himself. Initially, he had been considering having all of Candlelight's lifestyle players halt their work and focus on constructing the small mobile fortress. He never imagined that 2 super guilds would send themselves to his doorsteps. "Is what you say true, Guild Leader Black Flame?" Intoxicated Drunkard asked skeptically. You can rest assured on this point. We can sign a contract for this. Your 2 guilds will be free to capture the 2 promised fortresses, and Zero Wing will not lay a finger on them. I can even stop Secret Hand's NPCs from interfering with your 2 guilds, Shi Feng said with a sincere smile on his face. Upon hearing Shi Feng's words of assurance, Elder Wu said without hesitation, "In that case, I agree to your offer on behalf of 13 Thrones, Guild Leader Black Flame. What super guilds lacked the least was manpower." Even though Shi Feng was asking for quite a lot of manpower, it was well within their tolerance. The Four Saints Society has no problem with this arrangement either. Intoxicated, Drunkard said, an indescribably happy smile appearing on his face. For the Four Saints Society, being able to gain one of Warblood's small fortresses just by loaning some manpower was an incredibly profitable trade. It was much better than surrendering a precious city-building order. As for the threat of the Secret Hand Association, just one word from Shi Feng would most likely prevent any of the association's Tier 4 NPCs from setting foot in the World Tower. After all, the Holy Star Knight Legion was both the protector and manager of the World Tower. Prohibiting NPCs that attacked players from entering the World Tower would be an easy task for the Knight Legion. Without the Secret Hand Association, the only Tier 4 combatant Warblood would have on its side would be Autumn Plant. While he would still pose a problem, the Four Saints Society and 13 Thrones could handle him. As was, upon seeing this situation, the other powers' representatives grew envious. They never thought that Shi Feng would offer such loose conditions to the 2 super guilds. Nonetheless, fulfilling these conditions was still impossible for the other powers. Setting aside the large number of lifestyle players Shi Feng sought, just the condition of 10,000 Tier 3 experts was already beyond them. Only the superpowers had the ability to do so. Elder Wu and Intoxicated Drunkard signed a contract with Shi Feng on behalf of their respective guilds right away. According to the contract, 13 Thrones and the Four Saints Society would lend the stated manpower to Shi Feng for half a month. Moreover, all operations for this half a month had to be kept a secret. After signing the contract, the 2 super guilds promptly summoned the necessary manpower to Dragonheart Island. This was because the contract would take effect only after all the required manpower was assembled and transferred to Shi Feng. Before that, their 2 guilds shouldn't even think of capturing Warblood's small fortresses. Having concluded negotiations with the 2 super guilds, Shi Feng finally had some free time to himself inside the quiet 3rd floor. Shi Feng took out the several items he acquired from killing Sabrid and began inspecting them. Previously, he had been too busy to inspect Sabrid's loot. Now that he had finished his tasks, he could finally take a proper look at them. Sabrid had been the vice commander of Dragonheart City's City Defense Legion, a level 160, Tier 4 NPC, and an executive of the Secret Hand Association. Nobody would believe that he had only one fragmented legendary item on him. Chapter 2809, Half a Step Away. Chapter 2809, Half a Step Away. Sabrid had dropped a total of 6 items. Aside from the fragmented legendary greatsword Demonic Shadow, the 5 remaining items looked very ordinary. In fact, they looked so normal that Shi Feng was confused when he first stored them in his bag. This was because the 5 items appeared to be a set. Of the 5 items, 4 were mirrors made entirely of crystal. However, unlike the fragmented legendary greatsword, these 4 mirrors did not radiate a frightening aura. More precisely, they did not even have a hint of aura. They looked ordinary, beyond ordinary. As for the 5th item, it was an ink-black crystal the size of a basketball. Like the 4 crystalline mirrors, this crystal ball was similarly indescribably ordinary. It did not radiate even a whiff of mana. Interesting. Realization flashed in Shi Feng's eyes as he looked at the ink-black crystal ball and 4 crystalline mirrors placed before him. If I didn't take a closer look at them, I would never have thought these 5 items actually had a magic disguise. The standard of this disguise is also absurdly high. It is definitely at the half-step Grandmaster standard. In God's domain, apart from special items, players needed to use the appraisal skill on most items to inspect their information. However, there was also another type of item that was outside of this category, and that was magically disguised items. Items that had magic disguise used on them would have their information concealed. Using the appraisal skill on these items would show that they were no different from ordinary garbage. However, applying a magic disguise on an item was a complicated process, and even a master magician would need several hours just to complete a master magic disguise's magic array. Needless to say, placing a half-step grandmaster magic disguise would be even more tedious. And worse, the disguise would disappear whenever the disguised item was used. One would have to apply a new magic disguise to disguise the item again. Thus, magically disguised items were incredibly rare in God's domain. Most players wouldn't even come across one throughout their career in God's domain. And if players did come across such an item, they would often treat it as garbage and dispose of it. However, Sabrid was both the vice commander of Dragonheart City's City Defense Knight Legion and a level 160 Tier 4 NPC. In God's domain, Dragonheart City could be considered a kingdom. In terms of status, the neutral city rivaled imperial capitals. Despite being only the vice commander of one of Dragonheart City's Knight Legions, Sabrid's status was higher than even that of magistrates that managed the various kingdoms. Main cities. In addition, Sabrid was also an executive of the Secret Hand Association, the strongest NPC force on Dragonheart Island. If one were to say that an NPC like Sabrid had dropped a bunch of odds and ends, let alone Shi Feng, even ordinary players wouldn't believe it. Of course, perceiving such a high-level disguise wasn't an easy task. Let alone the standard appraisal skill, even Shi Feng's omniscient eyes would allow him to see only the cover information of a disguised item. Only those with great mastery over magic arrays would notice that an item was magically disguised. The 5 items placed before Shi Feng were precisely magically disguised items. On the surface, these 5 items looked ordinary and unremarkable. If not for Shi Feng's in-depth understanding of the operating principles of mana, he wouldn't have noticed anything wrong at all. Thank goodness I'm already an advanced master magician. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have noticed such an exquisite disguise. Looking at the 5 items, Shi Feng couldn't contain his elation as he studied the disguise. While it was possible for one to remove a magic disguise forcibly, that option should only be a last resort because doing so would damage the disguised item. Not to mention, the removal of a magic disguise was a process favored by all magicians. The removal of a magic disguise was an opportunity for a magician to improve their knowledge, since the removal process tested a person's knowledge and control over magic arrays. One would have to locate the fixed mana roots and identify the manipulation method of the magic array to remove the disguise. This was why players seeking to improve their knowledge of magic arrays would usually purchase disguised items from magic shops only. The more profound a magic disguise was, the greater their price and rarity. Magic disguises at the master rank and above were especially rare. This was partly because master magicians could earn much more money through selling other magic arrays. Moreover, creating these other magic arrays took much less time than the master magic disguises magic array did. Creating master magic disguises simply wasn't cost-effective. Subsequently, the seconds and minutes passed by rapidly. While Shi Feng attempted to undo the disguise, 3 hours elapsed in the blink of an eye. He had started with manipulating 6 independent strands of mana simultaneously to trigger the magic array's mana nodes, then gradually increased that number to 12. Shi Feng had to admit that a half-step Grandmaster magic disguise was truly profound. Even after he had switched to manipulating 16 strands of mana simultaneously, he managed to trigger only 60% of the magic array's mana nodes. This isn't right. There are over 1,000 mana nodes on this thing. If I merely follow the predetermined mana routes, I doubt I can trigger every mana node even if I control 32 strands of mana simultaneously. The more Shi Feng studied the half-step Grandmaster magic disguise, the more he found it to be amazing. The creation of this thing had already exceeded the limits of the human mind. Although it was only simple mana manipulation, the degree of multitasking required to fully activate it put him in a huge bind. See, he simply couldn't get all of the magic array's 1,000-plus mana nodes running simultaneously with his current standard. Afterward, Shi Feng earnestly inspected the magic disguise once more. He had a vague feeling that he had found a pattern, but he couldn't tell what it was exactly. Immediately, he took out a crystal of souls from his bag and consumed it to calm and empty his mind. 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours before Shi Feng realized it, he had already spent half a day scrutinizing the magic array's mana nodes. I see every several dozen of these nodes form a small magic array, and some of the nodes on these small magic arrays connect with other small magic arrays. If I start my attack from the crucial nodes, I should be able to save myself a lot of trouble. After thinking up to this point, Shi Feng began manipulating the magic array's mana once more. This time, though, he started with the mana nodes with the highest repetition rate. Completion rate, 20%, 40%, 60%, 80%. When the disguise magic array lit up, Shi Feng grew ecstatic. However, his joy wasn't just from cracking the magic array. It was also because his understanding of magic arrays had further improved, and he finally grasped the difference between advanced master magicians and half-step grandmaster magicians. The sound of glass shattering echoed in the room. Subsequently, the undisguised crystalline mirror made the space within the room incomparably cold and heavy. What powerful mana, even for Shi Feng. This was the first time he had felt such strange and heavy mana. It felt as if the object before him wasn't an item, but an ancient god instead. In fact, he even had the misconception that the energy flowing around him was no longer mana, but a more terrifying energy that carried great destructive power. If not for him having reached Tier 4 already, he might have lost consciousness just from being subjected to this oppressive energy. Crap. Who was this Sabrid? Shi Feng was dumbfounded when the crystalline mirror's statistics appeared in front of him. Chapter 2810, World Mirror. Chapter 2810, World Mirror. Shi Feng had considered many possibilities for the items Sabrid dropped. He had even entertained the possibility that one of the disguised items might be a damaged legendary item. After all, killing a Tier 4 NPC inside Dragonheart City was incredibly difficult. Had Sabrid not taken the initiative to leave the city's boundaries and stood inside the city instead, the odds of Shi Feng killing the NPC would have been 0. This was because Dragonheart City's defensive magic array strengthened all allied NPCs within the city, unless Sabrid violated Dragonheart City's laws. The other NPCs within the city would have immediately come to Sabrid's assistance as soon as Shi Feng attacked him. In fact, Sharaveria could have saved Sabrid as Shi Feng was about to land the killing blow. After all Tier 5 NPCs were capable of world creation. One shouldn't underestimate Sharaveria simply because she arrived at Dragonheart City's entrance by flying to the scene slowly. If she wished, she could have moved from the World Tower to the city's entrance in the blink of an eye. Looking at the crystalline mirror in his hand, Shi Feng began speculating about Sabrid's identity. This was because this item didn't belong in the hands of a minor character. Turning to the 3 other crystalline mirrors and the ink-black crystal ball, Shi Feng smiled involuntarily. According to rumors, only those who succeed in conquering an empire can obtain the World Mirror. Yet I actually got it from a Tier 4 NPC. I doubt anybody would believe me if I told them about this. The World Mirror, also known as the Space Mirror. The World Mirror was a treasure passed down since ancient times. It wasn't something the modern god's domain could produce. This was because the World Mirror originated from ancient gods. Even creating a replica of it was impossible. These items were treated as national heirlooms by the various empires. Without taking control of an empire, players wouldn't be able to obtain a World Mirror at all, of course. The World Mirror Shi Feng acquired from Sabrid wasn't complete. The World Mirror was a set of 12 mirrors and 1 control core. He would have to gather all 13 components to complete it. A complete World Mirror could seal the sky, lock the earth, and move space itself. One shouldn't compare the World Mirror to a simple sealing barrier. The World Mirror was far more than that. It could not only seal a designated space, but even transform the sealed space into a world of its own. Even Tier 5 existences shouldn't think of breaking out of this miniature world. Within the boundaries of this miniature world, a hostile existence's strength would plummet. Tier 5 existences would be fortunate to exhibit 30% of their strength while subject to the World Mirror's suppression, existences below Tier 5 would fare even worse. The world mirror possessed an incredible range. Once activated, it would have no problem sealing an area encompassing several large maps. In the past, unless a Tier 6 God-ranked expert took to the field, any player forces that possessed a world mirror had been unstoppable within the territory protected by their world mirror. Even Tier 6 experts had their combat power weakened significantly under the world mirror's influence. This was also why super guilds with several Tier 6 experts had sometimes been helpless against the territories of top-ranking first-rate guilds with only one Tier 6 expert defending them. The world mirror Shi Feng possessed was incomplete, so it couldn't create a world of its own. Regardless, this incomplete world mirror would still be considered a priceless treasure by any guild. It was far more valuable than even legendary items. This was because even an incomplete world mirror boasted many incredible effects. One example would be its ability to move a guild city to any desired location. Aside from that, if Shi Feng bound this incomplete world mirror to the core magic array of a guild city, the said guild city would be immediately promoted to basic main city. A complete world mirror could elevate a guild city to the status of an advanced main city. Most imperial capitals were merely advanced main cities. Holy cities, one level above advanced main cities, numbered less than a handful in the modern god's domain. Meanwhile, a holy city was something that couldn't be conquered without Tier 6 gods. Anyone who attacked a holy city without a Tier 6 god on their side would only be seeking their own deaths. It wouldn't matter how many Tier 5s they had. This was because one of the conditions for promotion to Holy City was the World Mirror's protection. Even having multiple Tier 5 existences garrisoning a city wouldn't suffice to meet a Holy City's defensive requirements. Now that Sabrid had dropped such a treasure, how could Shi Feng not be shocked and confused? Although I don't know who exactly this NPC is, now that I have the World Mirror, I can adjust my development plan. Various thoughts occurred to Shi Feng as he looked at the world mirror. Even though this world mirror was incomplete, it could still exhibit astonishing effects. He couldn't create a holy city now, but he could still create a main city. If Zero Wing gained a main guild city at this stage of the game, it would do wonders for the guild. The footprint of a main city was 3 times that of an advanced city. In terms of defense, a main city could easily withstand the attacks of Tier 4 existences. Most importantly, at the main city standard, a guild city would have no problem establishing itself almost anywhere in God's domain, aside from forbidden lands. It wouldn't have to worry about defending against monster tides. While Shi Feng was debating which of Zero Wing's cities he should bind the world mirror to, he suddenly received a message from Intoxicated Drunkard. Guild leader, Black Flame, both our guilds have already gathered the people you require in Dragonheart City. In a slightly eager tone, Intoxicated Drunkard asked, "When will you come to receive them? Already?" This news surprised Shi Feng. Looking at the time, he saw that only half a day had gone by since the contract signing with the 2 super guilds. With Dragonheart City still sealed, teleporting into the city was impossible. Hence, traveling to Dragonheart City would be difficult for players. Needless to say, assembling so many lifestyle players in Dragonheart City would be even more difficult. He had anticipated having to wait at least 2 days, yet the 2 super guilds had fulfilled their end of the bargain in just half a day. Their efficiency was truly superb. Of course. Smiling proudly, Intoxicated Drunkard said, "You shouldn't forget that our 2 guilds have focused on maritime development. Guild leader Black Flame, this much is still within our capabilities." "Okay, I'll head over right away." Nodding, Shi Feng stored the world mirror and promptly left the Wanderer's shop to receive the 2 super guilds' people. A group of 20,000 Tier 3 experts and several thousand lifestyle players would attract anyone's attention. However, as Elder Wu and Intoxicated Drunkard understood Shi Feng's thoughts very well, they did not conduct the handover in Dragonheart City. Instead, they chose to do it outside the city. This way, the transaction would be sub rosa, and Shi Feng wouldn't have to worry about his intentions getting exposed. "Guild leader Black Flame, all of the manpower you requested is here. These people will follow your command for the next half-month." Moreover, they have also signed a contract that prohibits them from leaking information on the task they have to do, Intoxicated Drunkard said, smiling as he pointed at the tens of thousands of players standing in the valley behind him. Now that we've fulfilled our end of the contract, may we know when our two guilds can head to the World Tower? Their two guilds urgently needed the fourth underground floor's small fortresses. After all, the sooner they occupied the fortresses, the sooner they could start searching for Tier 4 legacy lands. Otherwise, they wouldn't have expended so much effort to bring all these people to Dragonheart City in such a short time. Looking at the anxious expressions of Intoxicated Drunkard and Thousand Lives, Shi Feng chuckled and said, "You can begin capturing the fortresses now. I have already notified Yu Luo about it. She is also an honorary knight, and she will keep an eye out for Warblood and Secret Hand inside the World Tower. If Secret Hand dares to try anything, they won't get away with it, so you can do as you wish inside the tower." "In that case, thank you, Guild Leader Black Flame." Intoxicated Drunkard's eyes glowed brightly when he heard Shi Feng's reply. "I still have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." Thousand Lives similarly departed in a hurry after thanking Shi Feng. After the two guild executives left, the remaining members of the two super guilds looked at Shi Feng in a daze, wondering what Shi Feng planned on having them do afterward. "Everyone follow me. I'm afraid you'll be very busy for the upcoming period." After glancing at the tens of thousands of players in the valley, Shi Feng nodded and led them to a nearby island. He then set up a sealing barrier there to prevent anyone on the island from contacting the outside world. This barrier also prevented players from going offline. Anyone who wished to log out of the game would have to leave the barrier first. 3 days later, on a barren island nearby Dragonheart Island. With a face full of excitement, Solitary 9 flew up to Shi Feng, who was drawing a magic array inside a humongous steel fortress. "Commander, I just received news from Dragonheart City. Starlink and Miracle have begun taking action. Should we head over now?" After completing the core magic array, Shi Feng breathed out a deep sigh. "Those guys sure moved quickly," Shi Feng said, chuckling. "Fine, I'm done here as well. Have Thorn get ready on his side. We're returning to the Eastern Continent now." "Yes, sir." Solitary 9 nodded, his eyes shining with excitement. Chapter 28811 changes to Sky Spring City. Twin Towers Kingdom. Sky Spring City, accompanied by several bright flashes, 3 cloaked figures appeared in the city's teleportation hall. These 3 figures belonged to none other than Shi Feng, Lifeless Thorn, and Solitary 9. The sight of a massive crowd of players greeted the trio upon arrival. At a glance, they could estimate that the building held over 10,000 players. The place looked much more prosperous than even the teleportation hall of the Twin Towers Kingdom's royal capital. The majority of the players present were Tier 3 and sported guild emblems belonging to various guilds. These players all radiated a cold, killing intent, which created a strange atmosphere inside the teleportation hall. "Why are there so many guild experts here?" Solitary 9 was surprised as he took in the surroundings. Even Dragonheart City's teleportation hall is far from comparable to this place. From what Solitary 9 could tell, quite a few of these Tier 3 experts were at the Refinement Realm standard. Even among the superpowers, Refinement Realm experts were treated as core members. However, he counted more than 500 Refinement Realm experts just in the teleportation hall alone around the number of Refinement Realm experts an average superpower possessed. "Friends, you must have just arrived in the Twin Towers Kingdom, right? I'll have you know that this day might very well go down in the history books of God's domain," a robust Tier 3 berserker said, smiling as he walked out of the teleportation array. This Tier 3 berserker had reached level 122. He was fully equipped in level 120 fine gold equipment and carried a level 120 dark gold axe on his back. Based on equipment alone, he could rank among the top of Tier 3 players. Moreover, this berserker did not wear a guild emblem. This meant he was an independent expert. Being able to secure himself such high-quality equipment was a testament to his capabilities. The dozen or so players following after the berserker possessed similar equipment standards, since everyone in the group had a white lion symbol marking their equipment. They evidently were members of the same adventurer team. "Go down in God's domain's history." Stunned by these words, Solitary 9 asked curiously, "Friend, we have indeed just arrived in this kingdom. Do you mind telling us what's going to happen here today?" Our White Line adventurer team just received news of this as well. It seems that Starlink somehow managed to recruit the help of some Tier 4 NPCs, and these NPCs captured around a dozen guild executives from Zero Wing, Unyielding Soul, and Crimson Emperor during a fight at a blockade. These guild executives are currently imprisoned in Starlink's residence, the robust berserker said. Starlink has announced a crusade against Zero Wing's blockade at the secret Covenant Tower and is calling for all powers to gather in Sky Spring City. Starlink is also demanding the three guilds remove the seal on Sky Spring City. Otherwise, it's going to use the captured executives as a sacrifice as an opening gambit. I heard that besides Zero Wing's alluring Summer and Shadow Sword, even Unyielding Soul's Vice Guild leader Mu Lingsha and Crimson Emperor's up-and-coming talent Blue Gown were captured. If the three guilds don't concede, Starlink will have the Tier 4 NPCs kill these people using a method that will harm their souls. Not only will these people suffer increased death penalties, but they will also enter a weakened state for a long period. There's even a possibility that their accounts will get crippled. Upon hearing the berserker's words, Shi Feng frowned slightly. He never thought that the Secret Hand Association's Tier 4 NPCs would actually interfere in this matter. How bold of Starlink. It dares wag its tail in Zero Wing's territory and even use the three guilds' executives as a sacrifice? Shi Feng sneered. "I know, right? But you have to admit that Starlink is no longer the same as before. Rumors have it that Starlink has 3 Tier 4 players as well as several superpowers backing it. Now it even has an NPC force supporting it. In terms of influence on the Eastern continent, even the 5 great super guilds can't compare to Starlink now." The robust berserker nodded. "As our White Line adventurer team is quite well known in the Twin Towers Kingdom, we received an invitation to take part in the crusade. Hence we decided to come to expand our horizons. Moreover, I heard that the 3 guilds' executives would be making an appearance as well. If negotiations sour, it will definitely lead to the biggest battle in God's domain's history." "I see," Shi Feng nodded. After listening to the berserker, Shi Feng roughly understood what Starlink was planning. Simply put, Starlink was trying to show off its strength with this operation. One of its reasons for doing so was to deal with Zero Wing, Unyielding Soul, and Crimson Emperor. Another reason was to present itself as an existence rivaling the 5 great super guilds. Hence, it had invited so many powers to take part and witness the operation. Friends, Sky Spring City is a mess right now. If you're trying to enter that rumored secret Covenant Tower, I'm afraid you visited the wrong city. Moreover, many superpowers are keeping a close eye on the tower right now. If independent players like ourselves are not careful, we might get treated as one of the 3 guilds' members. If that happens, things will get troublesome." Looking at Shi Feng's group of 3, the robust berserker cautioned, "You might get killed if you're lucky, or captured if you're unlucky. So it's best to be careful." "Thank you for the warning," Shi Feng said. After Shi Feng finished speaking, he left the teleportation hall with Lifeless Thorn and Solitary 9. After Shi Feng's group departed, a male youth from the Silver Lion adventurer team looked at the robust berserker in confusion and asked, "Boss, why did you start talking to those strangers all of a sudden?" "It's nothing. I just thought that those 3 felt extraordinary. The more friends you have, the more options you have in life. It hasn't been easy for our adventurer team to grow to its current state. If we manage to befriend some experts, it will only benefit us," the robust berserker replied, chuckling as he looked at the departing figures of Shi Feng's group. "Also, that cloaked swordsman looks quite familiar, though I can't remember who he is at the moment." "Extraordinary? Familiar?" Snickering, the youth said, "Boss, everyone who visits Sky Spring City is at Tier 3. Which one of them isn't an expert? It's also normal to think that you've met someone familiar. After all, everyone looks mostly the same while wearing a black cloak. Honestly, I doubt that those 3 are anything amazing. After all, they came here without even knowing about the crusade. They also didn't receive an invitation from Starlink. They are probably experts from some backwater city. Experts were a dime a dozen in God's domain nowadays. However, only a small portion of these experts could make a name for themselves. Meanwhile, any of such experts operating in the Twin Towers Kingdom and the neighboring countries would have received an invitation from Starlink. The fact that Shi Feng's group didn't prove that they were only ordinary experts unworthy of the White Lion Adventurer team's attention. Meanwhile, outside the teleportation hall, "Commander, are we going there now?" Lifeless Thorn asked when he saw that Shi Feng wasn't heading for Zero Wing's residence. "Starlink has invited experts from all over for a crusade and is even planning on using Zero Wing's executives as sacrifices." "How can I not go there to congratulate it?" Shi Feng said, rolling his eyes at Lifeless Thorn. Shi Feng made his way to Starlink's magnificent and luxurious residence that stood on the city's main street. Chapter 2812, Storm Brewing at the Residence. Chapter 2812, Storm Brewing at the Residence, Sky Spring City, Starlink's residence. At this time, Tier 3 experts were thronging to Starlink's residence, which occupied an area equivalent to 2 sports stadiums. Before Shi Feng's group of 3 could arrive at the entrance of Starlink's residence, they saw the players crowding the main street, stepping aside and opening a path for a 100-man team. All the members of this 100-man team were at least a level 125, Tier 3 expert. They were also equipped with level 120 dark gold equipment and 2 or 3 pieces of epic equipment. The 2 people walking in the head of this team were even more eye-catching. Not only were they equipped with 6 or more pieces of epic equipment each, but both of them were actually Tier 4 players. One of them was a level 129 Berserker Emperor, while the other was a level 130 Sword Emperor. Just seeing their gear levels and tier made the surrounding players sigh in fascination. "Crap! Who are these people? Why haven't I seen that guild emblem before?" "You don't know? They're from a guild called 100 Ghosts, an incredibly mysterious guild that appeared recently. I heard that it has an incredible origin. Although the guild has very few members, every one of them is an expert at Tier 3 or higher." "That's right. That man and woman you see leading them are especially amazing. Before they got promoted to Tier 4, they secretly challenged the various superpowers monsters and won 49 out of 49 challenges. I never thought that those 2 would get promoted to Tier 4 after disappearing from the public eye for some time. If they already had an undefeated record before reaching Tier 4, doesn't this make them nigh invincible now that they've reached Tier 4? The surrounding players held heated discussions over 100 Ghosts' 100-man team. Simultaneously, they couldn't help admiring Starlink. 100 Ghosts was a guild that did as it pleased. It did not show respect to any superpower, yet it had actually accepted the invitation to participate in Starlink's crusade. 100 Ghosts? Shi Feng was slightly surprised when he overheard the surrounding players' conversations. In the past, he had heard a little of the guild known as 100 Ghosts. The guild had been an incredibly mysterious existence even back then. Moreover, it had revealed itself to the public 3 years after the game's launch, shortly after the first major system update. The moment this guild made its existence known to the world, it had shaken the entire God's domain. This was because 100 Ghosts had actually had over 30 Tier 4 experts at the time. Back then, even the superpowers only had around 30 Tier 4 experts, with stronger ones having around 40. In addition, after 100 Ghosts made its public appearance, the guild's Tier 4 experts began frenziedly challenging the various superpowers and took the continent by storm. However, for some reason, after 100 Ghosts had finished challenging the various superpowers and proving its strength, it suddenly went silent. The next time it appeared, the guild already had Tier 5 experts and began challenging the 5 great super guilds. Despite having the ability to challenge the 5 great super guilds, 100 Ghosts did not possess even a single guild residence on the main continent. The guild did not compete for resources either. The only thing the guild did was do combat. This situation had given the 5 great super guilds headaches back then after all. The 100 Ghosts Guild was simply too mysterious. It did not have any roots, so it was impossible to target the guild's base of operations. On the other hand, the number of Tier 5 experts the guild had was not the slightest bit inferior to the 5 great super guilds. In this life, God's Domain's first major system update had taken place 2 years ahead of time, and 100 Ghosts had also appeared 2 years ahead of time. The situation put Shi Feng in a reverie. Could they be a guild from an interstellar continent? If it were before he had visited the ancient God's Domain, he probably wouldn't have any idea how such a strange guild could appear out of nowhere. However, after visiting the ancient era, he understood that God's Domain housed players not just from Earth, but from the several interstellar continents as well. Just like the ancient God's Domain, 100 Ghosts could be from another version of God's Domain. Only this version of God's Domain overlapped with the modern God's Domain much more closely than the ancient God's Domain. Hence, 100 Ghosts could bring so many players to the modern God's Domain. In fact, Shi Feng even suspected that the mysterious area Lifeless Thorn and the others fell into previously was 100 Ghosts' home world. However, Lifeless Thorn and the others had been repatriated to the modern God's Domain before they could learn much about this other version of God's Domain. This would also explain why 100 Ghosts' members gave off a similar but more subdued sense of abnormality as the ancient God's Domain's players. Another thing that surprised Shi Feng was that Starlink had actually managed to connect with 100 Ghosts. This never happened in Shi Feng's previous life. Now that so many powers are gathered, I'm afraid Zero Wing will have it tough later. I know, right? The experts from Starlink, Miracle, and the other superpowers aside, just the number of experts gathered here is still more than enough to make Zero Wing suffer. I wonder if Zero Wing even dares come. Starlink has obviously set up a trap. I doubt it will. Since this is Starlink's residence, even if Starlink's experts take action inside, the city's NPC soldiers won't care at all. Zero Wing's experts can only rely on themselves. The players on the main street couldn't help worrying for Zero Wing, Unyielding Soul, and Crimson Emperor as they watched the various powers experts enter Starlink's residence one after another. Although Zero Wing had the home ground advantage in Sky Spring City, how could the 3 guilds possibly beat more than 20 superpowers when it came to expert count? Not to mention, a bunch of experts from the various major powers had also come to support Starlink. If it came down to a fight, the 3 guilds wouldn't stand a chance at all. So long as the 3 guilds' experts dared show up, only death would await them. Yet if the 3 guilds did not show up, their reputation would most likely go down the drain. After all, if news of this matter spread, everyone would definitely think that the 3 guilds have grown timid. If the 3 guilds didn't even dare accept a challenge, their aim of becoming titans in God's Domain was an utter joke. While the Rubberneckers were conversing among themselves, a team of several dozen players suddenly appeared on one end of the main street, their arrival startling the gathered crowd. This was because these players were members of the 3 guilds. Leading this team of players were none other than Fire Dance, Unyielding Soul, and Illusory Words. Moreover, aside from these 3, there was actually another Tier 4 expert with them. The aura this 4th Tier 4 player released was so terrifying that the gathered crowd gasped reflexively. What? Another person from Zero Wing reached Tier 4? That person should be Violet Cloud, right? The feeling she is giving off is completely different from before. Everyone fell into a daze as they looked at the lithe figure standing at the head of the 3 guilds' team. Violet Cloud wore a mage's robe that resembled the starry night sky. She had her hair tied into a ponytail with a matching ribbon. She looked nothing like a sacred cleric, but more like a wise and pure goddess. Her level had even reached 131, which was higher than any other Tier 4 player they had seen thus far. Shortly afterward, Violet Cloud and the other members of the 3 guilds arrived at the entrance of Starlink's residence. As if expecting their arrival, Lu Xingluo and his entourage appeared at the entrance at this time. Compared to Zero Wing's group, Lu Xingluo had 5 Tier 4 players on his side, of which 2 were from Miracle. That was 1 more Tier 4 player than his side had previously. The new addition was Miracle's sword freak, Miracle Dragon. At this time, Miracle Dragon had already reached level 130, and the oppressive aura he exuded was not much inferior to Violet Cloud's. Looking at Lu Xingluo, illusory words said coldly, "Lu Xingluo, we've come. You can let them go now." "Your courage is praiseworthy, Vice Guild Leader Illusory. However, I've changed my mind." Smiling nonchalantly, Lu Xinglu said, "We went to great lengths to capture these people. If we just let them go so easily, wouldn't we superpowers suffer a hit to our reputations? How about we have a match in the residence? If you win, you can take them and leave. If you lose, all of you stay here. Do you 3 guilds dare accept this challenge?" Chapter 2813, Powerful Showdown. Chapter 2813, Powerful Showdown. Lu Xinglu spoke in a low tone, but his words echoed throughout the area. Everyone turned reflexively to look at Fire Dance and the others from the 3 guilds. A match? This is going to be interesting. I wonder if Zero Wing will accept it. If they don't, they'll embarrass themselves in front of the various powers Starlink invited. Although Zero Wing had arrived with great momentum, Starlink's side came prepared as well. Just by looking at the 5 Tier 4 players on Starlink's side, one could tell that Zero Wing held no advantage in this situation at all. Not to mention, the 2 sides had clashed with each other many times now and suffered severe losses. Zero Wing, Unyielding Soul, and Crimson Emperor had already begun living off their past gains. Their stockpile of weapons and equipment was dwindling, and they were starting to have difficulty compensating their members for their losses. Simply put, only morale was keeping the 3 guilds alive now. However, if the 3 guilds refused or lost in the match, morale in the 3 guilds would plummet. At that time, the performance of the 3 guilds' members would definitely be affected greatly. Upon realizing this situation, the spectating crowd was in awe of Lu Xinglu's clever move. Originally, everyone thought Starlink was merely trying to get Zero Wing to remove the seal on Sky Spring City. However, if Starlink got the 3 guilds' top combatants to remain in Starlink by winning a match, Sky Spring City's seal would no longer be a problem. While the spectators were having a quiet discussion among themselves, Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, Unyielding Heart, and Illusory Words briefly exchanged glances. "Fine," Fire Dance answered as she looked at Lu Xinglu. "What kind of match do you have in mind, Guild Leader Xinglu?" Their original plan was to break into Starlink's residence and rescue their captured members. However, now that Starlink had gained another Tier 4 combatant, the risk of their plan had undoubtedly increased. Not to mention, the Secret Hand Association's NPCs might be hiding inside the residence. At that time, they would have to go up against not only those NPCs, but also 5 Tier 4 combatants. This would truly put them in a tough spot. After all, anyone capable of reaching Tier 4 was no pushover. In fact, they were among the best in God's domain when it came to combat standards, weapons, equipment, legacies, etc. Simple. Both sides will each select one person for a duel, and we will decide the winner in one match, Lu Xinglu said, smiling. "What do you think of this, Commander Fire Dance?" "Fine." Fire Dance agreed without hesitation. "Good." After hearing Fire Dance's response, Lu Xingluo turned to Miracle Dragon and said, "Our side will have Miracle Dragon represent us." At Lu Xingluo's words, Miracle Dragon leaped into the air and hovered above Starlink's residence. He then looked down quietly at the Zero Wing contingent, evidently prepared for a fight. "Big Sis Fire, let me take him on." Violet Cloud volunteered. "I haven't gotten a chance to fight against other Tier 4s ever since I reached Tier 4. I don't want to miss out on this." Fire Dance and the others exchanged looks at Violet Cloud's words, hesitation appearing on their faces. The fact that Lu Xinglu dared let Miracle Dragon represent Starlink's side meant that he was confident of victory. Otherwise, he would have had a veteran Tier 4 player take to the field instead. Of course, Lu Xinglu could have made such a decision because the other Tier 4 players had long since exposed their cards during the past few battles. In contrast, Miracle Dragon had only gotten promoted to Tier 4 recently, so the moves he possessed were still unknown to Zero Wing's side. All right, but be careful. In the end, Fire Dance still nodded and consented to Violet Cloud's request. Their side couldn't afford to lose this battle. However, Zero Wing's veteran Tier 4S faced a similar problem to Starlink's veteran Tier 4S. On the other hand, Violet Cloud was not the slightest bit inferior to the three of them in combat standards. Now that she had gotten promoted to Tier 4 as well, it went without saying her strength rivaled theirs. Hence, letting Violet Cloud represent Zero Wing's side wasn't exactly a bad decision. Unyielding Heart and Crimson Emperor did not oppose Fire Dance's decision. Instead, they warned Violet Cloud to stay out of melee range from Miracle Dragon. Otherwise, Miracle Dragon's lightning quick attacks would devastate a magical class player like Violet Cloud. Afterward, Violet Cloud similarly leaped into the air and hovered 100 yards away from Miracle Dragon. I lost to Gentle Snow last time because of my basic attributes, but you won't be as lucky as Gentle Snow, Miracle Dragon said as he looked at Violet Cloud with a cold and arrogant gaze. Because I will come at you seriously this time. After Miracle Dragon finished speaking, energy rippled out from his body and instantly enveloped the vicinity. Meanwhile, those caught within his mana domain immediately felt their bodies become incomparably heavy. Even Tier 3 players found it difficult to move their bodies. A supergravity domain? Fire Dance frowned subconsciously when she experienced Miracle Dragon's mana domain. This was the first time she had experienced such a powerful mana domain. Although this supergravity domain didn't affect the basic attributes of players, the increased gravity would affect the player's mobility significantly. In fact, Fire Dance estimated that her mobility would be halved because of this mana domain. Needless to say, magical class players that didn't possess much strength would fare even worse in this mana domain. Before Fire Dance and the others could recover from their shock, Miracle Dragon unsheathed the silver greatsword he carried. Immediately, not only did the intensity of the aura he exuded skyrocket, but another ripple of energy spread out from his body. Unlike the earlier energy ripple, this one caused the flowing mana in the air to stagnate. Impossible. Unyielding Heart couldn't help doubting his eyes as he looked at Miracle Dragon. 2 domains. It was already incredibly difficult for a Tier 4 player to obtain even 1 mana domain. Hence, any Tier 4 player that succeeded in doing so would become a force to be reckoned with even among other Tier 4 players. Now, Miracle Dragon revealed that he actually possessed 2 mana domains. This completely shattered Unyielding Heart's understanding of mana domains. Meanwhile, Lu Xinglu and the others on Starlink's side who were standing at the residence's entrance smiled when they saw the reactions of Fire Dance and the others from the 3 guilds. Commander Fire Dance, get ready to lose. Miracle Dragon has the supergravity domain and the space freezing domain. He is the absolute bane of magical classes, Lu Xinglu said, smiling calmly as he looked at Fire Dance. Of course, the outcome won't change even if you have someone else take to the field. Under the effects of these 2 mana domains, nobody can defeat Miracle Dragon in single combat. A dual domain wasn't just a simple addition of 2 mana domains. Instead, the effects of the 2 mana domains would overlap and generate exponentially greater results. When Miracle Dragon activated both of his mana domains, he could take on 2 of Starlink's veteran Tier 4s simultaneously and still hold his ground. Meanwhile, the spectators also stirred at this scene. They never thought a person could have 2 mana domains as expected of the Sword Freak. Even Black Flame will most likely have trouble going up against Miracle Dragon. I know, right? Black Flame only managed to stand out because he was lucky to reach Tier 4 before everyone else. But in a situation where both sides are at Tier 4, nobody can tell who is truly the best at the sword without a fight. How can the secret pavilion just arbitrarily label Black Flame the strongest? The Rubberneckers were astonished by Miracle Dragon's abilities. After all, this was the first time any of them had seen a dual domain. One could also easily determine the dual domain's effects just by looking at the Tier 3 players enveloped within it. At this time, these Tier 3 players were already kneeling on the street from the overbearing pressure. This result was much greater than that of the mana domain Shi Feng had displayed previously. Commander, should we intervene now? Lifeless Thorn asked as he looked at Shi Feng. This dual domain is going to be a tough nut to crack. If it's just Violet alone, I'm afraid. No, we'll continue watching, Shi Feng replied, shaking his head and smiling. If we take action now, everyone's going to think that Zero Wing has no capable people to rely on. but that space-freezing domain prevents the use of instantaneous movement. Miracle Dragon is also known for his speed and strength. Our chances of victory are really slim, Lifeless Thorn argued. While he understood what Shi Feng was trying to say, Miracle Dragon's dual domain was a perfect counter for magical class players. Relax. Chuckling, Shi Feng looked at Violet Cloud and said, having more mana domains isn't necessarily an advantage. Moreover, Violet's strength is no longer the same as before. As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, they saw Violet Cloud take out Death's Sigh. However, compared to before, the current Death's Sigh released a much more terrifying aura. The instant Violet Cloud wielded it, an aura of death instantly spread into the surroundings. A dual domain might be amazing, but a lone mana domain isn't necessarily inferior. After saying so, Violet Cloud operated her mana body at maximum capacity. The next moment, energy rippled out from her body, instantly pushing back Miracle Dragon's dual domain and preventing it from extending more than 30 yards from Miracle Dragon. The difference between the mana domains of both sides was instantly determined. Chapter 2814, Astromancer's Might. Chapter 2814, Astromancer's Might. What's going on? Why did a dual domain lose to a single domain? The various experts looking up at the sky were bewildered when they saw Miracle Dragon's dual domain getting suppressed. They couldn't understand how a single domain could win against a dual domain. After all, the mana and pressure Violet Cloud's mana domain radiated were both weaker than those of Miracle Dragon's dual domain. This is interesting. This little beauty has actually surpassed Miracle Dragon in knowledge and control over mana by a large margin. A handsome youth wearing 100 Ghosts Guild emblem said, a faint smile appearing on his face as he looked at Violet Cloud. I never thought there would be such a talent in Zero Wing. The people here think that just having high basic attributes is sufficient. They don't know that what's most important for Tier 4 players aren't attributes or combat standards, but control and understanding over mana, sneered the beautiful woman with short blue hair standing beside the handsome youth. A mana domain is the result of making an area's mana into one's own. Miracle Dragon can operate the mana of his 2 mana domains only at a basic standard. How can he possibly win against someone with better control over mana? Looking at Violet Cloud with fascination, the handsome youth said, but this little beauty is quite the genius. We can have her join us and become one of our outer supporting members. Abyss. Don't go acting on your old habits again. Don't forget why we came to this continent, the short-haired woman warned. Relax. I know what I'm doing. Nobody on this continent is a match for me. Zero Wing's alliance will crumble for certain this time. Nothing will change even if that black flame shows up. If this little lady wants to protect Zero Wing, she'll have no choice but to beg me. She'll definitely take the bait at that time, the handsome youth said, smiling. The short-haired beauty carrying a battle axe did not refute the youth's statement. After all, it was indeed true that they could keep Zero Wing alive with just a word. While the pair from 100 Ghosts were conversing, Miracle Dragon had taken action. Unfazed by the fact that his dual domain had been suppressed, he flew within 50 yards of Violet Cloud and brandished his greatsword. 9 extreme slashes, Tier 4, Legacy Skill, Light Shatterer. 9 sword lights tore through space and instantly appeared around Violet Cloud. Moreover, as if to prove that Miracle Dragon had reached the domain realm already, the 9 sword lights moved around Violet Cloud like a bunch of lively monkeys, their attack trajectories unpredictable. Facing this tricky move, Violet Cloud flicked her staff and activated Blink, instantly appearing 30 yards away and dodging the 9 sword lights in the nick of time. Boom. A moment after Violet Cloud used Blink, the 9 sword lights converged on her original location and exploded, transforming the area within a 20-yard radius into an empty void. The power of this attack practically rivaled that of superior mythic monsters of the same level. However, before Violet Cloud could catch her breath, several more sword lights appeared around her, to which she responded by using Blink again. This process repeated itself over and over, the sword lights hounding Violet Cloud like her shadow. This scene dumbfounded the spectating crowd after all. At this time, Miracle Dragon looked more like a ranged player than a melee player. Every time he brandished his greatsword, several sword lights would appear around Violet Cloud. Despite the distance between the two players, it was as if Miracle Dragon were right beside Violet Cloud. Miracle Dragon really isn't holding back. Thousand Miles, who was standing at the entrance, burst into laughter as he watched the fight in the sky. At this rate, the fight will end in less than 10 seconds. Miracle Dragon was a magic swordsman. His class perfectly combined magic with the sword. The class was proficient in melee combat as well as ranged combat. While it was indeed amazing that Violet Cloud managed to render Miracle Dragon's dual domain useless, thanks to the Light Shatterer's skill, Miracle Dragon could still thoroughly exhibit the might of his godly fast attacks. You might have a lot of movement skills, but while my Light Shatterer's skill is active, it won't matter where you run to. So just surrender obediently, Miracle Dragon said, smirking as he watched Violet Cloud constantly dodging his attacks. Most people might expect him to be at a disadvantage when going up against magical class players. But he was a magic swordsman. It didn't matter whether he fought at close quarters or range. He was proficient in both forms of combat. Meanwhile, Light Shatterer had a 3-minute duration. Even if Violet Cloud had many movement skills, she definitely wouldn't have enough to last 3 minutes. And once she ran out of movement skills, all she could do was wait for death. Thank you for your warning. Looking at the arrogant magic swordsman, Violet Cloud smiled faintly and said, I might not be able to dodge them if I'm alone, but what if there are multiple copies of myself? After saying so, Violet Cloud swung her staff and summoned several dozen identical copies of herself within her vast starry domain. Then the figures of Violet Cloud and her copies turned blurry, becoming indistinguishable from one another. Doppelgangers? Miracle Dragon was momentarily startled. No, their auras are too weak to be doppelgangers. They should only be illusions, and there should only be one physical body. Watch me break this move of yours. Miracle Dragon began brandishing his greatsword wildly. Unlike before, his sword lights no longer converged on a single point. Instead, they scattered all around Violet Cloud's starry domain, leaving empty voids wherever they passed, and turning the starry domain into a place of death. After the series of rampant attacks, black voids filled the starry domain, which covered a 300-yard radius. This outcome thoroughly demonstrating the power of a Tier 4 magic swordsman. You refuse to come out even in death? Miracle Dragon was puzzled as he looked at the dark void before him. His attacks had left no corner untouched. While Tier 4 players could indeed survive inside the empty void, they could do so only for a short period. They would still die if they lingered. As soon as Miracle Dragon finished speaking, however, Violet Cloud came strolling out of the black void entirely unscathed. It was evident that Miracle Dragon's rampant assault just now did not affect her. She avoided everything? Miracle Dragon was surprised by this scene. He knew the speed of his attacks very well. Only by using skills like Blink could magical class players dodge them. Relying solely on physical movements for evasion was impossible. Tanking his attacks would also be utterly foolish, and he would be more than glad to see Violet Cloud try. After all, her defense was bound to slip up against his swift and violent attacks. Nevertheless, Violet Cloud remained unscathed. Even her robe was intact. This proved that Violet Cloud had actually dodged all his sword lights. Amazing. I didn't even have time to cast my spells while dealing with those fast attacks. Thankfully, my starry domain just so happens to counter you. Otherwise, this really would be a tough fight. Violet Cloud sighed ruefully as she looked at the dark space around her. While the doppelgangers she summoned might seem like illusions, they were in a certain sense real. This was because she could freely shuttle her real body between these doppelgangers. This ability was much stronger than her blink skill. Moreover, while this ability cost concentration and mana to use, it didn't have a cooldown. And once her control over this ability improved, she could potentially summon thousands of copies of herself within her starry domain. Little girl, you're as arrogant as your guild leader. I refuse to believe you can dodge my attacks forever, Miracle Dragon said. He then held up his greatsword in preparation for another round of attacks. However, before Miracle Dragon could brandish his weapon, shadow blades emerged from the dark void behind Violet Cloud, numbering 600. Miracle Dragon? Did you think I was hiding in the void just to dodge your attacks? Chuckling softly, Violet Cloud said, I spent a long time preparing to deal with you. Now let me see how you block these 600 shadow blades. As soon as Violet Cloud finished speaking, the 600 shadow blades carrying devastating power began raining down on Miracle Dragon like a hail of bullets. Miracle Dragon knew that there was no way he could dodge them all. Immediately, he activated his Berserk skill, drastically increasing his basic attributes and doubling his attack speed. The next moment, he brandished his greatsword, blocking the shadow blades one after another in rapid succession. Boom, boom, boom. A shadow blade would get sent flying away every time Miracle Dragon swung his greatsword. However, under Violet Cloud's control, these shadow blades would quickly correct their trajectories and attack him once more. The space above Starlink's residence transformed into a dark void, the shock waves of the battle spreading throughout Sky Spring City. Rather than a clash between players, the duel between Violet Cloud and Miracle Dragon looked more like a clash between monsters. From watching this battle, the Tier 3 players present thoroughly understood how insignificant they were in front of Tier 4 players, despite Miracle Dragon's best efforts. There were just too many shadow blades. Moreover, Violet Cloud was also constantly making subtle adjustments to her attack patterns. As a result, roughly 20 seconds later, Miracle Dragon finally slipped up, and one shadow blade penetrated his defense. Just one hit took away 1/4 of Miracle Dragon's HP. Moreover, within a few more seconds, he slipped up 3 more times. The next moment, the clash in midair came to an abrupt halt, and Miracle Dragon's eyes closed reluctantly as his body fell into the compound of Starlink's residence. Only Violet Cloud and her 600 shadow blades remained hovering in the air, the frightening aura they released instilling fear into everyone. Guild Leader Lu Xinglu, you can release our people now. Chapter 2815. How bold of you. At Violet Cloud's words, Lu Xinglu's complexion turned ashen. Never did Lu Xinglu think that Miracle Dragon would lose. Moreover, the man had lost so miserably. Now, not only did Lu Xinglu fail to humiliate Zero Wing, but the morale on his side had even suffered a hit. This situation put him at a loss as to how to respond to Violet Cloud. Lu Xinglu wasn't the only one taken aback by this outcome. The various major powers were similarly stunned beyond belief. Everyone present could clearly tell that Miracle Dragon was monstrously powerful, yet Violet Cloud had actually displayed even greater strength. At this time, they even started to think that Violet Cloud could take on 2 or 3 Tier 4 experts simultaneously and still hold the upper hand. So this is Zero Wing's strength? Amazing. With this, Starlink and the various superpowers will have to act more humbly. From how leisurely Violet Cloud had defeated Miracle Dragon, it was evident she still had strength to spare. This meant that even though Zero Wing's side had 1 Tier 4 expert less than Starlink's side, the latter still wouldn't hold any advantages. Beautifully done, Unyielding Heart praised as he looked up at Violet Cloud. Now that Starlink's side has 1 less Tier 4, even if Lu Xingluo goes back on his word, we still have a much greater chance of rescuing our people. Illusory Words nodded in agreement with Unyielding Heart. This duel held great importance for both sides. If Lu Xingluo handled this matter poorly, he would become the laughingstock of God's domain. After all, Lu Xingluo had overreached himself. He had actually planned to rely on this opportunity to elevate Starlink into an existence on par with the 5 great super guilds. Only, his grand plan had already been foiled right at the very first step. If he weren't standing in public right now, Lu Xingluo would have most likely spat out blood already. When everyone thought Lu Xingluo was going to lose his mind, the man actually smiled. Good, very good. As expected of one of Zero Wing's peak experts, your strength is truly astonishing, Lu Xingluo said, chuckling as he looked up at Violet Cloud. Fine, we'll let your people go. Guild leader? Sword Demon, who had also reached Tier 4, was stunned by Lu Xingluo's words. He never thought that Lu Xingluo would release Zero Wing's people so decisively. They'll grow even more fearless if we let their people go. It doesn't matter, Lu Xinglue said as he glanced at Sword Demon nonchalantly. Release them. Sword Demon had no choice but to release the 3 guilds' captured members. The next moment, Alluring Summer, Shadow Sword, Mu Lingsha, Blue Gown, and several other players were released from Starlink's guild hall. From the time they emerged from the building until they walked out of the residence's entrance, none of Starlink's or the various superpowers members stopped them. He's releasing them without a fight? Unyielding Heart was stunned when he saw Mu Lingsha and the others free. Honestly, Unyielding Heart didn't believe any of the words Lu Xinglue said before. To his disbelief, Lu Xinglue had actually gone through with his promise and released the captured players without a fight. However, as soon as the bindings on Alluring Summer and the others were removed, Alluring Summer shouted, "Run! Commander, you guys need to get away fast! It's a trap!" Unfortunately, as soon as Alluring Summer finished speaking, a 3-fold magic array suddenly appeared in the sky above Starlink's residence. The magic array instantly expanded and covered a 1,000-yard radius. Apart from Starlink's and the various superpowers members, everyone caught within the barrier felt their bodies growing heavier. Even Tier 4 players like Unyielding Heart found their basic attributes falling by 30%. Run. You think you can run away today? Lu Xinglue sneered as he looked at the members of Zero Wing, Unyielding Soul, and Crimson Emperor. I've released your people, so don't say I didn't abide by our agreement. However, whether you can leave this place alive is another matter altogether. Oh, by the way, this magic barrier is a master barrier. Let alone you Tier 4s. Even a superior mythic monster can't break out from it. At the same time as Lu Xinglue finished speaking, 3 NPCs flew out of Starlink's residence and looked down at the 3 guilds' members from the air. With the appearance of these 3 NPCs, Violet Cloud's starry domain was instantly overwhelmed by a much stronger and violent mana domain. As a result, her starry domain contracted to only 50 yards away from herself. Meanwhile, upon seeing these 3 NPCs, everyone present gasped involuntarily. Victor Palome, Secret Hand Association Elder, Tier 4 Great Wizard. Level 160, HP 180 millions, Claire Saveron, Secret Hand Legion Vice Commander, Tier 4 Sky Knight. Level 160, HP 330 million, Melt Kabara, Secret Hand Legion Commander, Tier 4 Elemental Hunter. Level 162, HP 270 million, 3 Tier 4 NPCs. How is this possible? The various major powers members gaped in shock at these 3 NPCs. Although they knew that Starlink had worked together with the Secret Hand Association to capture the 3 guilds' executives, they had thought that only 1 Tier 4 NPC was aiding Starlink. Now, 3 Tier 4 NPCs had appeared. Their combined combat power was enough to destroy even Sky Spring City. Melt Kabara, an elderly man apparently in his 50s who carried a crystalline bow, turned to Lu Xinglue and said, "Guild Leader Xinglue, you've done well this time. Our association will help you take control of the Secret Covenant Tower as agreed." "Thank you, Commander Melt." Lu Xinglue beamed at Melt Kabara's words. Lu Xinglue's goal since the very beginning had been the 3 guilds' Tier 4 members. The main reason he had Miracle Dragon partake in a duel was to create a distraction while the Secret Hand Association set up the magic barrier. After all, setting up such a powerful barrier would create powerful mana fluctuations. Only a duel between 2 Tier 4 players could conceal these mana fluctuations. Hence, Lu Xinglue never really cared whether Miracle Dragon won or lost the duel. How vicious of Lu Xinglue! He was planning to wipe out the 3 guilds' top combatants all along. It seems Zero Wing's side is finished. A force of 3 Tier 4 NPCs is basically unstoppable in the Twin Towers Kingdom. At this time, everyone already understood that this was a trap Starlink set up for the 3 guilds. So long as the 3 guilds' top combatants got annihilated here, the 3 guilds would be finished. They would no longer have the ability to resist Starlink and the various superpowers. The complexions of the 3 guilds' members darkened when they saw this situation. How is this possible? How did Lu Xinglue recruit the help of so many Tier 4 NPCs? Unyielding Heart couldn't help despairing as he looked at the 3 Tier 4 NPCs in the air. According to the information they obtained, only one Tier 4 NPC had been present when Muling Sha and the others were captured. They had originally planned for him and illusory words to work together to pin down this Tier 4 NPC, while Violet Cloud and Fire Dance went up against Starlink's Tier 4 players. Now, the number of Tier 4 NPCs they had to face had tripled. Moreover, they were even caught inside a master barrier. They couldn't escape even if they wanted to, while the three guild's members were at a loss as to what to do. Melt Kabara glanced at them. Capture Zero Wings members. Kill everyone else using soul attacks. I want to let Black Flame know the consequences of provoking the Secret Hand Association. Melt Kabara commanded the two people beside him. In response, Elder Victor Palome chuckled and said, "Rest assured, Commander Melt, none of Zero Wing's members will escape today." Melt Kabara's words stunned the spectating crowd. These NPCs are here for Zero Wing? Crap. What did Zero Wing do to have an NPC force aim for their lives? At this time, let alone the various major powers, even Unyielding Heart and Illusory Words were stunned. An NPC force had actually mobilized such a powerful party just to take revenge on Shi Feng. However, before Unyielding Heart and Illusory Words could react to this piece of information, the three NPCs made their move, splitting up and charging at Violet Cloud and Fire Dance. Zero Wing. This is the consequence of your sins. Lu Xingluo burst into maniacal laughter when he saw the three NPCs taking action. I didn't even do anything this time. Previously, Lu Xingluo had still felt quite troubled by the three guilds' resistance. However, Shi Feng had offended the Secret Hand Association on Dragonheart Island, which in turn prompted the association to seek a partnership with Lu Xingluo. He had nearly gone crazy from joy back then. Now that three of the association's Tier 4 NPCs were taking action, there was no way Zero Wing's members could escape. Now all he had to do was wait for Zero Wing's destruction and take over Zero Wing's possessions. However, just as the three NPCs were about to reach Fire Dance and her companions, who were prepared to fight to the death, a sword light suddenly appeared out of nowhere on the battlefield. This lightning-fast sword light cut straight at Melt Kabara, who led the charge against Zero Wing's members. However, Melt Kabara was no ordinary Tier 4 NPC. Quickly responding to the attack, he used his crystalline bow as a melee weapon and struck the approaching sword light. Boom! An explosion occurred, and space within a radius of several dozen yards shattered. The elemental hunter went flying over 100 yards away, a damage exceeding 1 million appearing above his head. Secret Hand Association, how bold of you. I didn't bother picking a fight with you in Dragonheart City. Yet you actually have the gall to come and pick a fight in my territory? It seems you people are tired of living just like Sebrid. Before anyone could react to the sudden attack, a cold voice echoed throughout the battlefield. Everyone turned to the voice's origin, curious to find out who had sent Melt Kabara flying. The next moment, what entered everyone's eyes was a cloaked man walking out of the crowd. The man wielded a golden sword decorated with crimson runes, and his frightening aura made them feel as if the god of death had descended onto the battlefield. Black Flame, Chapter 216, Chapter 280-16, Nobody is Leaving. Everyone couldn't help doubting their eyes when they saw the cloaked man. After all, Melt Kabara was a level 162, Tier 4 NPC. Although he was only a Tier 4 ranger, which wasn't a strength-oriented class, he still possessed a massive advantage in terms of levels. He simply wasn't an existence current players could go up against. Nevertheless, Shi Feng had sent the elemental hunter flying with one hit. How frightening was his strength. He's actually that Black Flame? Standing in the spectating crowd, the robust man from the Silver Lion Adventurer team was astonished when he discovered Shi Feng's identity. His team members were similarly stunned. They never imagined that the stranger their commander decided to befriend would actually be a big shot. Moreover, it was even a big shot capable of shaking the entire god's domain. Guild leader? Fire Dance and the others were also surprised when they saw Shi Feng approaching them. They hadn't thought that Shi Feng had already returned. Brother Black Flame, you've really made us wait. Unyielding Heart revealed a bitter smile when he saw Shi Feng. Although not much time had passed since they parted ways at the ruined mountain range, It felt like months and years had gone by on their side as the pressure they faced from the various superpowers increased by the day. Fortunately, their peak experts had found several Tier 4 legacy lands while exploring level 130 maps. As a result, their 3 guilds managed to produce 3 Tier 4 players quickly, instantly alleviating the pressure they faced at the Twin Towers Kingdom by a large margin. They were also continuously obtaining complete Tier 3 legacies from the Secret Covenant Tower, which allowed their guilds to produce Tier 3 players rapidly. As a result, their 3 guilds had managed to last until today, albeit by the skin of their teeth. Shi Feng's return had undoubtedly increased their staying power. When Illusory Words saw Shi Feng, she too heaved a deep sigh of relief. They had been fighting long and hard just to endure until this moment. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's appearance also caused a stir among the members of Starlink's faction. None of them had expected Shi Feng to reappear in such a sudden and powerful manner. "Black Flame, you're finally willing to show yourself." Lu Xingluo laughed as he looked at Shi Feng. "I've been waiting for a long time today. I'll let you see Zero Wing perish before your eyes, everyone attack." In truth, Lu Xingluo was slightly surprised by Shi Feng's arrival. He never thought that Shi Feng would be able to return from the sealed Dragonheart City so quickly. Lu Xingluo had originally planned to use the annihilation of Fire Dance and the others to force Shi Feng to come forward. Now, he no longer had to trouble himself. As soon as Lu Xingluo finished speaking, Sword Demon, Wind Demon, and Tengu, who had all reached Tier 4, moved to surround Zero Wing's members. Only, shortly after the trio exited the residence's entrance, 2 figures intercepted them. "You'll need to beat the 2 of us first before you proceed," Lifeless Thorn said as he grabbed the spear slung on his back and swept it at the 3 enemies before him. At this time, Lifeless Thorn and Solitary 9 stopped concealing their life auras. 2 more Tier 4 auras spread across the battlefield, stunning Sword Demon's group. 2 more Tier 4s. How many Tier 4s does Zero Wing have? The various major powers exclaimed in surprise when they sensed Lifeless Thorn's and Solitary 9's auras. At this stage of the game, Tier 4 players were still as rare as a phoenix's feather. A superpower would be fortunate to have even 1 Tier 4 player, yet, based on what they could see now, Zero Wing actually had 5 Tier 4 players already. Even the 5 great super guilds didn't have such a force yet. You people from Zero Wing are indeed capable. After glancing at Lifeless Thorn and Solitary 9, Lu Xingluo turned to Shi Feng and sneered, "Unfortunately, all of you are inside a master barrier right now. Even if you have more Tier 4s on your side, you still don't have a chance at victory." Upon hearing this, the various onlookers snapped out of their daze and very much agreed with Lu Xingluo's words. "March, you go as well," 1,000 Miles commanded as he looked at Silent March. "Make sure Black Flame doesn't leave this place alive. We'll be in trouble afterward otherwise." "Yes, sir." Nodding, Silent March took out her staff and joined Sword Demon's trio. Seeing that Silent March, a Tier 4 necromancer, was taking action as well, the spectating players sighed subconsciously. Although Starlink's side was still outnumbered, it had the help of a master barrier and 3 Tier 4 NPCs. Zero Wing's side stood no chance at all. However, before Silent March could arrive, before Lifeless Thorn and Solitary 9, Shi Feng suddenly slashed at the sky. World Breaker! The next moment, a dazzling brilliance shot into the sky and instantly penetrated the magic barrier. Subsequently, the barrier shattered, and the overwhelming pressure Zero Wing's members felt disappeared. "What master barrier?" Looking at Lu Xingluo, Shi Feng asked calmly, "Do you mean this broken thing?" At Shi Feng's words, silence enveloped the entire battlefield. Lu Xingluo, in particular, was utterly thunderstruck as he looked at the dissipating barrier. Impossible. Even a superior mythic monster would have a difficult time breaking this barrier. How could he just... At this time, Lu Xingluo felt as if he was having a nightmare. Either that or the heavens were playing a trick on him. "Guild leader, are you still just a Tier 4 player?" At this time, let alone Lu Xingluo and the various superpowers members, even Fire Dance and the others gaped in shock at this scene. This was a barrier capable of trapping superior mythic monsters. Yet Shi Feng had destroyed it with 1 slash. Not good. They can run away now that the barrier is broken. Reacting to the situation quickly, 1,000 Miles looked at Lu Xinglu and urged, "Guild leader Xinglu, we need to figure out a plan fast." If a Tier 4 player wanted to escape, even Tier 4 NPCs would have trouble stopping them. Meanwhile, if their faction failed to capture Zero Wing's members alive, they would have a much harder time dealing with the 3 guilds afterward. On the other hand, Unyielding Heart and Illusory Words breathed out a sigh of relief at this situation. With the magic barrier gone, so long as they scattered and fled, the 3 Tier 4 NPCs wouldn't be able to capture them. Moreover, they were still inside Sky Spring City. If the 3 Tier 4 NPCs caused a commotion, Sky Spring City's Tier 4 magistrate would definitely intervene. At that time, the magistrate would be able to pin down at least one of Secret Hand's NPCs. However, before Lu Xinglu and 1,000 Miles could issue commands, Shi Feng jumped into the air above Starlink's residence and scanned the crowd beneath him. This situation confused the various spectating players. They couldn't understand why Shi Feng had approached Starlink's residence instead of running away. Run away? Looking at 1,000 Miles, Shi Feng laughed and said, "Do you think you're the only ones capable of summoning Tier 4 NPCs? Nobody is leaving today. All of you will stay here." After saying so, Shi Feng took out 2 Summon Guard scrolls from his bag and activated them. Chapter 28817 Reversal. As Shi Feng chanted the incantation to activate the Summon Guard scrolls, 2 magic arrays appeared before him. 1 second later, 2 figures emerged from these magic arrays. Along with the appearance of these 2 figures, everyone present felt an unprecedented pressure weighing down their body. Tier 4 personal guards? How did he do it? The various Major Powers members gasped when they saw the 2 new figures in the air. Many players owned personal guards in God's domain, but those capable of owning Tier 4 personal guards at this stage of the game could be counted on one's fingers. This was because NPCs had much more difficulty getting promoted to Tier 4 than players. Even fine gold guards had no more than a 25% chance of success. And in the event of failure, these personal guards would have to wait 1 whole month before they could challenge their promotion quest again. Moreover, the success rate wouldn't change in the slightest. Yet now Shi Feng had actually summoned 2 Tier 4 personal guards. Meanwhile, these 2 personal guards were none other than Kite and Anna. As the 2 NPCs had been busy challenging their Tier 4 promotion quests previously, Shi Feng had not summoned them for quite some time now. Fortunately, Kite and Anna possessed incredibly high growth potentials. Both of them had successfully gotten promoted to Tier 4, and their current levels even surpassed Shi Feng's by a large margin. At this time, Kite had already reached level 146, whereas Anna was at level 149, while their levels were still lower than the Secret Hand Association's 3 NPCs. The difference was negligible. After reaching Tier 4, the main factors that allowed Tier 4 NPCs to undergo qualitative improvements were fragmented legendary weapons and equipment, control over mana, and the number of Tier 4 skills and spells learned with Kite and Anna's arrival. Even a fool could tell that the tables had turned. Previously, after Starlink and the various superpowers lost the support of their master barrier, their disadvantage in numbers meant they could only rely on the Secret Hand Association's NPCs to overwhelm Zero Wing's side. However, Kite and Anna could fend off at least 2 of the Association's Tier 4 NPCs, and with a growing commotion, Sky Spring City's Tier 4 magistrate would most likely come to help soon. Hence, Starlink and the various superpowers no longer had any advantages at this time. In fact, they were even at a disadvantage since Zero Wing's side had 3 more Tier 4 players than they did. A difference of 3 Tier 4 players might not seem like much, but it was already more than enough to elicit despair in Starlink and the various superpowers. This was because even 10,000 Tier 3 players wouldn't be enough to go against 3 Tier 4 players. That would only result in a one-sided massacre. Moreover, with the seal over Sky Spring City still in effect, the only way players could teleport out of the city was through the teleportation hall. This situation was considerably disadvantageous for Starlink's side. When Lu Xinglu recognized the situation, his complexion turned indescribably ugly. He had never dreamed that Shi Feng would be able to reverse the situation and even put him in dire straits. Guild leader Xinglu, what should we do now, if it comes down to a fight? I'm afraid our side, 1,000 Miles asked anxiously as he looked at Lu Xingluo. Lu Xinglu had full responsibility for this operation. Miracle and the various superpowers were simply here to show support. After all, Lu Xingluo had repeatedly guaranteed that he would take down Zero Wing this time. Then the various superpowers would divide the Secret Covenant Tower and the three guilds' territories among themselves. Now, before Miracle even took a cutout of Zero Wing, it had already lost Miracle Dragon. Moreover, at this rate, even Silent March and 1,000 Miles himself would most likely perish. I understand. Sighing helplessly, Lu Xingluo said, I originally thought that these means would already be enough to take down Zero Wing. It seems I still have to request their help in the end. Request their help? At Lu Xingluo's words, realization dawned upon 1,000 Miles. He then looked at a nearby team of several dozen players and muttered, Could it be? 1,000 Miles had heard of the mysterious guild known as 100 Ghosts. This was a guild that showed no respect or fear for even the 5 great super guilds. He never thought that Lu Xinglu would actually have such a deep connection with 100 Ghosts. That's right, it's them. Lu Xinglu nodded. He then looked at the handsome youth leading 100 Ghosts' team and called out, Brother Abyss, I'm afraid I'll have to bother you for help. Once we get out of this predicament, Starlink will agree to all your conditions. Good. I've been waiting a long time for these words. Guild leader Xingluo, awakened Abyss, smiled when he heard Lu Xingluo's promise. Since you've thought it through already, 100 Ghosts naturally won't sit back and do nothing. Thank you, Brother Abyss. Lu Xinglu breathed out a sigh of relief. Shi Feng had really boxed Lu Xinglu into a corner this time. Since they were inside Sky Spring City, which also happened to be Zero Wing's territory, Starlink's members would all end up jailed if they died or got captured inside the city. Meanwhile, the prison sentence could last anywhere from a few days to over a dozen days. This absolutely wasn't an outcome Lu Xinglu could tolerate. Now that 100 Ghosts had agreed to intervene, though, Starlink would escape this predicament. Lu Xinglu knew very clearly what kind of power was backing 100 Ghosts. It simply wasn't something the main continent's superpowers could go up against. The various major powers present overheard the conversation between Lu Xinglu and awakened Abyss. However, they couldn't understand why Lu Xinglu, Starlink's guild leader, would ask awakened Abyss for help. Moreover, Lu Xinglu relaxed visibly when he heard the handsome youth's positive response. Who are those people? Lu Xinglu was actually begging them for help. How ignorant are you guys? That's 100 Ghosts. I never imagined that Starlink would manage to partner up with 100 Ghosts. Starlink really hit the jackpot this time. I heard that even the 5 great super guilds have to show respect to 100 Ghosts. Although the 5 great super guilds initially sent a lot of famous experts to pick a fight with 100 Ghosts, none of those experts returned alive. Many of the major powers present were ignorant of 100 Ghosts' existence. After hearing the explanation of some well-informed people, they quickly understood how extraordinary an existence 100 Ghosts was. On the other hand, unyielding heart and illusory words couldn't help making ugly expressions. Damn it! Why would 100 Ghosts partner with Starlink? Frustration filled unyielding heart's eyes when he heard awakened Abyss agreeing to Lu Xinglu's request. After 100 Ghosts made its debut on the main continent, his guild leader had received an astonishing secret message. Afterward, his guild leader warned everyone in the guild not to provoke 100 Ghosts' members, otherwise there would be unimaginable consequences. Initially, Unyielding Heart thought that 100 Ghosts had merely accepted Starlink's invitation so that they could challenge some of the experts here. It never occurred to him that 100 Ghosts actually planned to partner with Starlink. Illusory Words was similarly filled with frustration. After seeing Shi Feng summon his personal guards, she thought they would be able to deal a heavy blow to Starlink and the various superpowers. However, now that 100 Ghosts, an existence that even the 5 great super guilds feared, had agreed to step in for Starlink. If their 3 guilds insisted on taking action against Starlink, they would make an enemy of 100 Ghosts. The next moment, after Awakened Abyss agreed to Lu Xingluo's request, he looked up at Shi Feng and said, "Guild leader Black Flame, 100 Ghosts has some dealings with Starlink. Can you spare Starlink out of respect for 100 Ghosts? If Zero Wing needs help in the future, I, Awakened Abyss, will definitely lend a helping hand." As soon as Awakened Abyss finished speaking, everyone present turned to Shi Feng, who was still hovering in midair. They all wondered how he would answer. Although sparing Starlink here would mean losing an opportunity to deal a heavy blow to Starlink, Zero Wing would gain 100 Ghosts' favor. This wouldn't necessarily be a losing transaction. After all, 100 Ghosts was a mysterious guild that even the 5 great super guilds had to show respect to. Gaining the favor of such an existence could bring many benefits. Respect. Favor? Shi Feng laughed as he looked at Awakened Abyss. When Starlink was pushing our 3 guilds into a dead end earlier, why didn't I see you standing up for us at that time? Yet now that Starlink is in a desperate situation, you're telling us to let them go. Do you think my respect is so cheap? What will you do if I don't give it to you? Chapter 28:18. You think too highly of yourself. Chapter 28:18. You think too highly of yourself. When Shi Feng finished speaking, silence enveloped the entire battlefield. Nobody had expected that Shi Feng would show no regard at all for 100 Ghosts. A cold glint flashed in Awakened Abyss's eyes at Shi Feng's response. Guild leader Black Flame, my suggestion is beneficial for both our sides. If 100 Ghosts interferes, setting all else aside, just in terms of number of Tier 45, Zero Wing won't have much of an advantage. Awakened Abyss said coldly, "If you insist on remaining obstinate, I'll have to take it as Zero Wing having hostile intentions toward 100 Ghosts." After saying so, Awakened Abyss stopped concealing his life aura. Immediately, a life aura rivaling that of the Secret Hand Association's Tier 4 NPCs spread across the battlefield. Simultaneously, Awakened Abyss revealed the glow effect of his equipment, the result making the surrounding spectators gasp. This was because Awakened Abyss was actually fully geared in epic equipment. Moreover, apart from a full set of epic equipment, Awakened Abyss's longsword was also extraordinary, sporting 6 gleaming gemstones inlaid into it, and although the longsword looked old-fashioned, the aura it exuded was much stronger than that of the epic equipment he wore by a large margin. Meanwhile, the short-haired woman standing beside Awakened Abyss also stopped concealing her life aura and equipment. And like Awakened Abyss, she was fully geared in epic equipment and carried a battle axe that rivaled Awakened Abyss's longsword. Aren't those two a little too well equipped? No wonder even the 5 great super guilds are wary of 100 Ghosts. Even Starlink and the various superpowers can't afford to arm their members to the teeth with such excellent items. When the various major powers saw the dazzling glow enveloping Awakened Abyss and the short-haired beauty, they were startled. Everyone present had seen epic weapons and equipment before. However, trying to fully gear a player with epic items that suited them was incredibly difficult. Yet 100 Ghosts had managed to do so for 2 players. One could see just how powerful 100 Ghosts was through this point alone. It was clearly unwise for Zero Wing to make an enemy of 100 Ghosts at this time. Hostile intentions? Shi Feng laughed as he looked at Awakened Abyss. You think too highly of yourself. Since you wish to stand on Starlink's side, then die with them. After saying so, Shi Feng unsheathed the light of 2 worlds and executed a downward slash at Awakened Abyss. First sword, Light Shadow. An illusory greatsword over 100 meters long appeared in the sky and descended toward Awakened Abyss and the short-haired woman. Space ruptured in the greatsword's wake, and Awakened Abyss and the woman suddenly found themselves having difficulty moving. How dare he? When Lu Xingluo and the various superpowers executives saw this scene, they gaped in shock. They never thought that Shi Feng would even attack 100 Ghosts as envoys. Crazy bastard. Awakened Abyss revealed a startled expression when he saw the illusory greatsword. He hadn't expected Shi Feng to take such prompt action. Moreover, he found the power of Shi Feng's attack stifling. Even the Tier 4 NPCs he had faced before couldn't execute such a powerful attack. Almost by instinct, Awakened Abyss took out a crystal and shattered it without hesitation. Two barriers instantly appeared before Awakened Abyss, and the short-haired woman protecting them. Boom. When the illusory greatsword came into contact with the first barrier, the barrier immediately cracked. Only after the first barrier had shattered completely did the illusory greatsword disappear. Awakened Abyss and the short-haired woman stared at this outcome in disbelief. This dual-layered barrier was the product of a Tier 4 curse, a tool they carried for emergencies. Even Tier 4 NPCs couldn't break the generated barriers, yet Shi Feng had shattered one layer. In other words, Shi Feng needed only one more attack to destroy this Tier 4 defensive curse. "We're leaving," Awakened Abyss commanded his team to retreat without hesitation. His mana technique is too powerful. Only the Elders can deal with him. We won't be able to stop his third attack. As soon as Awakened Abyss finished speaking, 100 Ghosts' members promptly scattered and fled. Awakened Abyss and the short-haired woman leaped into the air and made a beeline for Sky Spring City's gate. They dared not try to put up a fight. "It seems you're not completely inept," Shi Feng commented indifferently as he looked at the remaining barrier before him. He then looked at Awakened Abysses and the short-haired woman's fleeing figures and continued, "However, since you dare interfere in Zero Wings matters, I'll have one of you stay behind today to teach you a lesson." After saying so, Shi Feng suddenly disappeared from where he hovered. When he reappeared, he was in front of Awakened Abyss. "You?" Shi Feng's appearance shocked Awakened Abyss. Shi Feng was too fast. His movement speed in the air practically rivaled a flying mount's. However, before Awakened Abyss could react to the situation, Shi Feng swung the Light of Two Worlds once more. It was evident he had chosen Awakened Abyss as his target of detention. Spatial/Black Flame. Unwilling to take any chances, Awakened Abyss activated his Berserk skill, boosting his basic attributes by a large margin. Now he could go toe-to-toe against a superior mythic monster of the same level. Don't go too far. Awakened Abyss used his full strength to counter Shi Feng's attack, his longsword radiating a colorful brilliance as it swung to meet Shi Feng's Light of Two Worlds. Now, the power of his attack was not the slightest bit weaker than that of the light shadow Shi Feng executed before. Boom! Two sky-splitting spatial tears appeared when the two swords collided. Immediately afterward, Awakened Abyss crashed into the ground below like a cannonball, and his HP plummeted. In the blink of an eye, Awakened Abyss's HP, which exceeded 20 million, fell to 0, and the youth became deader than dead. Ibis? The short-haired woman was stunned when she saw Awakened Abyss killed. Awakened Abyss was one of the top 3 experts among 100 Ghosts' younger generation, yet he actually couldn't withstand even one attack from Shi Feng. When Lu Xinglu and the others standing inside Starlink's residence saw this scene, they too were flabbergasted. They never thought Shi Feng would actually kill Awakened Abyss without hesitation, showing no fear of 100 Ghosts whatsoever. Run away. Nobody knew who said these words. However, as soon as they appeared, the tens of thousands of players inside Starlink's residence came to a tacit agreement and began fleeing immediately. Even the Secret Hand Association's NPCs had grim expressions when they saw Shi Feng's might. "We're leaving, Melt," Kabara commanded, understanding that the situation was no longer in their favor. With just the 3 of them here, they would be helpless against Shi Feng. Immediately afterward, the Secret Hand Association's 3 Tier 4 NPCs turned to flee Sky Spring City. "You want to escape? Dream on." Looking at Kite and Anna, Shi Feng commanded, "Kill all of these people." "Yes, sir." Kite and Anna, who had remained on standby until now, responded respectfully. They then split up and took independent action. The next moment, Anna set out in pursuit of Melt Kabara's group. As for Kite, he joined Lifeless Thorn and Solitary 9 in dealing with Starlink's Tier 4 players. "You think you can stop us by yourself? You must be tired of living." Melt Kabara was incensed when he saw Anna coming to block his group by herself. Although Anna was also a Tier 4 existence, she was merely level 149. She would have trouble stopping even one of them, let alone all 3. She was basically insulting their strength by coming at them alone. However, before Melt Kabara could say anything more, Anna unleashed her mana domain. Immediately, Anna's mana domain enveloped the entire Sky Spring City, transforming the city into a world of black and white. Under the effects of her mana domain, Starlinks and the various superpowers Tier 3 players couldn't even budge. As for Meltkabara's group of 3, they felt immense pressure pressing down on them, subjecting the mana within their bodies to a powerful suppression. The 3 of them could barely extend their own mana domains 20 yards from themselves. The might of Anna's mana domain was simply unbelievable before Meltkabara and the other 2 could react. Countless pitch-black chains assaulted them from all directions. Simultaneously, innumerable holy swords appeared in the sky and shot at all 3 of them. Despite the trio working together and doing their best to fend off the attacks, they actually remained at a complete disadvantage. Anna thoroughly displayed her strength as an epic guard, and it was only a matter of time before she defeated the 3 hostile NPCs. Lu Xinglu, you should follow your friends as well. Shi Feng instantly appeared in front of Lu Xinglu and swung the light of 2 worlds at him. He gave Lu Xinglu no room to even catch a breather. Damn it, Black Flame, I'll make you pay for this. 100 ghosts will make you pay for this too. Lu Xinglu gritted his teeth and shattered one of the crystal rings he wore. The next moment, a strange gray space formed around Lu Xinglu and thoroughly negated Shi Feng's attack. However, Lu Xinglu also let out an agonized scream in the gray space. It was evident that getting caught within this gray space wasn't entirely pleasant for Lu Xinglu. A second later, the gray space disappeared together with Lu Xinglu. He sure knows how to run quickly. Shi Feng wasn't particularly surprised when Lu Xinglu escaped. After all, Lu Xinglu was Starlink's guild leader. It would be strange if he didn't have a few powerful life-saving items. Fortunately, Shi Feng had already achieved his goal in coming here. After today's event, Starlink and the various superpowers would lose tens of thousands of Tier 3 experts and many Tier 4 experts. Moreover, even if these experts died, they would still be detained for several days in Sky Spring City's prison once they respawned. Less than 10 minutes later, with Anna and Kite's assistance, Zero Wing's members annihilated the Secret Hand Association's 3 Tier 4 NPCs and the various superpowers Tier 3 and Tier 4 experts. The spectating powers were awestruck to witness the deaths of the various superpowers experts. None of them had ever dreamed that the superpowers' crusade against the Secret Covenant Tower would come to such an end. Zero Wing's hidden strength also exceeded their imagination. The guild simply wasn't in existence the various superpowers could go up against. This astonishing piece of news quickly spread all over the Twin Towers Kingdom. It even reached the neighboring kingdoms and empires, shocking the various player forces there. Chapter 208-19, Changes in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Chapter 208-19, Changes in the Twin Towers Kingdom. In a certain border town of the Fire Dragon Empire. At this time, a 3,000-man team of Tier 3 players was resting in 2 bars on the main street. All the town residents, be they players or NPCs, were extremely afraid of this team. This was because the average level of this team was level 125, 3 levels higher than the average level of Tier 3 players in the Fire Dragon Empire. Meanwhile, leading this powerful team of Tier 3 players was a long-haired woman with a heroic air. When the players looked at this white-clad woman, their gaze held awe and respect. This woman was none other than the first player in Mythology to have gotten promoted to Tier 4, Cold Shadow, who was now Mythology's first Vice-Guild leader. In addition, she had even reached level 133, 11 levels higher than the average Tier 3 player. The cold and sharp aura she exuded was so powerful that even Tier 3 players over 100 yards away shuddered involuntarily. Vice Guild leader news just came in from the Twin Towers Kingdom. White Feather, who was now a level 130, Tier 4 Guardian Knight, reported to Cold Shadow. Starlink suffered a tragic defeat. Moreover, because of Black Flame's sudden appearance, with the exception of Lu Xinglu, none of the various superpowers experts escaped. Nearly 20,000 Tier 3 experts were penalized with 10 days confinement in Sky Spring City's prison. He's finally willing to show himself. Cold Shadow, who was resting quietly with her eyes shut, wasn't the slightest bit surprised when she heard White Feather's report. Unfortunately, although Black Flame dealt a heavy blow to Starlink and the various superpowers, he still let the key person escape. Zero Wing will most likely face a lot of trouble after this. After all, the person standing behind Lucinglo isn't some random pushover. That person is also adamant in acquiring the Secret Covenant Tower. According to our insider reports, Black Flame killed 100 Ghosts' awakened abyss, White Feather said in a quieter tone. In fact, out of 100 Ghosts' team of several dozen players, only Vice Commander Jade Leaf managed to escape. This bit of news had Cold Shadow opening her eyes in shock. Has Black Flame lost his mind? He actually killed Awakened Abyss. Does he not know Awakened Abyss's identity? Awakened Abyss was a talent 100 Ghosts placed great importance on. The youth was so important that 100 Ghosts had even tasked Jade Leaf, a Tier 4 expert, to accompany him as his bodyguard. Meanwhile, 100 Ghosts was an existence that even the 5 great super guilds dared not offend. The power this mysterious guild wielded simply defied common sense. At this point, the only thing the 5 great super guilds could do was form partnerships with 100 Ghosts. They absolutely couldn't afford to make an enemy of the guild. This was something Odin repeatedly emphasized. Hence, everyone in mythology was currently doing their best to avoid 100 Ghosts' people. Yet Shi Feng had done the exact opposite. Not only did he choose to oppose 100 Ghosts, but he had even killed Awakened Abyss. When 100 Ghosts learned of this, the guild would definitely go into a frenzy. In that case, should we take action now? White Feather asked. Zero Wing was a guild that mythology had to destroy no matter what. Now that Shi Feng had dealt a heavy blow to Starlink and the various superpowers, these guilds definitely wouldn't just let the matter lie. In fact, they might even put everything on the line to fight Zero Wing. After all, these superpowers had lost so many Tier 3 experts already. If they still couldn't secure the Secret Covenant Tower, recovering from this loss within a short period would be impossible. Not to mention, 100 Ghosts would most likely retaliate against Zero Wing as well. At that time, a spectacular battle would definitely occur at the Secret Covenant Tower, which would be the perfect opportunity for mythology to take action. No, it still isn't time. Cold Shadow shook her head. We have just recently completed that inferior legendary quest and obtained a mana body legacy. We need to digest this legacy first. It wouldn't be too late to take action once we have improved our mana bodies. After all, when it comes to matters regarding the mana body, Black Flame's side has already made significant progress. I doubt we are a match for him in this regard even now. I understand. I'll notify the others about this and have them head to the Divine Cave, White Feather said, nodding. There's no need for us to head to the Divine Cave yet. We are merely learning a legacy. We can learn it anywhere, Cold Shadow said. After reading a message one of her subordinates just sent her, she smiled faintly and continued. Moreover, if we head to the Secret Covenant Tower now, we might get an opportunity to understand 100 Ghosts' strength. 100 Ghosts is taking action already? White Feather was surprised when she heard Cold Shadow's words. The strength Zero Wing had displayed thus far was incredibly terrifying. The guild had not only 5 Tier 4 players, but also 2 Tier 4 personal guards who were far superior to the average Tier 4 NPC. At this stage of the game, even the 5 great super guilds could only resort to a war of attrition with Zero Wing. In a frontal confrontation, their chances of defeating Zero Wing would be 0 hence. White Feather found it incredible that 100 Ghosts would retaliate against Zero Wing right after losing several dozen of its top combatants. That's not entirely true, Cold Shadow said, chuckling. A hint of anticipation appearing in her eyes, she added, You'll understand once we get there. If Zero Wing doesn't abandon the Secret Covenant Tower this time, it'll most likely be doomed forever. After Cold Shadow finished speaking, White Feather promptly organized a group of peak experts, and they accompanied Cold Shadow to the Secret Covenant Tower. Twin Towers Kingdom, Sky Spring City, Guild Leader. We're done compiling the list of items we got. Fire Dance reported as she approached Shi Feng. With an excited look on her face, she continued, We obtained close to 20,000 weapons and equipment from this battle, including over 6,000 level 110 plus fine gold weapons and equipment, and over 2,000 level 110 plus secret silver weapons and equipment. This harvest will mitigate a significant portion of the losses we suffered previously. Currently, Fire Dance, Yulin, and Melancholic Smile were managing the affairs of the entire guild. Dealing with the guild's weapons stockpile gave Fire Dance massive headaches. Previously, when she had merely been commanding Zero Wing's main force, she hadn't known just how important it was for the guild to have a sufficient stockpile of weapons and equipment. However, after taking over Gentle Snow's and Aqua Rose's responsibilities, and repeatedly clashing with the various superpowers, she finally understood what a guild's foundation referred to. Originally, she believed that a guild's foundation referred to the number of experts a guild possessed. However, after the various superpowers began waging war against Zero Wing, she realized that what truly served as a guild's foundation were weapons and equipment. If not for the Candlelight trading firm having a sufficiently large number of lifestyle players, Zero Wing would have long since run out of weapons and equipment. And if that happened, members would definitely withdraw from the guild in droves. After all, nobody would want to fight for a guild that couldn't even arm them with weapons and equipment. "Give half of the weapons and equipment to Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul," Shi Feng said, smiling. "I believe they haven't been faring well recently either. These weapons and equipment should help them cope with their troubles." Shi Feng had a very thorough understanding of the issues involved in guild wars. When he led Shadow in his previous life, there had been instances when the guild's warehouse had only bronze weapons and equipment. Back then, Shadow had only been a small guild. If a superpower were to face a situation where its warehouse had only bronze weapons and equipment, everyone in the guild would have long since quit. After all, even if guild players died and lost levels, so long as they had sufficiently good weapons and equipment, they could quickly recover their levels. However, without weapons and equipment, they might as well be independent players. At the very least, hostile forces wouldn't persecute them. Before Shi Feng could issue any more commands, Illusory Words approached him with a grim look on her face. "Guild leader Black Flame, a big problem appeared in Barren Forest City, near the secret Covenant Tower." Illusory Words said anxiously. "According to our scouts, over 1 million faux saint monsters have appeared there and are making their way toward the secret Covenant Tower. The majority of them are level 135 Great Lords, and there are also roughly 1,000 level 140 plus mythic-ranked faux saint monsters." 1,000 mythic monsters? Fire Dance was stunned when she heard what Illusory Words said. For a moment, she even wondered if her ears were working properly. Normally, it would be incredibly difficult to come across even one mythic monster. Not to mention, monsters had gained the ability to think for themselves after the major system update. This had increased their combat standards by a large margin and improved their capacity for cooperation. Under normal circumstances, a Tier 4 expert would have to flee if they came across 2 or 3 mythic monsters of the same level simultaneously. And with around 10 mythic monsters, one could even attack towns and cities. Nonetheless, she was being told that their opponent had 1,000 mythic monsters. 1,000! Shi Feng was also surprised by this piece of news. The strongest monster tide he had come across out in the fields had only around 100 mythic monsters. That monster tide had successfully destroyed a guild city defended by several Tier 4 players. Now the enemy had 1,000 mythic monsters foe saint monsters possessing above-average combat standards. This was undoubtedly a devastating force. That's right. There are at least 1,000 of them. Illusory Words nodded, an ugly expression appearing on her face. According to their movement speed, it'll take them around 10 hours to reach the secret Covenant Tower. We should have enough time if we withdraw from the tower now. They didn't have any hope of defeating a force of 1,000 level 140-plus mythic monsters, even if they had a guild city as support. Without a guild city for protection, their only option was to give up. After all, players killed by those faux saint monsters would suffer heavy penalties. No wonder Lu Xinglu was so confident even while retreating. It turns out he still had such a trump card hidden, Shi Feng said in sudden realization. Chuckling, he continued, "It seems they're really desperate this time." It would have been a different story if Saint's Hand had mobilized this legion of mythic ranked foe saint monsters in a neutral map, but it was currently moving within the Twin Towers Kingdom's borders. The kingdom would definitely mobilize its army once it noticed the foe saint monsters. A kingdom's army wasn't an existence to be trifled with. This was especially true now that the NPC population in the game had skyrocketed. Once the Twin Towers Kingdom mobilized its army, even a force of 1,000 mythic monsters would meet a tragic end. Meanwhile, this legion of mythic ranked foe saint monsters was probably close to everything Saint's Hand had. The fact that Saint's Hand was willing to go so far probably meant that Lu Xinglo and the various superpowers had paid it an astronomical price. Anxiously, Fire Dance asked, "Guild leader, should we withdraw our members from the tower now?" "No." Shi Feng shook his head. A manic gleam appearing in his eyes, he said, "Since these people wish to die, we'll fulfill their wish." When illusory words in Fire Dance heard Shi Feng's words, their first thought was that he had truly gone mad. After all, he was actually still planning to engage the enemy in such a situation. A legion with 1,000 mythic-ranked foe saint monsters was something only NPCs could handle at present. It simply wasn't a force players could go up against. Guild leader Black Flame, at this time, illusory words suddenly thought of something, and a hint of shock flashed in her eyes. "That thing, have you completed it?" "Mm-hmm. It's completed," Shi Feng nodded. "However, I still need to make some final adjustments. For now, I'll have to trouble you two to gather our manpower at the tower as soon as possible. I'll meet you there." After saying so, Shi Feng summoned the Thunder Eagle and flew straight to the Secret Covenant Tower. Chapter 2820, Sudden Appearance of the Steel Fortress. Chapter 2820, Sudden Appearance of the Steel Fortress. Barren Forest City, Frostrain Ridge. Frostrain Ridge was a level 70 map. Snow blanketed the place all year round, and it was famous for cryolite. In God's domain, cryolite was one of the rare ores that could be used to manufacture alchemy tools. Hence, it had incredibly high demand. However, as its output was relatively low and the appearance of its deposits was random, its price was constantly high. Currently, one piece of cryolite could sell for 20 silver on the market. Hence, many newcomers in God's domain would choose to grind for levels in the Frostrain Ridge. Doing so earned them EXP and a considerable sum of money. However, the vast Frostrain Ridge was devoid of players and NPCs at this time. The entire map had become a land of death due to the invasion of foe saint monsters. Above Frostrain Ridge, a 20-meter-long Darkfire Crow flew through the sky and stopped before a 200-meter-long ancient demonic serpent hovering in the air. The ancient demonic serpent was like the king of the skies overlooking all existences. Even the extraordinary ranked Darkfire Crow was like an infant before the ancient demonic serpent. In fact, despite being at the Tier 3 peak standard, the Darkfire Crow actually bristled in fear when it arrived before the ancient demonic serpent. If not for its master forcing it, the Darkfire Crow would have tried to stay as far away as possible from the ancient demonic serpent. A total of 300 players rode on the back of the ancient demonic serpent. These players were all at least level 126 and radiated an aura similar to that of Tier 4 mythic monsters. They wore black heavy armor, and their eyes gave off a bloody glow. In addition, leading these players were 5 bona fide Tier 4 players. If Shi Feng were here, he would recognize one of these 5 players, the short-haired woman Jade Leaf. At this time, though, she had a respectful and fearful expression on her face as she looked at the elderly man before her. "Elder Windshadow, I apologize for the long wait," said Lu Xinglu from the Darkfire Crow. At this time, Lu Xinglu's appearance had undergone significant changes. If one looked past the gray cloak he wore, one would notice scarlet runes ringing his neck. The pupils in his eyes were now dark gold reverse crosses. Smiling, Lu Xinglu said to the elderly man riding at the head of the ancient demonic serpent, "I didn't expect Elder Windshadow to bring the Black Knights here. It seems that you really plan on making Zero Wing disappear." At this point, the various superpowers in God's domain knew very little about the guild known as 100 Ghosts. However, Lu Xinglu was quite clear about how powerful the guild was. The Black Knight Legion was 100 Ghosts' trump card legion, and it was much more powerful than even the 5 great super guilds' trump card legions. This was because the members of this legion could no longer be considered human. Not only did every one of them possess a special bloodline, but even the weakest among them was at the flowing water realm standard. Combined, their 5 senses' raw power and reaction speed allowed them to surpass even the average Tier 4 player. The Black Knight's equipment standard was even more amazing. Every member was geared in Tier 3 mana set equipment. With this set, even an ordinary Tier 3 expert could hold their ground against Tier 4 mythic monsters. Of course, this Tier 3 mana set equipment wasn't something just anybody could use. This was because the set had an incredibly high strength requirement, which was already at the Tier 4 standard. Even a Tier 3 berserker who had invested all their free attribute points into strength couldn't meet this requirement. It was unrelated to the levels of players. Only these monsters, the 100 Ghosts nurtured, could equip this Tier 3 mana set equipment while still at Tier 3. In addition, mana equipment had a massive flaw. Unlike ordinary equipment, mana equipment couldn't be repaired. Every reduction in durability was permanent. Hence, using this Tier 3 mana set equipment was incredibly costly. Even an existence like 100 Ghosts dared not resort to it frequently. 100 Ghosts had 1,000 of such monstrous players. Although the guild had dispatched only 300 now, these players could already move across the main continent unhindered. It's nothing. Since Zero Wing thinks we are pushovers, this old man will let everyone know what we are capable of, Wind Shadow said as he looked at Lu Xinglu, who appeared rather inhuman, with indifferent eyes. He then shifted his attention to the man behind Lu Xinglu and asked, "Guild leader Xinglu, won't you introduce the expert behind you?" If one were to say that Lu Xinglu currently resembled a demonkin, then the mysterious bandaged man sitting behind Lu Xinglu was a real demon. Although the bandaged man did not reveal his aura, he still made Wind Shadow feel threatened. "Oh, right. I nearly forgot." Chuckling, Lu Xinglu said, "Let me introduce you. This person here is the real owner of Saint's Hand, guild leader, Beast Emperor." Lu Xingluo's introduction surprised Wind Shadow slightly. "I never thought that Saint's Hand would actually be the claws of the evil god's temple." Looking at the faux saint army on the ground below, Wind Shadow said, "If that's the case, these faux saint monsters should be special evil beasts in disguise, right?" "That is incorrect, Elder Wind Shadow. This isn't a disguise, but an evolution," Beast Emperor said, smiling. "Now that you've witnessed the power of the faux saint army, if you need its help in the future, feel free to contact me through Xinglu, Elder Wind Shadow. That won't be necessary for 100 Ghosts. However, it seems you have quite a grudge against Zero Wing," Lord Beast Emperor Wind Shadow said as he glanced at the 1,000 mythic-ranked faux saint monsters marching at the front of the faux saint army. "Such a large-scale operation will definitely attract the attention of the Twin Towers Kingdom's NPC army. If they move, I believe your faux saint army will suffer severe losses." "You've misunderstood me, Elder Wind Shadow. I might have a grudge against Zero Wing, but I would very much like to thank Black Flame. If not for his help, I wouldn't have gotten this far. I am here now only to help Xinglu with his problem, as well as meet with my old friend Black Flame," Beast Emperor retorted nonchalantly. It was as if he placed no importance on the kingdom's army whatsoever. "I see. Since that's the case, do you mind leaving Black Flame and Zero Wing's Tier 4 experts to us?" Wind Shadow asked. "No problem." Nodding, Beast Emperor said, "I only want their corpses." After Wind Shadow and Beast Emperor reached an agreement, they continued toward the Secret Covenant Tower. While the two powers were traveling to the Secret Covenant Tower, 2 people riding a blazing dragon were observing their movements from far away using a magic mirror. "Amazing. I never thought that Beast Emperor would actually be Saint's Hand's true guild leader." Looking at Wind Shadow's and Beast Emperor's figures displayed on the magic mirror, Cold Shadow smiled and said, "With those 300 monsters from 100 Ghosts joining in, Zero Wing really is doomed this time." "Should we still go to the Secret Covenant Tower, then?" Whitefeather asked. "No. Now that such a large army is heading to the tower, we might get dragged into the fight if we aren't careful," Cold Shadow replied, shaking her head. If Zero Wing doesn't concede the tower this time, it will definitely suffer a heavy loss. Right now, 100 Ghosts and Beast Emperor pose more of a danger to us. We need to head back now and make the necessary preparations. The War of Worlds will be coming soon. After saying so, Cold Shadow took out a return scroll and teleported back to the Fire Dragon Empire. She had no intention of watching the upcoming fight whatsoever. After all, the fight's outcome was a no-brainer, rather than watching a walkover. Her time would be better spent improving her strength. In the meantime, the members of Zero Wing, Unyielding Soul, and Crimson Emperor who were grinding inside the Secret Covenant Tower had assembled outside the tower at the behest of their guild's executives. After seeing that everyone was gathered, Flying Shadow approached Shi Feng and reported, "Guild leader, everyone grinding inside the tower has come out. They are ready to be dispatched at any time." Nodding, Shi Feng said, "Good, have everyone get ready. Also place those at the Advanced Magician Standard and above in a separate group." "Yes, sir." Flying Shadow promptly executed Shi Feng's instructions. While Flying Shadow was sorting out the assembled players, Shi Feng flew several thousand yards away from the Secret Covenant Tower and began chanting an incantation. After he had chanted for 30 seconds, the region suddenly darkened as a gigantic magic array with a radius of several thousand yards suddenly appeared in the sky. This was undoubtedly the largest magic array anyone present had ever seen. However, before anyone could react to this situation, a metal fortress that was as large as a mountain slowly emerged from the magic array. Chapter 2821, Astonishing Mobile Fortress. Chapter 2821, Astonishing Mobile Fortress. The metal fortress gradually descended from the sky, its whole figure eventually appearing before everyone's eyes. Silence fell over the entire region. From a distance, the metal behemoth, several kilometers wide and hundreds of meters tall, hovering about a dozen meters above the ground, looked like some kind of slumbering island monster. With the appearance of this metal behemoth, the mana within a 10,000-yard radius began converging upon it. Even the players standing several hundred yards away could sense dense mana flowing around them. Everyone's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Even Flying Shadow, who had seen many spectacular sights throughout his career in God's domain, was dumbfounded. Only after a long time had passed did he manage to snap out of his daze. A sky city? No, this is a fortress. Moreover, it's a sky fortress capable of movement. A sky fortress? I must be dreaming. When the gathered players recovered from their initial shock, exclamations rang out one after another. As everyone gazed at the steel fortress in front of them, their minds churned with excitement, disbelief, and madness. Unyielding Souls and Crimson Emperor's members, in particular, eyed Zero Wing's members with envy. At this time, God's domain had already become something like a real world. For many people, the game was an important part of their lives. Numerous fantastic sceneries that couldn't be found in the real world could be found in God's domain. Moreover, there were still countless unexplored maps and unknown sceneries awaiting discovery. In this wonderful world, everyone had their own dreams. Among these dreams, the biggest one would most likely be to gain the ability to fly freely in the sky. However, flying mounts were incredibly rare in God's domain, not something ordinary experts could get their hands on. Even the various superpowers only had a few flying mounts. Yet in an era where there were hardly any flying mounts, Zero Wing had actually obtained a sky fortress. Who wouldn't grow crazy and envious over this fact? Looking at the assembled players' shocked expressions, Shi Feng chuckled and said, "All right, I've already granted entry access to everyone. You can now head inside. The magician team, follow me." In reality, even Shi Feng harbored a great yearning for the mobile fortress. In the past, he could only look at the various super guilds' mobile fortresses from afar, as these mobile fortresses were generally deployed to strategic locations, such as level 150-plus maps. They were never open to the public. At most, those super guilds would allow their allies to visit their mobile fortresses. Everyone else was barred from entering. Now he had finally gained a mobile fortress of his own. As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, the gathered crowd promptly jumped into the fortress's open steel gate. The moment everyone entered the fortress, they sustained another shock. This was because the mobile fortress's interior was like a completely different world compared to outside. Not only did the fortress's interior have astonishingly dense mana, but it also increased players' affinity with mana. Even those insensitive to mana could feel their affinity with mana improving significantly. The environmental effects of this fortress were far superior to those of any city they had ever visited. Most importantly, when inside the fortress, everyone could feel the foreign energy corroding their bodies vanishing rapidly. After making some rough calculations, they concluded that resting for 1 hour inside the fortress yielded the same recovery effects as resting for 1 day in the outside world. This benefit would greatly enhance their leveling speed. Moreover, the boost to concentration recovery in the fortress was at least 2 or 3 times stronger than in the various guild cities. Crap. If I can rest and train my skills here, I can probably get twice the results I'd get from training in Stone Forest City's combat rooms. You'd probably get even better results if you train combat techniques here, since combat techniques place much greater emphasis on mana control. Meanwhile, the boost to mana affinity this place provides would most likely improve one's mana control by a significant margin. After everyone entered the mobile fortress, they quickly understood its hidden benefits, and their eyes glowed with excitement. Resting was an important part of a player's life in God's domain. In fact, resting accounted for around 1/3 of the time most players spent in the game. Even combat fanatics spent at least 1/5 of their time resting. This was especially true for players grinding in level 100+ neutral maps, where foreign energies constantly corroded their bodies. After the corrosion reached a certain extent, players would have to rest even if they didn't want to. Otherwise, death would claim them. Hence, rest areas were incredibly important for players. So long as a player had a good place to rest in, their leveling speed and self-improvement speed would both improve significantly. This was especially true for expert players. Peak experts would even pay high prices to visit the capitals of kingdoms and empires just to recover quickly. This was because these cities sold foods and beverages that could greatly enhance recovery rates, as well as offer other buffs. If not for the high price tags of these delicacies, even ordinary experts would fight to buy them. After Shi Feng entered the mobile fortress, he led the magician team straight to the fortress lord's mansion. Looking at the 1,000+ advanced magicians before him, Shi Feng said, "The fortress's magic arrays are fully operational now. What I need you to do is work in shifts of 300 to maintain the normal operation of these magic arrays. Do you have any questions?" The mobile fortress was mainly made up of magic crystals, and most of its operations relied on mana. Hence, a lot of manpower was required to operate it. This small mobile fortress needed 300 advanced magicians to keep its magic arrays fully operational. In addition, the mobile fortress consumed a lot more magic crystals than guild cities. Just its normal operation mode cost 50,000 magic crystals per day. If the fortress's offensive and defensive magic arrays were activated as well, this cost would zoom. It was fortunate that Shi Feng was incredibly wealthy right now. Even after deducting the magic crystals used in the mobile fortress's construction, he still had 5.8 million magic crystals left. Otherwise, even if he had completed the mobile fortress, he wouldn't have dared activate it. After all, Zero Wing still had many areas it needed magic crystals for. "Leave it to us, Guild Leader Black Flame. We will make sure nothing goes wrong with these magic arrays." The advanced magicians responded enthusiastically, none of them dissatisfied at getting assigned the menial task of maintaining magic arrays. This was because the benefits of working in the Fortress Lord's mansion were practically visible to the naked eye. The mana inside the mansion was much denser than the mana outside, and the boost in mana affinity was much stronger as well. This place was not only an excellent rest area, but also an excellent training environment for magicians like themselves. They couldn't find such a wonderful environment in the outside world even if they wanted to. Meanwhile, less than half an hour after the mobile fortress appeared, news of its existence spread like wildfire. In no time at all, word of it appeared on the Twin Towers Kingdom's official forums. Sky Fortress appears beside the Secret Covenant Tower. For a time, players throughout the kingdom were in an uproar. Chapter 2822, Pinnacle of God's Domain. Chapter 2822, Pinnacle of God's Domain. Chapter 2822, Pinnacle of God's Domain. A sky fortress? What's going on? This is a lie. This is definitely a lie. How can such a thing appear at this stage of the game? There are pictures and videos of it. I heard that the fortress's interior is a paradise for training. It even provides a significant boost to mana affinity. Zero Wing is really on the rise now. When news regarding the small mobile fortress first broke out in the Twin Towers Kingdom, many people refused to believe it. After all, no matter how they thought about it, they simply couldn't see how Zero Wing could come to possess such a mythical fortress. However, the information leak came with photographic and video evidence. Even if everyone refused to believe the report, they couldn't change the fact that Zero Wing owned a flying fortress. The leaked videos showed a fortress hundreds of meters tall, covered in all kinds of magic runes, hovering in the sky above the secret Covenant Tower. A faint layer of mist enveloped the fortress. From afar, it looked like a city found in paradise. No words could describe how spectacular the fortress was. This sky fortress looks so cool, the view from up there will definitely be amazing. When will this sky fortress be open to the public? I heard Zero Wing is limiting entry to its members and allies. I doubt anyone else will have the chance to visit the fortress. After all, it isn't particularly large. It should house 1 or 2 million people at most. Moreover, it is even being used to garrison the secret Covenant Tower. Zero Wing isn't letting any outsiders get close to the tower now, let alone the sky fortress. I'm joining Zero Wing. I must join Zero Wing. The Twin Towers Kingdom's players, both independent and guild members, couldn't help drooling when they saw the sky fortress above the secret Covenant Tower. Many independent players immediately thought of joining Zero Wing. The fight in Sky Spring City had already proven that Zero Wing, unyielding soul, and Crimson Emperor's rule over the city and the secret Covenant Tower was unshakable. Zero Wing even revealed that it had 5 Tier 4 players, far surpassing the various superpowers. The addition of the Sky Fortress basically solidified Zero Wing's hold over the secret Covenant Tower. Now, it would be utterly impossible for the various superpowers to compete with Zero Wing when it came to providing their members with an excellent leveling spot. For a time, the number of players visiting Zero Wing's residences to apply for guild membership skyrocketed. The atmosphere within Zero Wing was also boiling, with many members celebrating the fact that they had not rashly quit the guild. Meanwhile, Unyielding Heart and Illusory Words arrived in front of the secret Covenant Tower together with a bunch of Tier 3 experts. When they saw the mobile fortress floating above the tower, despite having long known about the fortress, they were still shocked. After all, the mobile fortress was simply too overwhelming. Tier 3 players might not be able to tell, but as Tier 4 players, the two of them could clearly feel that all the mana within a 10,000-yard radius had converged upon the fortress. This was an unimaginable amount of mana. Most importantly, the mobile fortress was capable of movement. Just this point alone made it invincible. After all, if the fortress faced an insurmountable opponent in a certain location, it could simply transfer elsewhere. With this mobile fortress, Zero Wing has truly reached the pinnacle of God's domain, Unyielding Heart said enviously as he looked at the mobile fortress. He couldn't help sighing ruefully. Back when he first learned of Zero Wing's existence, Zero Wing had only been a small guild. Now, even Unyielding Soul had to look up to it. Of course, Zero Wing's foundation was still weak. However, so long as the guild could maintain its hold over the secret Covenant Tower, its rise would be inevitable. Nodding in agreement with Unyielding Heart's words, Illusory Words said, "Although I don't know whether we can successfully defend the secret Covenant Tower, even if we fail, it wouldn't affect Zero Wing by much. With this mobile fortress, Zero Wing can simply set up shop in a level 130 map. At that time, the leveling speed of its members wouldn't be in any way inferior to grinding in the tower. They just wouldn't be able to produce Tier 3 players as quickly as before." Previously, Zero Wing could be described as a ferocious tiger. While it was incredibly strong in one-on-one combat, it was still vulnerable against multiple strong opponents. However, after gaining the mobile fortress, Zero Wing had become a behemoth that no superpower could threaten. Even economic suppression would no longer be effective against it. "Let's hurry inside," looking at the time. Unyielding Heart said. "The faux Saint army should arrive in just a few more hours." If we can defend the tower, our two guilds might be able to contest with those super guilds," Illusory Words said, glancing at the Secret Covenant tower behind her. She then led her subordinates into the mobile fortress. While the three guilds' Tier 3 experts were entering the mobile fortress one after another, the distant faux Saint army was steadily making its way to the Secret Covenant tower. Throughout its march, the army continuously devoured the players and NPCs it came across, adding to its numbers. "Lord Beast Emperor, will we have any problems with the mobile fortress Zero Wing brought out?" Lu Xinglu asked worriedly as he looked at Beast Emperor. According to reports, more than 40,000 Tier 3 players have also gathered in the fortress. The fight in Sky Springs City had gutted Starlink's combat power. The guild would take a long time to recover from this loss. If he failed to secure the Secret Covenant tower this time, he would most likely have to lie low for some time. Someone might even replace him as Starlink's guild leader. He had a very good understanding of that old undead's personality. That person definitely wouldn't let him remain as Starlink's guild leader simply because he was the heir of a major corporation. After all, the only reason 100 Ghosts was even willing to partner with Starlink was that old undead. It had nothing to do with him at all. Meanwhile, the defensive capabilities of a fortress far surpassed those of a guild city. Zero Wing's mobile fortress definitely wouldn't have any problems defending against the attacks of Tier 4 mythic monsters. Relax. This mobile fortress might pose a problem for other people since it is floating in the sky, but you shouldn't forget that mythic-ranked faux saint monsters can fly. They are walking now only because they need to protect the great lords and grand lords, Beast Emperor replied nonchalantly. A fortress might be capable of blocking the attacks of mythic monsters, but doing so should still consume a large amount of mana. How long do you think a fortress can last against the bombardment of 1,000 mythic monsters? If they had only several dozen mythic monsters, they would indeed be helpless against a fortress. After all, the attacks of mythic monsters couldn't exceed the defensive threshold of a fortress's defensive magic array. However, 1,000 mythic monsters would be a different story. The attack of each mythic monster might deplete only a small portion of the defensive magic array's mana, but when multiplied by 1,000, even a main city's defensive magic array wouldn't last very long. Yes, you're right. Who can possibly go up against 1,000 mythic monsters? Lu Xinglu regained his confidence when he looked at the mythic-ranked faux saint monsters marching on the ground below. A fortress might be amazing, but there was also strength in numbers. After saying so, Lu Xinglu looked at the giant serpent flying nearby, a cold glint appearing in his eyes. 100 Ghosts' ancient demonic serpent was an extraordinary existence. Not only was the flying mount itself at the Tier 4 mythic standard, but it was also a legendary flying mount, one of the rulers of the sky during ancient times. According to rumors, the strength of the ancient demonic serpent's bloodline was close to rivaling that of dragons. In air combat, the combat power it could display surpassed even that of a flying ship. Hence, their side wouldn't necessarily lose to Zero Wing's mobile fortress in air combat. Time passed quickly. After traveling for another 6 hours, Lu Xinglu and Beast Emperor saw a gigantic floating fortress on the distant horizon. So that is the mobile fortress? Beast Emperor was a little surprised when he first laid eyes on the mobile fortress. Afterward, though, a smirk appeared on his face. "Black Flame, I admit that you are indeed capable. However, I wonder if you'll go mad if I destroy this fortress of yours." After saying so, Beast Emperor gestured with his hand. In response, his army's 1,000 mythic-ranked faux saint saboteurs took to the skies and flew straight toward the mobile fortress. Their speed in the air was just slightly inferior to that of flying mounts, and they gave Zero Wing's side no time to react whatsoever. Chapter 208-23, Fortress's Abilities. Chapter 208-23, Fortress's Abilities. The 1,000 faux saint saboteurs flew across the sky with their 10-meter-tall bodies. From the mobile fortress's perspective, they looked like a dark cloud flowing toward it. In addition, Over 1,000,000 faux saint monsters marched toward the fortress on the ground. The ground shook with every step these monsters took, the spectacular sight stupefying the players, standing guard on the mobile fortress. It seems we can't underestimate this beast emperor after all. Despite being only a puppet of the evil god, he's actually capable of mobilizing so many mythic monsters. With this, even if we don't make a move, Zero Wing probably won't last very long, a 5-meter-tall, middle-aged man atop the ancient demonic serpent said. Laughing, he continued, "We won't even get to teach Zero Wing a lesson now." Although this golden-armored giant only spoke normally, his deep voice made the surrounding space tremble. If Shi Feng were here, he would definitely be shocked to see this golden-armored giant. This middle-aged man was not only a bona fide giant, but also a level 133, Tier 4 berserker. The surrounding space already grew heavier just from the aura he exuded. That isn't necessarily a bad thing. With this, we can avoid exposing our strength and reduce the Black Knight Legion's expenditure, Windshadow said as he looked at the faux saint monsters above and below him. Don't forget that our goal this time is to rescue that good-for-nothing brat from Sky Spring City's prison. Dealing with Zero Wing is secondary. I guess you're right. Let's hope Sky Spring City's magistrate can let me stretch my muscles a little, the golden-armored giant said, nodding. While Windshadow and the golden-armored giant were conversing, Jade Leaf, who sat at a side, dared not utter a word, shame filling her face. Protecting and rescuing Awakened Abyss should have been her job, yet she had to turn to Elder Windshadow and Long Day, the vice-commander of 100 Ghosts' main force, for help. This was a severe dereliction of duty on her part. She was very likely to get removed from the priority list for training when she returned to the Guild's headquarters. After all, not only was Awakened Abyss one of 100 Ghosts' top talents, but his status was one that even Elder Windshadow dared not offend. Inside the mobile fortress, Unyielding Heart and Illusory Words saw the overwhelming army of faux saint monsters and couldn't help gasping in shock. Although they had long since known that their enemy consisted of over 1,000,000 faux saint monsters and 1,000 faux saint saboteurs, this terrifying scene still frightened them. The faux saint army on the ground aside, just the 1,000 faux saint saboteurs in the air already posed a massive threat. Such a large force of mythic monsters could easily break through even the defensive magic arrays of NPC cities. Generally, fortresses possessed significantly stronger defensive magic arrays than cities. However, the mobile fortress was different from a stationary fortress. To gain the convenience of movement, the mobile fortress sacrificed a portion of its defensive capabilities. Hence, while the mobile fortress was still capable of blocking the attacks of these faux saint saboteurs, it was unknown how long it could continue doing so. Once the defensive barrier broke, these faux saint saboteurs would slaughter the players inside the fortress. Even Tier 4 players like themselves wouldn't be able to stop these monsters. After all, the difference in numbers was simply too massive. Everyone get ready. Attack with everything you've got once these faux saint monsters enter within range. Unyielding Heart shouted, "Remember, do not hold back anything. Fight with everything you've got right off the bat. Only by removing these mythic monsters as soon as possible will we have a greater chance of victory." "Yes, sir." When the players stationed atop of the fortress walls saw the approaching faux saint saboteurs, they couldn't help gulping nervously. The outcome of the upcoming battle would be decided by whether they managed to finish off these faux saint saboteurs before the latter destroyed the fortress's defensive magic array. This would be a race against the duration of the defensive barrier. Meanwhile, on the Fortress Lord's mansion's top floor, which was also the highest point in the fortress. "Guild leader, they're here," Fire Dance reported. When the faux saint saboteurs were less than 1,000 yards away from the fortress, she asked nervously, "Should we start attacking now?" "No. Let them come closer," Shi Feng said, shaking his head. The mobile fortress had 26 large magic elven cannons and 8 magic charging towers. Its overall firepower exceeded that of guild cities by leaps and bounds. However, this frightening firepower came at an equally frightening cost. Every shot the large magic elven cannons fired cost 6,000 magic crystals. and they had a cooldown of 1 minute. As for the magic charging towers, they cost 20,000 magic crystals to fire each time, and had a cooldown of 3 minutes. Although Shi Feng had over 5 million magic crystals on hand, he still couldn't afford to employ these weapons freely. They had to make the most of every shot. Meanwhile, a distance of 1,000 yards was practically nothing to the mythic-ranked faux Saint-Saboteurs. Just 3 seconds later, they appeared before the mobile fortress's defensive barrier. Immediately afterward, all 1,000 faux Saint-Saboteurs raised the various weapons they held and launched a barrage of ruthless attacks on the defensive barrier. The next moment, deafening noises came from outside the mobile fortress. Numerous spatial tiers also appeared around the fortress's defensive barrier. The barrier itself trembled violently, and even the players inside the fortress could clearly sense the power of the attacks. Outside the mobile fortress, the thunderous assault was audible even from over 10,000 yards away. What powerful attacks! If it were a guild city's defensive magic array, it would have most likely crumbled at the first wave of attacks. Long Day exclaimed in astonishment. Simultaneous attacks of 1,000 mythic monsters were simply earth-shattering. Even a Tier 5 large-scale destruction spell would pale in comparison to this barrage. Jade Leaf also nodded in agreement. Even an NPC main city's defensive magic array would suffer tremendously before this combined attack, let alone a measly mobile fortress. However, when the attacks ended, 100 Ghosts' members and the players standing atop the mobile fortress's walls were all stunned. It's fine. At this time, not only were there no cracks on the defensive barrier, but the magic power oscillation from the barrier also remained frighteningly smooth and steady. It was evident that the faux Saint-Saboteurs' attacks failed to reach the barrier's defensive limit. Meanwhile, at the Fortress Lord's mansion, Fire Dance goggled in shock. Isn't this barrier a little too strong? She had a clear view of the defensive barrier's energy level right now. Let alone 1%, the barrier barely lost 0. 1% of its mana reserves after the faux Saint-Saboteurs' first wave of attacks. Given a depletion rate of 0.01% per second, the faux Saint-Saboteurs would take 166 minutes to break the barrier. However, the barrier's mana reserves could be replenished at intervals of 30 minutes, with each restoration costing 100,000 magic crystals. In other words, so long as they had sufficient magic crystals, the 1,000 mythic monsters before them wouldn't be able to destroy the mobile fortress's defensive magic array, no matter what. Not bad, Shi Feng said calmly. Inwardly, though, he too was surprised by this outcome. He never thought that the mobile fortress's defensive capabilities were so amazing. No wonder the mobile fortresses I saw in my previous life were capable of blocking the attacks of even Tier 5 players. The next moment, Shi Feng turned to Fire Dance and said, "Have the ones below start testing the power of the magic elven cannons." Chapter 28-24, Silent World. Chapter 28-24, Silent World. At Shi Feng's command, Fire Dance notified the players stationed at the 26 large magic elven cannons. In response, all 26 cannons in the mobile fortress began gathering and condensing mana from their surroundings. The originally mist-like mana liquefied. The condensed liquid mana then flowed into the cannons. A short moment later, a crimson threefold magic array appeared before the muzzles of these cannons. The tremendous power these magic arrays carried distorting the surrounding space. The next moment, after the faux Saint-Saboteurs completed their third barrage, 26 crimson beams shot into the dusky sky, all of a sudden. These beams of light then burst in midair, and numerous smaller beams rained down on the mythic monsters. Even though the faux Saint-Saboteurs had reacted quickly to the attack, they were somewhat crowded, so most of them still ended up engulfed by the crimson rain. When the crimson rain ended, what entered everyone's eyes were the faux Saint-Saboteurs' battered bodies. Every mythic monster that got caught under the red rain had burn marks mottling their bodies, with some even on fire. Meanwhile, the attacked faux Saint-Saboteurs' 7.3 billion HP fell below 5 billion, with some even having only around 4 billion HP remaining. Aren't those cannons a little too powerful? Unyielding Heart, who was commanding the battle from the wall, was astonished at this sudden turn of events. Normally, killing mythic monsters was a long and arduous process. Yet the large elven magic cannons dealt over 200 million damage per attack. Moreover, their AoE covered at least an 800-yard radius. Had the faux Saint-Saboteurs positioned themselves more closely together, just one volley from the 26 cannons might have been enough to reduce the HP of these mythic monsters to a critical level, and 2 volleys would be enough to wipe them out of existence. At this time, let alone the players inside the mobile fortress, even Lu Xingluo and Beast Emperor were thunderstruck. How is this possible? How can a fortress possess such strong offensive capabilities? Lu Xinglu felt his brain freezing when he saw that the faux Saint-Saboteurs had lost a quarter of their HP from just one volley. He had seen fortresses before. He had also seen fortresses dealing with monster tides before. From what he had seen, fortresses indeed possessed incredible offensive capabilities. Even facing an army of 100,000 monsters and over a dozen mythic monsters, a fortress could easily emerge victorious within an hour. However, what was up with this mobile fortress in front of him? The mobile fortress's cannons had actually reaped a quarter of the faux Saint-Saboteurs' HP with just one volley. In other words, just 4 cannon volleys would be enough to annihilate most of the saboteurs. At this time, even 100 Ghosts' members who were watching the fun from afar were shocked by this outcome. They never thought that the mobile fortress would possess such puissant offensive capabilities. Although they had the means to evade the attacks of these large magic elven cannons, just one mistake would mean an express trip to the afterlife for them. Only the ancient demonic serpent could possibly endure a blow from the cannons. Out of everyone on the battlefield, only Shi Feng didn't find this outcome surprising. After all, the mobile fortress was a stronghold capable of resisting Tier 5 existences. If it didn't even have the ability to go up against a group of Tier 4 monsters, how could it go up against Tier 5 monsters? However, Shi Feng's heart still ached after this volley. After all, the 26 shots fired cost 156,000 magic crystals in total. Converted to coins, that was 62,400 gold. While Shi Feng was feeling distressed, Beast Emperor hurriedly gave out a command to the faux Saint-Saboteurs: spread out and attack from all directions. I refuse to believe they can fire those cannons without limit. The use of any strategic weapon in God's domain came at a great price. Given the effects of the large magic elven cannons, he doubted that Zero Wing could keep on firing those things forever. Following Beast Emperor's command, the faux Saint-Saboteurs promptly scattered around the mobile fortress. Now, each cannon fire would hit several dozen saboteurs at most simultaneously. In this scenario, it would take several hundred shots from the cannons to annihilate all 1,000 saboteurs. Despite seeing this situation, Shi Feng remained unfazed. Start the magic charging towers as well. Yes, sir. Upon hearing Shi Feng's command, Fire Dance couldn't help feeling a little excited. If the large magic elven cannon's attack was a fusillade, then the magic charging tower's attack was a carpet bombing. Moreover, its power reached the Tier 5 threshold. Immediately, the 8 magic charging towers scattered across the mobile fortress began accumulating mana, transforming into 8 miniature suns that brightly illuminated the entire fortress. Before the faux Saint-Saboteurs could react to this development, the 8 miniature suns shot into the sky and transformed into 8 threefold magic arrays, each covering a 2,000-yard radius. These gigantic magic arrays extended over not only the entirety of the mobile fortress, but also everything within a 2,000-yard radius of the fortress.
What? Have they lost their minds?
Lu Xinglu was thunderstruck when he saw the 8 gigantic magic arrays in the sky. While he didn't know exactly how powerful these magic arrays were, going by the fact that they had drawn in all mana within a 10,000-yard radius, he could easily imagine how powerful they were. However, these magic arrays didn't cover just the faux Saint-Saboteurs. Even the mobile fortress itself lay within the magic array's AoE. By deploying these magic arrays, Zero Wing was basically saying it intended to die with the saboteurs. Run. All of you, run away. Seeing the 8 magic arrays panicked Beast Emperor into ordering the faux Saint army to retreat because the faux Saint saboteurs weren't the only ones caught within the magic array's AoE. The magic arrays also covered 1/3 of the faux Saint army on the ground. For a time, the faux Saint-Saboteurs in the air and the faux Saint-Monsters on the ground all could be seen turning around and fleeing. However, the 8 magic arrays in the sky were simply too massive. Before any of the faux Saint-Saboteurs could fly more than 1,000 yards away from the mobile fortress, a white light descended from the 8 magic arrays. The next moment, everything within a 2,000-yard radius of the mobile fortress transformed into a world of white, the appearance of this white world bringing silence to the entire battlefield. Meanwhile, this white pillar of light was clearly visible even from tens of thousands of yards away. "What's happening over there? That place should be where the Secret Covenant Tower is. We can see it all the way from Sky Spring City. Just how big is the coverage of that beam?" Most players in Sky Spring City were ignorant of the battle taking place at the Secret Covenant Tower, so they couldn't help growing curious when they saw a white pillar of light suddenly appear in the distance. As for the player forces who knew of the battle, because of their insufficient strength, they could only spectate from a safe distance. Shortly afterward, the light pillar gradually dissipated. The faux Saint army on the ground had also disappeared, and in their place were craters several dozen meters deep. As for the mythic-ranked faux Saint-Saboteurs in the air, they fell to the ground one after another at this time. Although these saboteurs were still alive, every one of them had fallen into a heavily injured state, and their current combat power was nowhere near what they had before. Chapter 208-25, All-Encompassing Seal. 1,000 mythic faux Saint monsters got done in, just like that. When Unyielding Heart and the others standing on the mobile fortress's walls looked at the faux Saint-Saboteurs scattered on the ground and saw that these mythic monsters had less than 1/3 of their HPs remaining, they couldn't help gaping in shock. They had all anticipated a bitter fight. They had even prepared themselves to fight day and night and suffer innumerable casualties. After all, the faux Saint monsters possessed above-average combat standards and cunning minds. Their ability to learn and improve on combat techniques also made them increasingly tougher to fight as the battle went on. Moreover, their high HPs meant these faux Saint monsters could stay in battle for long periods. However, with just 2 rounds of attacks, the mobile fortress had heavily injured the 1,000 mythic-ranked faux Saint-Saboteurs and killed several 100,000 lower-ranked faux Saint monsters. This wasn't a battle, but a one-sided massacre. No wonder he never paid any attention to the various superpowers from the very beginning. With this mobile fortress, even the 5 great super guilds would be helpless against the present Zero Wing. Unyielding Heart smiled bitterly when he looked at the land of death below the fortress. Whether it was Starlink or 100 Ghosts, neither of them mattered in front of the mobile fortress. Meanwhile, atop the fortress lord's mansion, Shi Feng's heart ached once more. Activating all 8 magic charging towers had cost him 160,000 magic crystals. At this stage of the game, even first-rate guilds would have 400,000 magic crystals at most in their stockpile. He had burned through nearly half of a first-rate guild's magic crystal stockpile in just 1 round of attacks. On the other hand, outside the mobile fortress, 100 Ghosts' members, Lu Xinglu and Beast Emperor, all remained silent for a long time upon seeing the magic charging tower's attacks. Beast Emperor was especially shocked by this outcome. Originally, he thought that with his army of 1,000,000 faux Saint monsters, he could trample over the entire Twin Towers kingdom, that nobody short of the kingdom's NPC army would be a match for his army. Yet now, as for 100 Ghosts' members, they also felt pressured by this outcome. After all, the mythic-ranked faux Saint-Saboteurs had survived the mobile fortress's attacks due only to their high HP. If players like themselves were to suffer a hit from one of these attacks, they would die without question. At this time, Jade Leaf turned to Windshadow and said, "Elder Windshadow, this mobile fortress is too powerful. If we charge in blindly, I'm afraid our chances are slim. In air combat, the ancient demonic serpent was indeed powerful. It could even go up against a handful of faux Saint-Saboteurs simultaneously and still hold the upper hand. However, even if the ancient demonic serpent could survive the mobile fortress's heaven-defying blow, they, the Flying Mount's passengers, would most definitely be reduced to ashes. Not to mention, despite the mutually destructive blow, the mobile fortress's defensive barrier remained intact. Such being the case, even the ancient demonic serpent's strongest blow would only exhaust some of the barrier's energy reserves. After hesitating for some time, Windshadow announced, "We're retreating." The ancient demonic serpent was a Tier 4 legendary flying mount. Its strongest blow touched upon the threshold of Tier 5, an attack that even an advanced guild city's defensive magic array couldn't withstand. Originally, Windshadow believed that while the mobile fortress's defensive magic array might be strong, destroying it shouldn't be a problem for the ancient demonic serpent, given enough time. However, let alone destroying the barrier, just surviving that purifying light would be a problem. Since it was evident they couldn't do anything against the mobile fortress, they naturally had no reason to remain here. At this time, Windshadow wasn't the only person with such thoughts. Beast Emperor similarly commanded his foe Saint army to retreat immediately. After ordering a retreat, Beast Emperor looked at Lu Xingluo and said, "Let's go. There's no point in staying here anymore." Trying to clash with the mobile fortress now was simply suicidal. Their only choice was to retreat and figure out other options to deal with the fortress. Securing the secret Covenant Tower was also no longer possible. So long as the mobile fortress remained in the tower's vicinity, they couldn't do anything about the tower. "Lord Beast Emperor, don't you have any way at all? I've bet everything on you," Lu Xinglu said, looking at Beast Emperor with crazed eyes. Starlink had suffered a massive blow from the battle in Sky Spring City. He would be finished if he failed to secure the secret Covenant Tower as well. "Xinglu, you might not be able to return to Starlink, but with the Starline Corporation's financial strength you can still follow me," Beast Emperor consoled. "You've seen for yourself how quickly the foe Saint army expands. It will only grow stronger from now on. Even that old undead backing, you won't be able to go up against the foe Saint army in the future. As for Zero Wing, I will eventually erase its existence from God's domain." When Beast Emperor mentioned the name Zero Wing, his voice grew cold. If not for Zero Wing's interference, his army would have long since trampled over Star Moon Kingdom and the Black Dragon Empire. He wouldn't have had to resort to creating Saint's Hand, an organization filled with cunning opportunists, to help him. As for the losses he suffered this time, he didn't place much importance on them after all. For his current self, foe Saint monsters below Mythic rank were incredibly easy to produce. As for the Mythic-ranked foe Saint saboteurs, while they were severely weakened right now, if they focused on fleeing, nobody could stop them. Zero Wing would be able to kill only a few of them at most. In addition, after today's event, he finally understood the reason for Zero Wing's confidence. Now, all he needed to do was wait. He would wait until he produced a Tier 5 foe Saint monster. So long as a Tier 5 foe Saint monster appeared, let alone Zero Wing's mobile fortress, even God's domain's various kingdoms and empires would no longer pose a threat to him. However, producing a Tier 5 foe Saint monster wasn't an easy task. It required a large number of Tier 4 foe Saint monsters to serve as a base, as well as a large amount of resources. Only after fulfilling these two conditions could he produce a Tier 5 foe Saint monster. Meanwhile, Lu Xinglu, the heir of the Starline Corporation, was the perfect cash cow to help him fulfill these requirements. After hearing Beast Emperor's words, Lu Xinglu could only nod in frustration, throwing in his lot with Beast Emperor. From today onward, he would stand against the players of God's domain and acquire the upper zone resources he needed from Beast Emperor. This was also Lu Xinglu's only option. Otherwise, let alone the position of Starlink's guild leader, he might even get replaced as the Starline Corporation's heir. After all, there were still several reserve heirs in the corporation eagerly waiting to supplant him. Upon seeing the distant Darkfire Crow and ancient demonic serpent turning around and leaving, Fire Dance smiled and said, "Guild leader, it seems they plan to retreat." She found their enemy's decision to retreat reasonable. After all, anyone would lose the will to fight after witnessing that devastating blow. Unfortunately, they couldn't deal any additional damage to the foe Saint army. Although the mobile fortress possessed incredible offensive capabilities, it had no means to seal its opponents in place. It would also be foolish to leave the safety of the fortress to pursue the foe Saint monsters. This was most likely what Lu Xinglu and the others hoped to see the most. Leave? Since they're already here. Then they shouldn't think of leaving. Shi Feng smiled when he saw the retreating figures of Beast Emperor and 100 Ghosts as members. He then took out 3,000 mana stones he had synthesized beforehand and injected them into the core of the unsealed world mirror. An invisible ripple of energy immediately spread rapidly from the mobile fortress to the surroundings. A moment later, a dense layer of mist formed around the edges of the map of the Secret Covenant Tower. If one looked at the map from the outside, the inside of the map would appear illusory, like it was completely isolated from the outside world. Chapter 208.26, Slaughter Time. Chapter 208.26, Slaughter Time, a map seal. Lu Xinglu's complexion darkened when he saw the scenery in the distance blur. The mobile fortress was an unshakable existence at this stage of the game. If they couldn't leave this place now, only death awaited them. How ruthless of Black Flame. He's actually thinking of keeping all of us here? Looking at the dense mist enveloping the entire map, Beast Emperor sneered. However, he must be dreaming if he thinks he can stop us with such a wide seal. In God's domain, the larger the area a magic barrier covered, the weaker it would be. While the map-wide barrier Zero Wing deployed might seem spectacular, only a fool would think that it could stop a force of 1,000 mythic-ranked foe Saint Saboteurs. After saying so, Beast Emperor had a small number of saboteurs, in relatively good condition, move ahead of the army and fly straight toward the mist. Meanwhile, sharing similar thoughts with Beast Emperor, 100 Ghosts' members remained unfazed, even after seeing the whole map getting sealed. They calmly continued flying toward the map's border. Mobile Fortress. Fortress Lord's Mansion. Seeing the foe Saint army and 100 Ghosts members moving farther and farther away, Fire Dance couldn't help growing anxious. Guild leader, why don't we go after them? If we let them reach the barrier's edge, I'm afraid it'll become very difficult to keep them here. A barrier capable of sealing an entire map was indeed amazing. However, such an extensive barrier definitely couldn't rival the mobile fortress's barrier in terms of defensive capabilities. The seal would most likely break after a few attacks from the foe Saint monsters. Smiling, Shi Feng shook his head and said, "No, let them run for a while longer. We'll first clean up the nearby foe Saint Saboteurs. Have Unyielding Heart and Illusory Words start moving as well. Also, have the Elven Cannons keep an eye on the foe Saint army. If those monsters think of coming back, strike them down immediately." Other people might not understand the effects of the world mirror, but he did. Including the 2 additional crystalline mirrors he had obtained after killing those 3 NPCs from the Secret Hand Association. He now had 6 of the 12 mirrors that made up the world mirror. Although he still couldn't utilize many of the world mirror's functions since it was incomplete, he could isolate an entire map. Even Tier 5 existences would have great difficulty breaking out of this isolated region. While the foe Saint army indeed possessed great numbers, the quality of its combatants was severely inadequate. It would need over an hour of continuous attacking to deplete the world mirror's energy reserves. 1 hour was more than enough for Zero Wing to do a lot of things. Moreover, even if they couldn't finish off the foe Saint army within 1 hour, he could simply inject another 3,000 mana stones to replenish the world mirror's energy. Unlike defensive magic arrays, the world mirror did not have a cooldown for replenishing its energy reserves. The only trade-off was that once the world mirror was activated, it would remain active until it exhausted all its energy. It couldn't be turned off midway the way defensive magic arrays could. Most importantly, he had expended a lot of magic crystals in this battle. If he couldn't earn some EXP from these foe Saint monsters, he would eat a huge loss. After all, no matter how many monsters the fortress's static defenses killed, none of the defenders inside the fortress would gain any EXP. At most, the defenders would get to collect the loot of the monsters. However, the foe Saint monsters were basically beggars when it came to items. Even if they did drop items, those items would be of inferior quality. Their only saving grace was the above-average EXP they provided when killed. After Shi Feng finished speaking, he flew out of the mobile fortress and chased the fleeing foe Saint Saboteurs. Although the incomplete world mirror couldn't reduce the basic attributes of the hostile units trapped within it, it did reduce their movement speed and reaction speed. The movement speed of enemies flying in the air, in particular, was at least 60% slower. Furthermore, all of the faux Saint-Saboteurs had suffered heavy injuries, which meant their flying speed became incredibly slow. After Shi Feng's departure, Fire Dance quickly carried out his commands before leaving the mobile fortress together with Violet Cloud. As for Lifeless Thorn and Solitary Nine, the two of them had long since followed Shi Feng out of the fortress. After all, mythic monsters were incredibly rare in the outside world. This was especially true for level 140-plus mythic monsters. Now that the 1,000 faux Saint-Saboteurs before them were heavily injured, these mythic monsters were basically walking sacks of EXP. It would be a huge waste to let them get away. In less than 10 seconds, Shi Feng caught up with a group of several dozen saboteurs. He immediately brandished the Light of Two Worlds. Lightning Edge. The next moment, a river of lightning washed over the area ahead of him and extended up to 500 yards away. Damages exceeding 100 million then began appearing above the saboteurs' heads one after another. After the skill's 7-second duration ended, the saboteurs that were originally at critical HPs crumbled into ashes. Subsequently, Shi Feng's experience bar rose rapidly. In just 1 second, he broke through to level 142. Sometime later, his experience bar settled at 82% of level 142. The saboteurs were far more generous with the EXP than the standard mythic monster. As for the 11 saboteurs that survived his attack, Shi Feng used Formless Blade, a Tier 4 legacy skill he had spent 110 legacy skill points to learn on them. The next moment, the 13 sword lights the skill created transformed into innumerable shooting stars that struck down at the critically damaged saboteurs. Every one of these attacks dealt over 200 million damage to the mythic monsters, with critical hits dealing over 400 million damage, killing them on the spot. Immediately afterward, another bright glow enveloped Shi Feng as he reached level 143. Meanwhile, following the deaths of these faux Saint-Saboteurs, strands of dark gray mist escaped from their corpses and flowed into Shi Feng's mind. Every strand of mist that entered his mind increased his affinity with mana by a small margin, and this bonus could be accumulated continuously. What a magical energy! Although I still got soul marks inflicted on me, like when I killed that faux Saint Devourer, the effect of this strange energy is completely different from the white mist from before. It is incredibly attractive to mana. Shi Feng was surprised when he sensed the changes to his body. At this moment, Shi Feng wasn't the only person to notice this benefit. The others who had joined in on the chase likewise noticed the benefit of killing the faux Saint-Saboteurs. These faux Saint-Saboteurs might not drop any loot, but they are truly walking treasure troves. If some of our Tier 3 experts get this benefit, they should have a much easier time getting promoted to Tier 4. After killing off 2 faux Saint-Saboteurs, Unyielding Heart was surprised by the benefit he received. Some distance away, Illusory Words also killed a saboteur and noticed the unexpected benefit. Surprised, she exclaimed, "These saboteurs are probably of greater help to us Tier 4s. If we can continuously boost our mana affinity, we'll understand mana more easily. This will be of great help in breaking through the limits of our mana bodies. After reaching Tier 4, improving one's mana body became of utmost importance." Now, these faux Saint-Saboteurs were providing them with a shortcut for doing so. Upon thinking up to this point, the two of them hastened their killing speed. Now they weren't just killing the saboteurs for EXP, but for the sake of further improving themselves. For a time, Shi Feng and the others could be seen frenziedly mowing down the fleeing faux Saint-Saboteurs, their levels rising rapidly. Beast Emperor, who had reached the map's border, couldn't help gnashing his teeth angrily. He had gone to great lengths to produce these faux Saint-Saboteurs, only for them to become leveling tools for Shi Feng and the others. At this time, he had already lost more than 300 saboteurs. If he weren't afraid of the mobile fortress's offensive capabilities, he definitely would have commanded every surviving saboteur to surround and kill Shi Feng's group. "Black Flame, I'll make you pay sooner or later." Beast Emperor bellowed, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he glared at Shi Feng, over 10,000 yards away. Meanwhile, Lu Xinglu, who sat beside Beast Emperor, also resolved to make Shi Feng pay, both in God's domain and in the real world, for today's loss. Turning to the dense mist before him, Beast Emperor commanded the several hundred faux Saint-Saboteurs around him, "Attack, shatter this damned barrier." Chapter 2827, Surrender and Death. Chapter 2827, Surrender and Death. Obeying Beast Emperor's command, several hundred faux Saint-Saboteurs swung their weapons at the dense mist before them. Although these saboteurs were heavily damaged with their extraordinary techniques, they still managed to exhibit power at the mythic standard in their attacks. Boom! Every one of the saboteurs' attacks opened a tear in space upon impact, the spatial tears bringing momentary darkness to the area. When the spatial tears disappeared, though, both Beast Emperor and Lu Xingluo were thunderstruck. Impossible, defying expectations, the saboteurs' all-out attacks not only failed to crack the barrier, but the barrier didn't even fluctuate in the slightest. It remained perfectly intact like before. 100 Ghosts' members were also surprised. Do these saboteurs not have enough power to shatter this barrier after being heavily injured? Jade Leaf wondered when she saw that the layer of mist remained dense despite the saboteurs' attacks. Being able to envelop an entire map and hinder teleportation and communication was already plenty amazing for a magic barrier. Yet it was now revealed that this barrier could actually withstand the attacks of so many faux Saint-Saboteurs. This was simply unbelievable. Nodding in agreement, Long Day, the golden-armored giant, said, "They probably don't have enough destructive power. Let's make a move ourselves." "It seems that is our only option," Wind Shadow said. Under Wind Shadow's manipulation, the ancient demonic serpent immediately opened its mouth and released a breath of darkness. The power of the breath attack far exceeded that of the faux Saint-Saboteur's attacks, the attack eradicating everything in its path. Boom! Upon collision, the space within a several hundred-yard radius of the point of impact turned into a dark void. The mist layer at that point also trembled violently, the vibrations extending several thousand yards away. Only after several seconds had passed did the mist layer revert to normal. "It's still standing?" Like Beast Emperor and Lu Xinglu, 100 Ghosts' members now had dumbfounded expressions on their faces. They couldn't believe what had just happened. After the ancient demonic serpent got promoted to Tier 4, its all-out attack had power at the entry level of Tier 5. Even superior mythic monsters of the same level wouldn't dare take this attack head-on. In fact, this attack could one-shot the defensive magic arrays of guild cities. Yet, when this attack struck the barrier enveloping this entire map, it failed to create even a single crack, at this time let alone 100 Ghosts' members. Even unyielding heart and illusory words, who had just caught up with the rest of the faux saint army, were stunned by this scene. Both of them could tell that the demonic serpent's attack was on par with the all-out attack of Todelia, the Soul Singer, a realm lord of the ruined mountain range. Nevertheless, the demonic serpent's attack had failed to break through the seemingly flimsy layer of mist surrounding the map. The strength of this magic barrier was simply unheard of. Since this magic barrier enveloped the entire map, its withstanding Tier 4 attacks was already unbelievable, all the more Tier 5 attacks. With the combination of this magic barrier and the mobile fortress, Zero Wing was most likely invincible in God's domain already. However, Beast Emperor and 100 Ghosts members evidently had no intention of giving up. After snapping out of their daze, they promptly bombarded the mist layer in a frenzy. In their opinion, even if their attacks failed to destroy the barrier, their attacks had most likely exhausted a significant portion of the barrier's energy reserves. If they pressed their offensive, the barrier would crumble in no time at all. For a time, the faux saint army and ancient demonic serpent blitzed the magic barrier. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's group mowed down the faux Saint-Saboteurs they came across 1 minute, 3 minutes, 10 minutes. At this time, Shi Feng's group had already killed over 600 saboteurs. From the EXP they gained, Shi Feng had reached level 146, while Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, Unyielding Heart, and Illusory Words had reached level 141. Lifeless Thorn and Solitary 9 were now at level 143. When Shi Feng and the others stood only 500 yards away from the faux saint army, Beast Emperor and 100 Ghosts' members finally snapped out of their trance and stopped assailing the barrier. They then looked at Shi Feng's group and the distant mobile fortress warily. "It seems we meet again," Shi Feng said, smiling as he looked at Beast Emperor and Wind Shadow. "Now, will you surrender quietly? Or do you want me to send you on your way?" "Black Flame, don't get too full of yourself. My saboteurs have fully recovered already," Beast Emperor snarled as he glared at Shi Feng. "Although I only have around 300 left, at this distance, killing you bunch won't be difficult." Beast Emperor's heart was practically bleeding from Shi Feng's group, killing nearly 700 of his Faux-Saint saboteurs. If not for his fear of the mobile fortress, he would have long since had his Faux-Saint army surround and kill Shi Feng's group already. However, unlike Beast Emperor, Wind Shadow was exceptionally calm. "Greetings, Guild Leader Black Flame. I am Wind Shadow, an Elder of 100 Ghosts." After taking a deep breath, Wind Shadow continued slowly. "100 Ghosts admits defeat this time. We are willing to pay ransom for our release and the release of Awakened Abyss." "Elder Wind Shadow?" Jade Leaf was taken aback by Wind Shadow's words. 100 Ghosts was different from the guilds of the main continent. Even the 5 great super guilds were of no significance to 100 Ghosts, yet their guild was admitting defeat to Zero Wing. Their guild would turn into a laughingstock for the main continent's various superpowers. Moreover, they wouldn't have any way of explaining this humiliation to the guild's higher-ups. Beast Emperor and Lu Xinglu were also stunned by this situation. They never thought that Wind Shadow would surrender without hesitation. This would undoubtedly reduce their chances of defeating Zero Wing's forces. "Elder Wind Shadow, it seems 100 Ghosts only amounts to this much. To think you are already afraid of Zero Wing before we even start fighting," Beast Emperor ridiculed. "Lord Beast Emperor, 100 Ghosts operates by its own rules. Moreover, 100 Ghosts doesn't have much of a grudge against Zero Wing to begin with. Our conflict simply stems from one of our juniors ignorantly offending Zero Wing in Sky Spring City. It is only right that he is punished," Wind Shadow retorted nonchalantly. "How righteous of you, Elder Wind Shadow. I am truly in awe." Beast Emperor glared at Wind Shadow. He had never thought that the man would care so little for 100 Ghosts' reputation. It was evident that Wind Shadow was trying to disassociate 100 Ghosts from him in front of Shi Feng, sneering. Beast Emperor said, "Unfortunately, Black Flame won't necessarily spare you." "That's right. I doubt Guild Leader Black Flame will let us off the hook so easily." Chuckling, Wind Shadow added, "But what if I say 100 Ghosts is willing to use a Tier 3 mana set equipment forging design as compensation?" "Have you lost your mind?" Beast Emperor exclaimed in shock. Beast Emperor could tell how powerful Tier 3 mana set equipment was just by looking at the Black Knights seated behind Wind Shadow. If not for their lower levels, they could most likely exhibit combat power on par with the Faux-Saint saboteurs. Even without any Tier 4 players, just 100 Ghosts' possession of this Tier 3 mana set equipment would most likely be enough to deter the 5 great super guilds from clashing with it. Yet Wind Shadow was actually using the forging design for this divine equipment as ransom. Let alone Beast Emperor and Lu Xingluo, even Shi Feng was stunned by Wind Shadow's offer. Originally, Shi Feng had intended to make an exorbitant demand of Wind Shadow, and if Wind Shadow refused his demand, Shi Feng would kill 100 Ghosts' members. After all, now that he had the mobile fortress, nobody could threaten Zero Wing's existence. Naturally, he wouldn't need to care about making an enemy of 100 Ghosts. However, Shi Feng couldn't help being moved by Wind Shadow's offer. Tier 3 mana set equipment was something he knew plenty about because its existence was recorded in the mana forging notes. However, the volume he owned did not include its production method. Looking at Shi Feng, Wind Shadow asked, "May I know if you are willing to conduct this transaction, Guild Leader Black Flame?" "Okay, I agree to your offer," Shi Feng said after giving the matter some thought. "However, I will need you to cooperate with my side to kill Beast Emperor's group. Also, my people must be the ones to land the killing blows on these saboteurs, Black Flame." Beast Emperor had the urge to charge forward and kill Shi Feng when he heard the latter's words. "Just you wait. Sooner or later, However, before Beast Emperor could finish speaking, Shi Feng, who had been standing over 400 yards away, suddenly appeared in front of him. Tier 4 legacy skill, Magic Light Assault. Shi Feng's attack was so quick that nobody could react to it. By the time anyone realized what was going on, the light of two worlds had already pierced through Beast Emperor's heart. SV. Beast Emperor was stupefied when he saw the sword stabbed in his heart. He had never dreamed that Shi Feng would take action so decisively, leaving him with no time for any of his life-saving moves. And worse, as he was losing all his HP to one attack, he noticed Shi Feng holding a burning pitch-black scroll. This pitch-black magic scroll was something familiar to dark players like Beast Emperor. It was the Tier 3 magic scroll Abyssal Curse. When activated, the scroll would lock on to a target and increase the target's death penalty by 3 to 5 times for 3 minutes. Lu Xinglu was dumbfounded at this scene. He never thought that Shi Feng would have such a frightening move up his sleeve. He also never thought that Beast Emperor would die just like that. The next moment, Shi Feng drew his sword from Beast Emperor's corpse and picked up the 2 items the latter dropped. He then shifted his gaze to Lu Xinglu and smiled calmly. Guild Leader Xinglu, it's time we settled our old debts. Chapter 2828, Skyrocketing Levels. Chapter 2828, Skyrocketing Levels, in a towering temple built within a gloomy and silent mountain. A black flash suddenly appeared on the altar in the center of the temple. When this black flash disappeared, Beast Emperor's bandaged figure stood in its place. Apart from Beast Emperor's aura being slightly weaker, his level actually remained the same. He was still at level 132, Tier 4, despite Shi Feng having killed him just a moment ago. Black Flame, you thought you could land a blow on me using the Abyssal Curse. Dream on. I received the immortal body curse from the evil god. Don't even think you can harm me so easily. When Beast Emperor recalled the moment Shi Feng killed him, he sneered. Just you wait. I already have the foundation to evolve a Tier 5 foe saint monster. Once I gather enough materials, I'll let your Zero Wing feel the fear of death. The Tier 4 curse immortal body allowed him to get resurrected instantly at his designated evil god's temple without penalty once a day. He could also use the curse to kill himself, and even being under restraints wouldn't stop this curse from activating. This move was the trump card he prepared in case of capture by NPCs. After all, if he got caught by NPCs, particularly the War God's Temple's NPCs, he would be doomed eternally. It was also because of this curse that he no longer had to live in hiding and didn't have to fear capture. It's a pity I didn't manage to rescue Lu Xingluo. With his help, I could produce the Tier 5 foe saint monster much sooner. Once again, it seems I have nobody but myself to rely on, Beast Emperor thought to himself. Unlike himself, Lu Xinglu was only at Tier 3. Shi Feng could easily capture Lu Xinglu. Moreover, Lu Xingluo's previous escape from Sky Spring City had tainted his body with evil energy. If Shi Feng handed Lu Xinglu over to the War God's Temple, then it would be game over for the latter. Not only would Lu Xinglu have to create a new account, but he would also have to wait over a dozen days before he could do so. But so what if I have to rely on myself? Now that I have that great treasure, let alone 1,000 mythic foe saints, I can create even 5,000 mythic foe saints in a short time. After thinking up to this point, Beast Emperor opened his spatial bag to take out the great treasure he obtained recently. Panic surfaced on Beast Emperor's face a moment later. It's gone? After looking through his spatial bag 3 times, Beast Emperor's mind went blank. It couldn't have. At this thought, Beast Emperor's face turned ashen, black flame. I won't rest until you're dead, Beast Emperor bellowed. The deafening roar echoed throughout the silent cavern. At the same time as Beast Emperor got resurrected, near the distant secret Covenant Tower, Shi Feng restrained Lu Xingluo with a darkness bind and captured him with a mobile prison. He gave Lu Xingluo no opportunity to escape or commit suicide. The entire process of Shi Feng killing Beast Emperor and imprisoning Lu Xingluo took only 5 seconds, and watching this scene play out made 100 Ghosts' members break out in a cold sweat. This was because Shi Feng's attack was astonishingly fast. Even Wind Shadow, a Tier 4 shadow dancer, had reacted to the attack only when Shi Feng was already standing in front of Beast Emperor. Moreover, the power of Shi Feng's attack was equally incredible. Apart from Tier 4 defensive classes, any other Tier 4 player would most likely die instantly if struck. Meanwhile, after Beast Emperor's death, the Faux Saint army fell into chaos, and the remaining hundreds of thousands of Faux Saint monsters began fleeing in all directions. Only the mythic ranked Faux Saint saboteurs remained relatively calm. Knowing that they couldn't break the barrier sealing the map, the 300-plus saboteurs promptly swarmed toward Shi Feng's group in a last-ditch effort. Foolish resistance. Seeing the saboteurs' reaction, Shi Feng took out the Ring of Gospel, injected 5,000 magic crystals into the ring, and activated Miniature World. Immediately, the space within a 5,000-yard radius of Shi Feng froze. Simultaneously, a powerful pressure descended from the sky, increasing the weight of all Faux Saint monsters present and reducing their basic attributes and physique drastically. In the blink of an eye, the Faux Saint monsters had their combat power halved. "World suppression?" Longday exclaimed in astonishment when he noticed the Faux Saint saboteur's physique and speed plummeting. "How many trump cards does this Black Flame have?" Previously, he thought that the remaining 300-plus Faux Saint saboteurs would still bring Zero Wing a lot of trouble. However, seeing the present situation, he found his earlier thoughts laughable. World suppression was different from the suppression effect of ordinary magic barriers. It suppressed a person from all aspects, and even Tier 4 existences with a mana domain couldn't resist it. And if a Tier 4 existence did not possess a mana domain, they couldn't fly within the frozen space. As a result of Shi Feng's Miniature World, the Faux Saint saboteurs now possessed combat power at only the entry level of Tier 4. Every one of them had also fallen to the ground after losing their ability to fly. At this time, let alone Tier 4 players, even Tier 3 peak experts could put up a fight against these mythic monsters. "Ladies and gentlemen from 100 Ghosts, can you take action now, as per our agreement?" Shi Feng asked, smiling as he turned to look at 100 Ghosts' members. "Or were your words from before merely a joke?" "You jest, Guild Leader Black Flame? We will certainly adhere to our agreement," Wind Shadow replied, chuckling. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "You bunch! Get moving!" Obeying Wind Shadow's command, the Black Knight Legion's members promptly intercepted the Faux Saint saboteurs. Although these Black Knights were only at Tier 3, they sported Tier 3 mana set equipment. In terms of raw power, they surpassed even the Faux Saint saboteurs when these monsters were at their peak, let alone now. The next moment, the saboteurs could be seen getting repulsed after just one exchange. They were no match for the Black Knight Legion at all. After glancing at the Black Knights, Shi Feng turned to Fire Dance and said, "Fire, have Summer and the others join the fight as well. Everyone should get at least 3 saboteur kills. These Faux Saint saboteurs were absolute treasures. Although they did not drop any loot, the dark gray mist that they released was of incredible value, not only to Tier 4 players, but also Tier 3 players. Now that the era of Tier 4 had come, it would be best if he helped Alluring Summer and the others reach Tier 4 as well." "Okay, I'll have them come right away." Fire Dance nodded and promptly contacted the mobile fortress. As Fire Dance was summoning Alluring Summer and the others, Unyielding Heart and Illusory Words suddenly approached Shi Feng. "Guild Leader Black Flame, is it possible for you to sell us a dozen or so of these saboteurs?" Unyielding Heart asked in embarrassment. "We are willing to pay 1 complete Tier 3 legacy for each of saboteur." There was no way the 2 of them wouldn't covet these Faux Saint saboteurs. With the help of that gray mist, they could increase their guild's peak experts' chances of reaching Tier 4 by a significant margin. At this stage of the game, the various superpowers were all in urgent need of Tier 4 combatants to defend their territories. If their 2 guilds could gain a few more Tier 4 players within a short period, they would survive these difficult times much more easily. Looking at the embarrassed expressions of the 2 people before him, Shi Feng chuckled and said, "Say no more. Your guilds have sacrificed a lot in helping Zero Wing resist the superpowers. You can each take 30 saboteurs as compensation. I don't need you to pay anything for them." Truthfully, he felt very grateful to Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor. If not for the help of these two guilds, Zero Wing couldn't have held the Secret Covenant Tower until he returned. Thus he didn't mind giving away a few faux Saint Saboteurs. Not to mention, if the two super first-rate guilds grew stronger, they would be of much greater help to Zero Wing as well. Most importantly, Zero Wing didn't have that many Tier 3 players who could make use of the Saboteur's gray mist. The gray mist could be described as icing on the cake, like the crystal of souls and soul water. The gray mist was useful only to players with the potential to reach Tier 4. Meanwhile, there were fewer than 20 such players in the present Zero Wing. It also wouldn't serve any purpose to let these players gain more than one stack of the gray mist. The help they could gain for their promotion from one stack would be the same as what they could gain from multiple stacks. It would be much better to use the additional saboteurs to raise the levels of Fire Dance and the others instead. Thank you, Guild Leader Black Flame. Unyielding Heart and Illusory Words were jubilant upon hearing Shi Feng's words. 60 saboteurs would be more than enough for their two guilds' peak experts. Subsequently, after around an hour of battle, Shi Feng and the others annihilated the faux Saint army. By then, Shi Feng's level had risen from 146 to 148, while Fire Dance and the other Tier 4 members of Zero Wing had risen to level 145. As for Alluring Summer and the other Zero Wing executives who were still stuck at Tier 3, they had risen to level 130 and above. Everyone had leveled up remarkably from this battle. After killing the faux Saint army, Wind Shadow handed a Tier 3 mana set equipment forging design to Shi Feng as agreed. And after receiving the forging design, Shi Feng released Awakened Abyss from Sky Spring City's prison and let 100 Ghosts' members leave intact once the World Mirror deactivated, with the end of the battle at the Secret Covenant Tower and the disappearance of the World Mirror. News of this battle spread like wildfire. Chapter 208-29, Beast Emperor's Loot. Chapter 208-29, Beast Emperor's Loot. Fire Dragon Empire, Flame Dragon City. The faux Saint army got annihilated, and 100 Ghosts surrendered. How is that possible? When the various superpowers learned about the outcome of the battle at the Secret Covenant Tower, they were dumbstruck. After all, the forces attacking Zero Wing had included 1,000 mythic-ranked faux Saint monsters and the top combatants of 100 Ghosts, a mysterious guild that even the 5 great super guilds feared. Nevertheless, such a force had actually lost. Moreover, the loss had been an utter rout, a one-sided massacre. The various superpowers were especially shocked when they saw the video of the purifying light, vaporizing a large chunk of the faux Saint army and heavily injuring every one of the faux Saint saboteurs. They felt as if the system was playing a cruel joke on them when they watched this attack. Meanwhile, inside Frost Heaven's residence, when Muxin read the report her subordinate sent her, she exclaimed in shock, "Amazing!" as expected of Zero Wing. Frost Heaven had considered helping Zero Wing out of its predicament. However, after gaining a reserve spot for the 12 great guilds, Frost Heaven had faced many problems. Sky Dragon House and Pride Empire were especially troublesome. The two super guilds had clashed with Frost Heaven on numerous occasions in the Fire Dragon Empire after the competition. In addition, superpowers like Mythology and Miracle secretly interfered with Frost Heaven's operations. This made it incredibly difficult for Frost Heaven to spread its influence across the Fire Dragon Empire. If not for Frost Heaven garrisoning various major NPC cities in the Fire Dragon Empire and gaining a home ground advantage, the guild would have long since gotten torn to shreds. After all, Sky Dragon House and Pride Empire had incredibly deep roots in the Fire Dragon Empire. In fact, some of the Fire Dragon Empire's NPC forces had even allied with the two super guilds. Fortunately, Frost Heaven had also occupied the Snow Lion Kingdom, a coastal country. The kingdom provided Frost Heaven with a continuous supply of resources and funds, allowing the guild to keep fighting in the Fire Dragon Empire. A mobile fortress, is it? Hong Xinyuan also couldn't help feeling a little envious when he read the information regarding the small mobile fortress. I wonder when we will be able to obtain one of our own. According to the reports with the offensive and defensive capabilities of the mobile fortress, it could survive in a level 140+ neutral map. This made it a dream facility of all superpowers at this stage of the game. Not only did level 140 plus neutral maps allow players to level up much more quickly, but they also held various rare resources, legacies, ancient ruins, and even 7 Luminaries crystals. Originally, players could acquire 7 Luminaries crystals from only a few specific maps. However, all maps above level 140 had a considerable chance of spawning 7 Luminaries crystals. This was because the random team dungeons and time-limited regional dungeons that appeared in these maps all had a small chance of dropping 7 Luminaries crystals. However, level 140-plus maps were incredibly dangerous. Not only did foreign energies that would rapidly corrode a player's body permeate these maps, but powerful monsters were also rife in them. Although level 140-plus maps were not as dangerous as Forbidden Lands, beast tides frequently occurred there, regardless of night and day. Even Tier 4 experts would perish if they accidentally came across one of these beast tides and got surrounded. Most importantly, level 140-plus maps were the main hunting ground of NPCs. Now that Zero Wing had the mobile fortress, Hong Xinyuan could already imagine just how much of an advantage the guild would have in the future. In fact, its complete control over the Secret Covenant Tower already provided it an advantage not even super guilds possessed. At this point, all Zero Wing needed to do was wait until it had a sufficiently large number of Tier 3 players. With ample strength, the guild could begin occupying various resource spots and NPC cities in God's domain. Eventually, Zero Wing might even become an existence rivaling the 5 great super guilds. At the same time, Cold Shadow in the distant Apocalypse Empire also received this shocking piece of news. Interesting. Even the Faux Saint Army and 100 Ghosts are helpless against them. Cold Shadow revealed a rare smile on her face when she read the report her subordinate sent her. After suffering such a miserable loss, Lu Xinglu will most likely lose his position as heir. "What should we do now, Vice Guild Leader?" Whitefeather asked worriedly. "The Guild Leader sent us here to lay a solid foundation on the Eastern Continent so that we can dominate both continents in the future. Yet, Zero Wing is growing stronger while Miracle has half a foot in the grave. Don't worry. So long as we complete the task Lord Odin gave us, mythology will no longer face any hindrances on the Eastern Continent," Cold Shadow said with a faint smile. "If we're lucky, we might even get to take over Zero Wing's cities. After all, the Eastern Continent's various powers don't have much time left." "Not much time left?" Whitefeather was slightly surprised to hear Cold Shadow's words. However, she quickly recalled something and asked, "Has Lord Odin succeeded on his side already?" "Mm-hmm. The Eastern Continent will become the first battlefield?" Cold Shadow nodded. "When that time comes, the Eastern Continent's various powers can only watch as they gradually perish. Even Zero Wing with its mobile fortress won't be spared. Twin Towers Kingdom, Sky Spring City. Because of Zero Wing's landslide victory, the various superpowers that had forcibly occupied Sky Spring City fell into dismay. They never thought that all their efforts would end up being for naught. Unlike the superpowers members, though, the members of Zero Wing, Unyielding Soul, and Crimson Emperor cheered and celebrated like maniacs. After all, the battle at the Secret Covenant Tower had left their 3 guilds with complete ownership of the tower. Meanwhile, with the Tier 3 legacies the tower produced, the number of Tier 3 experts in their 3 guilds would skyrocket. Eventually, even super guilds would be no match for them. In fact, given enough time, their 3 guilds wouldn't even have to worry about NPC forces anymore. "Elder Windshadow, why did you give the Tier 3 mana set equipment forging design to Zero Wing? That will just make Zero Wing even stronger and drastically affect our plans. The guild leader will definitely reprimand us once we return," asked Awakened Abyss, who had just been released from Sky Spring City's prison. He had been rendered speechless when he heard of Windshadow's actions. The Tier 3 mana set equipment could allow Tier 3 players to combat Tier 4 players. Any guild that could mass-produce this set would become a huge threat in the game. In fact, the set's forging design could even be considered more valuable than the mobile fortress. After all, the mobile fortress could secure only one location at a time. In comparison, having multiple Tier 4 combatants allowed a guild to secure multiple positions simultaneously. Abish, do you still not understand Elder Windshadow's personality?" Longday suddenly asked, smiling. Do you really think he would let Zero Wing take advantage of him? What do you mean? Awakened Abyss asked in wonder. With how powerful the Tier 3 mana set equipment is, do you think Zero Wing can mass-produce it just by having its forging design? Chuckling, Longday explained. The minimum requirement to forge the set is an advanced master forger. In addition, the forger in question has to be at the advanced magician standard. Most importantly, the set needs incredibly rare materials to produce. Mana adamantite is hardly available even on our side, let alone here. And even if we assume Zero Wing can actually manufacture the set, there is still the Tier 4 strength requirement for equipping it. If Zero Wing can't fulfill even one of these points, that forging design will be no better than a piece of scrap paper. Upon listening to Longday's explanation, Awakened Abyss immediately came to a realization. Smiling, he said, in other words, what Zero Wing got is merely a piece of scrap paper. That's right, that Black Flame thinks that he made a huge profit, but that's far from being the case in reality, Longday said, nodding. However, we should leave this place quickly. The guild leader notified us that this continent is soon to be doomed. Once we finish our tasks here, we need to return as soon as possible. It would be bad if we got dragged into the mess. I understand. I'll go complete the tasks the guild leader gave me together with Jade Leaf, Awakened Abyss said, growing even more excited after hearing Longday's subsequent words. Previously, he had still been entertaining thoughts of revenge on Zero Wing. However, they now seemed superfluous. While 100 Ghosts' members were preparing to leave Sky Spring City, inside the distant mobile fortress, Shi Feng was shocked when he inspected the items Beast Emperor dropped. How did this thing end up in his hands? For a time, Shi Feng couldn't help doubting his eyes. This was because both items Beast Emperor dropped were extraordinary. One of them was even something Shi Feng had been searching for all this time. The Treasure of Fire, Purification Crown. Chapter 2830, Treasure of Fire. Chapter 2830, Treasure of Fire. Shi Feng couldn't help growing ecstatic as he looked at the Purification Crown. Finding the 7 treasures wasn't easy. Even though he could use the Golden Stigmata's Detect skill to locate the 7 treasures, the skill had a limited range. Moreover, there were many ways one could block the effects of the skill. Take the Purification Crown in his hands, for example. Neither Detect's active or passive detection effects were reacting to it at all. Hence, obtaining the Treasure of Fire from killing Beast Emperor came as an absolute surprise to Shi Feng. He tapped his finger on the Purification Crown and called up its attribute panel, curious about the functions of this legendary Treasure of Fire. Purification Crown, fragmented legendary rank item, a fragment of the Treasure of Fire. However, due to being sealed by the evil god, the fragment is incapable of exhibiting its true power. Skill 1, Seed of Flame. Can control and transform all flames into seeds of flame. Upon absorbing the Seed of Flame, the user will be able to manipulate the flame used to create the Seed of Flame. Can transform up to Tier 4 flames. Cooldown 3 days. Skill 2. Purification Fire. Expend 300 fire-attributed magic crystals to produce a Purification Fire. The Purification Fire has a 20% chance of elevating a creature's life rating and an 80% chance of thoroughly extinguishing a creature. Skill 3. Divine Purification. Expend God Crystals to purify the Purification Crown. A total of 20 God Crystals are required to purify the Purification Crown. Current number of absorbed God Crystals, 0. This item is corroded by the evil god's power. The Golden Stigmata can purify the evil energy corroding this item with the help of God Crystals. Cannot be destroyed. Has a chance of dropping on death. No wonder Beast Emperor was able to create so many mythic foe saints. He's been relying on this crown's ability. Realization dawned upon Shi Feng when he finished reading the Purification Crown's attributes. He had to admit that every one of the 7 treasures was heaven-defying. The Purification Crown's Purification Fire skill was an absolute treasure when it came to elevating a creature's potential. Its only flaw was the 80% chance of causing the death of the target creature, unless one had already exhausted their latent potential and were still seeking further improvement. Making use of the purification fire should be their last resort. Only someone like Beast Emperor, who could mass-produce faux saint monsters easily, could use the purification crown without worries. So long as he managed to produce even one mythic-ranked faux saint monster, it wouldn't matter even if he expended hundreds of Grand Lord-ranked faux saint monsters in the process. After all, producing Grand Lord-ranked faux saint monsters was an incredibly simple process. The only real problem Beast Emperor had was finding the necessary fire-attributed magic crystals. If the purification fire skill required ordinary magic crystals instead, Beast Emperor would have most likely had tens or even hundreds of thousands of mythic-ranked faux saint monsters. This also explained why Beast Emperor had created an organization like Saint's Hand to support him. This purification fire really is a gem. Even though its success rate is only 20%, the possibility of elevating a creature's life rating makes the risk completely worthwhile. Shi Feng sighed ruefully as he looked at the effects of the purification fire. The term creature did not refer to just faux saint monsters. It encompassed mounts and NPCs. In fact, the purification fire worked on players as well, only with significantly diminished effects. At most, it could raise a player's basic attributes and physique. It couldn't help players in getting promoted to Tier 4 or above. However, it was a different story for mounts and NPCs. For mounts and NPCs, improving their life ratings would significantly increase their chances of completing their promotions. At this time, though, Shi Feng dared not experiment with the purification fire. At the very least, he wouldn't do so while the skill's success rate was only at 20%. After all, flying mounts and personal guards with high growth potential were not easy to find. If he got unlucky and ended up burning one out of existence, he would definitely die of regret. Subsequently, Shi Feng set his sights on the purification crown's first skill. This seed of flame is good stuff. A powerful flame might be meaningless for ordinary players, but it was a divine tool for lifestyle players, particularly forgers and alchemists. Having a powerful flame would increase their production success rate considerably. This was especially true for mysterious flames. Even a Tier 1 mysterious flame would be of significant help to players. The only problem was that absorbing a mysterious flame was an excruciatingly painful process, something not just anyone could endure. Moreover, the stronger the mysterious flame, the more painful the absorption process would be. Previously, when Shi Feng had bound the Tier 3 Purple Thunder Flame, he had suffered immensely. Given the level of pain he experienced, he doubted that specialized lifestyle players could absorb a Tier 3 mysterious flame. After all, unlike himself, specialized lifestyle players tended to have less tolerance for pain. However, the Seed of Flame skill could dampen this excruciating absorption process by transforming flames into seeds of flame. Absorbing a seed of flame was significantly less painful than absorbing a flame directly. Players would have an easier time taking control over a flame. Of course, the best part about the Seed of Flame skill wasn't the fact that it could turn mysterious flames into seeds of flame. The skill's description clearly stated that it could transform all flames into seeds of flame. Flames didn't refer to just mysterious flames. There were other types of flames, such as the flames spat out by monsters and naturally occurring flames. In other words, the Seed of Flame skill was a heaven-defying skill capable of creating mysterious flames. All Shi Feng needed to do was search for powerful flames and convert them into mysterious flames. However, as the purification crown was sealed, the most it could create were Tier 4 mysterious flames. Even so, this was already an incomparably precious ability. In God's domain, the rarity of Tier 3 mysterious flames was on par with that of fragmented legendary items. As for Tier 4 mysterious flames, they were basically the stuff of legends. Nevertheless, the purification crown was actually capable of creating Tier 4 mysterious flames. One could see just how heaven-defying this ability was. Of course, finding a flame that could be converted into a Tier 4 mysterious flame wouldn't be an easy task. After all, existences capable of producing such powerful flames weren't a dime a dozen. However, Shi Feng would be satisfied so long as he could produce a couple of Tier 3 mysterious flames. For the candlelight trading firm's lifestyle players, being able to own a Tier 3 mysterious flame was something that only happened in their dreams. Shi Feng took out the Tier 4 Hellfire, an excited expression appearing on his face. I initially planned to wait a little while longer before absorbing this, but I think I can give it a try now. He had been looking forward to absorbing the hellfire for a long time now. However, he also understood that taking control of a Tier 4 mysterious flame would be unimaginably difficult. The process would have an extremely high demand on his concentration and pain tolerance. If he failed to absorb the hellfire, he might even suffer a backlash. Hence, after obtaining the hellfire, he did not dare casually absorb it. Moreover, after he had reached Tier 4, his soul had been strengthened significantly, which allowed him to resist the soul chain's threat for a much longer period. There had been no need for him to take such a risk. However, now that he had the purification crown, he wouldn't have to worry about the risks of absorbing the hellfire. Subsequently, Shi Feng used the purification crown on the hellfire. The crown immediately released a dazzling radiance, and a golden mist enveloped the hellfire upon sensing the threat from the purification crown. The hellfire began resisting violently, its aura flaring until it rivaled that of superior mythic monsters. However, the purification crown was one of the 7 treasures, an item carefully crafted by the goddess of space, an ancient god. Even if it was only a fragment of the original treasure of fire, its power wasn't something a Tier 4 mysterious flame could resist. 20 seconds later, the purification crown devoured the hellfire completely and transformed it into a dark gray seed of flame. In its current form, the hellfire's power was drastically suppressed. System, do you wish to absorb the seed of hellfire? Absorb. Upon seeing the system prompt, Shi Feng chose to absorb the Tier 4 seed of flame without hesitation. Chapter 2831, Tier 4 Mysterious Flames Effects. As soon as Shi Feng chose to absorb the seed of flame, the dark gray seed in his palm turned into streaks of light that merged with his body. Immediately afterward, Shi Feng couldn't help gritting his teeth. It hurt so much. The pain he currently felt was far beyond what he had felt when he absorbed the Tier 3 purple thunder flame. It was like his blood was boiling and millions of ants were nibbling at his bones. If not for the recent breakthrough in his concentration, he would have most likely failed to endure this pain. The next moment, a loading bar showing his fusion progress with the seed of hellfire appeared before him. The loading bar filled up at a snail's pace, increasing by only 1% every dozen seconds or so. The pain is already so unbearable even with the help of a seed of flame. It's no wonder so few players managed to control a Tier 4 mysterious flame in the past. Realization dawned upon Shi Feng as he looked at the slowly rising fusion bar. Any normal person would lose their mind if they had to endure this pain for even a second. Yet this pain was only the result of absorbing a Tier 4 seed of flame. He couldn't even begin to imagine how much pain directly absorbing a Tier 4 mysterious flame would involve. At this point, Shi Feng suspected that the people who had successfully absorbed Tier 4 mysterious flames in his previous life had done so using special means like he did. After all, he had honed his pain tolerance for 10 years in the game. In this life, he had even developed his concentration beyond what he had in his previous life. Despite that, he still found absorbing even a weakened Tier 4 mysterious flame unbearable. What would it take to absorb an unaltered Tier 4 mysterious flame? 3%. 30%. Hold on. I must hold on. At this point, Shi Feng was gritting his teeth, and his eyes were bloodshot. His complexion was also unprecedentedly pale. And worse, as the fusion progressed, its rate of increment gradually slowed down. Even after 2 whole hours had gone by, the fusion bar had reached only 73%. In addition, when the fusion crossed 60%, the seed of flame within him began radiating powerful mental assaults every second, battering his sea of consciousness. The subsequent mental assault that hit him at 74% nearly made him collapse. His consciousness began blurring, and he felt as if he was about to lose control of his body. This won't do. I need to think of a way to resist these mental assaults, otherwise I won't last until the end. While fusing with a mysterious flame, players had to remain conscious throughout the process, otherwise the fusion would be deemed a failure. Upon thinking up to this point, Shi Feng began applying his mental defense technique against the seed of flame's mental assaults, gathering his focus into a single point and steeling his mind. While this technique worked wonders initially, After the fusion progress reached 80%, the seed of flame seemingly noticed his trick. Immediately afterward, the seed began releasing mental assaults at a much higher rate, going from once per second to twice per second, then even increasing to 3, 4, 5 times per second. The frequency of the mental assaults continuously escalated, the seed of flame adamant in breaking Shi Feng's mind. It can even play such a move. Shi Feng was stupefied by this situation. Faced with these high-frequency mental assaults, Shi Feng dared not relax for even a moment. However, maintaining his mental defense technique also made him feel indescribably uncomfortable. This technique was akin to a person flexing their muscles. While one could harden one's muscles by flexing them, it would be exhausting to keep one's muscles flexed for long periods. Likewise, Shi Feng couldn't keep his focus condensed for long periods. Moreover, as his mental defense technique was much more complex than the flexing one's muscles, the time he could maintain it was even shorter. 30%, 87%, 92%. The more frequent the mental assaults were, the less time he had to breathe. At some point, his mind even began feeling suffocated. Is it still not done? Looking at the fusion bar, Shi Feng felt as if he was on the brink of collapse. At this time, his body pains already felt insignificant compared to the mental suffocation. In fact, his body was already ignoring the burning pain the seed of flame inflicted. Now, the only thing his mind could think of was finding an opportunity to catch a breath. Just when Shi Feng felt as if he would die from suffocation, the system's indifferent voice entered his ears. System, the Hellfire's fusion is complete. The Hellfire is now bound as player Ye Feng's personal property. System, congratulations, you have been tempered by the Hellfire. All basic attributes increased by 300 points. All basic attributes increased by 10%. Physique improved by 20%. Mental control improved by 40%. Fire and ice resistances plus 150. And control over fire-type mana improved by 20%. Shi Feng inhaled deeply upon hearing the system notification. When air filled his lungs again, he felt revived. After relaxing his mind, he could feel the Hellfire's energy spreading throughout his body. His originally depleted concentration also began recovering crazily. So, this is the power of a Tier 4 mysterious flame. At this moment, Shi Feng felt reborn. His basic attributes might not have increased by much after absorbing the Hellfire, but his acuity of the world of God's domain had undergone a drastic change. He felt as if he had stepped into a whole new world. His concentration standard in particular had gone from the Tier 4 intermediate standard to the Tier 4 peak standard. Aside from the improvements to his mind and body, the Hellfire's active power was similarly astonishing. Hellfire, Tier 4 Mysterious Flame. When activated, improves destructive power by 100% and effects of fire-type skills and spells by 100%, grants attacks a 150% mental assault modifier, and increases the success rate of forging, alchemy, and cooking by 25%. Upon reading the Tier 4 Hellfire's active effects, Shi Feng finally understood why Tier 4 Mysterious Flames were regarded as legends in God's domain. The Tier 4 Hellfire was a heaven-defying tool for both combat and lifestyle players. The Hellfire's ability to add mental assaults to attacks was especially amazing, far more amazing than purely physical or magical attacks. After all, there was no clear attribute for mental assaults in God's domain. Likewise, there were no in-game methods for resisting mental assaults. Players could only rely on their own minds to withstand such assaults. Players lacking in mental fortitude could lose control over their bodies after suffering just one strike. And even if they didn't, they would still feel disoriented and their bodies uncomfortable. Now that Shi Feng had the Hellfire in his possession, he dared to confront even superior mythic monsters of the same level directly. However, rather than the combat bonuses the Hellfire provided, what Shi Feng paid more attention to were its supportive effects. The Hellfire's 25% increase to production success rate was something even Grandmaster forgers would desire greatly. The higher the quality of an item, the lower its production success rate. Normally, the theoretical production success rate provided by the system was the highest success rate achievable. However, even after reaching the Grandmaster standard, Players still wouldn't be capable of reaching this upper limit, and this was after high-quality tools were included in the equation. Not to mention, tools that increased production success rates were less effective the higher the quality of the item being produced was. However, mysterious flames were an exception. Their effects remained the same regardless of the quality of the item being produced. With the Tier 4 Hellfire, I can probably produce epic weapons at a 30% success rate now. Shi Feng felt indescribably excited. When he obtained the Tier 3 mana set equipment forging design, he had decided to set it aside temporarily. One of the reasons for doing so was his disinclination to waste precious materials. After all, mana adamantite was incredibly precious. In the modern god's domain, its rarity almost rivaled that of 7 luminaries crystals. Secondly, he wished to use mana iron ore as a replacement. However, he needed mana iron ingots of considerably high purity to accomplish this. Although the Tier 3 Purple Thunderflame possessed excellent smelting capabilities, it still couldn't smelt mana iron ore into special-ranked mana iron ingots, producing only advanced mana iron ingots at best. Only a Tier 4 Mysterious Flame could accomplish such a feat. Of course, using special mana iron ingots to produce the Tier 3 mana set equipment would degrade the set slightly. However, the end result would still let Tier 3 players hold their ground against mythic monsters. As Shi Feng was contemplating how to mass-produce the Tier 3 mana set equipment, he suddenly received a call from Fire Dance. After accepting the call request, Shi Feng asked, "Did something happen over at Sky Spring City?" News of the battle at the Secret Covenant Tower had shaken the entire god's domain. At this point, it was no exaggeration to say that no player forces in the Twin Towers Kingdom would dare go against Zero Wing. Logically, there shouldn't be any problems there. No. It's just that there are too many people applying to join Zero Wing right now, Fire Dance replied with a bitter smile. We gained over 500,000 new members after just half a day, including over 10,000 Tier 3 players. All of the top-tier weapons and equipment we got from the battle in Sky Spring City before have already been exchanged. If we don't replenish the warehouse, we won't be able to expand our forces further even if we want to. I understand. Shi Feng smiled at Fire Dance's words and said, I still have some epic items as well as a bunch of level 130+ weapons and equipment. They should be enough to tide us over for now. I'll figure out a follow-up solution later. Fire Dance simply responded with a helpless nod. With a number of guild members waiting to exchange for weapons and equipment, a few hundred pieces of level 130+ weapons and equipment wouldn't make much of a difference. They would most likely be gone in half an hour. However, as she was pondering how the guild could acquire more weapons and equipment, a massive batch of weapons and equipment suddenly appeared in Zero Wing's guild warehouse. These weapons and equipment were none other than the epic weapons and equipment Shi Feng had purchased in the ancient god's domain. There were also the various weapons and equipment he got from grinding at the anti-magic volcano, which numbered over 6,000, with even the most inferior piece being level 130 bronze equipment. Chapter 232, Popular Warehouse. Chapter 232, Popular Warehouse. Sky Spring City, Zero Wing's residence, boss. Now that we've joined Zero Wing, I get the feeling that Zero Wing isn't so amazing after all. A level 121, Tier 3 summoner commented to the red-haired woman standing beside him. Looking at a few Tier 3 players walking some distance away, he continued, these core members of Zero Wing aren't even as well equipped as the members of our Crimson Wolf Adventurer team. Most of the Tier 3 core members in the guild residence were equipped with level 110 Secret Silver equipment, with only a few with level 120 Fine Gold equipment. In comparison of the several hundred Crimson Wolf members who had joined Zero Wing, even the most inferior were geared in a mix of level 120 Secret Silver and Fine Gold equipment. Their weapons were also level 120 Fine Gold weapons or better. Their commander even sported level 120 Dark Gold equipment, 2 pieces of epic equipment, and 1 epic weapon. Although these 3 epic items had a maximum level of level 120, they were still far stronger than level 120 Dark Gold items. That's normal. Zero Wing just finished a fight with the various superpowers. From what I heard, Every one of Zero Wing's Tier 3 experts died at least 2 or 3 times, with some dying up to 6 times. It's only natural to have subpar equipment standards after suffering so many deaths. The red-haired woman, clad in fiery red light armor, said. Chuckling, she continued. Also, we didn't join Zero Wing because of its weapons and equipment, but for the sake of grinding in the Secret Covenant Tower and training in the Mobile Fortress. At this stage of the game, the various superpowers were mostly equal in their stockpiles of weapons and equipment. Not to mention, how could the importance of weapons and equipment possibly beat the importance of getting promoted to Tier 4? She had been looking forward to getting promoted to Tier 4 for a long time now. All the more after witnessing the battle in Sky Spring City. That battle had driven home how insignificant Tier 3 existences were before Tier 4 existences. Despite being one of the top-ranking peak experts in the Twin Towers Kingdom, she doubted she could last more than one hit from a Tier 4 player. However, getting promoted to Tier 4 was incredibly difficult. Even if she could find a Tier 4 legacy land, completing her promotion quest would still be a struggle with her present technical standards. Meanwhile, the quickest way she could develop her techniques to an adequate standard was by joining Zero Wing. This was also the case for everyone else in the Crimson Wolf adventurer team. Presently, it was already public knowledge that the Mobile Fortress boasted incredibly dense mana. Moreover, the environment inside the fortress also enhanced one's sensitivity to mana. This would be of great help not only when practicing their skills and spells, but also for understanding the operating principles of mana. Since more and more players were reaching Tier 4 in God's domain, information about the Tier 4 promotion quest had also leaked to the public. According to the leaks, a part of the quest required players to learn a Tier 4 skill or spell within a limited period. Thus, to complete this challenge, players needed to have a considerable understanding of and control over mana. Otherwise, even if one managed to find a Tier 4 legacy land, one still wouldn't reach Tier 4. While Crimson Wolf's members were conversing, a commotion suddenly entered their ears, catching their attention. I remember that's where the guild warehouse is, the summoner youth said as he looked in the direction of the commotion curiously. Did Zero Wing's warehouse go empty? No, those people appear excited, the crimson-haired woman said, shaking her head. However, as soon as Crimson Wolf's commander finished speaking, a few excited voices reached them. Crap! Isn't the guild being too generous? They're actually letting us exchange for level 150 epic weapons and equipment. I heard that the other superpowers have only several dozen level 120 epic weapons and equipment in their guild warehouses. Yet there are over 100 level 150 epic weapons and equipment here. Did the guild executives make a mistake? That's very possible. Even so, our guild is simply amazing. Other guilds barely have any level 130 equipment in their warehouses, yet we have over 6,000. I even saw quite a few level 140 secret silver weapons and equipment in the warehouse. With this, we won't have to worry about finding replacement gear after reaching level 130. The veteran members and new members of Zero Wing standing in front of the guild warehouse's exchange counters all had excited looks on their faces. For most players in God's domain, nothing was more important than weapons and equipment, especially top-tier weapons and equipment. Those were items countless players dreamed of obtaining. At this time, Zero Wing had actually put over 100 level 150 epic weapons and equipment up for exchange. No other superpower had ever shown such generosity before. In any other guild, a level 150 epic weapon or equipment would have been immediately monopolized by the guild executives. Normal members of the guild would never have a chance with these items. Of course, exchanging for Zero Wing's level 150 epic weapons and equipment wasn't easy either. Firstly, one had to be an elite member or above. Secondly, one needed an astronomical number of guild contribution points. This was because even the cheapest piece of level 150 epic equipment cost 3 million GCPs, according to Zero Wing's internal market. 1 GCP was worth 20 copper coins. Thus, 3 million GCPs would be worth 6,000 gold coins. Although 6,000 gold was an astronomical price even for level 150 epic equipment, it was nigh impossible to find level 150 epic equipment on the market right now. Guild executives were monopolizing every piece of level 150 epic equipment available. Nevertheless, Zero Wing was allowing even its elite members to exchange for these items. This was undoubtedly a great benefit. Boss, I take back what I just said. Zero Wing's foundation is insane. If we can exchange for a full set of these epic weapons and equipment, we'll be unstoppable, Crimson Wolf Summoner Youth said, when he saw the large number of level 150 epic weapons and equipment in the guild warehouse. He was similarly astonished. Even the eyes of Crimson Wolf's red-haired commander blazed with passion as she looked at the exchange list before her. Fire. Notify everyone in the team immediately. Have everyone start accumulating as many GCPs as possible. We need to secure a few of these epic items before the other adventurer teams clear them out, the red-haired woman said to the summoner youth. Okay, I'll notify them right away. The urgency of the situation spurred the summoner youth to contact the other Crimson Wolf members who had joined Zero Wing as fast as possible. For a time, many of the new members bustled about, every one of these Tier 3 experts adamant in getting a share of those level 150 epic weapons and equipment. Some of the adventurer teams that joined Zero Wing recently even exchanged their level 110 to level 120 top-tier equipment for GCPs. Since the guild purchased weapons and equipment at 10% to 15% below market value, nobody would normally be willing to trade in their old weapons and equipment for GCPs. They would rather slowly accumulate GCPs through guild quests. However, the current situation was different. There were only so many level 150 epic weapons and equipment available for exchange. If they did not secure these items as soon as possible, other people would do so. Meanwhile, trading in weapons and equipment was undoubtedly the quickest way to accumulate several million GCPs. As a result, in just half an hour after Zero Wing's warehouse was updated, it had gained an additional 2,000 level 120 top-tier equipment and 7,000 level 110 top-tier equipment. The Guild's equipment crisis got resolved in the blink of an eye. Guild leader, this move of yours worked wonders. With all these adventurer teams contributing their weapons and equipment to us, we should be able to last for a few more days, Fire Dance said joyfully. It's still too soon to celebrate. Looking at Fire Dance's excited expression, Shi Feng smiled and said, Notify everyone in the guild that the guild will no longer restrict their activity to just the guild cities and Secret Covenant Towers vicinities. Everyone can move freely now. We're lifting the restriction now? Fire Dance was surprised by Shi Feng's words. Currently, NPC forces were running rampant in the fields, robbing and attacking even the superpowers. Previously, to avoid these predicaments, Zero Wing had chosen to restrict its members' movement to just the guild cities and Secret Covenant Towers vicinities. Removing this restriction now would undoubtedly increase the guild's expenditure. Nodding, Shi Feng said. We have fallen behind the other superpowers in raiding dungeons and acquiring resources. Letting this situation continue will only be detrimental to the guild. Now that the various superpowers no longer dare have designs on the Secret Covenant Tower, there's naturally no need for us to continue hiding. I understand. I'll make the necessary preparations right away, Fire Dance said. After giving the matter some thought, she found Shi Feng's words reasonable. Now that Zero Wing's existence was unshakable, they indeed didn't have to lie low anymore. Meanwhile, as Fire Dance was drafting this announcement, Shi Feng finished installing the 6th mirror of the World Mirror into the distant Zero Wing City's City Lord's mansion. System. Do you wish to bind the World Mirror with Zero Wing City? Bind, Shi Feng answered without hesitation. System. World Mirror bound successfully. System. Congratulations. Zero Wing City has reached the requirement to become a basic main city. Do you wish to upgrade it? Chapter 233, Promotion to Main City. Chapter 280-33, Promotion to Main City. Seeing the system prompt, Shi Feng chose to upgrade Zero Wing City without hesitation. System. Main City upgrade will cost 500,000 gold coins and 200,000 magic crystals. Do you wish to proceed? Proceed. Shi Feng was not at all surprised by the upgrade cost. He had long since prepared the necessary funds. The next moment, 500,000 gold coins and 200,000 magic crystals disappeared from his bag. He then received another system notification. System, payment completed. All players within Zero Wing City will be teleported out of the city in 3 minutes. Upgrade is estimated to take 2 hours. Zero Wing City Region System announcement. Zero Wing City will commence upgrading into a basic main city. All players within Zero Wing City will be teleported out of the city in 3 minutes. Players within the city are advised to make the necessary preparations. After the regional announcement's appearance, the several 100,000 players that populated Zero Wing City promptly broke out in doubt and exclamations. What's going on? Zero Wing City's getting upgraded into a main city. Zero Wing City isn't even an advanced city yet. How can it get promoted into a main city? What did Zero Wing do? The independent players and guild players operating in Zero Wing City were thunderstruck by this unexpected piece of news. This was especially true for the various guild players. They felt as if the system was playing a bad joke on them. Ordinary players might not understand the significance of a main city, but guild players like themselves knew just how difficult it was to raise a guild city's status to main city. In fact, even upgrading a guild city into an intermediate city was already incredibly difficult for guilds at this stage of the game. After all, guilds needed to ensure the constant development of their guild city's popularity and security standards. And fulfilling these requirements required a lot of manpower and resources. However, after Zero Wing had prohibited NPCs from entering its guild cities and increased the entrance fees the cities charged, Zero Wing City's prosperity and popularity had plummeted. At this point, let alone getting promoted into a main city, even getting promoted to an intermediate city should be impossible. Yet the system was now telling them that Zero Wing City was already getting upgraded into a main city. This defied credence. However, no matter how much the players inside Zero Wing City refused to believe the system announcement, the system's timer continued counting down the seconds. Eventually, after 3 whole minutes elapsed, every player in the city was teleported out of the city. Only after finding themselves standing outside the city walls did everyone understand that Zero Wing City's promotion was real. This astonishing piece of news quickly reached the ears of Star Moon Kingdom's various powers, and all of these powers were inevitably shocked. In an era where most superpowers did not even possess a single intermediate guild city, Zero Wing had already secured itself a main guild city. This situation was simply unbelievable. When Liang Jing, who was working in Silver Wing City, heard about Zero Wing City's promotion, she hurriedly contacted Shi Feng and asked Guild Leader, "What did you do? How did Zero Wing City get promoted into a main city?" Currently, even the popular Silver Wing City was still a long ways from becoming an advanced city. She found it simply incredible that Zero Wing City, which was drastically inferior in terms of popularity, could become a main city ahead of Silver Wing City. However, while Liang Jing was confused by this unexpected development, she couldn't help growing excited over it as well. After all, Zero Wing's present situation wasn't as rosy as everyone thought. Although the various superpowers had given up on cornering Zero Wing after the battle at the Secret Covenant Tower, they continued to suppress Zero Wing economically. Although Zero Wing indeed possessed combat power surpassing even that of the 5 great super guilds, it was still limited to passive self-defense. The guild couldn't actively wage war against the various superpowers. Not to mention, due to the war of attrition with the various superpowers, Zero Wing was now severely lacking in weapons and equipment. To make matters worse, the income Zero Wing generated from its guild cities continued to decline. After the major system update, maintenance costs for NPCs had increased. Moreover, guilds were now required to pay upkeep for buildings and magic arrays. And although there was the teleportation hall in Silverwing City, most adventurer teams dared not enter Silverwing City at all, due to the pressure from the various superpowers. At this point, if not for the huge sum of funds from Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul, Zero Wing would have long since gone bankrupt and crumbled. Gaining a main city now would undoubtedly solve Zero Wing's financial problems. This was because a main guild city was much more amazing than an ordinary guild city. First and foremost, A main city was much larger than an ordinary guild city. Even a basic main city could easily accommodate more than 10 million inhabitants. Secondly, there were some high-end buildings that could be constructed only in main cities. Thirdly, a main city could recruit up to 30,000 NPC soldiers. With so many NPC soldiers, the main city's security system would be much less vulnerable than ordinary guild cities. Lastly, a main city had the authority to govern a region. With this authority, a city could dispatch up to 20,000 of its soldiers to fight outside the city. In other words, the entire map the city was located in would be under the city's control. If Zero Wing City really did become a main city, the guild could afford to open the city to NPCs, and none of the various NPC forces would dare make trouble in the city. "It's a secret," Shi Feng replied, chuckling. "However, you should get ready on your side. Once Zero Wing City's upgrade is complete, I plan to open the city to the public and construct a teleportation hall in the city that will connect it with Sky Spring City. At that time, I'll need you to manage Zero Wing City. As for Silver Wing City's management, leave that to Melancholic." "You're having me manage Zero Wing City?" Liang Jing was confused. "But isn't Melancholic working in White River City? Wouldn't it be more convenient to have her manage Zero Wing City?" Shaking his head, Shi Feng said no. "After Zero Wing City's upgrade, I plan to transfer it to a neutral map far away from Star Moon Kingdom. Melancholic already has her hands full with Candlelight's matters in Star Moon Kingdom. The most she can do is manage Silver Wing City. It would be impossible for her to manage Zero Wing City." Not only did Melancholic Smile have to manage the Candlelight trading firm, but as an advanced master forger, she also had to work on getting promoted to Grand Master Forger. If she had to manage a main city on top of that, she wouldn't even have time to sleep. After all, a main city had many more things that required management than an ordinary guild city. Just the recruitment and management of the main city's 30,000 NPC soldiers would be more than enough to keep a person occupied. Zero Wing City's manager would have to assign daily tasks to these soldiers, as well as constantly revise the weapons and equipment configuration of these soldiers, allocating better gear and positions to soldiers who performed well, and so on. From his experience as a guild leader in his previous life, Shi Feng understood just how tedious it was to manage a main guild city. In the past, it was precisely because he had to devote a significant portion of his time to handling guild affairs that he failed to reach Tier 4. Hence, in this life, he had pushed all these tasks to other people while he focused on improving himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved his current combat power. "You're also going to move the city?" Liang Jing's breathing quickened when she heard Shi Feng's words. Just the fact that Zero Wing City was getting promoted into a main city was already plenty shocking. If Shi Feng could also move the city to a neutral map, Zero Wing would be rich. So I need you to begin the necessary preparations now. You'll probably be very busy afterward," Shi Feng said, nodding. Simultaneously, a hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Currently, of Zero Wing's 3 guild cities, Stone Forest City in the Dark Knight Empire and Silver Wing City in the Orc Empire, held strategic locations. In the case of Stone Forest City, it was necessary to stop the Dark World's invasion. As for Silver Wing City, it served as a barrier to the Faux Saint army's expansion. Hence, both cities should not be moved unless absolutely necessary. This left Zero Wing City as the only option to use as a foothold in high-level neutral maps. After all, unlike Stone Forest City and Silver Wing City, Zero Wing City didn't counter any player forces. Moreover, Zero Wing City's position in Star Moon Kingdom no longer brought much value to the guild. 2 hours went by quickly, and an entirely new Zero Wing City came into view. Immediately afterward, Shi Feng arrived in the City Lord's Mansion's core control room and injected 5,000 mana stones into the world mirror. He then transferred Zero Wing City to a level 140 neutral map, leaving the excited crowd outside the city dumbfounded. Chapter 208-34, New Zero Wing City. Chapter 208-34, New Zero Wing City. The city disappeared? What's going on? Wasn't Zero Wing supposed to get promoted into a main city? The The players gathered at the Witch's Hill were inevitably confused when they saw Zero Wing City disappear all of a sudden. It just vanished into thin air. Did Zero Wing transfer the city elsewhere? That shouldn't be possible, right? This is a main city we're talking about. I looked into it before. If a main city will relocate within the borders of a country, transferring it requires not only an advanced city transfer order, but also the permission of the host country. This is because a main city is deeply involved in the governance of the region it is in. A heated debate promptly arose over Zero Wing City's disappearance. Star Moon Kingdom's various powers in particular were nervous. After all, Zero Wing would automatically gain the ruling rights of whichever location Zero Wing City was transferred to. If this location happened to fall within their territory, they would have to say goodbye to their territory. Meanwhile, as Star Moon Kingdom's various players and powers were discussing this matter, Level 140 Neutral Map, Arctic Canyon. A majestic and wealthy city suddenly appeared on a cliff near the coast of this map, instantly occupying nearly half of the 20,000-yard coastline. The city faced a boundless snowy forest and had its back to the frozen sea. It's finally my turn to control this region in this life. Shi Feng couldn't help being a little excited as he looked at the ocean view outside the city. The Arctic Canyon was a level 140 to level 160 neutral map, one of the few neutral maps on the main continent connected to the sea. The Sea of Death was near the Arctic Canyon, and by crossing the Sea of Death, one could reach the western continent. The Arctic Canyon was one of the eastern continent's closest shores to the western continent. In addition, the Arctic Canyon also lay close to the top of the world. This was a new continent that countless experts in God's domain sought to conquer. Not only was the Arctic Canyon one of the few maps that led to the top of the world, but it was also the easiest entry point to this continent, which was 100,000 meters above sea level. In the past, every inch of land in the Arctic Canyon was worth its weight in gold. It was a place where the various superpowers sought to establish a foothold, no matter the cost. However, as most of the Arctic Canyon's terrain was uneven, the map could house only a limited number of guild cities, especially guild cities at the main city standard. The Arctic Canyon could house 4 main cities and 22 ordinary guild cities at most. Guild towns couldn't survive in this place at all. Even if the town received protection from a Tier 5 player, the blizzards here would still reduce it to a pile of ruins in an instant. For a shelter to survive here, it would need to be at the advanced city standard at a minimum. With such limited space, first-rate guilds and weaker would be dreaming if they thought they could establish a foothold here. In fact, most superpowers failed to do so in Shi Feng's previous life. The 4 plots of land that could house main cities in particular were so heavily contested that even the 5 great superguilds met with failure. In the end, the 5 great superguilds had to share 2 of these lands, while the various superpowers shared the remaining 2. Yet, Shi Feng had now claimed the Arctic Canyon's best plot of land for himself. How could he not be excited by this situation? After all, any player that had reached level 150, Tier 4 would have to visit the top of the world. This was because this new continent held plenty of ancient treasures and legacies, all of which were crucial for these players to further improve themselves. Back then, the top of the world was such a tempting place that even Tier 3 players had come to challenge it. Unfortunately, due to the top of the world being too distant from Star Moon Kingdom, it had been completely outside Shadow's sphere of development. Hence, Shi Feng never actually set foot into the top of the world in the past. He had only ever heard stories about it. The Arctic Canyon, though, was a place he had visited in his previous life. This was because the Arctic Canyon served as a trade hub for the 2 main continents. Over 20% of the ships traveling between the 2 continents would stop at the Arctic Canyon. After all, not everyone had a flying mount, and neither was everyone capable of reaching Tier 4. The intercontinental magic arrays available had also been monopolized by the various superpowers. As a result, most trades conducted between the 2 continents were still seaborne. With this place serving as Zero Wing's base, the guild would no longer have to worry about matters relating to funds, resources, and leveling up. Even the various superpowers working together wouldn't be able to suppress Zero Wing. Next up is to set up the 12-array magic world, shifting his gaze to the control room's core magic array, Shi Feng took out various materials he had prepared beforehand. Apart from some basic materials, the 12-array magic world also required 300,000 magic crystals, 107 luminaries crystals, and 200 magic elven stones to set up. Once operational, the magic array would need 800 mana stones every day to maintain it. Even with the Philosopher's Stone's alchemical synthesis, it would still cost 40,000 magic crystals daily. Just its maintenance could already bankrupt the average first-rate guild. An hour later, Shi Feng finished integrating the 12-array magic world with Zero Wing's core magic array. Once he injected the necessary mana stones into the magic array, he could activate it whenever he wanted. However, Shi Feng did not rush to activate the 12-array magic world. Instead, he took out a gigantic pitch-black heart from his bag. The heart was translucent like a crystal, and one could even see it beating occasionally. This crystalline heart was one of the two items Beast Emperor dropped. An evil demon king's heart. It was a bona fide inferior divine artifact ranked material. The value of this item rivaled a dragon's heart. Back when Shi Feng picked up this item, he had even wondered if he had killed a Tier 5 evil demon king instead of Beast Emperor. An inferior divine artifact ranked power source was beyond extraordinary. It could even elevate a basic main city into an advanced main city. Of course, the evil demon king's heart wasn't suitable to be used as a city's power source since it contained evil energy. Using it as a city's power source would contaminate the city's mana. However, the evil demon king's heart was perfect to be used as a magic barrier's core. This was because a magic barrier exhausted the energy it was supplied with to manipulate the power of the outside world. In contrast, a city's core magic array didn't consume its supplied energy to generate results, but spread the energy to all parts of the city. Previously, the 12-array magic world had given Shi Feng a headache since it was only a master magic array. Normally, only Grandmaster magic arrays could cover a main city. Although the 12-array magic world was indeed powerful, it could cover only an entire basic city at best. Let's hope this thing lets the magic array undergo a qualitative transformation. Taking a deep breath, Shi Feng placed the evil demon king's heart onto the 12-array magic world's core. He then activated the magic array. Suddenly, he sensed a terrifying and violent energy flowing into the magic array. This violent energy then shattered the space above Zero Wing City through the magic array, creating a dark void with a 10,000-yard radius. Upon the appearance of this dark void, the nearby Great Lord-ranked monsters promptly fled the covered area, none of them daring to remain there. Immediately afterward, boundless mana surged out of the dark void and cascaded over Zero Wing City like a waterfall. So, this is the power of an inferior divine artifact ranked power source. Shi Feng was dumbfounded by this situation. The present Zero Wing City already had extraordinarily dense mana due to the presence of the mana tower and the main city-ranked core magic array. In fact, its mana was even superior to Silver Wing City's. Yet the instant the boundless mana flowing out of the dark void flooded Zero Wing City, the mana in the city had turned into mist. However, due to the 12-array magic world suppression, the misty mana actually disappeared immediately afterward, hiding within the void of this area. On the surface, it looked as if everything had reverted to its original state. In reality, though, the mana within the city had undergone a qualitative transformation. At this point, Shi Feng could sense that his perception of mana had improved by at least 150% compared to before. The affinity with and perception of mana he experienced here practically rivaled what he experienced in the NPC city he visited in the ancient god's domain. Guild leader, how are things coming along on your side? At this time, Liang Jing suddenly contacted Shi Feng. I'm already done selecting the first batch of players to send to Zero Wing City. These players are completely loyal to us and have fought dozens of small and large battles for us. Every one of them has reached Tier 3 and possesses great potential. I believe they can adequately handle Zero Wing City's security and suppress any NPC troublemakers in the city. I'm done here too, chuckling, Shi Feng added. However, I think it's best if you come here in person first, before deciding on the exact arrangements. I've already granted you access to the city. You can teleport here through a residence now. Chapter 20835, News of Zero Wing City. 20835, News of Zero Wing City. Chapter 20835, News of Zero Wing City. Sky Spring City, Zero Wing's residence. At this time, more than 10,000 Tier 3 experts had gathered in Zero Wing's residence in Sky Spring City. Such a force was already enough to overwhelm even first-rate guilds. Moreover, this number continued to increase as time passed. This development inevitably shocked the various powers operating within Sky Spring City. What's going on with Zero Wing? Why is it gathering so many of its Tier 3 members in its residence? Is Zero Wing planning some kind of big operation? That might be possible. After the battle at the Secret Covenant Tower, Saint's Hand declared an all-out war on Zero Wing. Meanwhile, since the popular Orc Empire is Saint's Hand's home ground, other guilds have stopped visiting Silverwing City lest they offend Saint's Hand and get targeted by those faux Saint monsters. So, there's a good chance that Zero Wing is gathering its forces for a counterattack. The various powers secretly discussed Zero Wing's purpose in gathering its forces. Many of them guessed that Zero Wing wanted to make use of its current advantage to launch a big operation. After all, now that Zero Wing had the Secret Covenant Tower as its foundation, nobody was capable of threatening the guild's existence. With Zero Wing's ability to produce a large number of Tier 3 players continuously, it wouldn't necessarily be impossible for the guild to confront Saint's Hand in the Orc Empire. At this time, the people in the outside world weren't the only ones confused by Zero Wing's sudden decision to gather its Tier 3 members. Even the players in Zero Wing's residence were confused by this situation. Fire, have you found out what is going on? Solitary Sword, the red-haired commander of the Crimson Wolf adventurer team, asked curiously as she looked at the Tier 3 summoner youth hurrying toward her. It would be hard not to notice the sudden appearance of so many Tier 3 experts in the residence. This was especially true now that so many top-tier epic weapons and equipment had appeared in Zero Wing's warehouse. In less than a day, 8 of the 100-plus epic weapons and equipment in the guild warehouse had already been claimed. And this was only the beginning. As more time passed, the various adventurer teams that had recently joined Zero Wing would accumulate more and more GCPs. Then, more and more of these epic items would get taken away. Although she had already managed to exchange for an epic headgear for swordsmen, she still had her eyes on an epic weapon. So long as she could obtain this weapon, her combat power would definitely undergo a qualitative transformation. If all of these many Tier 3 experts who had suddenly appeared in the residence were aiming at the epic weapons and equipment, the competition would intensify sharply. "Boss," I asked around. I even asked some of the adventurer teams I have friendly relations with. However, none of them know what's going on. Even the guild's core members have no clue about this situation, the summoner youth replied, shaking his head. However, I did find out why so many Tier 3 members have gathered in Sky Spring City. It seems there's an emergency summons from the guild leader's assistant. Also, the ones summoned are all veteran members of the guild. The guild specifically summoned these core members? Solitary Sword frowned at this information. If that's the case, the guild is most likely undertaking a large-scale operation. Guilds would generally award a generous amount of contribution points to members who participated in their large-scale operations. Now that Zero Wing was gathering its veteran Tier 3 members for a large-scale operation, the competition for the epic weapons and equipment would undoubtedly intensify. While Solitary Sword worried over this situation, a large group of players suddenly entered the guild residence. Not only did none of these people wear Zero Wing's emblem, but they all exuded astonishingly powerful auras. The man leading the group even had an oppressive aura that verged on the aura of Tier 4 players. Why is Heaven's Blade's vice commander here? I heard rumors stating that Heaven's Blade became Zero Wing's subsidiary after the incident on Dragonheart Island. It seems these rumors were actually true. The arrival of Heaven's Blade's Tier 3 experts in Zero Wing's residence stunned the players idling around outside the residence. The various guild players were especially shocked. Although Heaven's Blade was only an adventurer team, it possessed incredible fame. The adventurer team even had 3 domain realm experts, Moreover, many superpowers in God's domain had tried recruiting Heaven's Blade, but the adventurer team had refused all the invitations it received. Yet Heaven's Blade now appeared in Zero Wing's residence. Given the rumors surrounding the two organizations, Heaven's Blade's arrival was basically a declaration that the adventurer team now belonged to Zero Wing. This was absolutely bad news for the various guilds. Thus far, Zero Wing could only remain on the defensive due to a lack of manpower. However, things would definitely change now that Heaven's Blade had come under Zero Wing. Vice Commander, Zero Wing really is amazing. It already has so many Tier 3 experts now. At this rate, it won't be long before Zero Wing overtakes the various superpowers in this regard, Cleansing Flame said, sighing ruefully as she took in her surroundings. She had heard something of the battle that had taken place at the Secret Covenant Tower at one point in the past. Heaven's Blade had been an existence that could contend against the various superpowers. At that time, the adventurer team had more experts than Zero Wing. Now, Zero Wing had become a true behemoth. Despite not being an actual superpower, it had already surpassed the various superpowers. Chuckling at Cleansing Flame's words, Divine Shadow said, "All right, let's hurry up. We shouldn't make Guild Leader Black Flame wait for too long." Nodding, Cleansing Flame quickly followed Divine Shadow to the residence's guild hall. Personally, she was very curious about why Shi Feng had suddenly called for Heaven's Blade's top combatants this time. Logically, with a number of Tier 3 experts Zero Wing had assembled in Sky Spring City, it shouldn't lack manpower here. In fact, the guild should be sending more manpower to Dragonheart Island instead. After all, the exploration of the World Tower's 4th underground floor wasn't an easy task. Shortly afterward, Divine Shadow and Cleansing Flame reached the top-floor meeting room of Zero Wing's residence. At this time, the executives of Zero Wing and the Asura Adventurer team had long been waiting here. The arrival of Heaven's Blade's members confused these executives, however, as Zero Wing's and Asura's executives wondered why Shi Feng had invited Heaven's Blade's members. Shi Feng and Liang Jing also entered the room. After taking his seat, Shi Feng scanned the crowd before him and said, "Sorry for the long wait." At Shi Feng's words, everyone in the room fell silent and looked at Shi Feng with curious eyes. Liang Jing. Seeing everyone's confusion, Shi Feng chuckled and said, "Brief everyone about the specifics of the situation." In response, Liang Jing stepped up to the table and opened the booklet she held. After taking a deep breath, she said, "Everyone, I believe you should know by now that Zero Wing City has been upgraded into a main city. The reason we have gathered you here today is to discuss Zero Wing City's future development." Zero Wing City's future development. Divine Shadow found Liang Jing's explanation strange. If today's meeting was about Zero Wing City's future development, there should be no reason for the guild to invite Heaven's Blade to attend. After all, this was Zero Wing's internal matter. It should have nothing to do with an affiliated adventurer team. "That's right." Nodding, Liang Jing said, "Before this, everyone has been wondering where Zero Wing City went. Now I can tell everyone that Zero Wing City is currently located in the Arctic Canyon, a level 140 neutral map." After saying so, Liang Jing shared the specifics regarding the Arctic Canyon through the conference table's virtual interface. "These are the Arctic Canyon's details. Feel free to study them." At Liang Jing's words, everyone promptly opened the file they received and began reading up on Arctic Canyon. After a short silence, gasps sounded in the room, one after another. Chapter 2836, Zero Wing's New Benefits. 2836, Zero Wing's New Benefits. Chapter 2836, Zero Wing's New Benefits. The information Liang Jing provided was very detailed. According to the information, the Arctic Canyon had its back to the ocean and also served as the entrance to the top of the world. These 2 points aside, just the fact that Tier 4 legacy lands spawned in the Arctic Canyon was already more than enough to drive countless Tier 3 players wild. When everyone in the room finished reading the information provided, they could already imagine the sensation Zero Wing City would cause throughout God's domain as soon as it opened to the public. It wouldn't even be strange if Zero Wing City became the most popular city in the game. At this time, let alone Zero Wing's members, even Heaven's Blade's divine shadow couldn't help gazing at the information before him with passionate eyes. Although the World Tower's fourth underground floor was a good place to search for Tier 4 legacy lands, it was still significantly inferior to the Arctic Canyon. This was because the fortresses on the fourth floor were far from comparable to an actual city. Unlike fortresses, cities were made as rest areas for players. Cities addressed the various needs of players, such as providing a place for trade in the form of an auction house. Fortresses did not possess such functions. After reading the information, Fire Dance turned to Shi Feng and asked, "Guild leader, do you mean to close Zero Wing City's access to the public and have us monopolize the map for now?" Upon hearing Fire Dance's words, everyone else looked at Shi Feng curiously as well. Today's meeting was to discuss Zero Wing City's future development. The best option would definitely be opening the city to the public right off the bat. This way, the city could rake in a fortune just from entrance fees alone. After all, with Zero Wing City's advantages, it would instantly become the most popular city in God's domain, surpassing even imperial capitals. It would become a mecca for countless Tier 3 experts. However, if Shi Feng had decided to simply open Zero Wing City to the public, there would be no point in gathering them here today. He could do so on his own volition. That's right. Now that we have secured such a big advantage, we naturally have to use it to benefit ourselves. Only after we have grown stronger will we open Zero Wing City to the public, Shi Feng said, nodding. It's just that operating a main city costs a lot. If it were an ordinary guild city, just the maintenance cost of 30,000 NPC soldiers could bankrupt several first-rate guilds. Moreover, he had enhanced the city with the 12-array magic world, further increasing the city's demand for magic crystals. Hence, he had no choice but to give up on his plan to limit access to the guild's several thousand core members. After all, a measly few thousand players could hardly cover the expenditure of such a main city. In that case, we might as well give access to all guild members. Of course, we will also have to charge an adequate fee since running a closed city is a losing business, Flying Shadow suggested. That won't do, shaking his head, Blackie said. We have a lot of people joining Zero Wing recently. If the various powers successfully sneak some of their members into our guild, we'll suffer a huge loss. Everyone in the room nodded in agreement with Blackie. Currently, many guilds had already begun sneaking their members into Zero Wing, just because of the benefits offered by the Mobile Fortress and the Secret Covenant Tower. To counter this problem, Fire Dance had deliberately made core membership a requirement for entering the Mobile Fortress. To become a core member of Zero Wing, one would have to contribute a lot to the guild. It would take a new member 1 or 2 months to accumulate sufficient contributions. Only after this new regulation appeared did the various guilds dismiss their plans. However, this new regulation failed to deter the adventurer teams. Adventurer teams still joined Zero Wing one after another, all of them with the purpose of utilizing the Mobile Fortress's training environment. They had joined the guild solely to exploit the guild for their own benefit. Once these adventurer teams achieved their goals, there was a high chance they would just pack up and leave. Of course, Zero Wing didn't mind that much after all. These adventurer teams would have to make the corresponding contributions to obtain the benefits they sought. At this time, Yulin suggested, how about we learn from the Mobile Fortress's example and let only core members enter? I'm afraid we won't have enough numbers if that's the case. Shaking her head, Liang Jing explained, based on our current estimates, we need at least 80,000 people to keep Zero Wing City running normally. Even then, we'd have to charge 1 magic crystal per person. It cost 40,000 magic crystals just to keep the 12-array magic world running. After factoring in the magic crystals needed to keep the city's various other magic arrays and constructions operating, the city would need to make at least 80,000 magic crystals per day to avoid falling into the red. Moreover, this still didn't include the cost of the 30,000 Tier 3 NPC soldiers the guild planned to recruit. That much. Yulin was slightly surprised. A daily operational cost of 80,000 magic crystals was something even the various superpowers would find hard to stomach, especially since this was only one city they were talking about. That's why Liang Jing and I plan to open Zero Wing City to the elite members of Zero Wing and Zero Wing's affiliated powers as well. However, everyone will have to cover the teleportation fees themselves. Elite members will also have to pay 3 magic crystals to enter the city, while core members will have to pay 2 magic crystals, Shi Feng said. Apart from the core members we gathered this time, everyone else will be free to choose whether they want to enter the city or not. 3 magic crystals per person? This entrance fee rendered everyone present speechless. It was undoubtedly the highest ever charged in God's domain's history. If the city were open to the public, there might still be many people entering the city despite the high cost. However, if access was limited to guild members, the number of players entering the city would be minimal. After all, players had far too few sources of magic crystals. For the average player, they could obtain magic crystals only by harvesting ores, doing quests, opening treasure chests, and raiding large-scale team dungeons. It was almost impossible for them to obtain magic crystals through standard grinding. If a player was merely seeking to level up, they would be much better off heading to the Secret Covenant Tower instead of the Arctic Canyon. As for those trying to find Tier 4 legacy lands, to put it bluntly, how many players in Zero Wing were actually confident of completing their Tier 4 promotion quests? Tier 4 legacy lands were necessary for the guild, not for the guild's members. If the average guild member found a Tier 4 legacy land, they would at best receive a reward from the guild. However, if obtaining this reward meant having to explore a level 140 neutral map and pay an entrance fee of 3 magic crystals, very few people would accept such a business proposition. After listening to Shi Feng's words, Cleansing Flame turned to Divine Shadow and asked quietly, "Vice Commander, should the 2 of us head to Zero Wing City and take a look first? Although we brought only core members with us this time, it would still be a considerable cost if all 2,000 of them enter the city." It would be a lie to say that they weren't tempted by the prospect of finding Tier 4 legacy lands. However, Heaven's Blade had already suffered a major loss due to its previous disbandment. Apart from some fixed assets, Heaven's Blade didn't have much resources left, and just maintaining the adventurer team's daily operation was a struggle. If they splurged their precious magic crystals now, they would be putting the cart before the horse. After all, magic crystals were different from ancient coins and standard coins. While purchasing magic crystals in small quantities was possible, purchasing them in bulk was absolutely impossible. At this stage of the game, due to the high demand for magic crystals, even the 5 great super guilds had begun publicly purchasing magic crystals. Yet they only managed to purchase the crystals in small quantities from independent players seeking to earn credits. None of the various guilds or adventurer teams members would be dumb enough to trade magic crystals for credits. We'll do that, Divine Shadow said, nodding. If the Arctic Canyon is better, we can shift our base of operations to Zero Wing City instead of continuing our struggle with the various superpowers on Dragonheart Island. Shortly after Shi Feng and the others concluded their meeting, Zero Wing suddenly announced a new guild benefit on its notice board. The announcement included information on Zero Wing City's current location and the qualifications and cost of entering the city. A sensation immediately spread within the guild. Can this be considered a benefit? Although Zero Wing City's location is good, the guild is charging elite members 3 magic crystals to enter. Isn't the guild just trying to harvest us for magic crystals? That's right. That's a level 140 neutral map we're talking about. Our average level is only level 122. Even Tier 3 players will have difficulty killing the monsters in the Arctic Canyon. If the guild really wants to give us a new benefit, it should let us enter for free. However, the Arctic Canyon is an unexplored neutral map. There will be plenty of treasure chests and dungeons waiting for us. We also won't have to worry about competing with the members of the other powers. Exploring the Arctic Canyon will definitely be more profitable than exploring level 130 neutral maps. For a time, Zero Wing's members debated heatedly among themselves. While some felt that the entrance fee was too much, others felt that the benefits they could gain from the Arctic Canyon were worth the cost. "Boss, should we head to Zero Wing City?" The Tier 3 summoner youth from the Crimson Wolf adventurer team asked Solitary Sword. "Many of our team's members are planning to head to the Secret Covenant Tower to grind for levels first. They think that there's no need to explore the Arctic Canyon for now. Of course, why wouldn't we go? Solitary Sword said with a faint smile. I've always been thinking of finding a Tier 4 legacy land. Now that there's an opportunity before me, why wouldn't I take it? Besides, I'm curious to see what the guild's main city looks like. It's just 3 magic crystals. It's not like we're going to be operating out of Zero Wing City. Subsequently, Solitary Sword went to Sky Spring City's teleportation hall together with several dozen of her Tier 3 companions. At this time, hardly any players could be seen teleporting from Sky Spring City to Zero Wing City. The majority of Zero Wing's elite members didn't have much of a desire to visit Zero Wing City, compared to spending 3 magic crystals to go sightseeing in Zero Wing City. They would rather spend 1 magic crystal to enter the secret Covenant Tower and grind for levels. Shortly afterward, the teleportation hall's teleportation array leading to Zero Wing City flashed. The several hundred members standing on the teleportation array then disappeared and reappeared in the distant Zero Wing City's teleportation hall in the blink of an eye. Chapter 2837. Holy Land 2837. Holy Land. Chapter 2837. Holy Land. Zero Wing City, teleportation hall, accompanied by a bright flash. Several hundred players suddenly appeared on one of the teleportation arrays in the teleportation hall. With the arrival of these players, the teleportation array, which was the size of a basketball court, instantly became overcrowded. However, despite this uncomfortable situation, none of the people present raised a fuss. On the contrary, they all stood blankly on the spot as if petrified. How is this possible? How can the mana here feel so dense, cleansing flame, who stood among the crowd, was shocked and confused when she sensed the mana surrounding her. The ambient mana clearly wasn't a mist, yet she felt as if she had sunk into a lake the instant she arrived. This was the first time she found mana heavy. Even mana that had taken on a mist form could not compare to the density of the mana she was experiencing. The two were worlds apart from each other. After thoroughly experiencing the calm and empty feeling brought about by the surrounding mana, the astonished cleansing flame muttered, "Training in this magical environment will probably yield double the results compared to training in other guild cities." Although there were many items in God's domain that could help players clear up their minds and invigorate their thoughts, the effects of these items paled significantly when compared to the effects of Zero Wing City's mana. Double? You're severely underestimating this place. The mana here isn't just incredibly dense, Divine Shadow said, shaking his head. With his face blank with astonishment, he continued, "My mana affinity feels like it doubled or more. I can perceive the operating principles of mana with much greater clarity. If we train here, our training efficiency will quadruple at the very least. Moreover, this place should also be of great help toward reaching Tier 4. What made the Tier 4 promotion quest challenging wasn't just the troublesome process of finding a Tier 4 legacy land. Having to learn a Tier 4 skill or spell within a short time was also a huge hurdle. This condition placed an incredibly high demand on players' understanding of and familiarity with mana. This was akin to asking a programmer to create a game of epic proportions within a limited period. While most programmers knew the programming language necessary to create the game, not every programmer had the skill and understanding to complete the game within the time limit. Apart from a small number of geniuses gifted in this regard, everyone else would face great difficulty completing this condition. In this situation, the only thing players could do to remedy this problem was improve their familiarity with and control over mana. Only doing so was easier said than done, as very few external items in God's domain could help in this regard. Now Zero Wing City made this possible. Upon hearing Divine Shadow's words, Cleansing Flame also focused on her affinity with the surrounding mana. Immediately afterward, an indescribable sense of shock overwhelmed her. At this time, her perception of the operating principles of mana had undergone a massive transformation. Previously, whenever she tried perceiving the operating principles of mana, it was as if a dense layer of fog hindered her perception. Without assistance from legacies and graphical introductions, she wouldn't have understood anything. Now, when she tried perceiving how mana operated, her perception was no longer as foggy as before. Instead of a dense layer of fog, it was more like a thin gauze hindered her perception. Even without concentrating, she could still perceive the operating principles with great clarity. With this improvement in her perception, she quickly found answers to the problems previously plaguing her. Now, I know why Guild Leader Black Flame dared to collect magic crystals so wantonly and even called this city a guild benefit. When Divine Shadow perceived his improved control over mana, he couldn't help a bitter smile. With the mana density here, he doesn't need to worry about nobody visiting the city at all. In fact, countless Tier 3 experts will probably want to enter the city. The special nature of Zero Wing City's mana simply couldn't be found in any other guild city in God's domain. This was especially true for the improved perception of the operating principles of mana. This effect could hardly be found anywhere on the continent. It also wasn't something that training could offset. At this time, Divine Shadow wasn't the only person with such thoughts. The other people standing on the teleportation array shared his outlook. Amazing. This is simply amazing. If I can stay here long-term, aside from improving my combat standards, I can probably rapidly unlock my mana body to 100% completion rate, too. The Tier 3 summoner youth from Crimson Wolf exclaimed. Although he had already reached Tier 3 for some time now, he was still far from fully unlocking his mana body's potential. Meanwhile, the difference between fully unlocked and partially unlocked mana bodies was significant. Previously, he was already at the brink of despair over fully unlocking his mana body. However, he saw hope again after arriving in Zero Wing City. Moreover, he felt that his odds of success were excellent, so this is why Zero Wing isn't afraid of making enemies of the various superpowers. With this city, Zero Wing will have to mess up very badly to fail in its development, Solitary Sword said. She, too, felt incredibly excited when she realized Zero Wing City's benefits. Previously, she had anticipated that Zero Wing City would only provide temporary shelter while she searched for Tier 4 legacy lands. Now, however, she could also use Zero Wing City to improve herself and increase her chances of promotion to Tier 4. After a brief silence, the several hundred players standing on the teleportation array could no longer suppress the restlessness in their hearts. They charged out of the teleportation hall, curious to see what the situation in Zero Wing City was like. As soon as everyone exited the building, they were dumbfounded by the sight that greeted them. Zero Wing City was practically more developed than NPC cities. Not only was the city filled with high-rises, but there were also all sorts of high-end buildings. Most importantly, this city had a battle arena. This was a place where players could conduct PvP to their heart's content. Originally, the battle arena held very little attraction for Tier 3 players. This was because the battle arena provided very little benefit to Tier 3 players, apart from the opportunity to spar against powerful experts. Only Tier 2 players and below preferred to visit the battle arena for sparring. In the present Zero Wing City, however, the battle arena had undoubtedly become the place everyone paid most attention to. All of the new arrivals in the city wished they could charge into the battle arena and start sparring immediately. As more and more players arrived in Zero Wing City, news about the city quickly spread in Zero Wing's guild channel. In less than half an hour, Zero Wing's elite members started flocking to Sky Spring City like a bunch of madmen, crowding the city's teleportation hall. Many of these elite members had to wait for several dozen minutes before they could teleport to Zero Wing City. Naturally, the mass gathering of Zero Wing's elite members resulted in information about Zero Wing City reaching the ears of the various powers and independent players. The various powers couldn't help wishing they could head to Zero Wing City and take a look at the situation there for themselves. Unfortunately, with Zero Wing's regulations, they could only watch from the sidelines. Contact Zero Wing immediately. Tell them that the Wind Valley Guild is willing to partner with them so long as they open Zero Wing City to us. Contact Zero Wing and say that the Draconic Adventurer team is willing to join Zero Wing, but Zero Wing must make all our members elite members. For a time, various guilds contacted Zero Wing for partnership, while adventurer teams sought to join the guild as a whole. There were even superpowers that made overtures to Zero Wing. Guild leader, over 40 first-rate guilds and 200 adventurer teams have contacted us already. We even received calls from 5 superpowers. All of them are either looking to form partnerships or join us with the condition of receiving access to Zero Wing City. Fire Dance reported excitedly when she read the statistical data her subordinates sent her. Some guilds are even willing to pay an entrance fee of 10 magic crystals per player. According to our current estimates, we can get an additional 500,000 players entering the city. Should we let them in? If they charged 10 magic crystals per person, they could gain an additional income of 5 million magic crystals per day. Even superpowers would go crazy from jealousy if they saw Zero Wing City raking in so many magic crystals. After all, the average superpower would have a stockpile of only several million magic crystals at this stage of the game, while Zero Wing City could earn that amount every day. Now still isn't the time to let them enter the city, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. However, you can tell them that Zero Wing is willing to conduct some preliminary partnerships. We will offer 1 million entry slots for now. Only 1 million? Fire Dance asked, confused. Zero Wing City was already a main city, let alone 1 million. It could easily accommodate 10 million players. Even if they excluded the slots Zero Wing needed, such a tight restriction to the entry slots shouldn't be necessary. After all, they would be making 10 magic crystals for every non-guild member that entered the city. Any guild that has signed a strategic alliance or resource alliance with Zero Wing can purchase these slots, Shi Feng said, nodding. We will auction off these slots through candlelight, with a starting bid of 10 magic crystals per slot. Auction. Fire Dance's eyes lit up in realization when she heard Shi Feng's words. I understand. I'll notify them now. Chapter 208-38, Astonishing News. 208-38, Astonishing News. When Fire Dance announced Zero Wing's plan to sell 1 million entry slots for Zero Wing City, a commotion broke out throughout the eastern continent. Almost every power operating on the eastern continent promptly held a meeting among their executives to discuss the entry slots. Orc Empire, Crimson Flame Fortress, how arrogant of Zero Wing. Aren't they afraid of suffering a backlash for pulling such a stunt? Snowscar, who was now a level 130, Tier 4 berserker, sneered as he looked at the information displayed on the conference table. They probably aren't aware that Saint's Hand has already established a city in the Black Hills, together with over a dozen superpowers. The Black Hills. This was a level 130 neutral map connected to the Valley of Death, a forbidden land. Meanwhile, the Valley of Death was also the map that current players had the best chances of exploring successfully. Although the Forbidden Land was dangerous, according to the reports of the Tier 4 experts who had explored it already, the number of Tier 4 legacy lands appearing inside far exceeded that of other places. There were also plenty of ancient ruins hidden in the map, which were of significant help with getting promoted to Tier 4. In fact, even Tier 4 players could reap a lot of benefits from these ancient ruins. In response to Snowscar's words, Jing Yang, who was now a level 131, Tier 4 Great Wizard, turned to the woman exuding a heroic and charming aura, seated at the table's seat of honor. In a respectful tone, he said, Vice Guild Leader, Saint's Hand has sent us an invitation as well. They say they will offer us 10% of their new city's shares once it is constructed. However, we will need to garrison the city with 1 Tier 4 player and 20,000 Tier 3 players in return. How calculative of Saint's Hand. They must be aiming to have us help them deal with Zero Wing in the Orc Empire, a level 128, Tier 4 female assassin said, smirking. However, if they want to use us as pawns, don't you think that the price they're offering is too low? Snowscar also nodded in agreement with the female assassin. The Blackwater Guild was no longer the same as it was before. Under Xuan Wuqisa's lead, the guild had grown to a point where it could rival even super guilds. Moreover, unknown to the public, the guild even had 6 Tier 4 experts already. Jingyang, tell Saint's Hand that they need to show more sincerity if they want to partner with us. We want at least 30% of the city's shares, Xuan Wuqisa said, opening her eyes. Also notify Zero Wing of Saint's Hand's actions. Tell them that Blackwater is willing to partner with Zero Wing to go up against Saint's Hand's alliance. However, in return, they must allow all of Blackwater's elite members into Zero Wing City. Vice Guild Leader, you know how Zero Wing operates. There's no way they will agree to such a condition, Jing Yang argued, feeling a headache incoming. He had negotiated with Zero Wing for partnership many times in the past, yet he had faced rejection every time. Now that Zero Wing had the potential to rival the 5 great super guilds, it had even less need to heed Blackwater's demands. It doesn't matter if they don't accept it now, Xuan Wuqiza said nonchalantly. Once Saint's Hand opens their city and that side arrives, Zero Wing will have no choice but to agree to our demands. I understand. Jing Yang nodded. The current Zero Wing indeed had the qualifications to be arrogant. However, once Saint's Hand opened its city in the Black Hills, the situation would quickly reverse. After all, mainstream players were currently only at level 120. Although the Arctic Canyon was also an excellent location, it simply wasn't a place mainstream players could visit. At most, they could only make use of Zero Wing City's incredible mana environment. Not to mention, Saint's Hand's alliance consisted of more than a dozen superpowers. With the manpower and resources available to them, the alliance would soon become an existence that even the 5 great super guilds had to be wary of. At that time, Zero Wing's advantage in Tier 4 players would also disappear. However, Saint's Hand's alliance still wasn't the biggest problem Zero Wing would have to face, but the world-shattering war looming over the main continent. A guild like Zero Wing, which had established a base in a level 140 neutral map, would definitely head the list of cannon fodder for this war. Currently, though, very few people in God's domain actually knew of this upcoming war. The only reason Blackwater knew about it was Xuan Wuqiza's special identity. Just when Blackwater was about to notify Zero Wing of Saint's Hand's actions, Saint's Hand actually announced its astonishing plan to the entire eastern continent. Moreover, Saint's Hand even declared that it would open its city to everyone and charge a cheap entrance fee of only 1 magic crystal or 50 silver coins. As soon as this news came out, many of the first-rate powers considering partnering with Zero Wing promptly changed their minds. After all, although Zero Wing City possessed an excellent environment, the entrance fee it charged was simply beyond the various first-rate powers' means. Not to mention, the city's entry slots would be auctioned. In other words, the entry slots wouldn't cost just 10 magic crystals. By the end of the auction, each slot might actually go for 15 or even 20 magic crystals. Moreover, this was only the price to enter the city. Once inside the city, they were bound to incur all sorts of other expenditures as well. Rather than spending all those magic crystals, it would be much better to head to Saint's Hand City and explore the Valley of Death for ancient ruins and Tier 4 legacy lands. Not only could they save up on a lot of magic crystals by doing so, but their potential income was also higher. Sky Spring City, Zero Wing's residence. Guild leader, 90% of the first-rate powers seeking to partner with us and 80% of the adventurer teams seeking to join us, changed their minds after Saint's Hand's announcement. Fire Dance said, a hint of disbelief in her eyes as she read the report she just received. There won't be any competition for the entry slots. In fact, the 1 million slots we're offering exceed the remaining guild's demand. It doesn't matter. Let Saint's Hand do whatever it wants. Our plan will remain the same. We will still sell 1 million entry slots during the auction, Shi Feng said, chuckling as he looked at the statistical report. When the time comes, just sell as many slots as possible. To begin with, we're not doing this to earn magic crystals. We're just trying to keep Zero Wing City operational. You might be right, but if we have enough magic crystals, we could construct another mobile fortress, right? Fire Dance said regretfully. The magic crystals Zero Wing earned from its members visiting Zero Wing City were already more than enough to keep the city functioning normally. The only problems remaining were the recruitment and maintenance of the city's NPC soldiers. However, resolving these issues wasn't a big deal for the present Zero Wing. This was because many guild members were willing to develop themselves in Zero Wing City. There were also more than 20,000 Tier 3 experts from Heaven's Blade and Asura. In total, Zero Wing City already had an astonishing 50,000 Tier 3 players operating in it. At this point, all they needed to do was wait until the guild accumulated enough Tier 3 members to ensure Zero Wing City's security. Once the city's security was no longer a concern, they could open up the city to NPCs and begin recruiting NPC soldiers in large numbers. However, the mobile fortress's power had made a deep impression on Fire Dance. She believed it would be wonderful if Zero Wing could gain another mobile fortress. "Let's not talk about getting another mobile fortress," Shi Feng said, chuckling. "What we can do is further increase the number of Tier 4 players we have to improve the guild's strength." "Further increase?" Fire Dance parroted, confused by Shi Feng's words. "Is that even doable?" Producing Tier 4 players was easier said than done. Finding Tier 4 legacy lands was one thing. Mastering a Tier 4 skill or spell within the allotted time was another thing altogether. The help Zero Wing City's environment provided for this aspect could already be regarded as the best available in God's domain. She found it hard to imagine other ways to help Zero Wing produce even more Tier 4 players. "Of course," smiling, Shi Feng said, "contact Summer and the others, and have them gather in Zero Wing City's City Lord's mansion. If it were before he had visited the ancient god's domain, he would indeed have no way of accomplishing such a feat. However, after his trip to the ancient era he did, and that was by using the ancient beast sculpture." Chapter 2839, Statue's Astonishing Function, 2839 Statue's Astonishing Function. Zero Wing City, City Lord's Mansion. Alluring Summer, Shadow Sword, Turtle Dove Cola, Yulin, Blackie, Flying Shadow, Silent Blade, Stubborn Bone, Yi Wumian, Rampant Blade, Suqian Liu, Minor Wind, and Graceful Moon gathered in the second underground floor of the City Lord's Mansion after receiving Fire Dance's summons. Looking at Fire Dance, who was guiding their group, Cola asked curiously, "Commander, why did the guild leader suddenly have us come over?" At Cola's question, the others in the group also looked at Fire Dance curiously. For the sake of raising their chances of getting promoted to Tier 4, they had all focused on training in the battle arena recently to improve their control over mana. In Zero Wing City's mana environment, their control over mana had improved at a noticeable rate. Among them, Alluring Summer had become a master magician, and even gained her own mana domain. Her achievements had spurred the rest of them to train even more zealously. Yet, instead of letting them focus on their training, Fire Dance had suddenly summoned them here. "It's a secret," Fire Dance answered with a smile. "Moreover, this trip will be beneficial for you. You might even increase your chances of getting promoted to Tier 4 by a large margin." Fire Dance naturally knew of everyone's desire to get promoted to Tier 4. After all, Zero Wing City's environment was greatly beneficial to even a Tier 4 player like herself, let alone Tier 3 players. Moreover, in the current God's domain, Tier 3 players couldn't make any waves at all. Only by reaching Tier 4 would a player have an impact on the big picture. "Are you trying to trick us, Commander? We already have Zero Wing City's environment to help us. Is there really another way to increase our chances of promotion further?" Shadow Sword asked skeptically. However, he couldn't help growing a little eager and excited at Fire Dance's answer. He understood very clearly that with his current standards it would be incredibly difficult for him to get promoted to Tier 4, even with the support of Zero Wing City's excellent environment. It would most likely take him several attempts before he could get promoted. And worse, players who failed their Tier 4 promotion quest had to wait for a long period before they could re-challenge their promotion quest. Even if he could find another Tier 4 legacy land quickly, he would still have to wait up to a month. If he suffered consecutive failures, it could very well take him up to half a year or possibly more to reach Tier 4. If he were to hover at Tier 3 for half a year, he simply couldn't imagine how far he would fall behind the current Tier 4 players. After all, there were still many places in God's domain that only Tier 4 players and above could set foot in. Meanwhile, the opportunities, legacies, and items available in these forbidden lands were far superior to what other maps provided. "That was what the guild leader said," Fire Dance said, nodding. "Otherwise, he wouldn't have interrupted your training spree and called you here." After saying so, Fire Dance stopped before a stone door sealed by a magic array. Standing guard beside this stone door were 4 level 140, Tier 3 fine gold guards. Even if a Tier 4 player came here, They shouldn't think of getting past these NPCs quickly. When the 4 NPCs saw Fire Dance, they promptly removed the seal on the stone door. Subsequently, the stone door parted slowly, revealing a room the size of a basketball court. Many magic arrays isolated the room. Even if a Tier 4 player made a ruckus inside the room, their actions would go unnoticed in the outside world. Shi Feng was waiting inside the isolated room. After glancing at everyone, Shi Feng said, "Come on in." In response to Shi Feng's words, Fire Dance entered the room curiously, followed by the rest of the group shortly afterward. After everyone entered the room, the 4 guards outside the room closed the door and quietly stood watch by the door, none of them daring to relax for even a moment. Having entered the room, Fire Dance and the others couldn't help looking at Shi Feng in confusion. This was because even after entering the isolated room, they failed to sense anything special about it. In fact, the mana density inside the room even seemed slightly lower compared to outside. Upon seeing everyone's confusion, Shi Feng smiled and said, "You must be wondering why I summoned you to such a place, right?" "Guild leader, the commander said you have a way to further increase our chances of getting promoted to Tier 4. Unable to hold back his curiosity any longer, Kola asked, "Is that true?" Truthfully, Kola didn't have much confidence in getting promoted to Tier 4 since his combat standard was still stuck at the Flowing Water realm even now. His control over mana was also only at the Advanced Magician standard. It was basically impossible for him to learn a Tier 4 legacy skill within a short period. It's true. However, how much improvement you gain will depend on yourselves, Shi Feng said, nodding. He then pointed at the ancient beast statue set up in the center of the room and continued, "This thing is the key to your promotion to Tier 4. A statue?" Everyone present grew even more confused when they heard Shi Feng's words. Even Fire Dance was no exception. Although the statue in front of them looked exquisite, no matter how they looked at it, it did not seem like a tool that could help them reach Tier 4. "Observe it from a closer distance," Shi Feng said, chuckling. "But don't use your eyes. Use your whole body to perceive it." The ancient beast statue was an incomparably mysterious object, and it was incredibly difficult for someone to notice its uniqueness. This was because the ancient beast statue would reveal its properties only in an environment with incredibly dense mana. Moreover, these properties were noticeable only at close distance. If one stood too far away from the statue, one wouldn't sense anything special about it. In fact, placing the statue in a room would even cause the density of the mana in the room to drop. In the past, some players had even treated the ancient beast statues as junk and sold them cheap. At Shi Feng's advice, Kola and the others approached the statue, and when everyone got within 10 yards of the ancient beast statue, their expressions promptly changed. How is this possible? The operating principles of mana have become much clearer. There's at least a 50% improvement. As a Tier 4 player, Fire Dance was the quickest to notice the changes the ancient beast statue brought about, and she couldn't help gaping at the statue in disbelief. Assuming that she could view the operating principles of mana at only 10% clarity under normal circumstances, then in Zero Wing City's environment, she could view the operating principles at 20% clarity. However, standing beside the ancient beast statue, she could view the operating principles at 30% clarity. Kola and the others did not achieve as good a result as Fire Dance since they were still at Tier 3. However, they still managed to achieve a clarity of at least 20%. At this time, their perception of the operating principles of mana was superior to the average Tier 4 players. Now, they were basically viewing the world around them from a higher perspective than even Tier 4 players. As Tier 3 players, the benefits they could gain from such an experience were immeasurable. If this situation leaked to the public, the various powers of God's domain would most likely go crazy. Fire Dance finally understood why Shi Feng had instructed her to be extremely careful when coming to this place, and even limiting the people she could invite to only the guild's core executives. The next moment, the isolated room fell indescribably quiet. This was because Kola, Alluring Summer, and everyone else had wholeheartedly thrown themselves into their enhanced perception with no intention of exiting this immersion. Shi Feng did not find this situation surprising, Either after obtaining world authority, his perception of the operating principles of mana had reached an incredibly high level. Within the ancient beast statue's vicinity, he could even achieve a 40% clarity. Back when he was controlling Frobero, a half-stepped demon king, he had only managed to achieve a 50% clarity, yet he already had a feeling of invincibility. Of course, this was only a misconception arising from suddenly obtaining so much power. Even so, the brief experience of viewing the world through Frobero's senses had provided him with immense help in developing his mana body and improving his control over mana, although he didn't get the same feeling when standing next to the ancient beast statue. He was relatively close to that feeling already. And while subject to this sensation, even he couldn't help wishing he could disregard all his duties and focus solely on researching the operating principles of mana. So what more Kola and the others? Shortly after Fire Dance immersed herself in her enhanced perception, the mana around her body began rampaging. It was evident that she was trying to break through her mana body's 100% threshold. Shi Feng was slightly surprised to see this. He then took out a colorful crystal from his bag and handed it to Fire Dance, saying, "Don't rush to break through yet. Do it after you finish learning the legacy inside this thing." In response to Shi Feng's words, Fire Dance halted her attempt to break through and accepted the memory crystal. However, after checking the memory crystal, she was stunned. She never thought that Shi Feng would actually possess such a precious legacy. Moreover, the legacy recorded in the memory crystal even contained information on how to reconstruct one's mana body. For Tier 4 players like herself, this information was priceless. Guild leader, this is a Sword Saint's legacy. Giving it to me would be wasteful, Fire Dance said hesitantly. She was no fool. Anyone who had gotten promoted to Tier 4 would know what was most important to a Tier 4 player: achieving a breakthrough in one's mana body and reconstructing it. This was the basis of getting promoted to Tier 5. However, Shi Feng simply chuckled and said, "Relax. This is a complete legacy crystal. It can be used up to 9 times. Every person will get the best result from the crystal only on their first use. Using it more than once would be a waste. Now that you are one of Zero Wing's key combatants, it will be of great help to the guild if you can further improve yourself." Teresa had given him a complete Tier 5 legacy crystal that could be used 9 times. And although it was a Sword Saint's legacy, as the swordsman and assassin classes were both physical classes, an assassin could still gain significant help from the legacy. If Fire Dance could elevate her mana body's potential to 105% due to this legacy crystal, it would be of significant help to the present Zero Wing. Since Shi Feng wasn't accepting any argument, Fire Dance eventually gritted her teeth and activated the memory crystal. After all, what Shi Feng said was true. There were significant differences even between Tier 4 players. Take Violet Cloud, for example. Because she had long since broken through her mana body's 100% threshold, her combat power had surpassed Fire Dance's by a large margin as soon as she reached Tier 4. If Fire Dance could break through the 100% threshold now, she would be able to hold her ground even against monstrously strong Tier 4 experts. Immediately, the colorful crystal in Fire Dance's hand released several streaks of light that flowed straight into her eyes. Simultaneously, a large amount of information was transmitted directly into her brain. Chapter 2840, Consecutive Breakthroughs. Chapter 2840, Consecutive Breakthroughs. As information from the Sword Saint's legacy flooded Fire Dance's mind, the mana she exuded strengthened and weakened in intervals. It was evident that she had received a lot of inspiration from the legacy. Both her control over mana and understanding of mana rose at a visible rate. Seeing this development, Shi Feng couldn't help growing envious. Truthfully, he had constantly been thinking of using the Sword Saint's legacy himself ever since he received it. However, he also understood that he wouldn't benefit much from it. This was because the current bottleneck he faced wasn't related to mana, but his concentration. To raise the strength of his mana body to a whole new level, he needed to raise his concentration to a point where he could control his mana body with a threefold manipulation method. Hence, using the Sword Saint's legacy now would simply be a waste. I should start training and adapting to a threefold manipulation method as well. Shi Feng smiled involuntarily when he saw everyone in the room improving rapidly. Then he sat down and began his own training, back when he was in the ancient god's domain. His concentration standard had only been at the Tier 4 intermediate standard. Among Tier 4 existences, that wasn't anything to brag about. However, merging with the Tier 4 Hellfire had thoroughly tempered his concentration. He now estimated that his concentration was at the Tier 4 peak standard already. He should be only one step away from reaching the Tier 5 standard and achieving world creation. Of course, just elevating his concentration standard to Tier 5 wouldn't be enough to achieve world creation. He would still need to become a Grandmaster Magician first. This was also the main reason many players and NPCs couldn't achieve world creation even after reaching Tier 5. After all, becoming a Grandmaster Magician was incredibly challenging. Generally, most people capable of becoming a Grandmaster Magician were lifestyle Grandmasters. Yet, most of these lifestyle Grandmasters were unsuited for combat and were incapable of reaching Tier 5, only reaching Tier 4 at best. This situation was especially obvious among players. In the past, over 70% of experts that had achieved world creation were lifestyle Grandmasters stuck at Tier 4, and many experts who had risen to Tier 5 couldn't help envying those players. After all, the disparity in combat power between individuals with and without world creation was like the difference between heaven and earth. Even at Tier 5, world creation could still influence a battle. Following which, time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, half a day had gone by already. Amid Shi Feng's repeated attempts at executing a threefold manipulation method, the mana fire dance exuded suddenly skyrocketed in intensity. Her rapid transformation even kicked up a mana storm, the phenomenon startling everyone in the room. "What's going on with Sis Fire? The mana she's exuding is so powerful," Flying Shadow exclaimed. He was thunderstruck when he saw the white mist wreathing Fire Dance's body. "She should have broken through her mana body's limits," Turtledove said enviously. "No, this shouldn't be just a simple breakthrough," Alluring Summer said, shaking her head. "I've broken through the 100% threshold as well, yet compared to Fire Dance right now, the phenomenon my breakthrough created was much weaker. Even if she achieved her breakthrough at Tier 4, the reaction shouldn't be so exaggerated." Alluring Summer had much greater authority when talking about breaking through the mana body's limits since she had unlocked her mana body to 102% potential already. Back when Alluring Summer broke through, her mana body had indeed undergone a qualitative transformation and provoked a powerful reaction in her surroundings. However, that reaction was much more subdued than Fire Dance's. At this time, the mana surrounding Fire Dance was already almost liquid. Even if Alluring Summer factored in the special environment of this room and the fact that Fire Dance was at Tier 4, a breakthrough in the mana body's limits still shouldn't generate such a powerful reaction. Several more minutes later, Fire Dance finally stabilized her mana, and an excited expression immediately appeared on her face. "Guild Leader, I succeeded," Fire Dance said as she looked at Shi Feng excitedly. "My mana body is currently at a 107% completion rate. If you give me a little more time, I can even reach 110%. She had heard plenty regarding the mana body from Shi Feng. According to him, after breaking through the 100% threshold, the mana body would see further qualitative transformations at the 105% and 110% thresholds, although she had yet to reach a 110% completion rate with the information the Sword Saint's legacy provided and the Ancient Beast statue's effect. She was now confident of reaching that threshold. At that time, her combat power would definitely surpass Violet Cloud's. After all, Violet Cloud's mana body was only at a 108% completion rate right now. "You reached 107% on the first breakthrough?" Shi Feng was shocked. Normally, a player couldn't reach or exceed 105% on their first breakthrough. Even Violet Cloud was no exception. After all, players would need to overhaul the method they used to manipulate their mana body to reach this threshold. Nevertheless, Fire Dance had skated through this process. The improvement she achieved was beyond remarkable. That Sword Saint had a very thorough understanding of the mana body. His explanations were also simple to understand. "It's a pity that I'm not a swordsman myself. Otherwise, I would have improved even more, Fire Dance said regretfully. If this legacy is given to Shadow Sword and the others, they should have a very easy time breaking through the 110% threshold. If you used it, you would probably achieve even more astonishing results, Guild Leader. The legacy actually has such great effects? Shi Feng couldn't help feeling tempted by Fire Dance's words. However, he still suppressed his agitated heart in the end and said calmly, I'll pass for now, however. We can let Shadow Sword and the other swordsmen use the legacy once they reach Tier 4. Anyone with a physical class can also use it if they manage to break through the 100% threshold. Shi Feng was indeed very tempted to use the Sword Saint's legacy and go beyond his mana body's present 110% completion rate. He might even be lucky enough to reach a 115% completion rate. If that happened, he would have full confidence in completing the Divine Dragon's trial. However, his current priorities were developing his concentration standard and improving his understanding of magic arrays. So long as he succeeded in doing so, combined with the Sword Saint's legacy, he could develop his mana body beyond even a 115% completion rate. In fact, once he reached level 150, he could even start trying to create a personalized mana body. After all, not every Tier 5 expert in the past had started creating personalized mana bodies only after exceeding the 110% completion rate. Many of these Tier 5 experts had tried and succeeded even at 109% and 110%. This was because there was no integral connection between a mana body's completion rate and the creation of a personalized mana body. Having a higher completion rate only meant that a player was more familiar with the mana body they currently had. At most, this familiarity would grant the player an easier time in creating a personalized mana body. It wasn't essential. As for the matter of sharing the Sword Saint's legacy, if it were possible, he would prefer to let only Tier 4 swordsmen use it. However, given the circumstances, Zero Wing didn't have 7 more Tier 4 swordsmen suitable. Hence, he had no choice but to loosen the condition. That way, the guild could produce more above-average Tier 4 players. I understand. Fire Dance nodded. Over the next 10 days, Zero Wing's core executives achieved significant breakthroughs one after another, thanks to the ancient beast statue. In addition, as the guild had discovered quite a number of Tier 4 legacy lands in the Arctic Canyon, everyone began challenging their Tier 4 promotion quests. As for Fire Dance, after reaching a 110% completion rate with her mana body, she led an exploration team into the Arctic Canyon, drastically increasing Zero Wing's income, particularly of top-tier level 130-plus equipment and materials. The amount of equipment and materials Zero Wing was currently raking in surpassed even that of ordinary superpowers. Among the harvests Zero Wing made, the most notable one was 7 Luminaries crystals. Because the Arctic Canyon's team dungeons dropped small quantities of 7 Luminaries crystals, Zero Wing earned over 600 units of 7 Luminaries crystal in just 10 short days. Even Shi Feng was astonished by this harvest. He never thought that the Arctic Canyon would be so rich in resources. Fire Dance's team was responsible for more than half of the 7 Luminaries crystals earned. At this time, he could already foresee that once Zero Wing gained more and more Tier 4 players, the guild's income of 7 Luminaries crystals would reach staggering levels. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had been relatively free compared to Fire Dance and the others these past 10 days. He was also only half a step away from successfully implementing the threefold manipulation method on his mana body. However, during this time, huge events had also taken place in God's domain, one after another. Firstly, there was the appearance of St. Heart City. Secondly, the various superpowers had received news that Lu Xingluo had his qualifications as the Starline Corporation's heir stripped due to his numerous failures, and that his game account had gotten crippled. This unexpected development placed heavy pressure on the heirs of the major corporations leading the various superpowers. Thirdly, the first batch of players belonging to Zero Wing's allies had entered Zero Wing City. When these 20,000 players entered the city, Zero Wing's allies instantly understood Zero Wing City's value. For a time, Zero Wing City's entry slots enjoyed even greater popularity. However, the best piece of news for Zero Wing was Gentle Snow, Aqua Rose, Zhao Yueru, Yan Tianxing, and Yi Luofei's successful promotion to Tier 4. Their success had instantly boosted Zero Wing's overall combat power by a large margin, and exploring the Arctic Canyon became a lot easier. Zero Wing City, Candlelight Trading Firm, Special Forging Room. Sure enough, breaching the Grand Master Magician threshold isn't an easy task. Pale-faced Shi Feng smiled bitterly as he looked at the Tier 3 mana set equipment he had just produced. After several days of research, he concluded that only 2 methods would let him achieve threefold manipulation: developing his concentration to the Tier 5 standard and becoming a Grand Master Magician. For the time being, developing his concentration to the Tier 5 standard was nigh impossible, since it required fortuitous encounters and undergoing tempering. This left him with raising his magician rank. Producing Tier 3 mana set equipment was one of the ways that could help him do so, because the most difficult aspect of producing the set was engraving its magic array. Although the system deemed the set's magic array as only a master magic array, it rivaled even Grandmaster magic arrays in complexity. If he could successfully engrave the entire magic array in one go, he wouldn't be far off from becoming a Grandmaster Magician. Unfortunately, even after working for several days consecutively and producing more than 200 sets of Tier 3 mana set equipment, he still couldn't engrave the set's magic array in one go. He felt as if an invisible barrier was preventing him from advancing. Meanwhile, Shi Feng also happened to reach level 150, the threshold where he could get promoted to Tier 5. Guild Leader, you previously asked the Boulder Corporation to look into Phoenix Rain's little sister, right? At this time, Liang Jing suddenly contacted Shi Feng. They just sent back news that Phoenix Rain's little sister should be staying in Haitian City's upper zone. All right, got it? Nodding, Shi Feng promptly chose to log out of God's domain and decided to pay Haitian City's upper zone. Apart from checking up on Phoenix Rain's little sister, he could also use this opportunity to broaden his business circle to Haitian City's upper zone. Every upper zone had its own contribution competition. Since the various corporations were placing such heavy importance on this season's competition, it would be a huge waste not to take advantage of it and make a killing. After all, Zero Wing was already a massive organization that had many mouths to feed. A large number of newcomers with great potential had even joined the Guild's headquarters recently. There were also the resources needed to nurture Zero Wing's executives. With all the Guild's resource requirements, simply relying on the 5 States Corporation would be far from enough.